In the quiet city of Shanghai, inside a softly lit room, Zhang Wanqin sat beside a cradle, her blue-green hair falling gently over her shoulders as she fed the newborn in her arms. She smiled down at him and whispered that his life was easy. Eat, sleep, and grow, while she stayed awake through the long nights. Even so, she never complained. To her, every lost hour of rest was worth it as long as her son, Lin Zichen, grew up healthy and strong. But the baby staring back at her was far from ordinary. Behind those innocent eyes was the awareness of a man who had already lived a full life. His body was fragile and underdeveloped, yet his mind was clear, watching everything. As he drank his milk, a glowing blue screen suddenly appeared in front of him. It displayed his status in cold, precise text. Lin Zichen, 33 days old, biological level, ordinary tier 1. In that moment, he understood he had been reborn with something extraordinary, a mysterious system now bound to him. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Zichen lay in his crib while his parents, Zhang Wanqin and Lin Yinsheng, stood nearby, quietly observing him. His father was amazed at the strength hidden in such a tiny body, joking that their son might grow into a powerful gene fuser one day, or perhaps even a cyborg. As they spoke, Lin Zichen kicked his legs again and again, driven by instinct and curiosity. A new message flashed before his eyes. 10,000 kicks completed. Reward unlocked. Biological attribute use and advance. The meaning was simple but terrifyingly powerful. Any part of his body he trained could grow endlessly stronger, as long as it stayed within the limits of a carbon-based life form. Feeling a surge of potential spreading through him, Lin Zichen wondered what these gene fusers and cyborgs truly were, imagining beings as mighty as the heroes from his old world. By the time he was 4 months old, he could already sit up and crawl. To avoid drawing suspicion, he only trained when everyone was asleep. Every slow crawl across the darkened floor earned him more points from the system. A month later, he was already walking in secret. At 6 months, he finally let himself crawl and sit in front of his parents, carefully holding back so they would not realize just how abnormal his growth truly was. One night, the family gathered around the television. On the screen, horrifying images filled the room. Massive aberrant beasts rampaging through ruined streets, while humans fought desperately to stop them. Gene fusers and cyborgs stood on the front lines, unleashing overwhelming power to hold the monsters back. As Lin Zichen watched, his small heart tightened. For the first time, he truly understood that this world was nothing like the peaceful place he once knew. Earth had changed. Mutations had given birth to terrifying creatures called aberrant beasts, forcing humanity into a brutal struggle for survival. To fight back, people chose 2 paths. One was mechanical ascension, replacing flesh with steel to become cyborgs of immense power. The other was gene fusion, blending human DNA with that of aberrant beasts to create gene fusers who wielded monstrous strength of their own. In that moment, Lin Zichen realized just how dangerous this world really was. If he wanted to live, he had to become stronger, but he could not reveal his growth. He had to rise quietly, hidden from everyone, using his system to evolve in the shadows. Survival would depend on patience and secrecy. Then, one day, the doorbell rang. Zhang Wanqin went to open it, finding a woman in a blue dress standing outside. She introduced herself as Su Meng, their new neighbor. Beside her stood her husband, Shun Jianya, and their young daughter, Shun Qinghan, who held a small doll tightly in her arms. From inside the room, Lin Zichen's eyes locked onto the little girl with purple hair. Something stirred deep within him, a strange and unexplainable sense of familiarity. In silence, he accepted her as his first friend in this new life, unaware that their meeting was only the beginning of a bond that would one day shape both their destinies. Time continued to roll forward, and Lin Zichen threw every waking moment into training. By the time he reached 7 months old, the use and advanced ability had already pushed him far beyond what any infant should be capable of. He could run, jump, and even form simple words, which he practiced quietly when no one was around. Every movement, every whispered syllable, fed more points into his growing stats. At 8 months, he drove himself even harder, doing sit-ups and push-ups inside his crib, turning the tiny space into his private training ground. Everything was done in secret, always careful, always controlled. But one afternoon, while he was exercising out on the balcony, disaster nearly struck. His mother suddenly walked in. Her eyes went wide at the sight of her baby, lifting his own body like a trained athlete. She froze, rubbed her eyes, and stared again. In the end, she convinced herself it was nothing more than stress from writing too much, a trick of her exhausted mind. Lin Zichen dropped flat at once and pretended to be asleep, relief washing through him as he swore to be even more cautious from then on. A few days later, fate tested him again. During bath time, Zhang Wanqin noticed something strange on her son's small body. Beneath the water and soap, there was a clear outline of firm, defined muscles. She let out a scream, and called for her husband. Lin Yinsheng rushed in, and when he saw it, shock flashed across his face before turning into pure excitement. He declared that their son had to be a once-in-a-generation prodigy, someone destined to become an incredible gene fuser or a powerful cyborg. Hearing that, Lin Zichen relaxed. To his parents, his growth was just unbelievable talent, not something unnatural. He even felt a bit grateful. Having two web novel writers as parents was the perfect disguise for a reborn monster like him. Not long after, while watching the news with his mother, a report came on about a 2-year-old from a martial arts family who could lift a 20-kilogram dumbbell with one hand. Zhang Wanxin hugged her son tightly and proudly said that her Lin Zichen was just as amazing. Her confidence stirred something in him, and he quietly wondered if he would really be able to do the same when he reached that age. The answer came sooner than he expected. By the time he turned 2, all those hidden hours of training bore fruit. Alone in the storage room, Lin Zichen wrapped one small hand around a 20-kilogram weight and lifted it with ease. Just as he was about to test himself further, his mother called out that Han Han had come over to play. Shunqing Han stood at the door, the same age as him now, holding out a tart with a bright, innocent smile. Inside, Lin Zichen couldn't help but think about how strange their playtime had become. Han Han was still just a normal little girl, but for him, every moment was part of his training. Since she loved sticking close to him, he had even turned her into a living, perfectly sized weight vest whenever he exercised. Unfortunately, that came with a familiar problem. As he held her, a warm sensation suddenly spread across him. His face fell as he cried out in despair. Han Han had peed on him yet again. Another year slipped by, and by the time Lin Zichen was 3 years old, his strength had climbed to a terrifying level. Lifting a 40-kilogram weight with one hand felt effortless now. One day, while watching television, he saw a report about a 4-year-old prodigy proudly raising a 30-kilogram dumbbell. A quiet smile formed inside him. He had already surpassed that. Yet no matter how much he trained, the system's judgment refused to change. It still marked him as ordinary Tier 1. The question kept gnawing at him. What, exactly, did it take to step into Tier 2? With that thought burning in his mind, Lin Zichen left his home for the first time. The world outside stunned him. A vast futuristic city spread out before him, filled with towering structures, endless traffic, and crowds of strange beings. Some had beast-like features, others gleaming mechanical limbs. These, he realized, had to be the gene fusers and mechanical ascendants he had only seen on the news. He walked beside his mother along with their neighbors, Su Ming and little Xinqing Han, heading toward the local library. Since his parents refused to let him touch electronic devices, books were his only path to knowledge. Once inside, Zhang Wanxin gently guided him toward the children's section, but Lin Zichen barely glanced at the picture books. Instead, he wandered straight into the aisles packed with thick encyclopedias and technical volumes. Han Han hurried after him, worried he might get scolded. From a distance, the two mothers watched in confusion. Su Ming whispered that it was strange for such a small child to be drawn to such difficult books. Zhang Wanxin simply laughed and said it must be his genius genes at work. Han Han tried to tempt him with cookies, but Lin Zichen barely noticed. His eyes were glued to the pages. From those books, he finally learned the truth about this world. All life was divided into 6 great biological levels: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical, each further split into 9 tiers. When he saw where humans stood, everything became painfully clear. His parents, and most ordinary people, were stuck at ordinary Tier 1. So weak they were nothing more than ants compared to higher tier beings. That knowledge lit a fire inside him. If he wanted to survive, he had to climb higher. He had to break free from this lowest rung. At that moment, his system chimed with a new mission. Read 100 million characters. Reward, celestial route of wisdom. The words made his heart race. A path to strengthen his mind as well as his body had just opened. From then on, the next year became a blur of brutal training and endless reading. He devoured book after book, pushing his body and his brain at the same time. By the time he turned 4, the results were undeniable. Hand in hand with Xinqing Han, he walked into kindergarten under the guidance of their teacher, Miss Jiang Mi, stepping into the next stage of his life. Not long after school began, Lin Zichen finally shattered the invisible wall and advanced to ordinary Tier 2. His physical abilities exploded. He could lift an 80-kilogram weight with one hand, jump over 1.2 meters, and run 100 meters in under 11 seconds. These were feats that would leave grown adults stunned, yet he was still just a child. One day, he spotted a group of kids surrounding Xinqing Han. She was crying as they mocked her for wetting the bed. The moment Lin Zichen saw it, something cold and sharp filled his chest. He would not let anyone bully his friend. In a single burst of movement, he leapt forward and landed right in the middle of the group, his presence crashing down like a challenge. Fixing the bullies with a cold stare, Lin Zichen delivered a threat that was both ridiculous and deeply unsettling. If they ever dared to bully Han Han again, he warned, he would sneak into their homes and pee on their beds every single day. The sheer absurdity of it made it even more terrifying. The kids broke down instantly, sobbing as they swore they would never come back to kindergarten. Shin Han stared at him with shining eyes, as if he had just saved her world. At that exact moment, his system chimed, granting him a brand new title, Kindergarten Kid King, along with a fresh wave of quests. Lin Zichen was thrilled. More missions meant faster growth. Half a year later, he finally finished his enormous reading task. After devouring more than 100 million characters, he obtained the celestial root of wisdom. From that moment on, his memory became perfect, and his learning speed reached the peak of human potential. Time rushed forward, and soon he and Shin Han were standing side by side in their kindergarten graduation photo, both of them almost 7 years old. Even during the long break, Lin Zichen never relaxed. By now, training with a 200-kilogram barbell was already within his reach. His physical abilities had risen to frightening levels. He could leap over 2 meters without effort and run 100 meters in an unbelievable 7.98 seconds. His mind kept pace with his body. With the boost from his new attribute, he tore through the elementary school curriculum long before he even entered it. When he finally started at Sunshine Elementary School, academic competitions felt trivial. He easily took first place in the National Elementary Academic Competition, driven by the desire to unlock yet another title. Outside of contests, he spent most of his free time helping Shin Han study. She wasn't a natural genius, but she worked harder than anyone else. With his guidance, her grades shot up, and by the end of the semester she ranked second in the class, right behind him. To accelerate his missions even more, Lin Zichen also threw himself into sports, smashing every school record in sight. Everything began to feel routine, almost predictable, and that was when something finally changed. A new transfer student arrived. The teacher introduced her as Bai, a girl with long silvery blue hair that shimmered like frost. The instant Lin Zichen saw her standing in the doorway, a strange sensation stirred inside him. There was an aura around her, faint but unmistakably different from that of any ordinary human. As Bai Shui walked toward her seat, every pair of eyes in the classroom followed her. Beside Lin Zichen, Shin Han, who always called him Xiao Chun, leaned closer and whispered that Bai's hair looked just like falling snow. But Lin Zichen wasn't paying attention to that. His gaze was locked onto the subtle, unfamiliar presence she carried. It wasn't human. Was she a gene fuser? Or perhaps the descendant of one? Over the next few days, Bai Shui remained an enigma. She spoke to no one. As soon as class ended, she would rest her head on the desk and remain completely motionless. She barely even got up to go to the restroom. At first, the class buzzed with curiosity. Some students even took photos beside her while she slept. But when her behavior never changed, the novelty wore off, and before long, everyone lost interest, leaving the classroom to drift back into its usual rhythm. That fragile calm shatters a month later. Without any warning, something horrifying happens. A thick, milky white liquid begins leaking from Bai Shui's body, soaking through her clothes and running down her legs. The stench is so strong it turns the entire classroom sour. Students gag and pull back in disgust, their complaints filling the air. One boy sneers, throwing cruel words at her. Then he goes even further, unscrewing his water bottle and dumping it over her head, laughing as he mocks that he is washing her clean. Soaked and humiliated, Bai Shui trembles at her desk. Her hands clench until her knuckles turn white as silent tears roll down her cheeks. The laughter only grows louder around her. From her seat, Shin Han looks toward Lin Zichen, fear and worry shining in her eyes as she quietly asks if they can help. Lin Zichen hesitates. He had always sensed something dangerous about Bai Shui, so why did she look so small and helpless now? A moment later, he makes his decision. Right now, she isn't some unknown threat. She's just a girl being bullied, and that is enough. He walks straight up to the ringleader, Guan Chun, grabs him by the collar, and pulls him forward. With a sharp, cold grin, he orders him to wipe the water off Bai Shui's desk. Guan Chun freezes as fear floods his face. He stammers and nods, immediately agreeing. The rest of the bullies don't dare resist. Everyone at school knows Lin Zichen's reputation. He dominates both academics and fights, so much so that even 6th graders avoid crossing him. In a panic, they scramble for tissues and rush to clean the mess. When the desk is spotless, Lin Zichen's gaze sweeps over them. His voice turns hard as he gives his final command. Every single one of them must apologize to Bai Shui, right here and now. Under his glare, they crumble. Sweating and shaking, they bow their heads and mutter their apologies. One by one, the bullies line up in front of Bai Shui's desk, each bowing deeply and promising never to bother her again before hurrying away. When the room finally grows quiet, Bai Shui slowly lifts her head. Her eyes are still wet, but her voice trembles with gratitude as she thanks Lin Zichen and Shin Han. Shin Han steps forward and gently places a hand on her shoulder. She tells Bai in a firm, sincere voice that classmates are supposed to protect each other. From that day on, Shin Han decides to stick close to the quiet, white-haired girl, dragging Lin Zichen along with her. Soon, the three of them start spending their free time together. Shin always makes sure Bai gets the best snacks first. During one of those moments, Shui hesitates, staring at the treats in Han's hands. She lowers her head and softly asks if they aren't disgusted by her, by the strange smell that follows her. She admits she's sorry for doubting them, but ever since she was little, everyone has kept their distance. To her, kindness feels unreal, like a fragile dream she might wake up from any time. Shin Han shook her head, her eyes clear and steady as she told Bai Shui that this wasn't a dream at all. With a soft smile, she said she understood how it felt to be treated differently, so there was no way she could ever be disgusted. If Bai Shui was willing, she declared, then they would be friends forever, even tugging a reluctant Lin Zichen into the promise. Bai Shui could no longer hold herself back. She threw her arms around Shin Han, tears of relief streaming down her face as she thanked them again and again. After she finally calmed down, she said she wanted to give them something in return. Digging through her things, she pulled out a necklace strung with a pair of small beast fangs. It had been a birthday gift from her mother, she explained, and now she wanted it to be the symbol of their friendship. Shin Han accepted it with shining eyes. That evening, as the sun dipped low over the schoolyard, the three of them stood together and happily swore they would always remain friends. But just as their bond seemed solid, something unexpected shattered it. One day, Shin Han discovered that Bai Shui had suddenly transferred out of the school. Shocked, she rushed to Lin Zichen, who quietly confirmed it. He had seen Bai Shui signing the withdrawal papers with his own eyes. His thoughts returned to that moment. From outside the principal's office, he had seen Bai Shui sitting beside the principal and a tall man whose mechanical arms reflected the light with a cold gleam. The principal had assured the man that everything was properly handled and that all of Bai Shui's records would be kept strictly confidential. That scene only deepened Lin Zichen's suspicion. Bai Shui was anything but ordinary. From that day on, she vanished from their lives. He never saw her again. Yet as time moved forward, her disappearance was quickly overshadowed by events far more urgent. One evening, Lin Zichen stood behind his mother, Zhang Wanxin, gently massaging her shoulders. She let out a satisfied sigh, saying it felt perfect after spending the whole day typing. Lin Zichen smiled to himself. With the celestial root of wisdom, even professional-level massage techniques had become second nature to him, and now he was seeing just how useful they could be. The peaceful moment was suddenly broken when the television blared with breaking news. The anchor announced another shocking achievement by the Kyoto prodigy. At only 10 years old, the boy had successfully fused with aberrant beast genes. On the screen, he was shown lifting a massive 500-kilogram boulder with one hand. Lin Zichen's eyes widened. He recognized the boy immediately and felt a jolt of alarm. His rival had already begun gene fusion. His father, Lin Yansheng, clicked his tongue in annoyance, muttering that the Kyoto prodigy was on television almost every day. He scoffed, wondering if they were trying to turn the kid into some kind of influencer. As his parents began discussing it, Lin Yansheng added that the boy came from a 1,000-year-old martial arts clan, which meant they likely had access to extremely advanced fusion technology. Zhang Wanxin immediately snaps back that it's wrong to treat a child like some kind of test subject. Lin Yansheng shrugs and says that in families like that, the clan's interests always come before the child's. That earns him a sharp, cutting look from his wife. You really think you know everything, don't you? She fires back. While his parents argue, Lin Zichen sinks into his own thoughts. He remembers the report clearly. Before fusion, the Kyoto prodigy could only lift 100 kilograms. After fusing with aberrant beast genes, his strength had jumped to 500 kilograms, a full 5-fold increase. By comparison, Lin Zichen, who was only 8 years old and had never undergone gene fusion, could already lift 300 kilograms with one hand. A confident smile creeps across his face as he clenches his fist. His potential was far beyond that boy's. Then the mood shifts. The news suddenly cuts to an emergency report. A nearby city has been completely wiped out by a massive explosion. The screen shows the cause: a swarm of giant aberrant rats overrunning the streets. The footage is horrifying. Enormous, twisted rats pour through the ruins, and one of them is shown grabbing a screaming woman and devouring her alive. The anchors continue with grim voices, explaining that the attack was the work of heretics, a hidden cult that manipulates aberrant beasts to wage war against humanity. At a press conference, an official from Sakura country, the nation that was just destroyed, pleads for international help. He calls the heretics traitors to the human race, an anti-human organization that willingly serves the aberrant beasts. As Lin Zichen watches, a sense of relief washes over him. He was lucky to have been born in a powerful and stable country. Here, at least, he could grow stronger without being dragged into chaos too soon. That feeling doesn't last. Suddenly, deafening sonic booms tear through the night sky. Startled, Lin Zichen runs to the window and throws the curtain aside. Outside, a formation of heavily armed cyborgs is flying across the sky at high speed. Why were so many being deployed at once? A chill creeps in his chest. something terrible might already be happening. The next morning seems normal on the surface. Lin Zichen waits outside until Shin Qinghan comes hurrying over, panting as she apologizes for being late. As she gets closer, his gaze is drawn to the beast fong necklace hanging at her neck, the one Bai Shui had given them. For a brief instant, it emits a bright blue glow. Lin Zichen stiffens. The strange aura he once sensed finally makes sense. That necklace wasn't just a keepsake. It was made from an aberrant beast fong. The light fades just as quickly as it appeared. Neither of them say anything, but deep inside, unease continues to build. Between the swarm of cyborgs from last night and the necklace's sudden reaction, danger is clearly approaching. As they walk toward school, they pass a street lamp. Leaning against it is a striking woman with long red hair flowing over a sleek black dress. Her sharp eyes lock onto them the moment they come into view. With a playful smile, the woman remarks on how cute they look together and steps right into their path, asking if they are brother and sister. Before Lin Zichen can even speak, Shin Qinghan proudly shakes her head and announces that they are childhood best friends. The woman's smile turns faintly wistful as she murmurs that she wishes she had grown up with a friend like that. Then her tone shifts. A darker light flickers in her eyes as she leans closer and asks why the two of them are walking to school alone and where their parents are. Shin Qinghan starts to answer, but Lin Zichen grabs her hand and cuts her off, pulling her forward with a firm reminder that they're going to be late. He doesn't look back once. Only after they've gone some distance does he stop. He gives Shin Qinghan a quiet but serious scolding, telling her never to speak to strangers. She nods quickly, still shaken by the encounter. After school, Lin Zichen leads her down a shortcut through a deserted alley. Shin Qinghan looks around uneasily and whispers that the place feels scary. He calmly explains that the whole area is scheduled for demolition, which is why it's so empty. That's when a familiar, chilling voice echoes through the alley. The red-haired woman steps out of the shadows, her lips curling into a knowing smile as she remarks that school is finally over. This time she isn't alone. A massive man with bulging muscles stands behind her like a looming wall of flesh. "Shang," she calls lazily. "The kids are right here." Lin Zichen's heart sinks. He had deliberately taken a different route, yet she still found them. The woman puts on a sweet, coaxing tone and offers them treats, trying to lure them closer. Shang, however, quickly loses patience. He snarls at her to stop wasting time, then charges forward with a foul-smelling cloth in his hand. "Let's just knock them out and sell them," he growls. In that instant, Lin Zichen moves. He shoves Shin Qinghan aside and steps forward, his small body bracing itself. His fist tightens, every ounce of strength gathered into a single blow. He punches. The strike slams straight into Shang's face. The charge stops dead, and a split second later the force sends the huge man flying backward. His massive body crashes down the alley with a thunderous cry. The red-haired woman stares, eyes wide in disbelief. A child had just sent her towering partner flying. On the ground, Shang coughs violently, blood spilling from his mouth. Lin Zichen doesn't hesitate. He turns on the woman and drives a punch in her stomach, folding her over, then follows with a brutal uppercut that snaps her head back and drops her unconscious. Standing over the two fallen figures, his expression turns cold and unyielding. Lin Zichen picked up a loose brick from the ground, his expression dark. There were no cameras here, no witnesses. If these two were allowed to live, everything he had hidden could be exposed. His plan to grow stronger in secret would collapse. The answer was simple. He had to make sure they never woke up. Before he could bring the brick down, the earth suddenly shuddered beneath his feet. A violent tremor ripped through the alley. The wall of a nearby building exploded outward as a massive claw tore through the concrete. Dust and rubble flew as a gigantic aberrant rat forced its way into the alley, its monstrous form towering over everything. The beast didn't even glance at the children. Its attention locked onto the unconscious red-haired woman. With a single, brutal sweep of its claws, it sliced her head clean off. Blood sprayed through the air as her severed head was left dangling in the creature's grip. Shen Qinghan screamed, her voice breaking in terror. Lin Zichen reacted instantly. He scooped her into his arms and told her they were facing a giant aberrant rat and had to run. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted out of the alley, carrying her as fast as he could. Behind them, the ground shook again as something streaked through the sky. A flash of red and gold tore downward. A female cyborg with blonde hair and rabbit ear attachments on her helmet descended like a falling star. Even as they ran, Shen Qinghan managed to glance back over Lin Zichen's shoulder. "So fast," she whispered in awe. The cyborg landed behind the monster, her gauntlet glowing as she activated her weapon. "Anesthetic smoke," she said in a cold, mechanical voice. Shots fired in rapid bursts, exploding into thick clouds that filled the alley. Lin Zichen shielded Shin Qinghan as flames and smoke swallowed the area. The aberrant rat roared in agony, staggering as the anesthetic took hold. Taking advantage of the opening, the cyborg dashed forward in a blur. Her attacks struck again and again, ripping into the weakened beast until, with a final decisive blow, it collapsed and lay still. Later that night, Lin Zichen sat at home, watching the news coverage of the battle. His sharp eyes replayed every moment. After analyzing it, he came to a clear conclusion. The cyborg wasn't actually that powerful. She had needed to weaken the rat first, and even then it had taken her 7 full minutes to kill it. His thoughts turned to what he had learned about those monsters. Giant, aberrant rats, capable of growing over 10 meters long, were said to reach ordinary 5th tier. And he just faced one. Although he and Xin Han had escaped unharmed, the encounter left a deep mark on him. This world was far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. In silence, Lin Zichen swore to push himself harder than ever, to become strong enough to protect both himself and the people he cared about. Not long after, he was back in his training space, a heavy barbell resting across his shoulders as he forced his way through weighted squats. Each repetition earned him precious system points, another small step on his climb toward overwhelming power. Even with the shadow of aberrant rats hanging over the city, life kept moving. Before long, Lin Zichen and Xin Han were celebrating their 9th birthday together. Both families gathered around a towering cake. After making their wishes, they exchanged gifts. Using the celestial root of wisdom, Lin Zichen had learned wood carving in a single night, and he handed her a beautifully carved wooden hairpin. Xin Han's eyes lit up as she immediately slid it into her hair, happily declaring how much she loved it, her delight filling the room. Time continued to rush forward. In the blink of an eye, the two of them graduated from elementary school and prepared to enter middle school. As they left, Lin Zichen's system chimed, announcing that he had completed the achievement of dominating 9 years of compulsory education. Along with it came the titles Kindergarten Kid King and Elementary School Top Dog. Excitement surged through him. The next goal was already set. He had to obtain the middle school Overlord title, which promised the powerful attribute known as survival of the fittest. During the break, he pushed himself through merciless training. One exercise had him doing 1,000 push-ups while a massive boulder crushed down on his back, and with every rep, the system rewarded him with new stat boosts. Just before the new term began, all that effort paid off. After finishing a brutal 10-kilometer run, his system announced another breakthrough. He had advanced to ordinary 3rd tier. His physical abilities exploded. With one hand, he could now lift 700 kilograms. His vertical jump reached 4 meters, and he could sprint 100 meters in only 6 seconds. Even so, one thought kept nagging at him. How far had the Kyoto prodigy come? That night, the answer appeared on the news. A broadcast showed the 14-year-old prodigy demonstrating his latest power. Having fused with giant ant genes, he effortlessly lifted a 2,000-kilogram alloy block. Lin Zichen analyzed the footage, quickly doing the math. Giant ant genes were known to increase strength by 4 to 8 times. Without the enhancement, the prodigy's own strength would be only around 500 kilograms. He let out a slow breath, relief spreading through him. In raw strength, he was still ahead. A confident smile formed on his face. If this was what he could reach without any gene fusion, then with the right genes, his future potential would be terrifying. The next morning marked the start of middle school. Because he was the city's top student, invitations had poured in from elite schools. But in the end, he chose Shanghai Middle School, and only on one condition. Xin Han had to be placed in the same class as him. During registration, the principal and their new homeroom teacher greeted them warmly, praising Lin Zichen's achievements and saying how much they were counting on him in the coming years. After a few polite exchanges, he made an excuse and left with Xin Han. The real reason he picked Shanghai Middle School wasn't reputation at all. It was the school's advanced athletic facilities. Before classes had even begun, the two of them had already planned to go test out the badminton court. On the court, Xin Han bounced with excitement, turning to him with a bright grin. "Xiao Chun, let's start," she said as she served the shuttlecock with flair, proudly calling out the name of her move, the fairy's curveball. Lin Zichen caught it effortlessly in midair, but before they could continue, a group of upperclassmen walked onto the court. Their leader, wearing his cap backward, casually reached out and plucked the shuttlecock from the air, declaring that the court now belonged to them. His friends laughed and made crude jokes, suggesting that Xin Han could stay behind and spar with them instead. Xin Han straightened, refusing to give ground. She told them calmly that rules were rules and that she and Lin Zichen had arrived first. Lin Zichen's gaze sharpened as the boys moved closer to her. He stepped forward, his expression turning cold as he warned them to back off and reminded them of the simple rule of first come, first served. The leader sneered, full of arrogance, and said he didn't care about any rules. With a mocking grin, he tossed the shuttlecock into the air, preparing to serve it himself. Lin Zichen moved before the racket could swing. His voice rang out, cutting through the air, telling them that from now on, the only rules that mattered were his. In the same instant, he leapt and smashed the shuttlecock with terrifying force. It streaked across the court like a white flash. The leader barely had time to react before the impact shattered his racket and sent his cap flying. The upperclassmen froze, faces drained of color, sweat running down their temples. In hushed, trembling voices, They wondered if Lin Zichen was even human, if he might already be a gene fuser. One of them whispered in horror that if the shot had been just slightly off, their leader's head would have been blown apart. All their arrogance vanished. They bowed deeply, voices shaking as they apologized and swore they understood the rules now. Then they turned and fled the court without another word. Whether through rumor or sheer terror, no one ever tried to bully Lin Zichen or Shen Qinghan again. Aside from the larger campus and better facilities, their school life settled into a familiar rhythm. Academically, Lin Zichen was far ahead of everyone, having already mastered the middle school curriculum. In class, he spent his time quietly reading books that actually interested him. At night, after finishing his brutal training, he used the celestial root of wisdom to learn new skills online. Cooking, photography, driving, swimming, sports of every kind. He picked them up with frightening ease. But to earn the middle school overlord title, simply ranking first wasn't enough. Lin Zichen entered national competitions one after another, piling up trophies until they formed a mountain. Even so, he always held himself back just a little, never claiming first place every single time. Drawing too much attention was still too dangerous. By the end of the semester, the title still refused to appear. What Lin Zichen gained instead was a flood of unwanted attention. His desk was buried under stacks of love letters from girls all over the school, but he didn't even glance at them. Other than tutoring Shen Qinghan, his entire focus was locked onto the upcoming sports festival. If anything could finally push him over the edge, it would be overwhelming dominance there. For the festival, he signed up for only 3 events: shot put, high jump, and sprinting. They were pure tests of strength, explosive power, and speed. The results left everyone stunned. His shot put throw flew an unbelievable 201.1 meters. Even while deliberately holding back so he wouldn't look like a monster, he still crushed every opponent, taking first place in all 3 events without effort. As he sat beside Shen Qinghan afterward, a gold medal hanging from his neck, a powerful surge suddenly rippled through his body. A system message appeared before his eyes. Achievement unlocked. Middle school overlord. Because his performance had completely overshadowed every other student, he had now completed all 3 school-age titles. The dominant 9 years of compulsory education achievement was finally done, and with it came a brand new biological attribute: survival of the fittest. Power coursed through him as he realized what had just happened. The long-awaited title had finally been unlocked. Later that day, as he and Shen Qinghan walked home together, Lin Zichen turned the meaning of his new attribute over in his mind. Survival of the fittest meant that a predator could devour the life essence of other beings to evolve. But what exactly was life essence? Lost in thought, he barely heard Shen Qinghan calling out for him to wait. Her voice pulled him back, and a sudden idea formed. He turned to her and asked if he could borrow the beast fang necklace Bai Shui had given them. She handed it to him without hesitation. The moment his fingers closed around the fang, his system reacted. You have devoured a trace of the abyssal giant butterfly's life essence. Guidebook unlocked. Progress, 1%. A towering phantom appeared before his eyes. A massive dark butterfly with eerie, watchful eyes covering its wings. Lin Zichen's breath caught. That fawn wasn't from some ordinary beast. It was a tooth of the abyssal giant butterfly. That night, he searched everywhere for information about it. Yet no matter where he looked, there were no records, no traces, nothing at all. If he wanted answers, he would have to uncover them himself. Remembering that Bai Shui had given them 2 fangs, he dug through his belongings until he found the second one. When he absorbed its power, another notification appeared, confirming that he had devoured another trace of life essence. But the guidebook barely moved, stopping at only 2%. He stared at the fawn with a frown. There was almost nothing left inside it. If he wanted to truly unlock the abyssal giant butterfly's power, he would need something far greater. The next afternoon after school, Lin Zichen added biking to his routine. It was good for strengthening his body, but more importantly, it gave him a fast escape route if aberrant beasts ever appeared. Every day, he pedaled Shen Qinghan home, the 2 of them weaving through the busy city streets. On one of those rides, a man in a tracksuit suddenly called out his name. Lin Zichen hit the brakes and turned. The man hurried over with an energetic stride, introducing himself as Coach Guo from the school's martial arts team. With a wide grin, he praised Lin Zichen's performance at the sports festival, saying it was the best the school had ever seen. His eyes shone with excitement as he formally invited Lin Zichen to join the team, insisting that his athletic talent was even greater than his academic brilliance. He spoke so quickly and enthusiastically that Lin Zichen barely had time to respond at all. Before leaving, Coach Guo added that the team trained in Room C of the gym and told him to drop by any time. I'll be waiting, he called as Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan rode away. That evening, as the sun slipped below the horizon, Lin Zichen sat in his room ready to test his new ability, survival of the fittest. He clapped his hands, crushing a cockroach and a mosquito he had seen earlier. When he opened his palms, nothing happened. No warmth, no power, no system notification. With a frown, he realized that such tiny creatures were far too weak. They carried no life essence worth absorbing. Only stronger, more exotic beasts would be able to fuel his evolution. To prove it, he decided to take a bolder step. The next day, with Shin Han riding behind him on his bike, he headed toward a massive multi-story supermarket. Inside, endless aisles are lined with neatly packaged beast meat. Lin Zichen felt a surge of disappointment. Pre-packaged meat wouldn't work. He needed something fresh, something he could touch directly. Then a loud voice rang out. A butcher was advertising newly cut beast meat. Following the sound, Lin Zichen found a counter beneath a large sign that read fresh beast meat. Not pre-packaged, safe to eat. Shin Han looked at him in confusion as he told her to wait. He didn't explain. His gaze locked onto the butcher's table as his heartbeat quickened. This was his chance. He stepped forward and pressed his hand firmly against a slab of freshly cut beast meat. The moment he touched it, a wave of purple energy surged into his body, making every nerve tingle. Just as he had suspected, the meat still carried a powerful trace of life essence. He clenched his fist, unable to hide his smile. Shin Han stared at him, completely puzzled. Why would touching raw meat make him look so happy? She walked closer and asked what it felt like. Lin Zichen forced himself to stay calm, shrugged casually, and said it just felt fresher than normal. Then he asked if she wanted to try touching it too. She waves both hands like she's fending off a monster, shaking her head, so hard her ponytail nearly flies. No way. Absolutely not. She snaps that he has already touched enough meat for the two of them, and she is not letting him ruin anything else. But Lin Zichen has already confirmed what he needed. With a calm expression, he reaches for a pack of beast meat and drops in a basket, planning to test everything properly once they get home. Shin Han's eyes widen in pure shock when she realizes what he's doing. Beast meat is insanely expensive. Even the cheapest option, Ghost Shadow Squid, costs almost 1,000 yen per gene. She nearly panics, grabbing his sleeve and begging him to put it back, telling him at least to ask his mother first before spending that kind of money. Lin Zichen only chuckles and pats her head, his smile gentle and reassuring. He lies without hesitation, saying his mom already told him to buy plenty for both families. A scene flashes through his mind, Zhang Wanqin laughing, nodding, and happily agreeing to cook a huge feast for everyone. That part is half true. He really will share, but that isn't why he's buying this. What he truly needs is an answer. He has to know whether eating beast meat lets him absorb life essence directly. If touching it alone degrades the food, then his entire method is flawed. At the checkout, he pays nearly 30,000 yen for just 3 small packs of Ghost Shadow Squid. The cashier thanks him politely, and Lin Zichen accepts the receipt with a perfectly calm face, as if he didn't just spend a small fortune. Walking out of the store, even he can't help thinking about how ridiculous the price was. How many times in their lives would they ever be able to afford meat like this? By the time they finish shopping, the clock has already passed 9 at night. With the city growing more chaotic by the day, they decide not to linger and head straight home. On the bike ride back, Lin Zichen's mind is no longer on the streets or the traffic. It's locked onto one thing only, his experiment. He can't resist. Quietly, he rests his hand against one of the squid packages in the basket. Purple energy surges through him. His system responds instantly. Trace of Ghost Shadow Squid, life essence devoured. The moment the essence is absorbed, a new guidebook opens inside his system. But the progress bar barely twitches. 0.1%. Inside his mind, the ghostly form of a massive squid appears, its tendrils writhing, its many-colored eyes glaring with eerie intelligence. As he pedals through the dark streets, Lin Zichen calculates everything. That tiny bit of meat barely moved the bar. To reach full mastery, he would need at least 100 gene of Ghost Shadow Squid. At nearly 1,000 yen per gene, that came to a brutal total of 100,000 yen. But the squid's ability to dissolve into water and disappear without a trace was too powerful to ignore. No price was too high for that kind of escape. His direction is now set. If he wants that power, he has to make serious money on his own. Asking his family is not an option. Then he remembers the other reason he bought the meat. Slowly, his eyes drift to the package. Hours have passed, yet the squid still looks just as fresh as when he first picked it up. Relief washes through him, and a wide grin pulls at his lips. He can take the power and still keep the meat perfectly edible. As he keeps absorbing while riding, the progress bar steadily climbs until it hits 3%. Then Shin Han suddenly cries out, snapping him out of it. Lin Zichen slams the brakes, the tires shrieking as the bike skids to a brutal stop, missing a couple in a lane by a split second. He bows quickly in apology, but inside he's cursing himself for letting his guard down. How did the bike lane even get this crowded? Shin Han points ahead. When he follows her gaze, his chest tightens. A huge red-haired man is standing in the middle of the road, one arm locked around a woman's neck, a knife pressed against her throat. Shin Han gasps, and Lin Zichen's blood runs cold. The hostage is their teacher, Xia. The man screams at the crowd, spitting threats in every direction. Police have already surrounded the area, megaphones raised as they try to talk him down. The police captain grips Officer Abing's arm, warning him not to shoot. With the teacher being used as a shield, there's no clean angle. Abing suggests using sleeping gas, but the captain shakes his head. Too slow. If the man panics before it works, the hostage dies. While everyone hesitates, Lin Zichen quietly bends down and pinches a small pebble off the ground. He flicks his fingers. The stone slices through the air like a bullet and smacks into Officer Abing's gun. The sudden impact triggers a misfire. The shot flies wide and tears straight through the hostage-taker's hand. The man screams, dropping both the knife and Teacher Xia. "Move in," the captain roars. The officers rush forward, slamming the suspect to the ground and snapping on restraints. A female officer catches Teacher Xia before her legs give out, holding her steady as she trembles. She's shaken, but alive. With everything finally under control, Lin Zichen calmly climbs back on his bike. Shen Qinghan stares at him in disbelief and whispers if he was the one who threw the stone. He quickly tells her to be quiet and save it for later as he starts pedaling away. They barely make it a few meters before a sharp voice stops them. "Stop right there." The police captain calls out, asking if he was the one who threw it. Lin Zichen's heart jumps. With a stiff smile, he immediately denies it. The captain watches them ride off, frowning in confusion. Why would someone turn down credit for something like that? He mutters to himself that there's even a reward for bravery. That single word hits Lin Zichen like thunder. Reward? He skids to a halt, spins around, and sprints back. Scratching his head awkwardly, he admits it was him after all. With a perfectly straight face, he explains that the reward money is extremely important to him. The captain tells him to come to the station later to file a full report, promising he will personally make sure Lin Zichen gets the reward he earned. Relieved, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan message their families and start preparing to head over, already assuming the rest will be simple. That's when everything collapses. As the suspect is led away in cuffs, his body suddenly spasms. His face twists in a sickening way, bone and flesh warping as horrified officers realize what he truly is. A heretic. Right in front of everyone, his body mutates, swelling and reshaping into a massive, grotesque, aberrant rat. With a thunderous roar, he snaps the cuffs apart and slams his claws into the street, sending officers scrambling in panic. "Open fire!" The captain shouts into his radio, ordering his men to shield the civilians at any cost. Gunshots explode in a deafening storm, but the bullets ricochet harmlessly off the creature's thick hide. A frantic report crackles back. This heretic has fused with Rat King genes. Immediate backup is requested. Seeing the chaos, Lin Zichen grabs Shen Qinghan's hand and pulls her into a run, apologizing as he drags her along. Relief flickers through him when he realizes the mutant isn't chasing them, but he still knows they need to get as far away from the battlefield as possible. Then the sky tears open. A streak of light, wrapped in purple energy, plunges down from above. A female cyborg in sleek, futuristic armor drops from the heavens and smashes into the giant rat, blasting it backward as debris and dust explode outward. She hovers effortlessly in midair, short, dark purple hair framing her helmet as energy hums through her chest plate. A massive laser cannon begins to charge, purple light intensifying with every heartbeat. Her voice rings out, cold and absolute. Fire. A colossal beam erupts, swallowing the mutant rat whole. The monster screams as the energy tears it apart, thrashing wildly before dissolving into nothing but drifting ash. Lin Zichen stands frozen, staring at a level of power he never imagined he would witness. With the giant rat erased, the danger finally fades. Teacher Xia and Shen Qinghan let out long, shaky breaths as the tension drains away. Lin Zichen's attention, however, snaps somewhere else. His eyes go straight to his bike. When he sees it still intact, a quiet sigh escapes him. If that thing had been destroyed, the financial damage would have been brutal. But just as he relaxes, another blow hits. His gaze drops to the basket. The ghost shadow squid packages are ruined, their surfaces slimy and foul, the stench rising sharply into the air. His heart sinks. So his theory was right after all. Absorbing life essence really does cause beast meat to spoil. It just doesn't happen immediately. He lifts one limp tentacle, grimacing as the rotten smell hits him. Now he needs answers. Without hesitating, he immediately slips into a full performance. He tosses the spoiled meat onto the ground and loudly blames both the heretic and the cyborg's blast for ruining it, acting as if his heart has been shattered. It's all their fault. The meat's been roasted. Teacher Xia gently tries to comfort him, saying that what really matters is that everyone survived. At the police captain's request, they prepare to go home, only to be escorted instead to the station together with the security team. What none of them expect is that they end up riding in the same van as what's left of the heretic. On a metal gurney sits a lump of blackened, half-melted flesh. That's all that remains. The smell is overwhelming, thick and rotten, forcing everyone inside to pinch their noses. Lin Zichen sits quietly, but his thoughts are racing. He remembers by Shue's beast fangs how even after the creature's death, they still contain traces of life essence. A dangerous idea forms in his mind. If those fangs still held power, then this corpse might too. Even burned like this, it could still contain life essence. And if it does, could he devour it? Could he take the Rat King's gene for himself? Lin Zichen's eyes stay fixed on the charred remains, no longer thinking about the fight, but about what still hides inside that ruined body. How much of the Rat King's gene could be extracted from a corpse that is still warm? The thought barely settles before he acts. With a tiny movement of his fingers, he probes the body. A faint notification ripples through his mind. A fragment of giant mutant rat life essence devoured. Understanding strikes immediately. The fresher the corpse, the richer the essence. Once the warmth fades, almost nothing remains. It's a small discovery, but one that could change everything for him later. Nearby, Abing notices the movement and tells him to sit still. Lin Zichen casually replies that he has been sitting too long and just needed a stretch. The excuse is enough for Abing, not for the security captain. Those sharp eyes miss nothing. Lin Zichen becomes even more careful, knowing a single wrong move could draw attention. Before long, he is summoned to the public security office. The security captain has already filed the paperwork for his bravery reward, but that isn't why he called him in. He asks how a schoolboy, in the dark, could throw a stone with such precision, hitting the heretic's knife hand from so far away. It sounds absurd. Lin Zichen says he often trains his right hand, using it as a simple cover. Outwardly he looks calm, but he knows how weak the excuse really is. The captain's silence makes it obvious he isn't convinced, even though he lets it go for now. Just then, Shun Qinghan enters with Lin Zichen's parents. Worry is written all over their faces, and his mother rushes straight to his side. To his surprise, they hadn't gone home at all. They came straight here. His mother didn't bother explaining. She just pulled him in her arms, running her hands over him again and again, as if checking whether every part of him was still there. She didn't praise his bravery or ask what happened. All she cared about was that he was alive. Xiao Chen tried to reassure her, even mentioning the bravery award, but the worry in her eyes didn't ease. Gripping his hand tightly, she made him promise that if danger ever came again, he would hide first, protect himself first, and think about everything else later. He felt the weight behind those words. He gave his promise, even though deep down he knew there would be times when he couldn't keep it. As he was getting ready to leave, voices nearby drifted into his ears. Several young women from the public security office were talking about the Rat God cult, their anger obvious. They said the cult had grown bolder, even reaching into universities. Their main targets were students who couldn't legally get gene fusion, people easy to manipulate. The heretic who died tonight, they said, had once been a liberal arts student at Guanyin University, twisted by the cult's brainwashing. They all agreed the cult had to be wiped out, but killing a few followers wasn't enough. The real root of the problem was the Rat King. As long as that thing existed, the chaos would never truly stop. The name sinks deep into Xiao Chen's mind. On the way home, he looks up what he can. Most reports place the Rat God cult's main activity in Shanghai. Its members are mostly outcasts, people society discarded. In recent months, their actions have escalated, and many believe the Rat King has been ordering them to gather huge amounts of evolutionary resources. Xiao Chen thinks it through. If the Rat King is trying to evolve further, then hoarding those materials makes sense. But if it already has intelligence and ambition, then the danger is far worse. A thinking Rat King could bring catastrophe on a scale no cult ever could. He glances out the window and sees a massive rat cornering a cat in the street. For a brief second, he wonders if it has something to do with the Rat King. Then he forces himself to calm down. Big rats are common in the South. It probably means nothing. Still, the image leaves a bad feeling behind. Across from him, Shun Qinghan sits quietly. Too quietly. Xiao Chen notices right away. Ever since they were kids, her emotions had always been easy to read. If she was scared or uneasy, it showed. But now there's nothing on her face at all. The change is unsettling, and he briefly wonders if it has something to do with some hidden ability. He keeps the thought to himself, but it lingers. When they finally reach home, his mother immediately notices the missing meat. Her eyes widen in shock. Xiao Chen quickly explains that in the middle of all that chaos, he dropped it and couldn't worry about food with danger everywhere. She accepts it without question, just relieved that he came back safely. Xiao Chen lets out a quiet sigh inside. His father, however, reacts at once, already moving to go search for the lost meat. Xiao Chen calmly stops him, explaining that by now it would be spoiled and completely useless anyway. After a long moment of silence, his father finally gives up and stays home. Elsewhere, the security captain still can't shake the strange feeling Xiao Chen left behind. The image of a middle schooler throwing a stone with that level of deadly precision keeps replaying in his mind. No matter how he turns it over, it doesn't make sense. Suspicion refuses to fade. Then something stirs nearby. A rat steps into view, but it isn't normal. Its body is too large, too heavy, and far more threatening than any ordinary street vermin. A chill runs through him. His instincts flare. Without hesitation, he draws his weapon, lifts the gun, and fires, the bullet streaking straight toward the creature. The next morning, Lin Zichen sits in his classroom and lets out a slow breath. His thoughts keep drifting back to the battle from the night before. Compared to the heretic and that female cyborg, he is still far too weak. If he wants to survive in this world, he needs power, and fast. And that means resources. Beast meat like Ghost Shadow Squid is the key to pushing his guidebook forward. He runs through ideas, becoming an online influencer, selling study guides. All of them get dismissed almost immediately. They bring attention, and attention is the last thing he wants. What he needs is money and strength without being noticed. Then the answer becomes obvious. In this world, martial arts and gene fusion matter far more than grades ever will. That path leads to both power and income. Later that day, he heads to Building C, where the martial arts team trains. Inside, Coach Gua is drinking from a thermos when Lin Zichen greets him. The coach looks surprised and asks if he's here to join or just watch. Instead of answering, Lin quietly asks whether being on the team means competing in city tournaments and whether the rewards are worth it. Coach Gua's smile grows wider. Of course, prize money can reach tens of thousands. That's all Lin Zichen needs. He immediately says he's joining. Coach Gua, clearly pleased, gathers the team and announces their newest member, reminding everyone that Lin Zichen was the champion of the school sports meet. One by one, the members introduce themselves. Zhang Kai, Huang Tianxing, who goes by Ashing Li Shetong, Hani Sua. Then Lin Zichen gives his own introduction. Since he's never had formal training, Coach Gua starts with the basics, demonstrating simple punches and kicks. They look easy, he explains, but real mastery takes time. Even Li Shetong, their fastest learner, took a full week to get them right. Then he turns to Lin Zichen and tells him to try. Lin Zichen settles into his stance, and the celestial root of wisdom stirs. Clarity floods his mind. Just from watching once, every detail of the movements is already engraved into him. As he begins practicing the fist techniques, a system prompt flashes. His vitality, strength, dexterity, and proficiency all rise at once. His punches snap through the air, sharp and perfectly timed. Without slowing down, he flows straight into the leg techniques. Every kick powerful yet smooth. Another notification appears, boosting his leg strength, dexterity, and mastery. The entire training hall goes silent. Coach Gua and every team member is staring at him. What they expected to be awkward, beginner-level attempts have turned into flawless execution. Lin Zichen moves like someone who has trained for years, his body obeying him without the slightest hesitation. Coach Gua's jaw nearly drops. His grip on the thermos slips as he watches in disbelief. Techniques that usually take days just to imitate are being performed perfectly on the first try. One thought burns in his mind. This isn't normal talent. Lin Zichen is a once-in-a-generation martial arts prodigy. That evening in Shanghai, his mother, Zhang Wanqin, calls him out for dinner. Lin rushes over with a spoon in hand, already asking what she made. She sets down a steaming plate of ghost shadow squid, and the rich scent fills the room. Lin inhales deeply, telling her it smells incredible. She laughs and tells him to eat while it's hot. He takes one bite and immediately praises her cooking as the best in the world. Smiling proudly, she tells him to eat as much as he wants. She bought 3 full jeans just for him. As he eats, a system notification appears. A trace of ghost shadow squid, life essence absorbed. Guidebook progress, 3.01%. Lin freezes. So eating it works just as well. If he had known that, he wouldn't have wasted the first batch with his experiments. While they keep eating, the television runs in the background. A news report announces that a 14-year-old girl has become the youngest cyborg in history. After fusing with an energy core, she now lifts a 5,000-kilogram SUV with one hand, runs 100 meters in 3 seconds, and leaps 8 meters straight into the air. Lin watches quietly, thinking about the debate shaking the world. Between the Kyoto prodigy's gene fusion and this girl's cybernetic body, which path truly leads to greater power? Before he can think further, another urgent report cuts in. The anchor announces that Captain Han Shan, the same officer from last night, has been found dead in his office. Surveillance footage shows a massive mutant rat breaking in, ripping him apart, and devouring his body. The screen fills with the image of medics, pushing his remains away on a stretcher. Lin's stomach tightens as the image of that giant rat from last night flashes through his mind. Was it the same monster? The thought of creatures like that roaming freely through the city sends a chill through him. The captain's death isn't just a tragedy, it's a warning. His gaze hardens. From that moment on, Lin drives himself without mercy. Training becomes brutal. His speed explodes forward until he's running 100 meters in just 4.61 seconds. His power surges with it. His vertical jump climbs to 5.3 meters, and his grip grows so strong he can lift 1,200 kilograms with one hand. Between savage solo drills and non-stop practice with the school's martial arts team, every ounce of his energy is poured into getting stronger. The city tournament is getting closer, and he knows he can't afford to slow down. The next morning, Lin Zichen heads toward the gym for training, with Shin Qinghan following behind him. On the way, A pink-haired girl steps forward with a bright smile, offering him a cold bottle of fresh milk. Lin thanks her politely, but declines and keeps walking. The smile on her face fades into clear disappointment. From nearby, Zhang Kai's been watching everything. His fists clench as anger boils over. The boy who humiliated him at the sports meet has just brushed off the girl he admires. He storms forward and blocks their path. He snaps at Lin Zichen, accusing him of being rude and hurting the girl's feelings. Lin calmly says he's allergic to milk. Zhang Kai scoffs, calling him a liar, his temper flaring. He points straight at Lin and throws out a challenge, a sparring match. If Zhang Kai loses, he'll leave Lin alone forever. But if Lin loses, he has to drink the entire bottle of milk. The moment the words leave his mouth, a system message appears before Lin's eyes. A new achievement mission has been unlocked. Defeat 1,000 different opponents in formal battles to awaken the survival of the fittest trait. A dangerous smile curls across Lin's lips. His body seems to give off a faint, ominous purple glow. This is exactly what he's been waiting for. He accepts without hesitation. News of the duel spreads instantly. By the time they reach the gym, it's already crowded, students forming a wide ring around the sparring area, the air buzzing with excitement. Most of them are on Lin's side, especially the girls who cheer loudly for him, urging him to crush his opponent. The pink-haired girl stands among them, phone raised, ready to record everything. Zhang Kai scans the crowd, his expression dark. Their absolute confidence in his defeat burns, even though deep down he knows it's not unfounded. Lin's growth over the past month has been terrifying. Even so, Zhang Kai treats this duel as his last chance. A chance to prove himself, crush the rumors, and take back his pride. Lin, on the other hand, looks completely relaxed. With a straight face, he even says he needs to get home for dinner and asks if they can finish quickly. To Zhang Kai, it sounds like pure mockery. He sneers, promising to give Lin his quick fight. Coach Gua steps between them as the referee, raising his hand and reminding them of the rules before signaling the start. But just before it begins, Zhang Kai suddenly calls for a halt. With a smug grin, he announces loudly that he has trained for nearly 2 years, while Lin has barely trained for a month. To make things fair, he declares that Lin can have the first 3 moves. Lin Zichen simply nods. The moment the words leave his lips, he moves. His body blurs as he crosses the distance before Zhang Kai can even react. In that same instant, Lin throws a single punch. It lands. Blood sprays from Zhang Kai's nose as his eyes roll back, and his body goes slack. He crashes to the floor, unconscious, dropped by one blow. The gym freezes. Not a single sound is heard. Coach Gua stands there in shock, thermos forgotten in his hand, before finally shouting that the match is over. The martial arts team stares in disbelief. The surrounding students murmur in stunned voices. What was supposed to be a fight ended in a single second. Then the silence explodes into cheers. Shin Xinghan pumps her fist in the air, shouting happily. The girls, including the pink-haired one, scream excitedly, calling Lin incredible. Standing over his fallen opponent, a system message flashes in Lin Zichen's vision. By defeating a rival and gaining the admiration of the opposite sex, he has earned priority, mating rights. At the same time, his new mission advances. 1 out of 1,000. This is only the start. To awaken the survival of the fittest trait, he will need many more battles. His eyes sweep across the remaining members of the martial arts team. With a friendly but unsettling smile, he invites them to spar as well. Their faces turn pale. One claims he has cram school. Another says his mother is waiting with dinner. Others clutch their stomachs, suddenly sick. Excuses pour out in panic. Before anyone can escape, Zhang Kai lets out a groan and forces himself up onto his knees. Rage burns in his eyes as he shouts that Lin only won with a sneak attack. He refuses to accept defeat, swearing there will be a rematch where he will crush him. Coach Gua cuts him off sharply, telling Zhang Kai to accept his loss like a man. Still uneasy, he mutters that maybe Lin's terrifying punch was just luck. To be sure, he turns and calls out another name. Xiaozi. The spiky-haired boy stiffens like he's been sentenced. His legs shake as he steps forward. Even when he raises his fists into a stance, his face is pale with fear. In a trembling voice, he begs Lin not to hit his face. 10 minutes later, the truth is impossible to deny. Several members of the martial arts team are sprawled across the floor, all unconscious. Lin Zichen stands calmly among them, thinking to himself that he didn't even go all out, only exchanging a few light blows. When he checks his system, however, his mood drops. Aside from Zhang Kai, none of these fights counted. His rival counter still reads 1 out of 1,000. So that's how it works. Casual sparring doesn't matter. Only official matches count. As he's processing this, a heavy hand slams onto his shoulder. Coach Gua is grinning like a man who just struck gold. To him, Lin isn't just talented, he's a once-in-a-generation genius. In barely over a month, Lin has already crushed everyone and become the team's absolute ace. With him leading, Coach Gua declares, their school will dominate the regional tournament and take first place. Lin's eyes gleam. The tournament is exactly what he needs. Dozens of official opponents, all lined up for him to defeat. Every victory will push him closer to awakening the survival of the fittest trait. Then a voice interrupts. Zhang Kai, somehow conscious again, staggers upright and points at Lin. In a bizarre twist, he loudly announces his surrender with an overly dramatic, disturbingly detailed speech of submission. The words are so graphic that everyone freezes in horror. Shen Qinghan, Coach Gua, even Lin himself are left completely speechless. Before Zhang Kai can finish, the coach and the remaining students hurriedly flee the scene. Left alone, Zhang Kai grumbles in frustration that no one even listened to him until the end. Outside the gym, the world keeps moving. In this era, high school students must choose their path: martial arts or academics. With danger everywhere, martial arts is seen as the only real way to survive. Shen Qinghan doesn't hesitate. She joins the martial arts track and begins training beside Lin. Their days become brutal. 30,000 meters of running for endurance, an hour of close combat drills, endless push-ups and sit-ups to forge their bodies. At the end of every session, Lin helps loosen her sore muscles with a massage. And Lin himself never slows down. Every day, he pushes harder, driven by one goal alone: to dominate the tournament and break through his system's next threshold. A full month vanished into nothing but blood, sweat, and brutal training, and when the dust finally settled, the day Lin Zichen had been waiting for arrived. The regional martial arts tournament was here. This wasn't just a competition. This was his gateway to power, his chance to prove that his evolution had already begun. Inside the massive city gymnasium, the main stage roared with noise. Thousands of voices crashed together as fighters from every school gathered. And in the waiting zone, the pressure was thick enough to choke on. Coach Gua stared at the match list, his face growing darker with every line he read. Shanghai High had drawn the worst possible opponent right out of the gate. Shanghai No. 1 High, the undisputed monsters of the circuit. One of the students swallowed nervously and muttered that their opponents even had a sprinter who could run 100 meters in under 9 seconds. The words hit like a curse. Whatever confidence they had left drained out of the room. That was when Lin Zichen quietly raised his hand. His voice was steady, calm, almost bored as he said he would go first. Coach Gua looked at him for a long moment, weighing the risk, then finally nodded. If anyone could crack open this nightmare matchup, it was their ace. Lin Zichen walked toward the arena while Han Han cheered wildly from the sidelines, and Coach Gua shouted encouragement through a megaphone. Across from him, a massive figure stepped forward. The fighter from No. 1 High was built like a wall, his muscles swelling beneath his uniform. He gave Lin a lazy nod, praising him for even making it this far as a freshman. Then his smile twisted into contempt. He mocked Lin's height, sneering that someone under 1.7 meters had no right to stand on this stage. Flexing his arm, he promised to show Lin what real strength looked like. The referee's hand dropped. The giant charged, his fist ripping through the air like a cannon shot. But Lin Zichen didn't retreat. He slid past the attack with effortless precision and drove his own fist straight into his opponent's chest. The impact was explosive. The huge fighter was blown off his feet, skidding across the arena floor before going completely limp. Unconscious, defeated, in one strike. For several seconds, the entire gym was silent. Even the announcer froze before finally stammering out Lin Zichen's victory. Han Han screamed in delight, calling her Xiao Chun amazing as Shanghai High erupted into celebration. Students crowded around Coach Gua, laughing and shouting that Lin was a true monster, that their opponent was nothing but useless muscle. On the other side, the coach from No. 1 High was seething. He barked at his fallen student for charging in without discipline or proper footwork, his fury barely contained. Standing in the arena, Lin Zichen saw a familiar glow flash across his vision. Another rival defeated, his rank climbing, his elimination count ticking up to 2,100. He clenched his fist, a faint smile forming. This was exactly the kind of battlefield he had been waiting for. But the fight was nowhere near finished. The enraged coach from No. 1 High immediately called for their next combatant, ordering him to crush the freshman and end this embarrassment. Chen Fong stepped forward without hesitation. Calm, cold, completely different from the reckless brute before him. As he entered the arena and took his stance, his sharp, focused presence made it clear that the real battle was only just beginning. The announcer's voice rang out, and the match began. Chen Fong moved first. In a single breath, he exploded forward, his body blurring as a storm of fists and kicks tore through the space between them. Every strike was sharp, fast, and precise, a relentless wave meant to overwhelm. Lin Zichen didn't even blink. One of Chen Fong's kicks came screaming toward him, and Lin caught it with a single hand. The impact didn't stop there. It rebounded straight back through Chen Fong's body like a shockwave. His balance shattered. His body spun helplessly through the air before crashing down on the arena floor, completely unconscious. A wave of gasps rolled through the stadium. Medics sprinted in, lifting Chen Fong onto a stretcher as one of them urgently called for a head scan. The crowd erupted into chaos. Some shouted that Shanghai High's freshman was unbelievably lucky. Others roared in anger, accusing the tournament of being rigged and demanding their money back. Only one man saw the truth. The coach from number 1 high dropped his face into his hands. This wasn't luck. This first year was real, and he was terrifying. Back in a waiting zone, he forced himself to calm down and immediately changed his strategy. He called for their next fighter, Ga Fei, a sharp-featured boy with spiky hair. His order was simple and absolute: defend at all costs. Under no circumstances could he afford another reckless loss. Ga Fei waved it off with a grin. There was nothing to worry about. Victory was guaranteed. As he walked toward the ring, he dismissed Lin Zichen's wins as cheap tricks. To him, true power came from speed and experience, and he had both. A sub-9-second 100-meter sprint and years of training made defeat feel impossible. The audience buzzed. People praised Ga Fei's lightning-fast movements, and whispers spread that his father was a gene fusion user, explaining his unnatural talent. Most of the crowd was already convinced Lin Zichen's run would end here, even if they had to admit the freshman was impressive. The signal sounded. Ga Fei attacked instantly. Ignoring his coach's shouted warnings, he launched into a brutal opening kick, followed by a storm of blazing punches. Energy surged through his fists as he unleashed his signature technique, flowing water shatters rock. From the sidelines, his coach nearly lost his mind. Ga Fei was supposed to defend, not charge in, but Ga only sneered. A genius like him didn't need to hide behind defense. Lin Zichen slipped through the barrage, as if he were walking through rain. Instead of being pressured, his eyes gleamed with interest. He wasn't just dodging. He was studying, memorizing the technique in real time. Ga Fei's attacks grew more frantic as none of them landed. His breathing grew ragged. Finally, he stopped and demanded to know how Lin Zichen kept slipping past everything. Lin Zichen looked at him calmly and asked if that was all he had. The question hit harder than any punch. Ga Fei snapped, launching himself forward in a wild, desperate flurry. To Lin Zichen, the pattern was already laid bare. Every strike was obvious. Every movement was easy to read. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the outcome was already sealed. Enough. It was time to end it. Ga Fei threw one last reckless punch. Lin Zichen stepped aside as if he had already seen it coming, then drove a single, brutal kick straight into Ga Fei's midsection. The impact shut his body down instantly. He collapsed where he stood, the fight over in a blink. For a heartbeat, the entire arena froze. Then the roar erupted. Shanghai High's side exploded into deafening cheers, the sound shaking the gym itself. Han Han and Coach Guo were screaming at the top of their lungs, calling their Xiaochen a monster as they celebrated his third straight victory. From there, it stopped being a contest. One by one, the remaining fighters stepped in, only to be crushed just as easily. Lin Zichen cut through all 5 opponents from the rival school by himself, leaving nothing behind but stunned silence and broken pride. And it didn't end there. Over the next 2 days, the same scene played out again and again. Lin Zichen dismantled 2 more schools on his own, his momentum never slowing. By the time it was over, Shanghai High stood as the champion. Medals shone on their chests, a trophy gleamed in their hands, and Lin Zichen stood at the center of it all. Yet when he checked his system, a cold reality hit him. His rival count was only 161,000. At this rate, unlocking the natural selection attribute would take years. The thought left him deeply unsatisfied. At least there was some compensation. Coach would turn out to be surprisingly generous, handing Lin Zichen the largest share of the prize money. 20,000 yuan went straight into his hands. Combined with what he had already earned from academic competitions, his total rose to 30,000 yuan. He spent every last bit of it in one trip to the supermarket. Ghost Shadow squid meat. That was all he bought. For weeks, it became his only food. By the time he had consumed 30 gene, his codex showed 33% progress on the Ghost Shadow squid. The change was obvious. Constant training mixed with endless beast meat pushed his body into a breakthrough. By his second year of middle school, he stepped from Tier 3 into Tier 4. His strength, speed, and raw power surged to terrifying levels. With one hand, he could now lift nearly 1,900 kilograms. He could leap more than 5.5 meters straight up and run 100 meters in just over 4 seconds. Time didn't slow down for anyone. Soon, both he and Han Han graduated from the middle school division of Shanghai High. But the joy didn't last. When the high school entrance exam results arrived, everything fell apart. Han Han sat alone in her room, tears streaming down her face. Her voice shook as she asked why. After all her effort, after all the dreams they had shared, why couldn't they go to the same high school? Lin Zichen told her the truth as gently as he could. He had placed first in both liberal arts and martial arts. Her academic scores were excellent too, but her martial arts result wasn't enough for Shanghai High's elite class. She broke down even harder, asking what would happen to them now. He told her the principal of Shanghai High was coming to his home soon, most likely to recruit him personally. Then, quietly, he asked if she would come with him. Her heart sank. Through her tears, she shook her head. The principal wasn't coming for her. He was coming for Lin Zichen alone. Lin Zichen refused to let her collapse into despair. He took Han Han's hand and gently pulled her to her feet, his grip steady and reassuring. When she looked up, she saw absolute certainty in his eyes. There was no need to worry. He already had a plan. If Shanghai High wanted him, then they would have to accept his terms. Han Han would be his deskmate, as promised. The principal of Shanghai High soon arrived at Lin Zichen's home. She sat down with his mother and Han Han, the three of them spending hours discussing his future. There was no ambiguity in her tone. She wanted him at her school, no matter the cost. When the meeting finally ended, the principal stood to leave. But before stepping out the door, she turned back and made one final offer. If Lin Zichen agreed to stay, she would grant him any request he wished. He didn't hesitate. His condition was simple. Han Han had to remain in the same class as him. The principal looked at the nervous girl, repeated her name once, then nodded without the slightest pause. It was agreed. With a faint smile, she told them both to report to Shanghai High together when the new school year began. Relief and joy flooded the room. Lin Zichen and Han Han bowed deeply in gratitude. Their future was finally secure. Before leaving junior high behind, Lin Zichen entered one last martial arts tournament. The result was exactly as expected. His overwhelming strength carried the team straight to another championship without resistance. This time, he already knew where every bit of the prize money would go. His Ghost Shadow Squid Codex was only 20% away from completion, and the winnings were just enough to push it all the way. To avoid any unwanted attention, he traveled deep into a remote forest outside Shanghai. There, without hesitation, he consumed the last of the squid's essence. A violent surge of blue light erupted around him. The system rang out as massive life force poured into his body. His muscles trembled, his blood burned, and the codex bar climbed rapidly before locking in place at 100%. A new message appeared. Ghost Shadow Squid Codex unlocked. Biological attribute acquired. Blessing of liquid affinity. The ability gave him a deep connection to water, the freedom to move within it, and even the ability to fade into aquatic environments. But as the glow faded, Lin Zichen simply stood there, holding the limp squid tentacles in his hands. A faint frown formed on his face. After everything he had invested, the result felt disappointing. He decided to test it anyway. At a nearby pond, he slipped into the water. Something was different. His skin never wrinkled, no matter how long he stayed submerged, and swimming felt unnaturally smooth, as if the water itself offered no resistance. Still, it wasn't the kind of power that changed everything. Floating quietly, he accepted the truth. The Ghost Shadow Squid was only a low-tier beast. Of course its ability would be limited. If he wanted truly powerful attributes, only two paths remained. Either he gathered enough money to buy higher-grade beast meat, or one day, he became strong enough to hunt dangerous wild mutant beasts with his own hands. The memory of those massive mutant rats burned itself into Lin Zichen's mind, hardening his resolve. He clenched his fist, knowing one thing with absolute certainty. He had to become stronger. With only a week left before school began, his mother and Han Han's family decided to take a short trip. Part of it was meant to be a break, and part of it was to let him test his new liquid affinity. Lin Zichen chose the sea. When they stepped into the surf, Han Han immediately shivered, complaining that the water was ice cold. Lin Zichen, however, felt completely at ease, as if the ocean itself was welcoming him. He told her to take it slow, then suddenly dove forward, his body slicing through the waves at terrifying speed. Every stroke and every dive fed his system, rewarding him with more stat points as he swam, pushing his growth even further. From the shore, Han Han called out nervously, asking him to teach her how to swim. The words made him pause. He had forgotten. She never learned. Poking his head out of the water, he waved her over and began guiding her carefully, step by step. He expected it to be difficult. With her average physical ability, she should have struggled. Instead, she adapted almost instantly. Han Han burst out laughing, saying the water felt natural to her, as if she had been born to move through it. Before he could react, she dove on her own, gliding through the sea with smooth, effortless grace. When she came back up, Lin Zichen froze. A faint blue glow shimmered around her in the water. Han Han's eyes were shining as she excitedly said it felt incredible. Normally, opening her eyes underwater should have stung, but instead it felt cool and soothing, like being wrapped in something gentle. Lin Zichen's heart sank. This wasn't normal. No matter how gifted someone was, no one should gain swimming and diving proficiency this fast. Then a memory surfaced. Han Han's childhood bedwetting whenever she was nervous. At the time it had seemed like a weakness, but now, what if it was something else? A hidden water affinity that had always been inside her. The thought sent a chill through him. It sounded like the kind of rare cultivation body from the novels his parents used to read. He needed to be sure. They kept diving, and the results only made it more unbelievable. Han Han held her breath underwater for over 10 minutes, something no beginner should ever be able to do. Then her expression suddenly changed. A strange vibration rippled through the water, a low swirling hum that grew louder by the second. Both of them looked up at the same time, alarms surging through their chests. They burst back to the surface. Han Han cried out as glowing blue currents spiraled around her, pulsing with an eerie, living energy. That night, they walked side by side along the moonlit beach. After a long silence, Lin Zichen finally asked her what she had experienced underwater. Han Han shuddered as she answered. She said she kept hearing something the entire time, a strange, unsettling sound whispering beside her ear. He asked her what it sounded like. Her face went pale as she shook her head and said it was a woman's voice, speaking in an unknown language, repeating over and over until the moment she came back up. Seeing how shaken she was, Lin Zichen quietly brought her back to the hotel, staying close as he tried to calm her down. Later, after Han Han finally fell asleep, Lin Zichen sat alone in the dim hotel room, scrolling through page after page on his phone, searching for anything that could explain a mysterious female voice beneath the sea. No matter how deep he dug, nothing turned up. There were no legends, no scientific reports, no myths that matched what she had heard. The unease wouldn't leave him, so he did the only thing he could. He trained. He dropped to the floor and began weighted sit-ups, one after another, forcing his body past exhaustion. 100, 300, 500. He didn't stop until he crossed 1,000. The moment he finished, a violent surge exploded through his veins. A system message flashed. He had advanced to ordinary tier 5. The surprise lasted only a moment before a fierce exhilaration took over. At tier 5, he could now stand toe-to-toe with a fully grown giant mutant rat. He clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power packed inside it. Tearing one of those monsters apart with his bare hands was no longer fantasy. Under the star-filled sky, he returned to the empty beach to test himself. The improvement was absurd. His 100-meter dash dropped to just 3.64 seconds. His vertical jump soared close to 7 meters. And when he grabbed a parked car nearby, he lifted the 1,600-kilogram vehicle off the sand with a single hand. The breakthrough was real. Soon after, the vacation ended, and life moved forward. Lin Zichen and Han Han stepped into their new chapter together as students of Shanghai High. On their very first day, they arrived early for classroom duty. 2 new girls immediately recognized him, whispering excitedly about how handsome he was and how lucky they were to be assigned next to him. Lin Zichen was caught off guard by how quickly his reputation had spread. Then something even stranger happened. Simply doing class duty triggered a brand new system quest. The requirement was clear: complete 1,000 cooperative tasks to unlock a new biological attribute called social animal. As he swept the floor beside Han Han, he couldn't help wondering what kind of power something like that would bring. After school, with the new term just beginning, he headed straight to the massive supermarket. The Ghost Shadow Squid Codex was already complete. It was time to find his next target. Walking through the chilled beast meat section, he suddenly stopped. Inside one of the refrigerated cases sat a severed head, its fierce eyes still sharp. Savage giant eagle. The price tag read 1,998 yuan per gene. A slow grin spread across his face. This was it. This would be his next codex. The savage giant eagle was a higher grade aberrant beast, far above the ghost shadow squid. Its eyesight was 30 times sharper than a human's, allowing it to track even the fastest prey with terrifying accuracy. Back in his room, Lin Zichen studied the eagle meat carefully. Unlocking its guidebook was worth every effort. Vision like that would be a decisive advantage in battle. What made it even better was the price. 1,998 yuan per gene was incredibly cheap compared to other high-tier beasts. He pressed his hand against the cold flesh. Blue light surged outward. The system confirmed it instantly. A trace of the eagle's life essence had been absorbed, and 1% of the savage giant eagle's guidebook had been unlocked. Running the numbers, Lin Zichen quickly realized the truth. One gene only gave him 1%. To fully complete the savage giant eagle codex, he would need to spend more than 200,000 yuan. Middle school prize money would never be enough. But high school tournaments were different. The rewards there were far greater. If he wanted that codex before his second year, there was only one path forward. He had to win, and he had to win big. As summer faded away, his new life at Shanghai High officially began. On the first day, the teachers lined up at the front of the classroom one by one. There was the martial arts and homeroom teacher, followed by the mechanical modification instructor, the gene fusion specialist, and finally the wilderness survival teacher. Once the introductions were done, it was the students' turn. A tall girl with long purple hair stood up first. Chu Shi, she said her specialty was in the arts. After her came a cheerful pink-haired girl named Joan, who happily talked about her love for anime, cosplay, and sports. Then a boy called Peng Huaguang introduced himself, saying he preferred staying home to play video games. When Han Han stood up, the room went quiet. So many eyes on her made her nervous, but she still pushed through. She softly said her name, mentioned that she liked drawing, and politely asked everyone to take care of her. Then Lin Zichen rose from his seat. He gave nothing extra, just his name, and a simple request for everyone's support. Before anyone realized it, The first day slipped by. After class, a brown-haired girl suddenly walked up to Han Han. The abrupt approach made Han flinch, but the girl didn't waste time. She asked about Han's entrance exam score. Han Han hesitated, then quietly said it was 709. Trying to return the question, she politely asked the girl, Chu Shi, about hers. Chu looked impressed and blurted out that Han's score was more than 10 points higher than her own, 698. Then Chu Shi shifted to the physical fitness test. She admitted she had only scored 95 out of 100 and asked Han about hers. Han's heart sank. She stumbled over her words, tried to dodge the question. Her real score was 79, barely enough to get into the elite class. Saying it out loud felt unbearable. Chu Shi didn't notice her discomfort at all. She smiled brightly and started guessing. 94, maybe 93. Han lowered her head, her voice barely audible as she said it was even lower. Chu Shi kept guessing in the low 90s, every number making Han feel worse. Then a loud slam cut through the air. A hand came down on the desk between them. Both girls jumped. Lin Zichen was standing there. Calmly, he leaned forward and asked Han Han if she wanted to add him on WeChat. The sudden attention from him left Chu Shi frozen for a moment, then flustered. Han Han nodded quickly, happily agreeing. From her seat, Han let out a quiet breath of relief. The awkward moment was gone, and she silently thanked Lin Zichen for stepping in. Without even pausing, Lin Zichen turned to another classmate, Hiyu, and casually asked to exchange contact details as well. Once they were all connected, Lin Zichen quickly set up a small 4-person group chat. The system chimed immediately. Task complete. His progress toward the social animal achievement ticked upward, now sitting at 2 out of 1,000. He took note of how absurdly easy this quest seemed. The group started chatting right away, trading bits of their lives. Lin Zichen mentioned he was from Nuan City, where his family ran a well-known martial arts dojo, and casually added that he had placed 8th in the city's youth martial arts tournament. Chu Shi followed, explaining that her family owned a chain of clothing stores, giving her a comfortable background. Shun and Hiyu shared their own stories, and before long, the awkwardness faded, replaced by something that felt like real friendship. As the atmosphere grew relaxed, Hiyu suddenly threw out a playful question. Who did they think was the strongest student in their class? Chu Shi didn't hesitate. She pointed straight at Lin Zichen, saying that anyone who ranked first in the entire district's entrance exam had to be the strongest. Hiyu stared at him in shock, clearly impressed. Lin Zichen only smiled and shook his head. Being first on paper didn't mean much in real combat. Then he revealed something that caught all of them off guard. The principal had gone out of her way to recruit 2 exceptional students from Nuan City into their class. He pointed them out. Wang, the blonde-haired boy ranked 3rd in the entire city, had terrifying speed. His 100-meter dash was just under 8 seconds. The other was Lu Gang, a towering figure whose strength was so overwhelming he could lift a 300-kilogram barbell with one hand. The class was stunned. Shun Han and Chu Shi stared in disbelief, their confidence shaken by such monstrous talent. Lin Zichen, however, felt nothing. He almost laughed. Those feats were things he had already surpassed back in elementary school. Before long, the bell rang again, announcing the distribution of textbooks. This semester would cover 4 major subjects: martial arts, gene fusion, mechanical modification, and wilderness survival. Lin Zichen had already learned all of it on his own. There was no reason to sit around. So he went to train. As he pushed his body, his thoughts drifted to the real dangers outside the school. The Rat God cult was still active. A few low-level followers had been caught, but the Rat King, the cult's leader, was still free. If Lin Zichen ever wanted to face that threat, he would need to reach Tier 6 as fast as possible. Only then would he be strong enough to confront the Rat King directly. Their first practical lesson was wilderness survival. Teacher Shi Changbi brought the class into a nearby forest and asked if anyone could start a fire by drilling wood. Hiyu muttered that it was pointless, but to everyone's surprise, Wang and Lu Gang both stepped forward and succeeded. The teacher clapped in approval and asked how they had learned the skill. Lu Gang said he picked it up at a summer camp, while Wang Shuja casually claimed he mastered it just by watching videos online. After that, Lin Zichen quietly showed the same technique to his own group, walking them through every step until they could all start a fire with ease. Then came martial arts class. Instructor Yao Yuanfeng announced he would be teaching a special breathing and cultivation technique. Before he could even get into it, Wang Shujia and Lu Gang stepped forward again, boasting that they had already learned it. They demonstrated in front of everyone, their movements rough and imperfect, but still usable. Lin Zichen had long since perfected the technique, but he stayed silent, choosing to keep his true ability hidden. Days slipped into weeks. A full month passed without anything unusual, until one afternoon in mechanical modification class, their teacher, Caillou Fieri, suddenly announced a practical exam to test their progress. He also announced prize money for the top 3. First place would get 888 yuan. Second would get 666. Third would get 333. Lin Zichen instantly calculated the value. First place alone was almost half a gene of savage giant eagle meat. That was all the motivation he needed. The exam began. At the same time, the gene fusion teacher, Lu Durin, surprised them with a test of his own, using the exact same reward structure. By the time both brutal exams ended, the entire class was drained. Hayu collapsed onto his desk and groaned. Several students complained about how difficult the tests had been. One girl muttered that she had hoped for a 90, but now she would be lucky just to pass with 60. Wang Shujie and Lu Gang, however, were in high spirits. Wang said he had probably only lost points on the final question and expected a 95. Lu Gang said the same about himself. Hearing them, Hayu clenched his fists, fighting the urge to punch them. The mechanical modification teacher began announcing the results. Gui Yanling was first, with 52 points. Then came Han Han with 61, just barely passing. Her eyes lit up as she turned to Lin Zichen to tell him. He smiled and congratulated her, acknowledging how hard she had worked. Next came Hayu with an impressive 88. His friends cheered, and he laughed it off, saying it was just luck. With a grin, he promised to treat everyone using his third-place prize of 333 yuan. Then the teacher announced that Lu Gang and Wang Shujie had both scored 95, exactly as they had predicted. They were praised for missing a perfect score by only one question. Wang Shujie confidently said that with 10 more minutes, he would have solved the last problem, and Lu Gang immediately agreed. Hearing them talk like that made Hayu uneasy, but he told himself that at least third place was still his. Then the room went quiet. The teacher revealed that despite how difficult the exam had been, one student had achieved a perfect score. Lin Zichen, 100 points. The classroom exploded. Lu Gang and Wang Shujie were left staring in disbelief, shouting that the result had to be wrong. Around them, the rest of the class erupted into cheers. Even Hayu joined in, quietly admitting that Lin Zichen was on a completely different level. Han Han and her friend proudly declared that he was the true glory of Shanghai. Lin Zichen, however, didn't care about the noise. He calmly raised his hand and asked Teacher Kai when the first-place reward of 888 yuan would be distributed. The teacher looked at him with amusement and mild confusion, then replied that the money would be sent later. An hour later, it was time for the gene fusion results. Teacher Kai read them aloud. Lu Gang scored 81. Wang Shujie got 83. Both were solid, but neither looked satisfied. Han Han, on the other hand, earned an impressive 78, placing her in the top 5, and she couldn't hide her excitement. Then it happened again. Lin Zichen took first place with another perfect score. Another prize. This time, the blow hit hard. Hayu, Lu Gang, and Wang Shujie all felt their confidence crack. Lu Gang and Wang Shujie couldn't accept it. They openly questioned how anyone could score full marks on such a difficult test, hinting that Lin Zichen must have known the answers in advance. Teacher Kai shut them down immediately. His tone was cold and absolute. He explained that every question had been written by him personally, and none of the answers existed anywhere online. Cheating was impossible. There was nothing left for Wang Shujie and Lu Gang to say. Their classmates didn't hold back. Hayu and his friend laughed openly at them. Hayu mocked that they had disgraced Nanyuan City, while she added that it was always the crude and unpleasant ones who caused the most trouble. After lunch, it was time for the Wilderness Survival Practical exam. The teacher explained the rules. The top 3 would receive cash rewards, just like before. The test would have 3 parts: climbing, swimming, and fire-making. Still stinging from their humiliation, Wang Shujie leaned toward Lu Gang and whispered that this was their chance to reclaim their pride. Lu Gang agreed, and the two of them shot cold looks at Lin Zichen, determined to crush him in the physical trials. The first event was climbing, where speed decided everything. Lin Zichen didn't even give them a chance. With his overwhelming strength and agility, he shot up the rock wall like a blur, leaving the two from Nanyuan City far behind. First place was his without question. Then came tree climbing, and the result was exactly the same. Wang Shujie could only curse under his breath, saying he couldn't even catch Lin Zichen's shadow. As Lin Zichen dominated the field, his eyes kept drifting to Han Han. Just as he feared, she struggled during the climbing stage and finished last. But he wasn't worried. He knew where her true talent lay. When it came to water, she would shine, and the swimming round would be where she reclaimed her confidence. The next challenge was fire-making. With the prize money burning in his mind, Lin Zichen went all out. His hands moved like a blur, and in just 58 seconds, sparks flared into a steady flame. Wang Shujie and Lu Gang could only stare, completely stunned. No matter what the task was, Lin Zichen seemed to dominate it with terrifying ease. Then came the swimming event. This was Han Han's stage. The moment she hit the water, her body surged forward as if the pool itself was carrying her. Drawing on her natural bond with water, she left the two from Nanyuan City far behind, completely crushing them. Wang Shujie watched in disbelief, convinced he had to be hallucinating to see her perform at that level. By the time the wilderness survival exam ended, Wang Shujie and Lu Gang were silent. Their pride had been shredded so thoroughly that they didn't say a single word through lunch. But the humiliation wasn't over yet. That afternoon, the final martial arts exam began. Teacher Yao announced a sparring competition to test their growth. The top 3 would receive cash prizes, and the promise of rewards instantly reignited the fighting spirit of Wang, Shujia, and Lu Gang. This was martial arts. This was where true strength and combat skill mattered. They clung to the belief that if Lin Zichen turned out to be weak here, then everything else he had done would mean nothing. Before the sparring, Yao ordered everyone to complete a physical warm-up test, a 100-meter sprint, a one-hand barbell lift, and a vertical jump. Even while deliberately holding back, Lin Zichen shocked everyone. He ran the 100 meters in 7.78 seconds. He lifted a 330-kilogram barbell with one hand. He leapt 2.18 meters straight into the air. In every test, he placed first, only barely edging out the 2 from Nanyuan City, so it wouldn't look like total domination. It was still enough to shake them. Wang Shujia couldn't understand how Lin Zichen could be faster than him. Lu Gang couldn't believe someone with such a lean body could have that kind of strength. Still, Wang Shujia tried to calm them both down. Physical tests didn't decide real combat. Sparring was about technique and experience, and in that, he was sure they still had the advantage. When the class moved to the sparring arena, Lin Zichen stepped forward first. He wanted to secure his survival of the fittest achievement. But after everything they had seen, not a single student dared to challenge him. Not even Wang Shujia or Lu Gang. Teacher Yao broke the silence by calling out Lu Wei and ordering him into the ring. The match ended before it even began. Lin Zichen threw one devastating punch. Lu Wei was sent flying straight out of the arena. After that, Lin Zichen tore through the rest of the class, one after another, overwhelming them with brutal speed and absolute efficiency. Watching the one-sided slaughter, Wang Shujia and Lu Gang felt the last of their hope crumble. The truth was undeniable. Lin Zichen was far stronger than they had ever imagined. Wang Shujia's chest tightened as he realized Lin must have been holding back during the physical tests. The thought alone was terrifying. If this was him restrained, what did his full strength look like? Before the despair could fully sink in, a sharp voice cut through the tension. Heiyu leapt into the ring and pointed straight at Lu Gang. His eyes burned as he declared he was fully warmed up and ready to fight. Then he shouted his challenge. Lu Gang didn't hesitate. He was desperate to vent his frustration, and beating Heiyu felt like an easy way to recover some dignity. With arrogant confidence, he said he would finish him in 30 seconds. Heiyu charged with a roar, unleashing a flurry of attacks. But the difference in power was brutal. Lu Gang grabbed one of Heiyu's kicks, spun him around like a toy, and hurled him straight out of the ring. Heiyu slammed into the ground, coughing and retching as the air was knocked from his lungs. Lu Gang stood tall over him, offering a twisted sort of praise. He admitted that Heiyu's physical technique was the best in their class, but made it clear that it still wasn't enough to touch him. That was when he noticed Lin Zichen stepping forward. Lin calmly issued a challenge to spar. For him, it was another perfect chance to push his achievement quest forward. Riding the high of his victory, Lu Gang sneered and accepted without fear. The match began. Lu Gang threw a heavy punch, but the gap between them was overwhelming. Lin Zichen slipped past it like a streak of light, his movements so fast they left faint afterimages behind. Before Lu Gang could even react, a sharp kick slammed into his back. His body flew out of the ring, just as helpless as Heiyu had been. One strike. That was all it took. With both members of the Nanyuan duo crushed, the class turned their attention to the last one left. Shouts erupted, mocking Wang Shujia, telling him to avenge his fallen brothers, sneering that the pride of Nanyuan now rested on his shoulders. The taunts kept coming, daring him not to run. Wang Shujia snapped at them to shut up. He was going to fight anyway. He stormed into the ring and faced Lin Zichen head-on. His heart pounded as he stared at the monster before him, but he forced himself to stay upright. Whatever happened, happened. With a shout, Wang Shujia threw everything he had into a reckless charge, but it was meaningless. Lin Zichen caught his punch with one hand and struck back in the same motion. The blow sent Wang flying through the air before he crashed hard onto the gym floor. Wang Shujia lay sprawled on the floor, foam at the corner of his mouth, completely unconscious, just like everyone before him. Lin Zichen didn't even spare him another glance. He moved on to the rest of the class. One after another, the boys stepped into the ring and were knocked right back out. Not a single one of them could survive even a brief exchange. In only a few moments, Lin Zichen had wiped out the entire group with cold, effortless precision. When it was over, he checked his system. A detail caught his attention. The survival of the fittest achievement only counted each opponent once. Beating the same person again didn't matter. That meant the only targets left were the girls in his class. He wondered if any of them would even agree to spar with him. To his surprise, they didn't hesitate. A group of girls gathered around, some blushing, some even making heart shapes with their hands as they cheered him on. The first to step forward was Chu Yutong, who eagerly raised her hand to challenge him. She entered the ring with quick, graceful movements, far better than he had expected. But compared to Lin Zichen, it wasn't enough. He slipped past her attacks, as if he were standing still. Chu Yutong landed lightly on her feet, staring at him in amazement, disappointed that she hadn't even managed to touch him. More girls followed, lining up one after another for their turn. This time, Lin Zichen held back. He wasn't trying to hurt them. He only needed to complete the official matches and push his achievement forward. Each bout ended the same way, with him winning easily but gently. When the final match ended, Lin Zichen had defeated every student in the class. And yet, his achievement bar still wasn't full. A faint disappointment crept into him as he wondered where he could find stronger opponents. That was when teacher Yao gathered the class. He praised their progress, then reminded them that true elites never stayed comfortable. With a serious expression, he announced that in 1 month, their class would face the strongest regular class from the second year. The moment Lin Zichen heard it, his frustration disappeared. Stronger opponents. That was exactly what he needed. After class, Liu Gang approached him. Gone was his arrogance. He admitted he had underestimated the school and declared that from now on, he would treat Lin Zichen as his rival for the next 3 years. Lin Zichen listened quietly. With regular class challenges now planned, he realized completing survival of the fittest within a year might actually be possible. Wang Shujie came next, still burning with resentment. He swore that before graduation, he would wash away today's humiliation. Lin Zichen barely reacted. His thoughts were already on something more important. By his own count, he had earned over 3,000 yuan just from exam rewards. That meant more beast meat, more codex progress. Clenching his fist in quiet satisfaction, he turned away, leaving the two from Nanyuan City glaring at his back, powerless to do anything but hate him. That night in the dorm, Lin Zichen went over his finances. The money he had earned was respectable, but nowhere near enough for the amount of beast meat he needed. After thinking it through, he chose a new path. Just like his parents, he would become a web novelist. He registered an author account and started writing immediately. With the celestial root of wisdom supporting him, the words poured out effortlessly, sharp and compelling. By the next morning, a message from the Yuan platform was already waiting for him. An official contract invitation. He signed it without hesitation. Later that day, while scrolling through the news, a headline made his eyes narrow. A giant mutant rat had attacked a frozen meat storage facility on the outskirts of the city just 2 hours earlier. The report described a monster more than 5 meters long, powerful enough to bite a responding cyborg clean in half. In its final act, the cyborg detonated its backup energy core, taking the rat with it in a massive explosion that erased both of them. Lin Zichen stared at the photo of the shattered remains, his expression growing heavy. If something like that could appear so close to the city, how many more were hiding in the shadows of Shanghai? A few days later, the long-awaited match against the strongest second-year regular class arrived. The Shanghai High Gymnasium was thick with tension as both sides took their positions. Before the battles began, teacher Hao Yuanfang pulled his best fighters aside. He warned them that while they were strong individually, the second-year class had the advantage in numbers and depth. They would likely try to drag the fights out. His order was simple: end every match fast. The moment the meeting ended, Lin Zichen took off toward the ring. Completing his survival of the fittest achievement was all that mattered now, and new opponents meant new progress. He immediately volunteered to go first. A tall, blonde girl from the second-year class stepped forward. As soon as she realized who she was facing, her expression turned sour. She complained to her teacher that the elite class had sent out their strongest fighter right away. She insisted she was the weakest in her class and had no chance against him. Her outburst made teacher Hao Yuanfang's face darken. He marched straight toward the opposing instructor, an older man he called Brother Feng, and accused him of breaking the unwritten rules of sparring. Why would you send your strongest fighter in the very first round? The argument kept climbing higher until Hao finally snapped and waved Lin Zichen down from the stage, his voice cutting through the noise. He ordered him to wait his turn and let the others fight first. Lin hesitated for only a heartbeat before stepping off, a trace of reluctance in his eyes as he gave up the platform. Hao's gaze swept the room before locking onto Yintong. He called her name and told her she was up. The words hit her like a shock. She flinched and blurted out that she wasn't ready yet. Before Hao could answer, Han Han suddenly moved. Her voice was soft, but there was resolve behind it as she said she would go instead, admitting she was the weakest anyway. Letting her start felt right to her. All eyes followed as Han Han climbed into the ring. Her body was stiff, her steps uncertain, tension written across her face. Opposite her, the blonde senior rolled her shoulders and cracked her knuckles, already certain of how this would end. From the sidelines, Chu Xn, Hiyu, and the rest of the class began shouting encouragement. They tried to give her courage, but the attention only made her chest tighten even more. The referee gave the signal. The blonde girl surged forward at once, throwing a fierce straight punch. Han Han barely got her guard up in time. The blow shoved her backward several steps, yet she stayed on her feet and refused to retreat. She knew she couldn't win. All she could do was endure. Block, hold on, and drag it out until the other girl ran out of breath. Slowly, that plan started to work. Minute after minute slipped by, and 3 minutes later the blonde senior was already panting, her breathing rough and uneven. Annoyance flashed in her eyes as she realized she might be the one to fall first if this continued. With a sharp grind of her teeth, She gathered what little strength she had left and rushed in, throwing everything into one final strike. The punch hit squarely. Han Han was knocked off her feet and slammed onto the mat, the air bursting from her lungs as the referee immediately called the match. She pushed herself up with shaky arms, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Even so, the way she had endured earned quiet respect from those watching. Teacher Hao Yuanfang stepped forward with clear approval. He gave her a thumbs up and praised her for holding her ground and choosing a smart defensive approach. Lin Xingqian came over and gently patted her head, telling her she had done well. Lasting more than 3 minutes against someone with a full extra year of training was no small thing, and it proved how much she had grown. At his words, the shame in her eyes faded, replaced by a bright, relieved smile. As she stepped down, another elite class student, a brown-haired girl, jumped into the ring. She immediately noticed how hard the blonde senior was breathing and saw an opening. Without hesitation, she rushed in, snapping out a sharp high kick. The senior reacted in an instant. She slipped under the kick and fired back with a lightning-fast punch straight into her opponent's face. The brown-haired girl staggered, barely aware of what happened before she was thrown down and pinned to the floor. She cried out for it to stop, surrendering through the pain. The blonde senior refuses to let the moment end. Standing over the fallen girl, she folds her arms and sneers, asking if she truly believed she could win so easily. Charging in like that, she mocks, was nothing but arrogance toward the regular class. She goes on coldly, saying that talent means nothing without time, and that she has trained a full year longer. If the girl wants to challenge her again, she should go back, train harder, and come back next year. Maybe then she would be worth facing. As the defeated girl is helped away from the ring, a sharp voice cuts through the gym. Chu Xian steps forward, eyes burning. She tells the senior to stop, declaring that she will fight next. She will avenge Han Han, and she will make sure no one from their class gets mocked again. Chu Xian enters the ring, and the match ends almost as soon as it begins. One brutal punch crashes into her senior opponent, dropping her instantly. From the sidelines, Han Han jumps up in excitement, shouting at how amazing Chu Xian was. Lin watches with a faint smile and tells Han Han that she deserves credit too. Chu Xian made it look easy only because Han Han had already exhausted the senior earlier. At that, Han Han's face lights up with pride. 2 hours pass as the sparring continues, and the elite class slowly manages to catch up, evening the score. Teacher Hao walks over to the second-year instructor, Brother Feng, wearing a smug smile as he points out that only 4 fighters remain on the other side. He confidently declares that his class is about to win their wager. Then his expression turns serious, warning his students not to get careless yet. He reminds them that everything now rests on their final 4, Lin Xingqian, Wang, Lu Gang, and Heyu. The real battle, he says, is only just beginning. At his signal, Heyu steps forward. He cracks his knuckles and strides into the ring, landing with enough force to shake the floor. He tells his opponent to prepare himself, boasting that his fists are starving for a fight. The brown-haired senior only laughs at him, telling him not to act so childish. Heyu doesn't wait. He launches a sharp, precise kick that sends the senior crashing to the ground. Looking down at him, Heyu sneers, asking where someone so weak found the confidence to stand so tall. Before he can say more, another senior with purple-tinged hair enters the ring, eyes blazing. He warns Heyu that he is getting ahead of himself and promises to show him what real strength looks like. He rushes in with a fierce punch, but Heyu slips past it in a blur and counters with a crushing kick that sends the senior flying, knocking him out cold. Chu Xian and Han Han shout from the stands, calling Heyu's name as their voices echo through the arena. Driven by their cheers, Heyu keeps going, cutting down opponent after opponent. One falls, then another. 5 straight victories. By the end, sweat is pouring down his face, and his breathing is heavy, but he remains standing, unbroken. Heyu sucks in a ragged breath and shouts back at the ring, daring anyone to step up, claiming he could still handle 10 more. Even so, the strain in his body is impossible to hide. When his 6th opponent enters, his strength finally gives out, and he is defeated, ending his run. With Heyu down, the elite class is pushed into a corner. They have only 3 fighters left, while the second-year class still stands strong with 13. Wang Shujia goes next. The moment the match starts, he explodes with everything he has. His fists and kicks strike like bolts of lightning, each blow sharper and faster than the last. In a breathtaking display, he cuts through 10 opponents in succession, leaving the entire arena stunned into silence. But even he has limits. By the 11th fight, his movements slow and his power fades. His opponent seizes that opening and brings him down, ending his incredible streak. Lu Gang steps into the ring after him, calm and steady. He faces 2 of the second-year class's strongest fighters and defeats both in less than 10 minutes. Cheers roar through the arena as hope returns to the elite class. Now only 1 fighter remains for the second years. Teacher Hao folds his arms, a confident smile on his face as he tells Brother Feng that he might as well surrender. Brother Feng only laughs, and says he still has one more student. At his signal, a massive figure walks forward. The moment he steps into the arena, the sheer size of him makes the ground groan beneath his weight. Liu Gang squints at him and scoffs, calling him just another oversized opponent as he charges in. His fist slams into the giant's stomach, but the man does not even react. It is like striking a wall of rubber. Liu Gang attacks again and again, unleashing a furious barrage, but every blow is swallowed by thick, unyielding flesh. In seconds, his breathing turns ragged and his arms begin to shake. The giant looks down at him calmly and asks if he is finished. Then he says it is his turn. Before Liu Gang can retreat, a massive hand clamps around his neck. With terrifying ease, the giant lifts him off the floor and flings him straight out of the ring. The arena goes silent. The elite class has lost their second-to-last fighter. Teacher House stares in shock, demanding to know what kind of monster that is, saying he has never seen anyone like him in Brother Feng's class. Brother Feng's grin only grows wider as he explains that Wang Jinhe is a new transfer who joined this semester. Then he leans forward and reminds Hao that it looks like he will be treating the entire class to dinner. Realizing his rival had been hiding such a terrifying trump card, Teacher Hao grinds his teeth in frustration, his thoughts racing as he wonders if even Lin Xingqian can stand against that monster. Even so, Hao forces a calm smile for his last student. He rests a steady hand on Lin Xingqian's shoulder and tells him not to worry about victory, only to do his best, saying this fight will be good experience. Lin Xingqian just smiles back and says not to worry, that he will win. Hao freezes for a second, caught completely off guard by the certainty in his voice. As Lin steps into the ring, Wang Jinhe looms over him, barely hiding his contempt. He scoffs, asking if this is really their final fighter, mocking how someone so small could be their ace. From the sidelines, Han Han, Chu Xian, and the other girls shout back angrily, telling the arrogant fatty to watch his mouth and demanding that Lin Xingqian teach him a lesson. Wang's eye twitches as irritation flashes across his face. He coldly says he will even give Lin a handicap. Planting his feet, he crosses his arms and declares that Lin can hit him 10 times, saying he doesn't want anyone claiming he bullied a weaker opponent. Lin Xingqian grins and reminds him that he was the one who said it. Wang Jinhe sneers and tells him to go ahead and use everything he has. The instant the words leave his mouth, Lin moves. His fist snaps forward like lightning and drives straight into Wang's stomach. The impact explodes through the arena like a thunderclap. A heartbeat later, the enormous body lifts off the ground, spinning through the air before slamming violently onto the floor. The entire arena goes silent. Then the elite class erupts. Han Han and Chu Xian leap up, screaming Lin Xingqian's name as tears stream down their faces. Lin stands quietly in the middle of the ring, his arms still extended from the punch, while his classmates celebrate his unbelievable victory. Moments later, Wang begins to stir. He groans, eyes unfocused, muttering in disbelief that it makes no sense, that it is completely unscientific. After Lin Xingqian's shocking win, one of the second-year teachers walks over to Hao Yuanfang with a grin. He remarks on how incredible Lin's strength was, saying that knocking out Wang Jinhe with a single punch reminded him of a prodigy from years ago named Wu Tiansheng. Hao Yuanfang nods, but quickly says that while Lin is outstanding, he still isn't on Wu Tiansheng's level. He explains that Wu Tiansheng had been so monstrously strong even as a first year that even the principal found him terrifying. Hearing the name, Lin Xingqian comes over, curiosity in his eyes, and asks who Wu Tiansheng is. Hao's expression brightens as he starts to explain that Wu Tiansheng was a true legend, someone who in his first year defeated the entire third-year elite class by himself and left the whole school in shock. The teacher goes on to list his unbelievable feats: a 100-meter dash in just over 6 seconds, a nearly 4-meter vertical leap, and the ability to lift 650 kilograms with one hand. He looks at Lin Xingqian with a grin and asks if that isn't impressive. Lin Xingqian gives a slightly awkward smile and admits he is a little impressed, though in his heart he thinks those numbers only match what he could already do back in 6th grade during his summer break. That night, the class gathers at a restaurant to celebrate. Hao Yuanfang lifts his glass of soda, laughing as he announces that because of Lin Xingqian's performance, the second-year teacher lost the wager and had to pay for everything. Cheers explode around the table, glasses clinking as everyone toasts Lin Xingqian's victory. As the party grows louder, Lin finds himself surrounded by Hiyu, Chu Xian, and the others, all suddenly famous across campus. They fire question after question at him, asking about his training and begging to add him on WeChat. The attention makes him feel strangely awkward. Through the noise, one familiar figure never changes. Han Han quietly keeps placing food onto his plate, making sure he eats properly. Then, all at once, she stiffens, her face turning pale. She mutters something about needing the restroom and rushes away, flustered. Watching her go, Lin can't help but smile, thinking she still runs off whenever she gets nervous or excited. Inside the restroom, 2 girls are chatting. One sneers about how Han Han always waits on Lin Xingqian, pouring his drinks and peeling his shrimp like a servant. The other laughs and says someone as weak as Han Han could only have entered the elite class because of him. With a smug tone, she adds that their relationship will never last, that once the gap between them grows, it will tear them apart. Behind the door, Han Han hears every word. Her chest tightens, but instead of hiding, she steps out and faces them. In a steady voice, she tells them she is not a sycophant, that she is Lin Zinchen's childhood friend. The two girls freeze, stunned by her sudden resolve. Later, under the dim glow of streetlights, Han Han and Lin Zinchen walk home together. He notices how quiet she is and asks what's wrong. After hesitating, she lowers her eyes and finally confesses something she has never told anyone. Her mother always said she would outgrow wetting herself, but even now she still has to wear diapers at night. The words spill out heavy with bitterness as she says she feels broken, unable to even control her own body. Lin Zinchen stops and gently grips her shoulders. He tells her she's not broken at all. What she thinks is a flaw, he says, is actually a power that has not awakened yet. Han Han stares at him, disbelief slowly turning into a fragile spark of hope as she softly asks if he means a superpower. Lin Zinchen nods without hesitation and tells her that her strange talent in the water was never a coincidence, that it is proof her power already exists. Her eyes widen as curiosity pushes away her doubt. She asks if he has one too, and Lin Zinchen answers with a calm smile that he does, just like her. The idea fills her with excitement as she starts wondering what kind of ability she might awaken. Lin Zinchen tells her that whatever it turns out to be, it will be something powerful. Their conversation is suddenly cut off when their path is blocked. Ahead, a street has been sealed off, men in protective suits moving in and out of a building. An officer with a megaphone warns everyone to stay back while they begin exterminating rats inside. From within, a man in an apron bursts into the chaos, swinging a broom wildly and screaming at them to stop. His voice cracks as he begs them not to hurt his brothers. His face twists with anguish and fury before he lets out a wild roar and charges at the officers, shouting that he will fight them to the death. Han Han stares in disbelief and asks if the man has gone mad. Lin Zinchen gives a small nod, saying he might be mentally unstable, though the scene is still painful to watch. He sighs and tells her they should go home. Later that night, Lin Zinchen sits with his parents in their living room as the television glows in the dark. A news anchor reports that a young female teacher who disappeared last week is still missing. An uneasy silence settles over the room. His mother gasps as the report continues, saying this makes the fourth young woman to vanish this month. His father, Lin Yin, quietly corrects her, saying it is the fifth. Images of the missing women appear on the screen, all young and beautiful. The anchor warns women across the city not to go out alone at night. Worry fills his mother's eyes as she turns to Lin Zinchen and tells him to make sure Han Han is never by herself. He nods gently and promises that he will protect her. At the public security office in Shanghai City, the man who attacked the exterminators is now locked away. In a sterile room, a doctor in a white coat speaks with a police officer watching through the glass. The officer asks if the man is mentally unstable, but the doctor shakes his head and says he cannot be sure. The suspect has not spoken a single word since being brought in. The officer frowns, saying it is strange, because earlier the mark of the man would not stop screaming. Before the doctor can answer, the officer suddenly stiffens, eyes widening in fear. Slowly, both of them turn toward the interrogation room, where the man is no longer sitting still. His body begins to shake violently as a dark, sinister aura leaks out through his skin. The two men can only stare in horror as his shape warps, bones cracking, muscles swelling, flesh tearing apart. In seconds, the human form is gone, replaced by a towering, grotesque rat-like monster, its red eyes glowing through the glass. The officer panics and grabs his radio, screaming for support. His voice breaks as he yells that the cyborg unit needs to be sent immediately, that the suspect has turned into a massive aberrant beast. The radio crackles in his hand, but before any response can come, the room is shattered by the sound of breaking glass. The monstrous rat bursts into the streets, tearing through everything in its path. Gunfire rains down on it, but the bullets barely leave a mark. The police are forced back as the beast keeps charging forward without slowing. A female officer radios in, reporting that headquarters has confirmed all cyborg units are tied up elsewhere. The director replies grimly that reinforcements are still 10 minutes away, far longer than their ammunition will last. With no chance of winning head-on, he orders everyone into the vehicles. Their only choice is to draw the monster away from the city center and buy time. A female officer jumps into the driver's seat of a police van, while another climbs in beside her. Sirens scream as they speed off, and the giant rat gives chase, leaping across rooftops as it hunts them down. She shouts for the driver to go faster, gripping the wheel as she fights to squeeze out every second they can. The van races up a twisting mountain road and plunges into a tunnel, but the creature does not slow. Its roar echoes through the darkness as it closes in, jaws wide. With a thunderous impact, it smashes into the back of the van. The metal twists, The vehicle flips and rolls before skidding to a stop. Inside, the female officer hangs upside down, blood trickling down her face as her vision blurs. A hollow thought passes through her mind that this is how it ends. Outside, the aberrant rat shrieks in triumph. But before it can strike again, a blinding explosion tears through the tunnel. Shockwaves rip across the wreckage. Floating above the scene is a female cyborg with short purple hair, her sleek armor reflecting the light. She locks onto the target and gives a single cold command to eliminate. Violet missiles streak out and slam into the beast, detonating in violent bursts. Fire and debris fill the tunnel, the air trembling from the blasts. When the smoke fades, the cyborg drops to the ground and scans the area. Her eyes settle on a huge hole torn into the tunnel wall, where the creature has escaped underground. She kneels and examines the scattered blood and scraps of flesh. She murmurs that it is injured and cannot have gone far. The beast may be evolving, but so is she. Rising to her feet, she heads out to finish it. Above the city, the skyline glows beneath the night, the clock reading 3 in the morning. In a small apartment, Lin Xinghen sits at his desk, fingers flying over the keyboard. For once, he is not training. He is writing. After half a month of relentless work, his web novel has already passed nearly 200,000 words. Lin Xinghen leans back and checks his stats, seeing that his paid income has already crossed 10,000. Excitement hums through him as he thinks about what will happen once the novel officially launches, the possibilities keeping his mind wide awake. Unable to settle down, he finally shuts his laptop. If he cannot sleep, then he will train. He slips into the quiet night and finds an empty alley with no cameras and no one watching. A perfect place to see how far he has come. As he moves, a deep sense of satisfaction fills him. His growth is unbelievable. His 100-meter dash now finishes in just 3.43 seconds, and his vertical leap reaches an incredible 7.22 meters. With every breath and every motion, his body feels less human, as if it is rising towards something higher, something almost saintly. Then a wet, grinding sound cuts through the stillness. Lin freezes and turns toward it. In the dark corner of the alley, a twisted figure crouches, half man and half rat, chewing greedily on what is clearly a human arm. The creature notices him. Its small eyes widen as it drops the limb and begins to tremble. It begs him not to kill it, squeaking that it was only starving, swearing that once it has eaten, it will come back every year to pay its respects. Lin's chest tightens. A mouse man. The word from the news flashes through his mind. The story of a giant mutant rat that escaped a lab. Could this warp thing be that very monster? A chill runs through him. This is dangerous. He needs to warn the authorities. He turns to leave. The mouse man's eyes dart wildly. Misreading the movement, it panics and cries out for him not to go, promising it will not eat him and will find someone else instead. Then fear turns into hunger. With a shrill screech, the creature explodes in emotion, bouncing off the alley walls so fast its body becomes a blur. In an instant, it is right in front of him. It howls that it wants human meat. There is no time to dodge. Lin Xinghen plants his feet and strikes. His leg snaps out in a single violent arc, smashing straight into the monster's jaw. The impact booms through the alley. The mouse man is hurled through the air and slams hard against the ground. Bleeding and dazed, it struggles back up, clutching its chest, disbelief flickering in its eyes at the power of a mere student. A sharp crack rings out as a stone flies through the air and smashes into its head. Lin does not stop. He grabs more rocks and throws them one after another, each one hitting with ruthless accuracy. Stone after stone crashes into the creature, a storm of unrelenting force that leaves it no chance to recover. Under the merciless barrage, the mouse man collapses, its body beaten and broken, every last bit of resistance crushed by Lin Xinghen's relentless assault. At last, the storm of stones dies out. The alley sinks into silence, broken only by Lin Xinghen's heavy breathing. He stands there, chest rising and falling, his gaze fixed on where the creature fell. He walks forward slowly. The air is thick with the stench of blood and smoke, and with every step, the truth of his own strength becomes more terrifying. Where the mouse man once stood, nothing remains except a pile of bones, blackened and brittle, still faintly smoking. Lin Xinghen stares at it, the weight of what he has done settling in. He had not simply killed it. He had wiped it from existence. Curious whether it is truly dead, he crouches beside the scorched remains. The moment his fingers brush the bones, a pulse of blue energy surges through him. A faint chime rings in his mind, telling him that a trace of the giant mutant rat's life source has been absorbed, raising his codec progress by 2% to a total of 7. He frowns. Only 2% this time. The last one had given him 5. The difference clicks in his mind as he recalls the theory that each heretic absorbed a different amount of the Rat King's gene, which explains the weaker energy. He looks up and sees the first light of dawn spreading across the sky. Staying here is too dangerous. With that, Lin Xinghen quietly leaves the alley. Moments later, A low hum fills the air as a sleek figure descends. The purple-haired cyborg lands where the fight took place, her eyes scanning the smoking bones. She mutters to herself, wondering who could have done this as she studies the scorched ground. Far away, inside a dark, decaying building, a red summoning circle glows on the floor. Hooded cultists chant softly as one of them drags an unconscious woman forward and places her inside the circle. He drops to his knees, begging his rat god to accept the offering. From the shadows beyond the circle, glowing red eyes open. A deep, furious voice demands if only one woman is meant to be its meal, accusing them of trying to starve it. The cultist collapses in terror, explaining that young women in the city have become too careful to catch. The massive rat-like shadow shifts in the red mist and orders him to bring young men instead if women can no longer be taken. The cultist agrees, frantically. A chunk of bloody meat suddenly drops in front of him. He grabs it and devours it with desperate hunger, thanking his god for its mercy. As he eats, the red circle flares violently, and thick crimson tentacles surge out, wrapping around the unconscious woman and lifting her into the air. The cultist stares in awe as the darkness behind the summoning circle ripples, and a massive, many-eyed maw opens wide. A wet, echoing crunch fills the chamber as the rat god swallows the offering whole. When the sound finally fades, its thunderous voice rolls out again, warning that it no longer wants ordinary flesh. Their meat is bitter, it says. It wants nobles instead, whose bodies are soft and rich with flavor. The cultist bows until his forehead presses against the floor, trembling as he accepts the command. Far from that hidden horror, Lin Xingqian goes on with his normal life, unaware of what is forming in the shadows. To help Han Han raise her martial arts score, he starts training her privately at her home, not knowing that his next trial is already being prepared in the dark. During one session, Lin moves around her like a strict but patient instructor. He adjusts her posture, straightens her shoulders, guides her arm, and fixes her footing, calmly explaining how to gather strength, keep her balance, and send power through her body. When her stance is finally right, he steps back and tells her to use everything she has and strike him with full force. Han Han rushes in without hesitation, her fist cutting through the air. Lin catches it easily and praises her, saying her power is sharper and her angle nearly perfect. She follows with a quick kick, but he stops it just as smoothly, stepping closer to adjust her leg and showing her the proper line where her strength should flow. They keep going until she has nothing left. At last, she drops to the floor, soaked in sweat, breathing hard, yet smiling as she admits she can feel it, her body stronger and her techniques cleaner. Still on her knees, she looks up at him with fierce resolve and asks to train every day instead of 3 times a week. Lin gently refuses, telling her body needs time to recover and that pushing too far will only break her. After a moment, she agrees to keep their current schedule. Just then, Lin's phone vibrates on the table. As he picks it up, Han Han leans closer, asking if it is breaking news. 2 bold headlines flash on the screen. One announces free treatment from Glenn Corporation for mechanical prodigy girls crippled by early modifications. The other reports that a genius from Beijing University has successfully fused with the 1,000-threaded spider gene, becoming the youngest person to achieve dual gene fusion. Lin Xingqian's eyes widen as he reads the second line, a familiar name from the capital surfacing in his mind, the same prodigy he has been compared to for years. He knew exactly how rare dual gene fusion really was. Most people could not even attempt a single fusion until adulthood, because the human body simply could not survive that kind of strain. Yet that genius had already done it twice, and he was only 18. Lin Xingqian slowly lowered the phone, his thoughts turning heavy. So this was the level they had already reached. The room grew quiet as a dangerous question took shape in his mind. Was gene fusion truly the ultimate road to power, or was there another way to break past the limits of the human body itself? Back at home, Lin Xingqian was completely absorbed in his new life as a web novelist. His terrifying writing speed had already turned his story into an online sensation. The comments section was overflowing, with readers stunned by how fast he updated. Some even joked that he had to be a tentacle monster to release 50,000 words in a single day. Xingqian leaned back in his chair, calmly reviewing his progress. With the support of his advanced ability and the celestial root of wisdom, a month of steady practice had pushed his typing speed to 10,000 words per hour. At that pace, he only needed to write for about an hour each day, leaving the rest of his time free for cultivation and training. Just then, his father walked into the room. A proud smile crossed his face as he congratulated Xingqian on the novel's early success. Judging from the current momentum and the quality of the story, his father estimated that Xingqian could earn around 50,000 won in his very first month. If the word count continued to grow, even reaching 100,000 won a month would not be unrealistic. Xingqian's eyes brightened. That level of income meant one thing. He could finally move closer to his real goal. He wanted to unlock the Exotic Beast Codex. Without hesitation, he set a target for himself. He would use the earnings from his first 2 months to unlock the Savage Giant Eagle Codex. The scene shifted to the martial arts class. Instructor Hao Yuanfan had gathered the students for a sparring session to test their progress. One after another, they stepped into the ring, but none of them could stand up to Lin Zichen. His punches were clean, his kicks ruthless, and every exchange ended the same way. His opponent hit the floor before they could even land a single strike. After the matches, Hao Yuanfan handed Zichen his prize money. As Zichen tucked away the 888-1, a quiet satisfaction settled in. He had not only earned more cash, but also gained precious experience toward his survival of the fittest achievement. While Zichen dominated the arena, Shen Xinghan's results were far more restrained. Once again, she ranked last. Her friend Chu Xian tried to cheer her up, but the truth was still clear. Even so, her growth could not be ignored. A memory surfaced of her previous match against Wen Yintong, the second worst student in the class, where she had been defeated in less than 3 seconds. This time, however, things were different. She had lasted nearly 3 minutes, even managing to land several solid punches and kicks. From the sidelines, Hao Yuanfan watched her closely, a faint nod of approval forming. She still had a long road ahead of her, but her progress was real, and it could no longer be denied. He praised her grit and told her to keep pressing forward without hesitation. Once the sparring session ended, the instructor gathered everyone and dropped a bombshell. In 1 month, their class would challenge the second-year elite class. The goal was ruthless, to defeat every single one of them except for their top 3 fighters. The room erupted. Confidence and excitement thundered through the students as voices overlapped in heated anticipation. Watching their reaction, the instructor gave a satisfied nod. Time flowed quickly after that. Within the month, his father's web novel had skyrocketed in popularity, pulling in an astonishing 89,001. With his pockets finally heavy, he headed straight for the supermarket, determined to buy the beast meat he had been craving for so long. At the counter, he asked for Savage Giant Eagle meat. The woman behind the register smiled and told him about a promotion. Anyone who bought 100 Gene or more would get a 5% discount. Lin paused. After a brief calculation, he chose to hold back. If he waited a little longer and saved more, he could buy everything in one go and claim the discount. By next month, he would easily have enough. The next day at school, Han Han came running up to him, eyes bright with excitement. She told him the cafeteria had opened a new stir-fry counter, and everyone was saying the food there was incredible. Lin agreed, and the two of them headed over together. The smell hit them before they even reached the counter. Rich, savory, and irresistible. Several chefs stood behind the stalls, woks blazing as flames leapt around sizzling ingredients. After ordering, they found a table and sat down. As they started eating, his father commented that coming early had been a good call. The line had already stretched halfway across the cafeteria. Then a sudden argument broke out near the counter. 2 students were shouting at each other. One accused the other of cutting in line, while the other insisted his deskmate had been saving his spot. The first refused to let it go, claiming that saving a place was no different from cutting, and the situation quickly turned ugly. Han frowned as she recognized one of the voices. She leaned in. "Isn't that you?" she said. "Shouldn't we go over?" Lin glanced in their direction, expression steady. Seeing Hayu's imposing posture and how the other student was already hesitating, he shook his head. "No need," he replied. "He can handle it." That confidence turned out to be misplaced. The other boy straightened up, looking down on Hayu as he called him a punk. Before Hayu could respond, several of the boy's friends moved in, closing ranks around him. Their leader stepped forward and demanded to know what Hayu's problem was. One of the group answered for him. They had no problem at all. They were cutting in line. Hayu snapped back, telling them to get to the end. He stepped forward, spreading his arms to block their way, only to realize how badly he was outnumbered. His eyes flicked across the crowded cafeteria, a sharp thought cutting through his mind. Why wasn't anyone stepping in? From their table, Han Han pointed out that Hayu was being bullied and urged Lin Xinghen to step in. By the time he moved, Hayu had already been pushed into a corner. A hand suddenly landed on the leader's shoulder. Lin Xinghen was standing there, eyes cold, telling him to get back in line properly. The bully turned around with a sneer and asked what Lin Xinghen thought he was going to do about it. Lin calmly took out his phone and said he would report the whole incident. The leader scoffed, calling reporting something so trivial disgraceful. Standing beside Lin, Hayu shot back that cutting in line was the real disgrace. Faced with the possibility of being reported, the group could only mutter under their breath before retreating from the area. The scene shifted to a lavish villa in Shanghai, where the rat god cult was holding a secret gathering. A man in a black hooded robe sat at the head of the table and informed the followers that one of their own, Sha Chong, was dead. He explained that Sha Chong had lost control in the marketplace and been killed after provoking the security squad. One of the cultists muttered that it was better this way. The leader then introduced a new recruit to replace him and announced a new directive from their rat god. From now on, they were to capture and sacrifice noble elites as ordinary victims were no longer sufficient. Two members immediately objected, warning that abducting nobles was far too risky. A missing commoner might be ignored, but a missing noble would bring serious attention. The leader offered a compromise. They would target the sons of wealthy but politically powerless merchants, lowering the risk while still pleasing the rat god. Turning to the newcomer, he added that true nobles were off limits for now, since he was still inexperienced. Instead, the new recruit was ordered to begin by capturing a handsome young man to serve as a sacrifice for one of the rat god's subordinates. Hidden beneath his hood, the newcomer accepted without hesitation, swearing he would bring not just any handsome youth, but the most handsome man in the entire city to the divine child. Back in the classroom, Hiyuyu was still stewing over what had happened in the cafeteria. He told Lin Zikin that he had looked into the students who cut the line and discovered they were from class 3 of the second year, the very elite class they were about to face. He could not believe that students from such a prestigious group could behave so shamelessly. Leaning against the lockers, Lin Zikin scrolled through his phone and replied that good grades did not automatically mean good character. But then his eyes sharpened. A breaking news alert had popped up on the screen. Another wealthy heir had gone missing, the 5th one in recent days. No ransom, no clues. The words triggered a cold certainty in Lin's mind. The rat god cult's mission to target nobles was no coincidence. They were responsible for these disappearances. When the day of the competition finally arrived, the gym was electric. 2 fighting rings stood ready, and both classes filled the stands as tension spread through the air like a drawn blade. The students who had bullied Hugh earlier were glaring at him from across the room. Hugh met their stares head-on and threw back a bold, taunting gesture that made it clear he wasn't afraid of them. After the warm-ups ended, the matches began just like before. Shin Ningen was the first to step into the ring. Her opponent, a senior from the honors class, launched a fierce kick the instant the match started. Shin managed to block it, but the force was overwhelming. Her guard shattered, and she was sent flying across the ring, losing in a single exchange. The senior showed no mercy. One by one, the first-year girls, including Chu Xin, were knocked down without landing even a single hit. At last, the streak was broken when a short-haired, muscular girl fired back with a crushing counterkick that floored her opponent. The crowd erupted in cheers, but the moment of hope was short-lived. A tall girl with flowing red hair stepped forward next. From the moment she entered the ring, she took control. Every movement was sharp, precise, and merciless. In less than 10 minutes, she crushed 9 first-year students, 3 of them boys, leaving no room for doubt. Only 4 first-years were left standing now. Lin Zikin, Wang Shou, Lu Gang, and Hiyuyu. The situation was dire. The honors class had only lost 5 fighters, all of them girls. 36 of their classmates were still waiting, and not a single male fighter had even stepped in yet. Teacher Hao Yunfeng clenched his fists as he watched. The gap in strength was painful to witness. With no better choice, he turned to Hiyu. "It's your turn," he said softly. "Can you take the next 6? Hiyu's lips curled into a confident grin. "No problem," he replied, "especially when they're all cute seniors. Makes it more fun." And just as he said, Hiyu tore through the next 6 matches. One after another, the remaining girls were sent flying from the ring, completely unable to withstand his attacks. With all their female fighters down, the second-year class finally sent in their first male student. His heavy footsteps echoed through the gym as he stepped into the ring, his expression dark and menacing. Striking an exaggerated pose, he sneered. "You ready to die?" Hiyu scoffed. "You again? Guess good manners aren't part of the honors curriculum." He recognized him instantly. It was the same bully from the cafeteria. Thinking this was an easy chance to get revenge, Hiyu relaxed his guard. It was a fatal mistake. The senior exploded forward in a blur and slammed a brutal punch straight into Hiyu's stomach. The impact knocked the air out of him and drove him to his knees. The bully laughed as he loomed over him. "That all you got? Pathetic. Go on, admit defeat." Rage flared inside Hiyu. He forced himself upright and swung wildly, but the senior sidestepped with ease and answered with a savage kick. Hiyu was sent flying out of the ring, collapsed on the floor, and gasping in pain. Hiyu finally realized how wrong he had been. This guy was not weak at all. If anything, he was one of the strongest. His carelessness had cost him dearly. The senior bully turned his gaze toward the sidelines, locking onto Lin Zikin. A mocking grin spread across his face. "What about you, pretty boy? Still feel like playing hero?" Lin Zikin stepped forward without the slightest hesitation, his calm never wavering. "I was waiting for you to say that." The gym exploded with noise. Cheers thundered through the stands as their classmates shouted for him to make the bully pay for what he had done to Hiyu. The moment the match began, the bully, Chi Wei, lunged in with a brutal high kick aimed straight for Lin's head. Lin did not even blink. He lifted one hand, blocked the strike with ease, and in the same smooth motion, seized Chi Wei's leg. With a single effortless swing, he smashed the senior head first into the ring floor. The impact boomed through the gym. Chi Wei did not get back up. Lin looked down at him briefly, then nudged his limp body with his foot, sending him rolling out of the ring like something that no longer mattered. The second-year students were frozen in shock. One of them finally stammered, "B but Chi Wei is one of our top 5. How did he lose in one hit?" No one could answer. From the sidelines, teacher Hao Yuanfang narrowed his eyes. "That boy," he muttered. "He's been hiding far more than anyone realizes." Even Lu Gang and Wang Shou could not hide their unease as they exchanged glances. "Is he even human?" one of them whispered. Lin turned back toward the stunned second years, his voice level and emotionless. "Who's next?" No one stepped forward. Fear twisted their expressions. Half an hour later, it was finished. Every single one of the remaining 29 second-year students lay scattered across the floor, completely defeated. Standing over the last one, Lin Zikin looked down with detached calm. The roar of the crowd faded as his system interface appeared before his eyes. System notification. Opponents eliminated. 119/1000. His brows furrowed. Still only 119. The progress was unbearably slow. He recalled every match so far, how he was always forced to fight last, after everyone else had already been beaten. If things continued this way, reaching his goal would take far too long. That was unacceptable. His fist tightened as resolve hardened inside him. His strength had already surpassed what this school could provide. There was no reason to keep following their limits. From now on, he would set the rules himself. The following Monday, a shocked cry rang out from the principal's office. Behind her desk, the principal of Shanghai High stared at Lin Zikin as if she had misheard him. "You want to do what?" Lin stood straight, his tone firm. "I want to hold a personal challenge match," he said. "With rewards." The principal blinked. "You mean against one class?" Lin shook his head, completely calm. "No," he said. "I'm challenging the entire school." Inside her office, the principal of Shanghai High released a weary sigh as she rubbed her temple, staring at Lin Zikin. "Are you really planning to challenge the entire student body as a first year?" she asked, disbelief heavy in her voice. Lin Zikin did not waver. "Yes," he said. "Please come to the gym with me. I'll show you why I know I can do it." A short time later, they were standing inside the silent, dimly lit gym. The principal folded her arms and looked at him. "Well, why did you bring me here at this hour?" Lin Zikin did not answer right away. He calmly took off his school jacket, his movements unhurried, his physique drawing attention the moment it was revealed. "I'm going to show you my true strength," he said evenly. For an instant, the principal misunderstood his words and hurriedly waved her hands. "Wait, what are you?" Lin Zikin had already walked past her. He stopped in front of a massive barbell resting on the floor. With one hand, he wrapped his fingers around it and lifted the 700-kilogram weight high above his head, as if it were nothing. The principal's mouth fell open. She stood there frozen, staring at the impossible scene. In that moment, everything became clear. This was what he meant. His strength was not just impressive, it was terrifying. Even Wu Tiancheng, the school's most famous prodigy, had never shown power like this in his first year. When she finally snapped out of her shock, the principal raised a big thumbs up. "All right, you made your point. I'll arrange your school-wide challenge." Lin Zikin smiled. "Good, but we'll need rewards. Otherwise, no one will bother to fight me." "Rewards?" she repeated, lifting an eyebrow. He nodded and explained. "There will be 2. A small participation prize for everyone who joins, and a main prize pool that increases with every challenger. If someone beats me, they take everything. If no one does, it all belongs to me." Amused by his confidence, the principal chuckled. "Fine, I'll go along with it. One more thing," Lin added. "Keep my strength secret for now. If people find out, they might not dare to show up." She lightly patted his shoulder. "Understood. Not a word will leave my mouth." Later that night, back in her office, she handed him the finalized plan. Lin Zikin read through it, then nodded. "Perfect. Thanks." As they were talking, Hao Yuanfang and Lu Duran happened to pass by the office. Both nearly froze when they saw the principal smiling so warmly at a student. Hao Yuanfang stared in disbelief. The Iron Principal? Smiling like that? Since when? The next day, at exactly 2 in the afternoon, the gym was packed to the brim. Students filled every seat, their voices buzzing with excitement and curiosity. 2 huge fighting rings stood at the center, with Lin Zikin and the principal beside them. Taking the microphone, the principal's voice echoed through the hall as she introduced Lin Zikin, listed his recent victories, and announced the rules and rewards of his challenge. A single first year against the entire school. The gym exploded with noise. Laughter, mockery, and disbelief flooded the air. Some shouted that the principal had lost her mind. A first year daring to challenge the whole school was absurd. "Beating the second years doesn't mean you can handle the third years," someone yelled. "You're crazy," another voice shouted. Lin Zikin remained unmoved by the noise. "Starting tomorrow," he said calmly, "I'll be in this gym for 2 hours every afternoon. Anyone who wants to challenge me can come then." He heard the anger in their voices and quietly stored it away. More rage meant more challengers, and more challengers meant a faster path to completing his survival of the fittest plan. To him, the uproar was not a problem. It was a good sign. Night fell, and the scene shifted to a crowded city street. A blond young man walked alone, drinking as he went. 2 women stepped in front of him and invited him out for a drink. He answered with a single cold sentence. Get lost. They left in annoyance, muttering that he had no charm. The blonde man clicked his tongue, complaining about how boring the city was. He was a new recruit of the rat god cult, on his very first mission. For days, he had searched for a suitable sacrifice and found nothing. Anxiety gnawed at him as he imagined facing the cult leader with empty hands. He had even considered kidnapping a famous man, but celebrities were always surrounded by guards. He stood no chance against them. With the deadline closing in, desperation began to take over. Then, as he paced the street, Lin Xinghen ran past in a tank top and shorts. The blonde man froze, his eyes following him. In that instant, he made his choice. He had finally found the perfect target. Relief washed over him as his stress vanished. This one would be enough. He began to follow, keeping his distance as Lin Xinghen turned into a deserted industrial alley. Step by step, the cultist closed in, determined to turn this opportunity into success. When Lin Xinghen disappeared into the dim passageway, the blonde man stopped in the shadows. A twisted smile crept across his face as his eyes sank into dark, bottomless pits. The empty street thrilled him. No witnesses, no interruptions. The perfect place to kill. With a low growl, he unleashed his power. His body warped and cracked, bones twisting beneath his skin. Muscles swelled grotesquely as his mouth split open, exposing rows of jagged teeth. In seconds, the man vanished, replaced by a hunched monster lurking in the dark, ready to strike. It lunged forward with a savage roar. Crack! A brick tore through the air and slammed into its skull with crushing force. Blood sprayed across the pavement as the creature reeled backward, dazed and staggering, the echo of the impact rolling through the silent alley. Lin Xinghen watched the cultist clutch its head and stumble in confusion. A single brick had done that much damage. He stepped out of the shadows, another brick still in his hand, his voice calm as he muttered to himself. He had not expected to run into a rat person during a simple night jog, but if fate wanted to hand him free progress for his guidebook, he saw no reason to refuse. The creature shook violently, its pupils shrinking in terror. What kind of human talks like that? It could not understand his words, but every instinct screamed the same warning. This man was terrifying, and just as it tried to move, it dropped dead. Lin Xinghen blinked. He stared at the lifeless body, struggling to process what had just happened. One casual brick had killed a transformed cultist. Was a follower of the rat god really this hooking fragile? He crouched beside the corpse and absorbed its remaining life essence before anyone else could wander past. A sharp system prompt flickered into view. You have devoured a trace of giant mutant rat essence. Guidebook progress. 8%. Only 1%. Lin Xinghen exhaled in disappointment. No wonder it died from a single brick. There had barely been any essence inside it at all. Even so, the encounter left a faint chill in his chest. Tonight had been a fluke. Most of the rat god cult's transformed fighters were nothing like this. Some of them had bodies strong enough to withstand bullets. If he kept running alone at night, one day he would inevitably run into one of those. Morning came. Lin Xinghen was at home when the news broadcast made him freeze. At 3 in the morning, the Municipal Public Security Bureau had joined forces with a professor from Shanghai University and wiped out the rat god cult completely. The so-called chemical tutor, as the reporter called him, was actually a high-level gene fuser who had personally killed the Rat King. The footage began to play. A gigantic, multi-eyed monster roared as it fired a storm of bone spikes. A red-haired, winged gene fuser cut through the barrage, flesh tearing and mana flaring as he pushed forward without retreating. 30 seconds. That was all it took for the Rat King, a creature so massive it blotted out the streetlights, to slam into the ground in defeat. Lin Xinghen watched the gene fuser land, calm and unscathed. His jaw tightened. So that was the power of a high-level being. He slowly leaned back, his expression turning grim. Terrifying was not even close to enough to describe it. The room was bright and sterile, almost clinical, yet the 2 men inside it looked like they had just walked off a battlefield. The blue-haired man casually sipped from his cup and glanced at the spiky orange-haired man beside him. So, any news from the teacher? Tiansheng did not even look up. Still out of contact, he replied flatly. And the entire team that went to suppress the riot at Soreside 36. Not a single one has reported back. The blue-haired man froze mid-sip. All of them. All of them, Tiansheng said. If things hadn't already been mostly stabilized, I wouldn't even have had time to deal with the little shrimp that slipped out during the chaos. The blue-haired man raised a brow. Little shrimp. He almost scoffed, but then the image of the monstrous Rat King flashed through his mind, the creature that had left the entire Public Security Bureau helpless. To him, that thing was a living nightmare. But compared to someone like Tiansheng, yeah, in that sense, it really was just a shrimp. He sighed, then suddenly draped an arm over Tiansheng's shoulders. Since you're here anyway, why not swing by our old school? Give the juniors a lecture or two. Tiansheng knocked his arm away. I'm not some idle. I have actual work to do. Oh, come on, the blue-haired man grinned. Giving guidance to our cute juniors is real work. Think of it as nurturing the next generation. Tion clicked his tongue, but did not bother to argue. Far beneath them, beneath the pale glow of the full moon, the truth was unfolding inside a cavern drowned in darkness. The Rat King was still alive. It knelt on the stone floor, trembling as it spoke, its voice breaking. First, it had fed on beggars. Then it had moved on to young people. And, eventually, it had developed a taste for the pampered rich. Now it pressed its head to the ground, no longer a tyrant, but a groveling worm, because towering over it was something far more terrifying. A colossal, green-skinned monster with glowing crimson eyes filled the cavern with crushing pressure. Its rage pulsed through the air like a living heartbeat, making the stone walls feel as if they were closing in. I dragged you here, it growled, so your clan could dig tunnels. That was all you were supposed to do. Instead, you went around eating humans and stirred up a citywide disaster. Do you really think you deserve to live after that? The Rat King shook so violently it could barely breathe. And Master, please, give me another chance. The giant stared down at it in silence. Then at last it spoke. Fine, I'll give you one. Relief surged through the Rat King, and was instantly crushed. A massive claw slammed down. Blood exploded across the cavern as flesh was torn apart. The Rat King screamed, swallowed by the sickening sound of violence. Deep inside the darkness of the cavern, the punishment did not stop. The huge green monster held a freshly torn eye between its fingers, blood still dripping from it. It sniffed once, curling its lips. Disgusting smell, but the taste isn't bad. The Rat King could only tremble as its master casually bit into the bloody orb. Its remaining eye darted around in sheer terror before the creature's hand closed around its skull once more. Hiding underground, letting one of your underlings pretend to be you. You're not as stupid as they say, the monster rumbled. That thing Wu Tian killed was just your decoy. Clever. Its grip tightened, forcing a whimper from the Rat King. But if you fail to dig the tunnels I ordered, its crimson eyes flared with killing intent. You will die anyway. The Rat King bowed so low its snout scraped against the stone, barely daring to breathe. On the surface, morning light washed over Shanghai High, and today belonged to him. As Lin Xingqian walked toward the gym, the corridors buzzed with whispers and stares, excitement thick in the air. That's him, the first year who challenged the whole school. Arrogant, isn't he? I can't wait to see him get crushed. Xingqian ignored all of it. His eyes were fixed on his phone, where a wanted notice showed 9 remaining rat god cult fugitives. At the bottom, a glowing golden number blinked. 500,000 won. A walking fortune. A faint smile almost formed, but he suppressed it. If he ever ran into one of them, survival came first. Rewards only mattered if he lived long enough to claim them. He slipped the phone away and pushed open the gym doors. The place was already packed, students crowding shoulder to shoulder around the fighting rings. Exactly what he had hoped for. The challenge alone would not have drawn this many people, but the final part of his plan had. On the sidelines, Shin Ching Han lifted a megaphone. Everyone who participates gets a lottery ticket. The prizes this year are extremely generous, so don't miss your chance. The gym detonated with noise. Is that real? Game consoles? Even the newest smartphones? Forget it, I'm in. I don't care if I get flattened. One boy clenched his fists, eyes shining. If I get lucky, maybe I'll even get to touch Ching Han's hand during the draw. He puffed out his chest and stepped forward, ready to volunteer, and never finished. A girl vaulted straight over him, planted a foot on his head, and shouted, I'll go first. That single cry shattered the last bit of restraint in the room. Dozens, no, hundreds, of girls surged forward in a wild rush. The boys were instantly swallowed, crushed beneath the stampede as the girls charged the ring, all screaming the same name. I want to fight Lin Xingqian. The fighting ring stopped looking like a battleground and started looking like a chaotic fan meeting. Girls crowded in from every direction, arms raised, voices overlapping. I want to challenge him. No, me first. Lin Xingqian, look at me. Then the so-called challenges turned into something else entirely. One girl clung to his arm, eyes sparkling. Wow, you're so strong. Another brushed her hand across his cheek. And really handsome. Someone hugged him from behind. Another grabbed his hand. Another buried her face against his shoulder. In seconds, he was buried under a wave of perfume, warmth, and unrestrained enthusiasm. Lin Xingqian blinked. This wasn't a fight. This was harassment. He didn't want to hurt girls, but the achievement bar would not fill itself. If he let this continue, the entire event would fall apart. He took a quiet breath and steadied himself. Sorry in advance. He released his control and moved. A gentle push sent one girl flying safely out of the ring. Another light shove knocked another away. One by one, he launched them out with perfectly measured force. When the ring was still too crowded, he released a faint shockwave. Foom! Every girl around him was lifted off their feet and blown out of the ring in a flurry of skirts and indignant cries. I'm really sorry, he said with a small bow as the last one rolled to a stop. Silence fell. He opened his system. Survival of the fittest. 309, 1,000. Good progress. Still far from enough. The girls, however, were not finished. A pink-haired student shot her hand into the air, eyes blazing. I want a rematch. Lin Zinchen's gaze turned cold. According to the rules, defeated challengers cannot challenge again. A wave of despair rippled through them. That rule is awful. So unfair. We didn't even get to touch him long enough. Before their complaints could grow louder, heavy footsteps echoed through the gym. A massive third-year strode in with his group, cracking his knuckles. Move aside. It's my turn. I'll teach this arrogant junior, He never finished. Bam. One punch. Down. Bam. 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 The rest of his crew collapsed just as fast. Moments later, Lin Zinchen stood atop of a brand new mountain. This one piled high with unconscious challengers. Survival of the fittest. 419/1000. He brushed the dust from his uniform and swept a calm gaze across the stunned crowd. Next, the noise vanished. A shadow dropped lightly into the ring, sharp and controlled. I'm still here to fight you. A wave of gasps burst out. Yin Xiaoxian, the honors class overlord. He once crushed a whole class alone. Until that third-year instructor shut him down. Yin Xiaoxian stood tall, eyes fixed on Lin Zinchen. I used to be like you, reckless, arrogant, thinking no one could stand above me. He folded his arms, slipping naturally into a lecturing posture. Then someone stronger taught me reality. So as your senior, let me show you what. Lin Zinchen didn't even glance at him. He turned to the supervising teacher. Can I start? Yin Xiaoxuan's eye twitched. The match hadn't begun, yet he was already invisible. The teacher, drenched in sweat, waved his clipboard wildly. Match start. Yin Xiaoxian drew in a breath to continue speaking. Crack. One kick. Lin Zinchen's foot smashed into his chest, launching Yin Xiaoxian across the ring like a kicked sack of gravel. He slammed into the far wall with a deafening boom. Dead silence. Lin Zinchen casually poked a finger in his ear. Finally peace. The gym locked up. Jaws hung open. He kicked Yin Xiaoxian like he was nothing. How powerful is he? Before anyone could recover, slow clapping echoed. Clap, clap, clap. The crowd parted as a tall, broad-shouldered student with spiky red hair stepped forward. The air itself shifted. Shen Qinghan, #1 in the entire school. Now this is the real battle. Energy surged through the hall. Lin Zinchen studied him quietly. Beat the younger one, and the older brother appears. Predictable. Shen Qinghan landed in the ring, a crooked smile on his face. Didn't think Yin Xiaoxian would fall to a freshman. Since he did, I'll... Lin Zinchen raised a hand, ignoring him as he turned to the teacher. Can we begin? Shen Qinghan's smile twitched. Hey, I wasn't done. Start. The teacher shouted. You. Shen Qinghan roared as blue energy exploded around him. Fine. I'll smash you until you listen. He rushed forward, the floor cracking beneath his feet. Lin Zinchen stepped in to meet him, his fist wrapped in glowing yellow light. Boom! Their clash sent a shockwave ripping through the gym. Shen Qinghan's eyes widened. That won't be enough, he said, calm but certain. Sorry, I don't have time, Lin Zinchen replied. Then he struck. One clean, crushing blow. Thundering crash. Shen Qinghan was hurled backward, his clothes torn, disbelief carved across his face. How can this be? He whispered as he collapsed. The gym dropped into dead silence. No cheers, no murmurs, only hundreds of pale, frozen faces staring at what shouldn't have been possible. Their strongest fighter, crushed in seconds. Lin Zinchen brushed off his uniform and calmly looked over the stunned crowd. Then he extended a finger and pointed toward a random boy in the back. You, step into the ring. The boy flinched and pointed at himself. And me, you haven't fought yet, Lin Zinchen replied evenly. The student gulped. See, can you go easy? Lin Zinchen gave him a gentle smile. If you participate, you get a lottery ticket. The boy straightened at once. I'll try my best. The instant the prize was mentioned, fear vanished from his eyes. He rushed into the ring, like courage itself could be bought with a phone. I won't hit too hard, Lin Zinchen said. The boy sighed in relief. BF. One punch. Lights out. The student folded and slammed into the floor. A system prompt flashed. Survival of the fittest +1. The crowd stared, and then understanding spread. If even showing up counted, if getting knocked out wasn't shameful, if the ticket was guaranteed, then losing wasn't really losing. A spark lit up the gym. Wait, we still get the ticket if we lose. And he's way too strong anyway. I want that smartphone. The entire crowd surged forward like a tidal wave of greedy, excited bodies. Lin Zinchen steadied himself. What followed wasn't a fight. It was an assembly line of knockouts. A punch, +1. A chop, +1. A tap, +1. Bodies flew, bounced, spun, and collapsed, all ending the same way. Unconscious on the floor while the counter climbed without mercy. 421, 487, 612, 750, 903, 998, 999. At last, The final challenger dropped with a groan, and a massive golden message filled his vision. Achievement complete. Survival of the fittest. Requirement: defeat 1,000 unique opponents. Status: cleared. Another alert followed, even brighter. New biological attribute acquired. Survival of the fittest. Lin Xingchen clenched his fist. Power surged through his body. Clean, wild, intoxicating. A hard grin spread across his face, the kind only someone who had earned every inch of their strength could wear. At last, after the chaos, after the endless flood of challengers, he had done it. He had won. The system window appeared as the final body hit the ground. New biological attribute acquired. Survival of the fittest. Effect: increases the damage you deal to other living beings. Lin Xingchen rubbed his chin. A straight damage boost, useful, but why hide the numbers? He clicked his tongue. Cheap system. Still, the goal was complete. That was enough. He jumped down from the ring. The challenge is finished. A wave of disappointed groans rose behind him. Already, I didn't get enough photos. We wanted to watch him more. Xingchen ignored every sound behind him. Without slowing down, he caught Shen Qinghan's hand and pulled her through the roaring chaos. The gym emptied in their wake, but the two of them were already gone before anyone could think of stopping them. That afternoon, laughter echoed through the principal's office. The principal of Shanghai High lounged against her desk, legs crossed, smiling like she had just hit the jackpot. Congratulations, Lin Xingchen. You are now officially the strongest fighter in Shanghai High. She leaned forward, eyes glittering. Tell me, since you flattened Shen Qinghan so easily, you're hiding a lot more power than you showed, right? Xingchen sat on the sofa with Shen Qinghan beside him, calmly sipping his drink. I held back a little. Her gaze sharpened. You know, during Shen Qinghan's Kyoto University entrance exam, he lifted a 690-kilogram barbell with one hand. She pointed at Xingchen with confidence. That means your limit must be at least 800. Xingchen nearly spat out his drink. If she knew the real number, she'd faint. He forced a polite smile. Close. My test result was 795. The principal slapped the desk. I knew it. Absolutely knew it. She was still laughing when Xingchen lifted a finger. Principal, there's something important. She paused, intrigued. Xingchen straightened, eyes bright. When do I receive the 8,810 yuan prize money? Shen Qinghan sighed softly beside him. The principal blinked, then laughed. Already thinking about cash. Still, she immediately took out her phone and transferred the money. As she began explaining his new role as the school's top fighter, Xingchen raised his hand again. One more thing. Yes. Qinghan and I both enjoy swimming. I want access to the gym pool. He raised a finger. Exclusive access. No one else allowed while we're using it. The principal smiled at his nerve and nodded without hesitation. Approved. Xingchen was honestly surprised. That had been far too easy. He cleared his throat. Oh, and one more condition. The principal lifted an eyebrow. Shen Qinghan tilted her head. When we use the pool, Xingchen said evenly, I'll be covering the security cameras. I don't like being watched in swimwear. Shen Qinghan's face turned bright red. The principal froze, then slowly broke into a knowing smile. Boy and girl. Private pool. Cameras covered. Her imagination ran wild. She said nothing, but the look in her eyes said everything. Of course, she murmured, sliding a key across the desk. Every request granted. Lin Xingchen accepted the key with a courteous nod. But the principal leaned close and whispered against his ear, just be careful not to create a new life in there. Lin Xingchen blinked. What? A new what? What kind of life? Since when did swimming produce anything? Before he could question it, she waved him off with a playful grin. Walking down the hallway, he rolled the pool key between his fingers. Private access. No cameras. No interruptions. Perfect. With that privacy, he could finally examine the true nature of Shen Qinghan's strange water abilities without anyone interfering. His thoughts broke when she tugged lightly at his sleeve. Lin Xingchen, can I ask you something? She looked uneasy, eyes lowered, cheeks faintly red. I entered a singing contest. I practiced my solo, but the duet part, I don't have anyone yet. She swallowed. Can you practice with me tonight? Of course, he answered without hesitation. Her face lit up instantly. She pumped her fist and skipped down the hallway like she had just won first prize. Xingchen watched her go, a soft warmth spreading in his chest. She really cares about this. I hope she finds the confidence she's chasing. That night, in Shen Qinghan's room, she held a microphone and sang gently, her voice smooth and clear. Lin Xingchen sat nearby, his phone playing the male part of the duet, as their voices blended together in harmony. In a living room, her parents listened quietly. Shen Zhouan frowned. Dear, is it really okay for them to be alone in her room at this age? Shu Meng snapped her head toward him. What are you suggesting? They're childhood friends. Sit down and stop being ridiculous. Yes, dear, he muttered, sinking into the couch. Back in the room, Lin Xingchen had heard enough. That's 30 minutes, he said gently. Let's stop here and go over homework. She nodded, though clearly unwilling. As he gathered his things, he added, "Don't forget, tomorrow we're using the private pool. You need to train your water control. Bring your swimsuit." Her eyes shone. "I will." They said goodbye, and Lin Xinghen stepped out into the night, the pool key still warm in his hand, already thinking about the next day's training. Shin Xinghan shut the door, leaned against it for a moment, then covered her face. "Tomorrow, the pool, just us." Her cheeks burned. She rushed to her closet and pulled out 2 swimsuits, laying them on the bed. A modest blue one-piece, and a black bikini that was anything but modest. She lifted the bikini with trembling hands. Her face turned even redder. "Isn't this too much? What if he looks at me and—" Her imagination ran far too fast. She imagined herself splashing Lin Xinghen in the pool, laughing as he chased her, the two of them fooling around like a scene straight out of some romantic drama. He would trap her against the pool wall, water sliding down her shoulders. She slapped her own cheeks. Focus. But the image refused to leave. After struggling with herself for a long, painful minute, she finally clenched her fists. "It's just him. So, it should be fine." With the resolve of someone jumping off a cliff, she shoved the bikini into her school bag. The next day after school, the gym's pool was silent and empty, wide, echoing, completely private. Lin Xinghen was already there, dressed in his swim trunks, a towel draped over his shoulder. Standing by the pool, he looked like a model that had wandered into a sports advertisement. The lights highlighted every line of muscle across his chest and shoulders. He glanced at a security camera. "Right, I'll deal with that later." Then, Xinghen. He turned and froze. Shin Xinghan stood beneath the pool lights in her black bikini, cheeks flushed, steps careful, but her smile bright enough to outshine the room. "Sorry to keep you waiting." On the outside, Lin Xinghen stayed calm. "Walk slowly. Don't slip." Inside, too cute. Too cute. Way too cute. He forced himself to breathe and nodded. "All right, let's start." Her eyes lit up. They slipped into the water together, ripples spreading as they swam side by side. Beneath the surface, Lin Xinghen reached out and took her hand. She squeezed back, then suddenly stiffened. Her eyes went wide as she hurriedly pointed upward. Without hesitation, he pulled her up. They broke the surface, breathing hard. Lin Xinghen held her close, concern in his eyes. "What happened? Did you get hurt?" But Shin Xinghan wasn't afraid. She was stunned and excited. "Xinghen, the water, it went through me." "What? Look, watch." She held her hands just beneath the surface. And then, the water flowed straight through her palms as if her skin were fogged, slipping back into the pool without a splash. No resistance. No disturbance. Just liquid passing through her body. Lin Xinghen stared. Whatever this power was, it had only just begun. At the pool, Shin Xinghan stared at her hands as water slipped through her fingers like they weren't real. Panic flickered in her eyes. "Lin Xinghen, why is my body letting the water pass through?" He studied her, calm and focused. This wasn't a malfunction. It was an awakening. "Give me your hand," he said. She hesitated, then placed her trembling palm in his. His grip was warm and steady. He turned her hand, examining it closely. Aside from the impossible flow of water, everything else was completely normal. "Let's get out of the pool," he said at last. "I need to check the rest of your body." Her face turned red in an instant, but she still nodded, shy and flustered. A few minutes later, Shin Xinghan was lying on a lounger, droplets sliding down her skin as Lin Xinghen ran one test after another. Each time he scooped up water and poured it over her, she shifted slightly, whispering, "How much longer?" "Almost done," he answered, fully focused. After the third round, he helped her sit up. "For now, the ability seems limited to your hands." She looked down quietly, thinking it over. Then, sitting at the edge of the pool, her voice trembled with a different fear. "Did you think my bedwetting might be related? Maybe another part of me lets water pass through too." Lin Xinghen paused. The question surprised him, but he didn't brush it aside. "It's possible," he said honestly. "Next time you feel it coming, tell me. Try to sense if there's anything similar somewhere else, like what you feel in your palms." The moment he finished, he stiffened. Why did that sound so wrong? He cursed himself silently. But Shin Xinghan wasn't thinking about that at all. Her eyes suddenly lit up with a spark he had never seen before. "So that means, I'm not useless," she murmured. Then her voice rose with excitement. "I have a superpower, a water-type ability." Something firm took root in her chest, washing away years of doubt. If she trained, if she mastered it, then one day she could stand beside Lin Xinghen, not as someone who needed protecting, but as someone worthy of him. The scene shifted to a neon-soaked night city. Tower-sized holograms of cybernetic limbs and luxury cyborg ads towered over the glowing streets. Under that electric light, Lin Xinghen stepped into a supermarket. "Welcome," the clerk greeted brightly, expecting nothing special from the handsome young customer. But he walked straight to the counter, slid his card across, and said calmly, "I want 100 gene of savage giant eagle meat." She froze, then blinked again. 100 gene of that kind of meat? The kind rich families bought only in tiny portions? Her hands trembled as she took his card and the delivery slip. Why, yes. I'll prepare it immediately. As Lin Xingqian left, the clerk stared after him, heart pounding. What kind of young master spends money like that? And stays so calm? All she could do was watch him vanish into the neon streets, unaware that the world around him was already shifting. Still dazed, she forced herself back into work mode, filling out the order, stamping it, then leaning forward with a professional smile. Please give us a good review. Even she couldn't hide the tremor in her voice. Hours later, in a deserted industrial district beyond the reach of city lights, Lin Xingqian received the delivery. The workers unloaded a massive insulated container packed with the remains of a savage giant eagle. Once they left, he rolled his shoulders and let out a slow breath. He had just been paid 120,000 yuan from his web novel royalties. Added to his savings, he now held roughly 210,000. More than enough. This wasn't spending. It was an investment. The time had come. He placed his palm on the beast meat. White light erupted instantly, spiraling around him like a cutting storm. A blue system window flashed into existence. Devouring savage, giant eagle life source. Codex unlock progress, 100%. His consciousness was dragged into a vision. A colossal white eagle tore through the clouds, its wings gleaming like polished ivory. It dove into the sea, claws sinking into a massive purple squid beast, thrashing below. Power. Instinct. Absolute dominance of the sky. Everything flooded into him. When the vision shattered, Lin Xingqian stood bathed in glowing blue light as a final message formed. Savage Giant Eagle Codex unlocked. New biological attribute acquired. Eye of the Sky. Another panel unfolded. His vision had surpassed human limits. His ability to track movement had been reborn. His perception had become that of a predator. His eyes blazed gold, pupils reshaping into intricate eagle patterns. He tested it at once. His view lifted, expanding outward, rising high above the city until the streets spread below him like a map. He focused and locked onto a distant road. One man walking, the glow of the phone screen. Every tiny movement, every detail, perfectly clear. An eagle's sight is terrifying, he murmured. Once the surge settled, Lin Xingqian headed home. Inside, the living room was dim. Lin Yin and Jiang Wangxin sat rigidly on the couch, watching the news. On the screen, a mutated gene fuser tore through a city. A winged monster lifting a truck as flames swallowed the streets. Sirens screamed. Buildings lay in ruins. Hundreds injured. The broadcast cut to a heated debate. One man slammed the table. Gene fusion is wrong. Humans should awaken their own power. Evolve naturally. His opponent shot back. Nonsense. Without gene fusers, how do you fight aberrant beasts? Martial artists can't even stop bullets. The room went silent. Lin Xingqian's parents exchanged weary looks, worry etched deep. Behind them, Lin Xingqian stood quietly, his golden eyes fading back to normal as the world crept closer to chaos. Lin Yin sighed when the program ended. Gene fusers, they're walking time bombs. You never know when one will lose control. Jiang Wangxin waved it off. You're overthinking it. The government regulates them strictly. Accidents like that are rare. The real problem is, she lowered her voice. Most gene fusers can't have children afterward. Lin Yin nodded. Exactly. If someone plans to go through fusion, they should preserve their genes first, or have a child beforehand. Halfway through the discussion, Jiang Wangxin suddenly stiffened. Her eyes widened. Her cheeks flushed. Lin Xingqian was standing in the doorway. Son, you're back, she said awkwardly, clearly realizing he had heard far more than intended. The air grew painfully stiff. Lin Xingqian simply smiled, sparing them. Let's eat. Around the dinner table, the tension slowly melted away. Between bites, Lin Xingqian spoke casually. Tomorrow is the school singing competition. Qinghan signed up. His parents reacted instantly. That's great. Lin Yin slapped the table. We're all going to support her. And not just support her. Jiang Wangxin added with intensity. Qinghan is like my own daughter. We're cheering louder than anyone. Lin Xingqian nodded, already picturing the chaos they would cause. When the night arrived, the campus turned into a festival of lights and sound. Giant screens, spotlights, and roaring students filled the air with energy. And right in the middle of the crowd stood Lin Yin and Jiang Wangxin, wearing glowing headbands and waving an enormous neon sign that screamed, Qinghan, you can do it. Backstage was a different world. Inside an empty classroom, Lin Xingqian leaned close to Qinghan, gently brushing makeup across her cheeks. She kept her eyes closed, trusting him completely. When she opened them, she found him staring at her, quiet, focused, almost holding his breath. Her face turned red. Why are you looking at me like that? He smiled without hesitation. Because you're beautiful. The blush crept all the way to her ears. The elegant black dress only made her look even more breathtaking, and even more nervous. Before the moment could deepen, Chu Rue suddenly peeked in. Well, finish with your little romantic scene. Qinghan nearly jumped. And no, he was just helping with makeup. He's good at it. Chu Rue lifted a brow. Sure, you two act like an old married couple. She glanced at Lin Xingqian, holding a full set of brushes like a professional. See? Certified makeup master. She waved a hand. You're on after the next 2 acts. Don't be late. With a grin, she slipped away. Lin Xingqian held out his hand. Come on, I'll take you. Her heart pounded, but she nodded and reached for him as the stage lights glowed down the hallway. Then, just as he turned to lead her out, she didn't move. Shen Qinghan sat frozen in her chair, shoulders shaking, hands clenched on her knees, her entire body trembling. When he looked back, her face was ghostly pale, yet burning with humiliation. With a tiny, shaking movement, she reached out and lightly caught the edge of his jacket. Lin Xingqian. Her voice trembled. She couldn't even raise her head. He lowered himself slightly, worry in his eyes. What happened? Her lips pressed together, eyes shimmering as panic built. The words fought to come out, then finally spilled in one desperate breath. I lost control again. The confession struck like a bolt of lightning. His gaze dropped, and he saw it. A faint wet mark spreading down the elegant black dress, seeping toward the glossy floor. The pressure, the fear, the looming stage had overwhelmed her. Shen Qinghan shook harder. I was too nervous. I couldn't stop it. Tears clung to her lashes as she folded inward, too ashamed to look at him. But Lin Xingqian didn't step back. He didn't hesitate. He didn't judge. He moved closer, resting his hands gently on her shoulders. Han, he said quietly, look at me. She lifted her face just enough to meet his eyes. There was no shock there, no disgust, only steady warmth. We'll deal with it, he said. Together. Don't panic. Her shaking eased, just a little. Of everything she feared, this moment had always been the worst. Not the stage, not the crowd, but the thought that he might finally see her as broken. But the way he looked at her now, for one fragile second, she felt like she wasn't someone to be avoided, but someone worth protecting. Overwhelmed, Qinghan finally collapsed into tears. She clutched Lin Xingqian, sobbing as her voice cracked. We're about to go on. I ruined everything. If they find out Her words dissolved into crying. They'll all hate me. Lin Xingqian stayed calm. He lifted her face gently and spoke in that steady tone that always cut through her fear. Stop crying. Your makeup is going to run. The classroom fell silent. Just her uneven breaths and his quiet presence. Then something shifted in his eyes. He looked toward the massive white curtains by the windows. Before she could ask, he grabbed a pair of scissors, walked over, and ripped one down in a single motion. Qinghan froze, tears still on her lashes. He spread the fabric across the table, hands flying as he cut, folded, and shaped it with impossible speed. In less than a minute, the curtain was gone. In its place, the dress. A layered, elegant white gown fit for the stage. Her voice barely escaped her lips. Lin Xingqian. He lifts it with quiet certainty. Go change. Now. Qinghan freezes, cheeks flushing as her fingers knot together. It's fine, just turn around. I'll change here. His face ignites. It's here. She nods anyway, eyes soft and stubborn, and in the end he gives in. He turns stiffly, staring straight at the far wall, as if it might save him. Behind him comes the faint whisper of fabric, the soft slide of her ruined black dress falling away. She stretches lazily, not even trying to hide that she is teasing him, moving in her underclothes like she knows exactly what kind of chaos she is causing. He doesn't look. He can't. But his ears burn because she is far too close. Then her voice comes, light and bright. You could turn around now. He does. And stops dead. Qinghan stands there, radiant in the makeshift gown, like it was created just for her. Her smile is steady, fearless. Thank you, she says softly. After crying that much, I'm not nervous anymore. He reaches out and gently pats her head, a simple, warm gesture that carries far more weight than words. Good. Go in. She looks at him like the sun itself. Not long after, the announcer calls them forward. Lin Xingqian and Qinghan. Their performance erupts across the stage. Bright, lively, impossible to look away from. The crowd moves with them, cheering louder with every beat, every turn, every note. Then the pause comes. Long, heavy. The kind that squeezes the heart. The winners are Lin Xingqian and Qinghan. The hall detonates with applause. They grab each other, laughing, breathless, caught in the rush of victory. In the audience, Lin Xingqian stands beside his father, clapping hard, a proud smile settling on his face. The next day brings reality crashing back. A teacher bursts into the room, eyes snapping to the ruined curtain. Who cut my curtain? No one answers. They do not have to. Punishment follows. Lin Xingqian and Qinghan are ordered to clean the entire classroom. As he drags the mop across the floor, Lin Xingqian lets out a quiet sigh. Fair trade, he decides. Then, ding, a translucent screen flashes before his eyes. Achievement complete. Cooperate 1,000 times. Reward unlocked. Gregarious animal attribute. Combat power increases based on nearby allies. He blinks. A slow, satisfied smile spreads across his face. Unexpected, but welcome. Qinghan's life changes just as suddenly. After the performance, her name spreads through the school. The same girls who once ignored her now crowd around, praising her voice, pulling her into karaoke plans, treating her like a star in the making. For once, she does not shrink away. She smiles, joins them, stands tall. That confidence leaks in everything else. Her martial arts sharpen. Her stance stabilizes. Even her instructor notices. You're improving faster than usual. She only blushes and mutters something about training harder, but inside she knows the truth. Someone believed in her. Someone gave her the courage to step onto that stage. Lin Zinchen's rise does not slow. He enters a major martial arts tournament and takes first place. Shanghai High's first championship in 5 long years. His parents celebrate like they have been waiting their whole lives for this. Qinghan nearly jumps him in excitement, laughing so hard she can barely breathe. His teammates cheer until their voices shred apart. Soon his room is so packed with trophies that he has no choice but to stack them across the floor. And fame opens doors. A representative from the Hay Family Martial Arts Gym arrives with an offer, an endorsement deal, a spokesperson contract, posters, photo shoots, commercials. He signs without hesitation. Between the endorsement payout and the steady flow of income from his web novel, the numbers in his account surge. 900,000 on. He stares at the screen. More than enough. Enough to unlock the next codex. He slips into a narrow alley behind the supermarket. A familiar employee waits there, friendly and discreet, handing him a huge sealed box. Your order. Be careful. This one's special. Inside is the meat of a hidden dragon. A massive, lizard-like beast famous for stealth. A species almost never captured, let alone preserved intact. Lin Xinghen places his palm against the cold surface. Instantly, boom, blue aura explodes outward, twisting around him like a living storm. A system window flashes into existence. Absorbing life source, hidden dragon. Codex progress, 100%. Another message follows immediately. Hidden dragon codex unlocked. New attribute acquired. Natural camouflage. Lines of explanation unfold. Natural camouflage. Reduce internal life signals. Conceal true biological level. Mass presence. Ideal for ambush or deception. Lin Xinghen exhales slowly. A power suited for 2 extremes. Slipping behind an enemy without being noticed, or pretending to be far weaker than he really is. Either way, lethal. With the task finished, he wipes his hands, slings his backpack over his shoulder, and remembers the final errand of the day. Buy a cake for Mom. He heads into the glowing downtown streets, half lost in thought as he debates which bakery to choose, when a sharp cry slices through the noise. Stop her. He looks up. A stunning red-haired woman is being hauled away by 2 guards in tactical armor. She struggles violently, shouting something he can't make out. Before he can react, one of the guards turns. Lin Xinghen. It's Zhang Kai, a senior from his old school. Lin Zinchen's gaze drops instantly to the man's legs. Heavy, metallic, humming with power, cybernetic. Zhang Kai grins like it's nothing. Wild, right? After I failed the entrance exam, I became a biker. Crashed so bad they had to cut my legs off. He taps the metal limb, casually. Lucky for me, the mechanical god group chose me for a modification experiment. Turned me from a cripple into this. He shrugs. But Lin Zinchen's focus shifts back to the red-haired woman, still being restrained. His voice cools. What about her? What did she do? One of the guards answers, clipped and professional. She's a remnant of the rat god cult. The only female among the 9 fugitives still on the run. The woman snarls at the accusation, but the guards only tighten their hold and drag her toward the armored van. Before Lin Xinghen can speak again, someone shouts from ahead. Kai, we're moving out. Now. Zhang Kai jogs after them, lifting a hand. Talk later, Lin Xinghen. Xinghen raises a hand in return. Yeah, later. The armored van doors slam shut and the convoy rolls away. But even after it disappears, a heavy unease settles in his chest. Something is wrong. The public security department threw everything they had at the rat god fugitives. Drones, patrols, manpower. Yet they never found a single trace. But the mechanical god group, a private organization, they captured one with ease. Lin Zinchen's eyes narrow. This group operates on an entirely different level. His thoughts break when his phone vibrates. Xinghen, did you get the cake? His mother, Zhang Wang, sounds excited, with just a hint of worry. Yeah, Mom. I'm on my way. I'll be home soon. All right. Be careful, okay? He smiles at her voice. I will. The scene shifts into a bright, lively living room filled with warmth and noise. Both families are gathered together, laughing and singing. With their birthdays only a day apart, the celebration has always been shared. Qinghan stands beside Lin Xinghen, her cheeks glowing in the candlelight. Happy 18th birthday. Everyone cheers. They lean forward together. Fwoosh. and blow out the candles at the same time. Their mothers smile proudly. Now, exchange presents, one of them says. They turn to each other, grinning, a little shy, and hand over their gifts. For a brief moment, the world feels perfectly still. Then, rumble. The floor shudders. Decorations sway. Glasses clink. Someone grabs the table to keep from falling. What was that? An earthquake. The tremor hits again, stronger. Instinct takes over. Lin Xinghen pulls Qinghan close, steadying her. But the moment his hand grips her shoulder, his expression hardens. No, this is not an earthquake. The vibration, the rhythm, the pulse beneath the ground. Something is terribly wrong. Deep beneath the city, a vast cavern stretches into endless darkness. A monstrous tide of rats floods the tunnels, their bodies packed together like a living ocean of shadows. Thousands, tens of thousands, all surging in one direction. Red eyes glow like scattered embers in the black, and they are moving upward, toward the surface, toward the city, toward them. The next morning, the television tries to erase everything. A calm-voiced anchor insists Shanghai isn't even on a fault line, so a major quake is impossible. There's no need to panic. Nothing happened. At breakfast, Lin Xinghen finishes eating and stands. Be careful, his father says. Outside, Shen Qinghan is already waiting, waving with her usual bright smile. Let's walk together. He nods, and they head off side by side. She hums cheerfully. Since we're 18 now, we're officially adults. Lin Xinghen lets out a small laugh. And the college entrance exams are getting closer too. Just hearing that makes her stiffen. Don't remind me. I get nervous every time I think about it. Later, after scraping together every spare point, Lin finally unlocks his next codex. The instant he activates it, violent purple energy coils around him, locking onto the void crocodile's essence like a starving beast. A system prompt rang out, devouring life source, progress 100%. A vivid vision slammed into his mind. A massive crocodilian beast cutting through dark waters, fins slicing the current as it fled in panic from a colossal eagle ripping across the sky above it. Then the final message descended. Void Crocodile Codex unlocked. New trait acquired. Danger perception. The explanation followed in cold, precise lines. He could now sense hostility in his surroundings and instantly judge the biological level of anything nearby. Lin Xinghen released a slow breath, perfect for dodging sneak attacks. To test it, he headed into a packed shopping mall. With every step, danger perception flickered to life. Power levels floated before his eyes. Tier 1, Tier 2, normal people, no threat. Inside the supermarket, his gaze stopped on packages of life and death toad meat, a rare ingredient, and a potential path to self-healing. Then he saw the price, 100,000 W per gene. His excitement collapsed on the spot. Even his web novel income could not come close to touching that. His jaw tightened. After the exams, I need real money. Meanwhile, at the Nanjiang Provincial Education Department, inside the minister's office, a striking woman with pale purple hair and antler-shaped horns sat in quiet attention. Mo Dongji, vice principal of Shanghai University and the education minister of Nanjing province. Her subordinate finished his report. She nodded once in thanks, then asked calmly, "What about origin site number 36? The assistant finally relaxed. It stabilized. If it hadn't, the entire province would have been finished. With nothing else to say, Mo Dongji dismissed him. The door closed, leaving her alone. She exhaled softly. It's been years since I last accepted a disciple. Her heels carried her to the wide window, overlooking a sunlit tropical beach. For a moment, she simply watched her reflection, calm, unreadable. The martial arts college entrance exam. A ruthless 9-day gauntlet. Day 1, written test in the morning, physical assessment in the afternoon. Days 2 through 8, 1 full week in the forest, combat, survival, no protection. Day 9, aptitude evaluation for gene fusion and mechanical modification. June 7th, the first day. Lin Xinghen and Shen Qinghan walked toward the exam hall together, but she was already trembling. She tugged gently on his sleeve. I'm so nervous. What if I lose control again? He placed a hand on her shoulder and pulled her into a warm embrace. Don't worry. Your theory is solid, and you took precautions, right? So breathe, and just do your best. Her face turned red, but she nodded against his chest. Okay, then you have to do your best too. He smiled. Of course. During the written exam, Lin Xinghen moved through the questions with ease. He finished early, leaned back, and casually started plotting new twists for his web novel. But when it was over, Shen Qinghan came out with her head lowered, looking utterly crushed. He hurried over. Hey, even if you only passed. I did pass, she snapped, cheeks burning. I don't need comfort for that. He blinked. Then why do you look like you're about to collapse? Her face went even redder. I had another accident. I'll change fast. Just wait for me. She sprinted toward the restroom, and he called after her. Hurry. The physical test is next. Later, during the weightlifting test, Lin Xinghen stepped forward, and the entire field fell silent. He wrapped one hand around the massive 950-kilogram barbell and lifted it as if it were nothing more than a prop. The announcer's voice cracked. F final score, 950 kilograms. The crowd exploded. That's insane. He ran a 5.12 second 100 meters too. Did you see that? And a 4.91 meter vertical jump. Who does that? Lin Xinghen simply dusted off his hands, completely unfazed. After finishing her own tests, a visibly tired Shin Qinghan jogged over in her gym clothes. How'd you do? Lin Xinghen asked. She gave him a weary but proud smile. 100 meters, 9.32 seconds. Vertical, 1.62 meters. Weightlifting, 125 kilos. Then she sighed. Still nowhere near your level. He shook his head and answered gently. With numbers like that, you're top tier among the girls. He patted her head, and she looked up at him with bright, happy eyes. A moment later, Heiyu came rushing over, buzzing with excitement. The written exam scores are out, he announced. Wang Shuaji and Lu Gang both got high 80s, and I managed an 80. As he pressed them for their results, Shin Han nervously checked her phone. Her eyes widened. I got an 82. Heiyu froze. Then both of them turned toward Lin Xinghen. He lifted his phone calmly. A perfect score. Shin Han burst into cheers, while Heiyu stared like he was witnessing something unreal. Yeah, freakishly talented as always, he muttered. Later, on the walk home, Shin Han's nerves crept back in. The forest test 7 days. I'm scared, she admitted softly. Lin Xinghen reached out and took her hand. Don't worry. I'll stay with you the whole time. I'll protect you. Her shoulders relaxed at once. She nodded. Then, I'll stick close to you. Meanwhile, inside a dim private room, two shadowy figures spoke in low voices about the coming exam. One man, dressed in a formal suit and wearing a sinister play doctor mask, handed a small wooden box to a young subordinate. Use your authority as a safety officer well, the masked man said. Inside the box lay 10 dark, seed-like objects. Demon seeds, he added. They'll help you complete the mission. He promised that if the job succeeded, the young man would be recommended as a full member of their organization. The subordinate hesitated. Could I get that rare fruit instead? The masked man scoffed. Short-sighted fool. One fruit only pushes you to mid-tier. Our organization can take you far beyond that. After a brief pause, the young man lowered his head. You're right. Becoming a full member is worth much more. A line of buses rolled slowly through a dense forest wrapped in heavy fog. A mechanical announcement crackled through the cabin. Students, prepare for arrival at the practical exam site. Inside one of the buses, Shin Han slept quietly against Lin Xinghen's shoulder. He gently nudged her awake. We're here. Another automated voice followed. Entrance Group 9, please disembark and proceed to the assembly point. The students poured out into a massive staging area where instructors laid out the brutal rules. Hundreds of score tokens were scattered throughout the forest, some hidden, some guarded by beasts. Safety officers waited near the more dangerous creatures, but anyone who called for help would be disqualified on the spot. The deeper you went, the stronger the monsters, and the higher the scores. With 100,000 students and only 50,000 tokens, half of them were guaranteed to leave empty-handed. Cooperate or compete. Share or steal. Anything was allowed, except asking to be rescued. They were given 1 hour to prepare. The area instantly descended into chaos as students rushed to form teams. One loudmouth even tried to recruit people by boasting about his father, until a stern female instructor shut him down with a single icy stare. Nearby, Lin Xinghen and Shin Han calmly ate their snacks when a group of girls approached. Want team up? No. Lin Xinghen replied without hesitation. A moment later, a reddish-brown-haired boy stepped forward. Can I buy some of your food? Lin Xinghen tossed him a pack of toast. Take it. The boy brightened. Thanks. Want to team up then? I'm Hong Junping, from one of the top schools. Still chewing, Lin Xinghen declined again. Hong Junping slumped, thanked him, and walked away. Shin Han blinked. He was kind of strange. Lin Xinghen smirked. He wasn't here for the food. He was looking at you. The realization hit her all at once, and her face turned red. Break time ended. Lin took her hand. Let's go. They stepped into the vast wilderness, swallowed by mist and towering trees. Lin Xinghen started them off carefully, staying near the safer outskirts so she could warm up. He activated the Eye of the Sky. Golden light flickered through his pupils as the world sharpened. There, he said, pointing to a tall tree. A token at the top. Go. Shin Han leapt up with surprising agility. A moment later, she landed lightly, holding a token marked with a 1. Xinghen. I got it. With the Eye of the Sky still active, Lin Xinghen swept the forest like a living radar. Next one. 12 o'clock, under that branch. Another, behind that rock. She dashed from spot to spot, quickly collecting several 1-point tokens. Overjoyed, she jumped into his arms and hugged him tightly. You're amazing. Their moment broke when a figure stepped out from behind a tree. Hong Junping. He lifted a large token and smiled. Already at 28 points. Thought I'd repay your kindness. Of course, his real target was obvious. Shun Han. Let's team up, he offered smoothly. Split 3 ways. Lin Xinghen didn't even blink. If you really want to repay me, hand over all your points. Hong Juanping's smile shattered, his face twisting in disbelief. Are you insane? A violent aura exploded from him as he lunged forward, roaring, You two chose the wrong path. Lin Xinghen's lips curled. No, you did. The fight ended in an instant. One punch, straight into the stomach. Hong Junping doubled over, blood spraying from his mouth as he collapsed unconscious. Lin Xinghen casually picked up the drop token and walked away with Shun Han still clinging to his arm. Will he be okay? She asked quietly. I barely used any strength, he said with a shrug. The following days flowed in a steady rhythm. Lin Xinghen pushed her hard, tracking down more tokens, making her lift heavy boulders, teaching her how to hunt wild boars. Between the harsh training, they shared gentler moments, picking fruit, resting beneath the trees, brushing aside would-be ambushers without effort. When exhaustion caught up to them, they rested under a makeshift shelter. Shin Han slept against his shoulder, and Lin Xinghen looked down at her, wishing the moment could last forever. By the end of the week, they reached the forest central region. Shin Han stopped and pointed at an old wooden sign tangled in vines. Danger, aberrant beast zone. The warning alone made the air feel colder. Yet as they went deeper, the forest was eerily quiet. No growls, no rustling, not even the heavy thuds of large creatures. It's too quiet, Shin Han whispered. Then she frowned. Did we come too late? There aren't any aberrant beasts at all. Lin Xinghen studied the ground. The only signs left were thick, dark bloodstains smeared everywhere. Huge splashes and long streaks, as if something had been dragged or devoured. Something had been here, and whatever it was, it had wiped everything else out. As they continued through the woods, Shin Han puffed her cheeks in frustration. If we'd arrived earlier, I could have killed the aberrant beasts. I might have earned the genius title. Lin Xinghen gently patted her head. That title isn't worth much. Let's head back. He glanced up at the treetops, where cameras were hidden everywhere. Hunting beasts for points was an illusion. Teaching Shin Han how to survive was far more important. When the combat phase ended, all students were transported to the next trial, the gene fusion compatibility test. Buses took them to a heavily fortified research facility on a remote island, the Island Gene Research Institute. Inside, students lined up for blood samples. Shin Han stared at the test tubes with curiosity. Is that the reagent? Flowing cloud jellyfish genes, Lin Xinghen said. They're highly compatible with humans. The reaction between your blood and the genes determines your fusion potential. Nearby, Heiyu trembled. I really hope I pass. I don't want a mechanical modification test. Chu Rue leaned closer, shivering. They say that one feels like being burned alive. They implant alloy fragments directly into your body. Heiyu turned pale and immediately started praying. An hour after the blood draw, the results began to roll in. A girl shouted in excitement. 8%. I passed. I could be a gene fuser. Another stared at her 4% in despair. A third let out a breath after barely scraping 6. Whispers spread through the crowd. 6%. Passable. 8%. Excellent. 10%. Enough for top universities. And the Kyoto prodigy, a legendary 16%. Hearing that, Lin Xinghen wondered quietly. With my physique, could I reach 20? Beside him, Shun Han clutched his arm, her nerves tightening. He squeezed her hand gently. It's normal to be nervous. But inside, fear was tearing at her. If my compatibility is low, will I still be able to stand beside him? Suddenly, Chu Rue jumped up in excitement. 10%. I got 10%. High enough for elite schools. Heiyu checked his own score. 11%. Good, but not good enough for him. He scratched his head, muttering that it should have been higher. Lin Xinghen finally opened his phone. Shin Han, too scared to look at her own result, clung to his sleeve. See, can you check yours first, then mine? Sure. He tapped the screen. 15%. Shin Han threw her arms around him. Xinghen, that's amazing. You're definitely the top scholar in the whole province. But inside, Lin Xinghen frowned. Still below the Kyoto prodigy, so raw strength isn't everything. He gently nudged her. Your turn. Don't worry. If I can do well, so can you. She nodded nervously as he opened her results. Then he froze. Chu Rue leaned closer. Shin Han peeked over his shoulder. All three of them went wide-eyed. 21%. A number that shouldn't exist. Meanwhile, at the Nanjiang Provincial Ministry of Education, Mo Dongji sat in a conference room with several officials and the principal of Shanghai High. The gene fusion compatibility results are in, she said. Lin Xingchen's profile appeared first. 15%. The highest in the entire province. The officials congratulated the principal, who smiled politely while practically glowing inside. Everyone assumed the top scorer was decided, until the next result appeared. Shun Qing Han, 21%. The room erupted. Impossible. Is the machine malfunctioning? Has anyone ever scored that high? Even the principal was shaken. That girl, Shun Qing Han, she was just Lin Xinchen's ordinary childhood friend. Mo Dongji leaned forward, eyes sharp with interest. Tell me everything about her. The principal swallowed. Minister, her grades were never exceptional. Maybe it's a mistake. Mo Dongji exhaled slowly. There's only one way to know. I'll confirm it myself. Back at the institute, chaos swept through the students. 21%. No way. The test has to be broken. Shun Qing Han turned to Lin Xinghen, overwhelmed. Xinghen, is that really my score? Did they make a mistake? Lin Xinghen rested a calming hand on her shoulder. I don't think it's an error, he said softly. He leaned in, lowering his voice. You naturally have a high affinity for water. And this test used flowing cloud jellyfish genes, also water-aligned. It's a perfect match. Shun Qing Han's eyes widened as everything clicked. So, my body is extremely compatible with water-type beast genes. A slow smile spread across her face. Then, I'm actually a genius. For the first time, confidence surged through her. She looked up at Lin Xinghen, her heart pounding. I really can stand beside him now. He smiled back, warm and proud. Then a scream tore through the building. Look, outside the sea. Everyone rushed to the windows. A colossal whirlpool was rising from the ocean, twisting upward like a living storm. And standing calmly at its peak, untouched by the chaos, was Mo Dongji. The sea roared beneath her feet, bowing to her like a tamed beast. Panic exploded through the students. She's a heretic. Is she going to destroy the whole facility? Run, before she wipes us out. All eyes remained locked on the woman commanding the ocean itself. Mo Dongji descended onto the platform with quiet, absolute authority. The towering pillar of water collapsed behind her, sinking back into the sea, as if paying homage to its master. Institute staff immediately lowered their heads, voices trembling as they addressed her by name. Vice Principal of Shanghai University, heir to a 1,000-year martial lineage, a family once said to have tamed dragons. Whispers rippled through the room. If her bloodline truly carried traces of dragon gene fusion, then her command over water was no mystery at all. Mo Dongji ignored them. Her gaze cut straight through the crowd and locked onto one person, Shun Qing Han. She walked toward her and stopped only when the girl froze beneath her shadow. You're the one, she said. Not a question. A verdict. She ordered the neuroscientist to draw Shun Qing Han's blood and rerun the test. Once. Twice. A third time. Only when Shun Qing Han's face turned pale did Mo Dongji finally step back. Shun Qing Han returned to her friends, rubbing her sore arm while Heiyu fussed over her. But before she could recover, a researcher appeared again and asked her to follow him. This time, she was led into a private office. Mo Dongji was waiting. The woman smiled, leaning forward with certainty. All three tests show the same result, 21%. Then she delivered the real shock. From today on, I want you as my disciple. Shun Qing Han froze. Her thoughts scattered. Her breath caught. Mo Dongji gave her no time to react. She raised a hand, and the water in a nearby glass rose smoothly into the air, twisting into a sharp, perfect spiral. Alive, obedient. This, she said, is only the beginning of what you will be able to do. Shun Qing Han swallowed and whispered that she needed time, that she wanted to ask Lin Xinghen first. Mo Dongji waved it away with a single motion. There is nothing to consider. As Provincial Minister of Education and Vice Principal of Shanghai University, I have already decided. You will train under me. Your university placement will be adjusted accordingly. The pressure was overwhelming. Shun Qing Han could only nod and quietly save Mo Dongji's contact. Then the vice principal dropped one more revelation. Shun Qing Han already had a senior sister, someone her age, but with more than 10 years of cultivation. A photo appeared on her phone moments later. A white-haired girl holding a spear, bones scattered at her feet, a massive thorn plant looming behind her. Shun Qing Han's breath caught. She knew that girl. Bei, her childhood friend. With trembling lips, she finally spoke. Teacher, what is my senior sister's name? Mo Dongji's gaze sharpened as she answered, watching her closely. Luoqian Shuer, do you know her? The name stirred something deep inside Shun Qing Han. She explained softly that back in elementary school she had a close friend named Bai Shuer, a girl who looked exactly like the one in the photo. But Bai Shuer had suddenly transferred away without a word. Could they be the same person? She whispered. Mo Dongji dismissed it at once. Impossible. Luoqian Shuer has been under my care for more than 10 years. Yet even as she said it, a faint crease formed between her brows. Something was not adding up. Not with Shuer, and not with Shun Qing Han either. Her attention returned to the girl in front of her. Your score, she murmured, is beyond anything I have ever recorded. That alone demanded answers. She stepped forward, placed a glowing palm over Shun Qing Han's chest, and released a pulse of energy. Her eyes widened. This is strange. Shun Qing Han stiffened. Is something wrong with me? No. Mo Dongji said slowly. That's the problem. Your body is too normal. Someone with 21% compatibility should not be this unaltered. Her expression darkened as she imagined the storm that would follow if the truth came out. Powerful families, hidden organizations, criminal factions, all of them would hunt a girl with a number like that. To protect her, Mo Dongji made her decision instantly. Your official score will be reported as 16%. You will not object. Shen Qinghan nodded silently. After everything that had happened, she had no strength left to resist. Mo Dongji dismissed her. It was late. Shen Qinghan bowed to her new master and slipped out, the door closing softly behind her. But Mo Dongji was far from finished. Alone in her office, she made a call. An elderly voice answered. Her father, heavy with authority. He praised her, saying her new disciple was extraordinary, a once-in-a-generation prodigy whose guidance would bring immense fortune to their family. Then came the warning. No one must ever learn the girl's true potential. Mo Dongji agreed without hesitation. Later that evening, Lin Xingqian pedaled Shen Qinghan home on his bicycle, listening intently as she told him everything that had happened. His brow tightened. A master showing up out of nowhere. It's too abrupt. He told her they should wait and watch. If Mo Dongji turned out to be reliable, that was fine. If not, once Shen Qinghan became strong enough, they would cut the connection themselves. Shen Qinghan nodded in agreement, stepping off the bike just as their mothers hurried out with bright smiles. They excitedly announced a celebration dinner, delighted that Shen Qinghan had taken first place in the province, and that she and Lin Xingqian would now be attending the same university. That night ended without dread or unease, replaced instead by the warmth of family joy, while the truth of her hidden talent quietly tightened its grip on her destiny. The restaurant buzzed with laughter and clinking glasses as both families raised their cups in a toast, celebrating the province's two brightest stars, Shen Qinghan and Lin Xingqian. Pride and happiness filled the room, and for a brief moment, everything felt light, simple, and perfect. When the meal was over, the families exchanged hugs and farewells, wishing one another a safe journey home before disappearing into the night. Hours later, beneath a calm, silver full moon, a gentle knock sounded at Lin Xingqian's door. Zhang Wangshan opened it and stopped. Standing there was Shen Qinghan, dressed in pink pajamas, her cheeks flushed as she nervously shifted her feet. Wangshan couldn't hold back a teasing smile as she leaned against the frame. So, did you come to sleep with Xingqian again? Shen Qinghan stiffened under Zhang Wangshan's playful tone, her face turning scarlet as she waved her hands in panic. And no, it's not like that. I just have something really important to tell Lin Xingqian. Before Wangshan could tease her further, the flustered girl bowed quickly and hurried inside. Wangshan watched her vanish down the hallway, her lips curling into an amused grin. Important matter? Huh? She couldn't help wondering if that matter was actually a confession of love. Shen Qinghan stopped in front of Lin Xingqian's door, took a steadying breath, and knocked. Xingqian, can I talk to you? It's important. The door opened, and he immediately sensed something was off. What happened? Inside the room, she sat on his bed, clutching a pillow as if it were the only thing keeping her grounded. Her voice came out soft and shaky as she explained everything. How her master, Mo Dongji, had carried out a complete physical examination earlier that day and found nothing unusual about her body at all. Then she reached the part that truly unsettled him. Even with her power, she still couldn't detect my ability, Shen Qinghan whispered. She couldn't tell that water can pass straight through me. Lin Xingqian's face remained calm, but deep inside, his thoughts were in turmoil. Mo Dongji, the woman who could command towering waves as if they were part of her own body, had failed to read Shen Qinghan's constitution. That meant her condition wasn't merely strange. It was something far more profound. He placed a firm, reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't tell anyone about this. Not yet. We don't know what could happen if the wrong people discover your ability. When we're stronger, we'll investigate it together. Shen Qinghan nodded at once, trusting him without even a flicker of doubt. I'll do whatever you decide. Then another thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. Oh, there's something else. She pulled out her phone in a hurry. Master said I have seen your sister, and when I saw her photo, she looked exactly like my old friend Bar. She handed him the screen. Lin Xingqian studied the picture of Luo Tianshu. The resemblance was undeniable. The same face, the same eyes, but the feeling was completely different. Colder, wilder, almost unreal. Yet something else drew his focus. The background, the towering trees, the mist curling through them, a forest he had never seen before. Do you know where this photo was taken? He asked. Shen Qinghan shook her head. I don't, but I can ask. She sent a message to Mo Dongji. The reply came back instantly. One word, source site. She frowned and typed again, asking what that meant. The answer was even more baffling. You'll understand when you're stronger. Shen Qinghan sighed softly as she relayed her master's words. No explanation, no hint, just that mysterious line. Lin Xingqian thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, we'll leave it for now. When the time comes, we'll look into it. A gentle quiet settled over the room as they lay side by side on his bed, both scrolling through their phones. Shin Han, however, wasn't really paying attention to her screen. She kept glancing at Zinkhen, her expression shifting between hesitation and resolve. At last, she whispered, "Zinkhen, do men like women who wear cheongsams?" The question caught him completely off guard. Cheongsams. Why would she suddenly bring that up? His thoughts betrayed him, instantly painting an image he was not prepared for, and heat rushed to his face. He cleared his throat. It depends on the person. That wasn't enough for her. Shin Han moved a little closer, eyes fixed on him. "So, do you like them?" Cornered by her gaze, Lin Zinkhen nearly folded. I guess yes." She nodded as if she had just confirmed an important theory. Then she pressed on. "What about stockings? Which color do boys like more? Black, white, or nude?" Why is she even asking me this? His mind scrambled, but with nowhere to escape, he answered, "Black or white, I guess." The instant she heard that, she sat straight up. "Okay." Without another word, she opened a shopping app and began adding a cheongsam and stockings to her cart with the seriousness of someone preparing for a major exam. Lin Zinkhen could only stare, torn between disbelief and panic. Before he could react, a knock came at the door. Zhang Wangshin stepped in, holding a bag. "Your mother sent this over, dear," she said brightly. "She said you should just stay over tonight." Shin Han froze, mortified. I didn't tell her to send anything. Why would she?" Wangshin waved it off cheerfully. "Oh, don't worry. You two are grown up now. Sleeping over together is perfectly fine." With that, she shut the door, cutting off their final path of escape. An unbearably awkward silence fell over the room like a heavy weight. Both of them stared anywhere but at each other, their faces burning hot. Trying to hold on to the last scraps of her dignity, Shin Han opened the bag. "I'll just change my diaper and go to sleep," she muttered. But as her hand reached inside, it suddenly froze. The color drained from her face. What is this?" She slowly lifted out a small box, her eyes widening in sheer horror. It was those things. For protection. A moment of total inner collapse washed over her. "Mother, why? What were you thinking?" Overcome with panic, she sprang off the bed. I'm gonna change my diaper." In her frantic rush, she tripped over her own feet and slammed face first into the floor with a loud thud. Lin Zinkhen sat there stiffly, watching the entire disaster unfold with wide eyes, unable to understand how the night had spiraled so far out of control. Lin Zinkhen and Shin Han had officially been admitted into the Evolution Academy of Shanghai University, and today they were riding through the city on his bicycle. Shin Han sitting on the back, her arms wrapped around his waist as he warned her, "Hold on tight. We're moving." They had also registered at the Hay family's martial arts gym, which was holding a promotional event today. That was supposed to be the main plan, but the city clearly had something else in mind. As they moved through the busy streets, Lin Zinkhen's expression subtly changed. A group of unusual people stood ahead, blocking the road. At their center was a man in black and gold robes, surrounded by several men wearing white karate uniforms. An odd sight that immediately put Lin Zinkhen on alert. The robed man stepped forward. "Are you Lin Zinkhen?" Lin Zinkhen stopped the bike, irritation flashing in his eyes. "And who are you supposed to be?" The man gave a slight bow. "I am Lu Chuanwu, Dean of Shanghai University's Budo Academy. But today, I am here not as a dean, but as a representative of Tian Rengu." The name made Lin Zinkhen raise an eyebrow. Tian Rengu. The traditionalists who rejected gene fusion and mechanical upgrades, insisting on fighting evolving threats with nothing but martial arts. Absurd. Lu Chuanwu formally invited Lin Zinkhen to join them. Zinkhen showed no interest at all. "Move," he said coldly. When he tried to ride past, Lu Chuanwu reached out and grabbed his shoulder. "Just a moment. Hear me out," he urged. Zinkhen's patience thinned. Then, unexpectedly, Lu Chuanwu pulled out a brand new phone. "A small gift," he said. A sign of sincerity. Zinkhen's eyes narrowed. Why is this man so desperate? Not long after, they found themselves seated in a cafe. Lin Zinkhen, Shin Han, and the overly enthusiastic Dean sharing the same table. Lu Chuanwu leaned forward, his voice filled with determination. "Tian Rengu researches how to break past human limits without using mechanical upgrades or beast gene fusion. Our goal is for pure-blooded humans to evolve, to reach advanced, rare, even epic biological tiers." He paused for effect, and we already have proof. He unlocked his phone and passed it over. The footage showed Lu Chuanwu himself, who admitted he was only an ordinary Tier 9, standing inside a fighting arena. Facing him was a man with enormous wings. Lin Zinkhen's eyes widened. Weincheng, the prodigy who had wiped out the rat god cult by himself. A terrifying high-tier gene fuser. The video began. Weincheng rose into the air, his wings slicing through the atmosphere as he gathered a storm of razor-sharp feathers. In the next instant, he released them in a blinding barrage. The feathers ripped into Lu Chuanwu's body, tearing through his arms, chest, and legs as blood sprayed into the air. Meanwhile, Wyan Chung descended smoothly, landing like a predator that had already claimed its prey. The crowd in the recording gasped, but Lu Chuan-Wu did not fall. What followed seemed almost impossible. With feathers still buried deep in his flesh and blood streaming down his limbs, Lu Chuan-Wu charged forward. The arena floor cracked under his feet as he burst ahead with explosive power. Wyan Chung barely had time to react before Lu Chuan-Wu's fist smashed directly into his chest. The impact roared across the arena. Wyan Chung, the same prodigy who had destroyed the rat god cult, was hurled out of the ring like a ragdoll, slamming into the far wall. The screen went dark. Breathing heavily, Lu Chuan-Wu looked at Lin Xingqian with blazing conviction. See? The human lineage is already powerful beyond belief. We don't need beast genes or mechanical implants. Pure-blooded humans, true humans, are the future of evolution. Lin Xingqian stared at the phone, stunned. How is that even possible? That was Wyan Chung. There was no way a mere tier 9 should be able to beat him. His thoughts raced. Was it edited? Did they stage the fight? Was this some elaborate deception? Lu Chuan-Wu immediately cut off those doubts. The video hasn't been edited at all, he said firmly. And I'll keep challenging high-tier gene fusers. If you want proof, you can come and watch whenever you like. Still unconvinced, Lin Xingqian asked the obvious. If you want people to believe this, why not just upload the video online? A shadow passed over Lu Chuan-Wu's face. We want to, but those in power won't allow it. Anger flared in his voice as he slammed the table. They say that if a method doesn't directly raise someone's biological tier, then it's worthless. They refuse to promote our research. And without people, without numbers, how are we supposed to make breakthroughs? He leaned forward, eyes burning. Qualitative change requires quantitative change. Then he delivered his final push. Xingqian, if a genius like you joined us, you wouldn't be stuck at ordinary tier 9 for 50 years like I was. Lin Xingqian blinked. 50 years. But he looks like he's only in his 50s. Lu Chuan-Wu gave a faint smile, as if he had heard the thought. Don't let my looks fool you. I'm nearly 100 years old. Xingqian's breath caught in his throat. Lu Chuan-Wu continued evenly. Our cultivation techniques, slow aging. Even without gene fusion, we can preserve youth and extend our lifespan. The revelation hung between them. Heavy, shocking, and filled with danger. Still doubtful and far from convinced, Lin Xingqian quietly pulled out his phone beneath the table and searched for the dean of Shanghai University's Budo Academy. The results appeared instantly, and every line confirmed what Lu Chuan-Wu had said. An online encyclopedia displayed his birth date clearly. March 1929. Lin Xingqian stared at the screen in disbelief. He really is almost 100, yet he looks barely 50. That cultivation method, whatever it was, could stretch a human life that far? For a brief moment, another thought surfaced. If my parents knew this, would they be able to live longer too? He kept scrolling. More information appeared. In his youth, Lu Chuan-Wu had been the proud young master of the Lu family, once a famous martial arts clan at the height of traditional combat. But when the age of gene fusion arrived, the Lu family refused to change. They clung to their old ways, and little by little, they fell into obscurity. Their once grand dojo, filled with disciples, eventually crumbled into ruin. Then came the part that made Xingqian slow down. Lu Chuan-Wu's obsession with the pure martial path had torn his own family apart. His wife and children left him, choosing gene fusion while he remained bound to tradition. Lin Xingqian glanced at the screen, then thought of Shen Qinghan. She would never leave me, right? He continued scrolling, then suddenly froze. Under relationships, a familiar name appeared. Ex-wife, Yuan Dongji. His eyes widened. Yuan Dongji. That was another name for Mo Dongji, Shen Qinghan's new master. And beside the names of his son, Yuan Shun, and daughter, Yuan Xiao, both profile pictures were gray. No images. No information. As if they were gone. Xingqian slowly lifted his gaze from the phone and met Lu Chuan-Wu's eyes. A quiet realization formed in his chest. This man cannot be taken lightly. Lu Chuan-Wu noticed the look and smiled with pride. You see now, nearly a century old, yet still young. This is the potential of pure-blooded humans. This is why Tian Ringu exists. His voice grew louder, charged with belief. Tian Run means humanity conquering the heavens. He pointed sharply upward. Those who rely on gene fusion will never rise above the beasts they borrow power from. One day, they will be crushed by the very bloodlines they imitate. And mechanical modification? He snorted. Its materials come from aberrant beasts, another dead end. Both paths lead nowhere. His fist struck the table once more. Tian Ringu isn't opposed to those methods. But humanity cannot gamble its future on them. They are nothing but temporary crutches. Useful now, but never the final answer. Then, with fierce sincerity, he reached his hand across the table. Lin Xingqian, join us. Help us forge humanity's true future. The air between them tightened, thick with ideology, ambition, and a dangerous kind of belief. Lin Xingqian slowly lifted a hand, not in rudeness, but with firm resolve, silently refusing the offer. Lu Chuanwu did not hesitate for even a second. Lin Xingqian, he said with blazing certainty, you have the potential to become the first pure-blooded human to break through the ordinary biological limit. Xingqian remained steady. Before we talk about potential, shouldn't I at least know what this so-called cultivation method is? Lu Chuanwu's eyes gleamed with pride. It is known as the blood-tempering art, a technique recovered from ancient ruins. He spoke with deep reverence. It uses one's own qi and blood to temper the body, refining flesh, bone, and strength. At its peak, the records say the practitioner becomes a saint of the flesh, a being who can shatter mountains and rip giant steel beasts apart with bare hands. The description sounded almost like legend. Then his tone shifted. There is one strict requirement. Only pure-blooded humans can cultivate it. He explained it clearly. Gene fusers carry impure blood. Those with mechanical modifications have incomplete bodies. Neither can circulate qi and blood in the way this art demands. He looked straight at Xingqian. That is why humanity's true path must belong to pure-blooded evolution. Once more, he extended his hand. Join Tianrengu Lin Xingqian. Xingqian released a slow breath. I still don't know enough. For now, I'd rather watch and observe. That should have ended the matter. But Lu Chuanwu leaned closer, refusing to retreat. You can take all the time you need, but letting talent like yours go to waste would be a tragedy. His intense gaze locked on his Xingqian. From Tianrenji's perspective, that so-called top scholar with 16% gene fusion compatibility is nothing compared to you. She doesn't even match a single hair on your head. Puffed. Shen Qinghan immediately spat out her drink, eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Chuanwu straightened slightly, his aura blazing. You are the true number one. With your physical data, you should be the greatest talent in the entire province. If you follow our path, surpassing Shen Qinghan will be effortless. You could crush her in the future. Shen Qinghan slumped. Why am I suddenly part of this? Before the dean could say more, Lin Xingqian raised his hand sharply. He pointed to the girl beside him, the one sinking deeper into her seat. That top scholar you keep talking about. The one with 16% gene fusion compatibility. He gestured straight at her. That's her. Shen Qinghan gave a small, awkward wave. Lu Chuanwu froze. A bead of sweat slid down his temple. Sensing the situation had gone far enough, Lin Xingqian stood up. It's getting late, he said calmly. He picked up the brand new phone Lu Chuanwu tried to use as a gift, then reached out and took Shen Qinghan's hand. Thank you for the phone and the drinks, Dean Lu. We'll be leaving now. They turned to go. Wait. Lu Chuanwu sprang to his feet, panic seeping into his voice. At least consider a 6-month trial. Half a year. You don't have to decide right now. But the two of them kept walking, their fingers still tightly linked. Lu Chuanwu shouted after them, his voice cracking with desperation. I'll double whatever the Evolution Academy offers you. Lin Xingqian didn't even turn his head. I'll triple it. That single word, triple, struck like a thunderclap. Lin Xingqian froze in mid-step. Shen Qinghan blinked in confusion as his eyes went wide. Lin Xingqian suddenly straightened, his face blazing with heroic resolve. Dean Lu, he announced, fist clenched. I have always believed in Tianrenji's philosophy. Lu Chuanwu stared at him, completely stunned. I have made my decision. Lin continued with passion. I will devote my talent to Tianrengu and contribute to the rise of pure-blooded humanity. Somewhere deep inside his own mind, a tiny chibi version of Lu Chuanwu collapsed to his knees, weeping over the absurd amount of money he had just thrown onto the table. But it was done. Lin Xingqian had officially joined. With a suddenly serious look, Lin leaned forward. Dean Lu, I have a question. Lu Chuanwu straightened, sensing the shift in tone. Do you know what the source site is? The dean's eyes widened. How does a student like you even know that name? His expression turned grave as his voice lowered. The source site is believed to be the origin of all life. He paused. And every aberrant beast in this world, every creature beyond human understanding, comes from that place. Lin Xingqian quietly processed the words, their weight settling like a gathering storm. The source site, the birthplace of all aberrant beasts. That alone was enough to make anyone uneasy. With a thoughtful look, he asked, then the beast meat sold in the markets, that comes from there too? Lu Chuanwu nodded without hesitation. Of course. Earth could never produce enough meat on its own. Without the source site, half the world would starve. Lin Xingqian leaned back, letting that sink in, before another question surfaced. What about videos? Hasn't anyone recorded what it looks like inside? Lu Chuanwu let out a weary sigh and shook his head. Electronics don't work there. The moment you enter, everything shuts down. The only way to bring anything back is through drawings. Extremely detailed ones. That struck something in him. A memory surfaced. Qinghan Senior's sister, Luo Tianshu. The image he had seen of her. He had always assumed it was a photo. Now he realized it must have been a painting, so lifelike it had fooled even him. Before he could think further, his phone vibrated sharply. He glanced down. Hi you. Bro, where are you? The gym event's about to start. Lin Xingqian adjusted his backpack strap and replied calmly. We're on our way. He ended the call, stood up, and nodded to Lu Chuanwu. Ding, we have something to handle. We'll be heading out. Wait. Lu Chuanwu reached into his drawer and pulled out a thick blue book titled Blood Tempering Art and handed it over. This contains the complete cultivation method, he explained. Don't rush. There's a threshold. You need to reach at least ordinary tier 4 with enough qi and blood. You're already close based on your physical data, so study it over the summer. Start once you advance. Lin Xingqian took the book and casually slipped it into his bag like it was nothing more than a school notebook. Then, with a perfectly flat expression, he said, I'm already ordinary tier 6. I'll start tonight. Lu Chuanwu froze, blinked, then almost choked. What? But Lin Xingqian was already walking away. Scene transition, Tian Range high-rise. Inside a sleek training hall, a young woman with a high ponytail slammed a heavy bag with a spinning kick, sending it swinging violently. She exhaled and wiped the sweat from her forehead, then froze as cheerful whistling echoed down the corridor. She turned. Lu Chuanwu strolled in, practically glowing, hands behind his back, moving with the swagger of a man who had just won the lottery. Her eyes narrowed. Dean, why do you look so suspiciously happy? He puffed out his chest. With my unrivaled charisma, I successfully recruited the province's #1 physical test score into Tian Range. She stared at him, stunned. You're joking. That Lin Xingqian. Grinning, he flashed his phone, proudly displaying Lin Xingqian's contact as if it were priceless. She folded her arms. Dean dropped the act. What did you really do? Under her deadpan stare, his confidence instantly collapsed. All right, he blurted. I might have offered him triple the benefits the Evolution Academy gave. Her jaw dropped. His smile shrank, and the truth struck them both at once. Tian Range had just bought a monster, and possibly a mountain of debt. The young woman let out a shrill scream. Triple benefits? Are you out of your mind? We're already drowning in debt. Lu Chuanwu panicked and darted behind her, grabbing her shoulders like a man trying to stop a bomb from exploding. Calm down, listen. I've already lined up dates with 3 wealthy widows. Extremely rich, extremely lonely, extremely generous, he said, kneading her shoulders desperately. She gave him a lifeless stare. You're unbelievable. Trying to change the topic, Lu Chuanwu cleared his throat. Anyway, how long did it take you to sense your qi and blood when you first practiced blood tempering art? She paused, recalling 10 years ago. About a week. And blood control? 2 months. Lu Chuanwu stroked his chin proudly. Not bad. As expected of the former runner-up of the Kyoto exam. Even I, a born genius, took 2 weeks just to sense my qi and blood. Her expression darkened. Please don't bring that up. Her voice softened with a trace of hurt. Ever since I gave up gene fusion to join Tian Range, I haven't evolved in years. People laugh. They think I've faded away. He gently placed a steady hand on her shoulder. Let them laugh. A few years from now, when you break through and evolve, you'll be the one knocking every last one of them down. She gave a soft sigh. I've already tempered my body twice, yet I still can't open even a single acupoint. Then her eyes flickered as she remembered something. What about Lin Xingqian? How long do you think he'll need just to sense his qi and blood? Lu Chuanwu considered it. With his physical data, 10 days at minimum. A mischievous smile curved across her lips. Then I suppose I should properly guide our new genius junior. The city slept beneath a veil of neon light. Inside his dim room, Lin Xingqian sat cross-legged on his bed. The blood-tempering art lay open in front of him, its pages faintly glowing under the lamp. He closed his eyes and focused, then nearly laughed. So this is what they call difficult. Sensing qi and blood. That took me 3 seconds. He turned the page. Step 2. Control qi and blood to temper the body. Start small. Start with the arm. Lin Xingqian drew in a breath. Energy surged through him, gathering in his right arm. Whoosh! A flame-like aura flared around his skin. Heat, pressure, power. The system chimed softly in his mind. Qi and blood detected. Tempering skin. Skin strengthening +1. Proficiency plus 0.3%. 30 minutes slipped by in silence. When he opened his eyes, they shone with satisfaction. Let's test it. He picked up a sharp knife from his drawer, tightened his grip, and brought it down hard against his arm. Clang. The blade rebounded with a metallic ring, leaving not even a scratch. Lin Xingqian stared at the knife, then at his unmarked skin, and a slow grin spread across his face. So 1 session already makes me resistant to blades. Now he understood how Lu Chuanwu had casually endured Wang Cheng's attacks without flinching. And if that was the result after just 1 session, what about 5 or 10? The thought sent a thrill through him. Without hesitation, he sat back down and continued cultivating. 3 hours later, he collapsed on his bed, soaked in sweat, his breathing heavy. His arms were fully tempered, faintly gleaming with hardened energy. But the cost was high, nearly 1/3 of his qi and blood gone. At this rate, I could temper my entire skin within a week, he muttered, impressed. Just then, ding, a notification lit up his phone. He reached for it lazily, then straightened when he saw the name. Shun Qinghan, are you asleep? I have a surprise. Come to my room. Lin Xingqian blinked. A surprise? At this hour? Curiosity crushed his exhaustion. I'm coming now, he replied, already on his feet. Stepping into the hallway, he nearly bumped into Jiang Wang, who stood there with her arms crossed and a knowing smirk. Going to see Shun Qinghan? He froze. You knew. She messaged me earlier, his mother said with a soft chuckle. Go on. Don't keep the girl waiting. She'll get nervous. Her teasing sent another wave of heat rushing to his ears. Shun Qinghan broke the kiss with a shaky breath, her face blazing. W8. I need to change. Lin Xingqian shook his head, calm and steady, leaning close with the quiet confidence that always steadied her. Don't bother, he murmured. If we keep testing, it'll just happen again. Changing now won't make a difference. Her blush crept all the way to her ears, but after a moment, she gave a tiny nod. They drew back into each other, the next kiss deeper and more urgent, heat building until they finally separated to breathe. Lin Xingqian cupped her face gently, his gaze searching. How was it this time? Shun Qinghan was crimson. See the same. Everything rushed in my head and then she hid her face, mortified. I lost control again. After repeating the process enough to be certain, Lin Xingqian leaned back, thoughtful. That confirms it. Your ability activates with mental surges. The instant your mind spikes, your body responds. Flustered beyond words, Shun Qinghan muttered something about sweating too much and scrambled off the bed, hurrying to the bathroom. A second later, her voice echoed through the door. Lin Xingqian, I forgot my pajamas. Can you bring me a set? Yeah, he answered immediately. He crossed her wardrobe and opened it. Everything inside was perfectly organized. As he sifted through the neatly folded clothes, a small pink item caught his attention. A small, cute pair of underwear with a tiny bow sat folded between the clothes. Lin Xingqian froze. His thoughts stalled. Heat rushed up his neck and into his face. Pretty. Then his senses snapped back. He hurriedly pushed it back where it was and cleared his throat. She probably doesn't wear anything under the diaper, anyway. He grabbed a light blue pajama set and forced himself not to dwell on it. Later that night, they lay side by side. Shun Qinghan drifted off almost instantly, completely exhausted, a faint trace of drool dampening her pillow. Lin Xingqian turned toward her and smiled helplessly. He reached out and brushed her cheek with gentle fingers. For a brief stretch of time, the world felt perfectly still. The next morning, he slipped out of her room in silence, easing the door shut with careful precision so he wouldn't wake her. The moment he stepped into the living room, Ayo, Lin Xingqian, Shu Meng called from the kitchen with a warm smile. Breakfast almost ready. Eat before you head home. He accepted without hesitation. Thank you, Annie. Soon he was seated at the table with Shun Qinghan's parents, Shenzian and Shu Meng. Is she up yet? Her father asked. Lin Xingqian shook his head politely. Not yet. She was tired. Let her rest a little longer. Shu Meng sighed softly. If only she had your discipline. Shenzian waved it off with quiet pride. She ranked first in the province. She's earned a break. Lin Xingqian answered with a small smile. There was nothing to dispute. After breakfast, he moved toward the door. No need to walk me out, Annie. I'll be going. Shu Meng nodded as she watched him leave. The instant the door clicked shut, a sly smile crept on her lips, as if events were unfolding exactly as she had planned. She leaned toward her husband, barely containing her excitement. Last night I got up to use the bathroom, she whispered. The upstairs shower was running at that hour. Who else could it be besides our daughter and Lin Xingqian? Shenzian paused, then slowly nodded as understanding settled in. You're right. That was enough. Shu Meng snatched up her phone with lightning speed. I have to call Jiang Wang right now. She needs to hear this. Meanwhile, Lin Xingqian finally reached home, tired but oddly at ease. He went straight to his room, picked up yesterday's clothes, and prepared to wash them. Just as he lifted his shirt, his mother, Jiang Wanqin, appeared in the doorway. She stopped, looked him over, and raised a huge thumbs up. You're really something, she said with a teasing grin. Lin Xingqian blinked. What? Huh? She only nodded with proud satisfaction, as if confirming a private victory, leaving him rooted in place and completely lost. The scene cut sharply to a sprawling campus building shaped like a university. Inside one of the dojos, the doors slammed open. A towering man stormed into the dojo, long hair swaying behind dark sunglasses, his frame packed with muscle that looked deliberately engineered. A squad of equally imposing men followed at his heels. Liu Chuan W, he thundered. Get out here and explain yourself. Lu Chuan Wu sat cross-legged on a mat, calmly sipping tea as if the outburst were distant thunder. He raised his head at a leisurely pace. What are you yelling about this time? Stop pretending, the man roared. Lin Xingqian already enrolled in my Evolution Academy. And you, his finger stabbed forward. You used dirty tricks to snatch him for your martial academy. Lu Chuanwu's eyes sharpened instantly. Why not? He shot back. Your Evolution Academy can recruit, but we're forbidden. Their voices climbed. The air grew hot and heavy. The dojo itself seemed to vibrate as the two deans clashed over rules, agreements, and ethics, topics Lu Chuanwu treated with open indifference. With a casual flick of his sleeve, he delivered his verdict. My method was fair. If you don't like it, go ahead and recruit Lin Xingqian back. That snapped the other dean's restraint. You shameless old fox, he shouted. Don't lecture me about fairness. Settle this properly. Fight me. Let strength decide. Lu Chuanwu stared at him, as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous idea imaginable. You think I'm stupid? The Evolution Academy dean stepped forward, rage tightening his voice. You're level 9 ordinary. I'm level 5 advanced. Don't act like you don't understand the difference. Lu Chuanwu slammed his palm against the mat. And you're 48. I'm 95, planning to bully an old man. The dean froze, mouth open, words evaporating. The dojo fell into a single, painfully awkward bead of silence. Then the shouting exploded again. Frustration twisted the Evolution Academy dean's face. He had clearly lost ground, and everyone present felt it. He spun on his heel. Fine. Stay weak forever, he barked, marching out with his entourage. Refuse genetic fusion and remain useless. Keep your pure-blood humans. They're no better than insects. His voice echoed down the corridor before the doors slammed shut. Later, inside an administrative office, the dean paced like a caged animal, while Mo Dongji stirred her tea with unhurried calm. Don't dwell on it, she said evenly. Give it time. Once Lin Xingqian watches his classmates surpass him through genetic fusion and mechanical upgrades, he'll switch majors on his own. The dean frowned. That's secondary. Lu Chuan will broke the rules. He needs consequences. Mo Dongji lifted her gaze, eyes steady, tone smooth. Then return the favor, she said. Take his best student. He hesitated, unease flickering across his face, but the idea settled in. You mean I should repay him in kind? He swallowed and gave a slow nod. All right, I'll do it. After he left, Mo Dongji quietly shut the office door and leaned back in her chair, teacup resting lightly in her hand. Ma Jinhee is usually so controlled, Mo Dongji murmured, staring into her tea. But the instant Lu Chuanwu enters the picture, all that composure disappears. She took a slow sip, a faint, weary smile touching her lips. And that man, after all this time, he hasn't changed at all. That sharp tongue is exactly the same. A trace of regret flickered across her expression. If only he hadn't trusted his body as much as his mouth, he might have been a principal by now. The scene shifts. A sunlit street stretched beside a quiet canal. Lin Xingqian and Shen Qinghan ran side by side, their breaths growing heavier with every stride. At last Shen Qinghan staggered to a halt, bending forward with her hands on her knees, completely spent. I can't keep going, she panted. Lin Xingqian walked over and handed her a bottle of water. Drink. She accepted it gratefully and swallowed several mouthfuls, her breathing gradually evening out. That's enough for today, he said. There's a bench ahead. We'll loosen your muscles. A moment later, Shen Qinghan lay face down across the wooden bench, exhaustion written across her body. Lin Xingqian sat beside her and began massaging her legs, his hands working firmly through the tight knots in her muscles. Her tired eyes softened as she turned her head to look at him. Thank you. He smiled lightly. You don't have to thank me. The word struck her harder than the run itself. Heat rushed her face. She pushed herself upright, fidgeting before finally meeting his eyes with shaky resolve. Lin Xingqian, what are we exactly? She asked quietly. Are we just friends? Childhood friends? Or am I your girlfriend? Her heart pounded louder than any footsteps. Lin Xingqian met her gaze with a gentle smile. I see you as family, he said. Shen Qing'an stiffened, her face flushing deep red. F family, she echoed. W what kind of family? When he didn't answer at once, her fingers tightened around the edge of the bench. T then, what kind of family do you want us to be? Her voice shrank to a shy whisper. We could be engaged? Lin Xingqian nodded without hesitation. Sure. Her eyes widened as joy flooded her expression like sunlight after rain. She shifted closer until their shoulders touched. Then after we finish university, she said, gathering her courage despite her embarrassment. Oh, let's get married? He answered with the same warm certainty. Okay. They raised their hands, linked their pinkies, and sealed the promise of their future. That night at Lin Xingqian's house, he sat on the sofa with his parents, Lin Yin and Zhang Wangxin. The room was calm and quiet until a sharp knock broke the stillness. Lin Yin rose and opened the door, then stopped cold. Dean, Ma Jinhee. Ma Jinhee inclined his head politely. Sorry for coming so late. I'd like to discuss Lin Xingqian's academy choice. Lin Yin frowned slightly. At this hour? I thought that was already decided. Ma Jinhee lifted a neatly wrapped gift box. A small token from a student. Please accept it. Lin Yin hesitated for a moment before stepping aside and letting him enter. We'll talk in the living room. Xingqian is there. Ma Jenny walked in without wasting a second. The moment he sat down, his gaze locked onto Lin Xingqian. Lin Xingqian, he began, his voice low and pressing. A 15% fusion compatibility is exceptionally rare. It promises an extraordinary future. Throwing that away to walk the path of a pure-blood human is a waste of talent. His eyes flicked briefly to the parents, then returned to the boy. Tianring Ai's philosophy may sound admirable, but their ideas have produced no real advancement. They will confine you, hold you back. Abandon this reckless experiment and come to Evolution Academy. Choose the road that leads to real strength. Lin Xingqian remained motionless, his expression calm and impossible to read. Zhang Wangxin frowned. Wait, what's he saying? Didn't you already enroll in Evolution Academy? Lin Xingqian finally broke his silence. Mom, Dad, I forgot to mention it. Both of them turned toward him at once, unease creeping into their faces. I transferred to Tianring Ai a few days ago. I'm already training at the Budo Academy. The room fell into absolute silence. His parents stared at him, as if the words refused to register. Zhang Wangxin spoke first, her voice unsteady. Xingqian, what exactly are you talking about? He inhaled slowly and explained with measured clarity. I agree with Tianring Ai's philosophy. And Dean Luchuan Wu showed genuine sincerity. He offered triple the benefits, so I accepted a 6-month trial. His gaze settled firmly on his parents. If there's no progress after half a year, I'll transfer back to Evolution Academy and follow the gene fusion path. They exchanged stunned looks, struggling to absorb the decision, but the structure of his reasoning began to settle in. Across from them, Ma Jenny watched in silence. His jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing as the finality of the choice became undeniable. Triple the benefits? How could that impoverished old man even promise that? Irritation simmered beneath his composed exterior. He leaned forward, addressing Lin Xingqian with the weighty tone of an elder correcting a misguided youth. Xingqian, listen carefully to a piece of advice from someone older than you. His posture sharpened. Triple the benefits may look attractive now, but it's a short-term temptation. A minor gain in the present that will cost you enormously in the future. His voice dropped, heavy with emphasis. 6 months, Ma Jenny pressed. 6 months you'll never recover. In that time you'll miss knowledge that can't be replaced. Combat frameworks, fusion theory, foundational insights. Don't trade your future for a temporary benefit. Lin Xingqian's expression didn't shift. Thank you for the concern, Dean. He replied with quiet respect. But I believe in Tianring Ai's philosophy. If I don't walk this road at least once, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Behind his steady gaze, a separate thought flickered. Triple benefits is absurd value. Ma Jinhee studied him in silence, measuring the resolve in his eyes. Understood. A long breath escaped him. If your mind is set, there's nothing more to say. He rose from his seat. I still have work to attend to. I'll be leaving. I'll see you out, Lin Xingqian said, standing quickly to escort him. The door closed with a soft click, and the house fell into an uneasy quiet. The next morning, Lin Xingqian lay sprawled on the sofa, sipping a drink and scrolling through his phone, and nearly choked. A headline filled the screen. Provincial top scholar Lin Xingqian brainwashed by Tianring Ai. Talent wasted. His eyes widened. What? The article spiraled into accusations, claiming he had thrown away his future. It dredged up the story of a so-called female prodigy from a decade ago, who allegedly ruined her life after joining Tianring Ai. He opened the comment section. A flood of contempt hit him. Idiot. What a waste. Shut Tianring Ai down. Pure-blood humans? That's a cult. His stomach tightened. My personal data? Leaked? A cold weight slid down his spine. If this spreads, extremists could target me. Who released this? Ma Jenny? A rival academy? Someone hostile to Tianring Ai? He immediately contacted the authorities to report the breach. 2 hours later, the article vanished. Lin Xingqian exhaled and sank back into the couch. Then his phone erupted. Buzz. 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 Notifications stacked on the screen as his class group chat exploded. Bro, what happened? Why Tianring Ai? Your pictures are everywhere. They're saying you got brainwashed. His expression hardened. Now my face is circulating too. The risk just multiplied. The weight of the situation settled fully onto his shoulders. Whatever road he had chosen, he would not be able to walk it quietly anymore. That night, Han Han appeared at Lin Xingqian's door in a soft pink nightgown, her smile bright and unapologetic as she announced she would be sleeping there. She climbed into bed beside him without hesitation, settling in like it was the most natural thing in the world. Lying shoulder to shoulder, she noticed him quietly scrolling through endless waves of negative news about himself. Her tongue clicked in irritation as she muttered about how heartless people could be. Lin Xingqian answered in a flat, steady tone, saying that in struggles for power, those who cling to rules are always the ones who get crushed, while the ones who ignore them take everything for themselves. Han Han immediately suggested asking her powerful master, Yuan Dongji, for help. Lin Xingqian shook his head and dismissed the idea, explaining that this mess was between the Gene Fusion faction and the Pure Blood faction, and her master had no reason to interfere for his sake. Han Han refused to accept that. She insisted on trying anyway and sent a message. Not long after, she turned her phone toward him. Yuan Dongji's reply was only a few words, calm and absolute. The problem is solved. Han Han stared at the screen in disbelief, stunned that everything had been handled in barely half an hour. Lin Zikin was just as shocked. He quickly searched online, only to find that every trace of negative news about him had vanished, wiped away as if it had never existed. As the reality sank in, a question gnawed at him. Why would Yuan Dongji help him? Was it because of Han Han, her new disciple, or some lingering connection to her ex-husband? Whatever the reason, the result was undeniable, and he knew he had gained from it. He told Han Han to thank her master for him. She leaned in with a playful grin and asked how he planned to thank her instead. When he asked what she wanted, she didn't hesitate for even a second. She told him to kiss her. Their faces drew closer, heat rising between them, and when their lips finally met, both of them flushed as if their hearts had skipped a beat. Later, Lin Zikin sat cross-legged on the bed, his focus locked in. White, mist-like energy coiled around his body as he inhaled slowly, controlling every breath. A system notification appeared, declaring that his biological level had advanced to ordinary tier 7. He opened his eyes, drenched in sweat but burning with power, saying that he had finally finished tempering his entire skin. He checked his updated status. It confirmed he was 18 years old, now at ordinary tier 7, with 9 biological attributes listed beneath his name. Another line stated that the first stage of skin-body tempering was complete. Confidence surged through him. With 9 attributes, he believed he was effectively equal to someone with 10 gene fusions. A confident smirk formed as he thought about the famed Kyoto prodigy and how he was now strong enough to overwhelm him. That confidence was interrupted by a message from Han Han. She asked him to go with her and their friend Chu Xin next Monday to retrieve their eggs. He understood immediately. Since she planned to follow the gene fusion path, which often led to infertility, she was preserving her eggs so they could have a test tube baby in the future. Without hesitation, he replied that he would go. The following Monday, they arrived at a massive, ultramodern hospital. Inside a quiet treatment room, Han Han lay on the bed wearing only her underwear, school shirt, and stockings, looking unusually still. A nurse moved with practiced calm, giving her the ovulation induction injection before telling her to return the next day for the egg retrieval. Han Han thanked her softly, her voice barely above a whisper. As they walked down the long, sterile corridor, Lin Zikin commented that the entire process was far more troublesome than he had imagined. Han Han admitted she was still a little nervous. Hearing that, Chu Xin casually draped an arm around her shoulders and suggested they go shopping to get her mind off it. Han Han's eyes immediately lit up and she agreed. The two girls turned toward Lin Zikin and asked if he wanted to join them, but he shook his head and said he had other things to take care of. Chu Xin was visibly pleased at the thought of spending the day alone with Han Han. The two girls waved cheerfully before heading off together. Back in his room, Lin Zikin decided it was time to begin the next stage of his cultivation, muscle tempering. He sat down and entered meditation, and system notifications appeared one after another, showing his muscle strength and blood tempering art proficiency steadily increasing. He quickly realized that the burning sensation tearing through his body was far more violent than when he had tempered his skin, but he didn't flinch. This level of pain was still well within what he could endure. He spent the entire afternoon focused on tempering only his right arm. When it finally ended, he collapsed onto the bed, completely exhausted. To recover, he devoured a large amount of bread, restoring the chi and blood he had consumed during training. Once his strength stabilized, he tested himself with a hand gripper. The result left him stunned. Just tempering a single arm had increased his strength by almost 50%. A sudden knock broke his concentration. Han Han stepped inside and explained that Chu Xin had suggested they all go spend some time with you before school started, and she had already agreed for him. Lin Zikin took her hand and said calmly that if she was going, then he would go too. Instead of relaxing, her expression grew tense. She admitted that Chu Xin wanted to go to the beach. She didn't want to, but she felt bad refusing. She reminded him of her past trauma, of the terrifying and mysterious voice she once heard coming from the ocean, and confessed that she was afraid. Lin Zikin pulled her into his arms and reassured her, telling her he would protect her. He said that if she was too scared, they wouldn't even step into the water. Hearing that, her tension slowly melted away, and she finally nodded in agreement. The scene abruptly shifted to a dark, blazing cavern. Rivers of lava churned below, casting a hellish red glow upward. Suspended above, it was a massive circular platform carved with glowing runes. On that platform, a secret meeting was taking place. A towering green monster knelt as it delivered its report to the figure standing before it. A man in a flawless suit, his face hidden behind a sinister plague doctor mask. The monster reported that the task was finished, boasting that his filthy rats had already dug all 108 required tunnels. With a low, satisfied growl, He told the man in the plague doctor mask that it was time to set the biological coordinate at that location. The masked man gave a slow, calm nod in response. He raised a strange, menacing staff, its surface twisted and warped, with a single red eye glowing at its tip. Without any hesitation, he slammed the staff into the ground. A violent wave of dark energy burst outward, making the air shudder as if the world itself was flinching. To complete the ritual, the masked man dragged a blade across his own wrist. Blood poured out and dripped onto the staff, where the red eye immediately drank it in. The ground reacted instantly. Crimson and black energy surged upward in writhing tendrils, twisting like living creatures. Over the rising hum of power, the masked man calmly announced that the coordinate had been successfully set. He explained that the next step was to find a corresponding point at the source site and establish a second coordinate there. Once both points began to resonate, the tunnels would fully align, connecting everything to the source. When that happened, he said, their entire plan would finally reach completion. The group headed toward the beach, their car gliding along a scenic coastal road with the endless sea stretching beside them. Inside the car, Chu Xian casually asked Hiyu when he had gotten his driver's license. Hiyu grinned and said his father had pulled some strings and forced him into an intensive crash course as soon as summer vacation started. When he offered to get the others into the same program, they immediately agreed, their excitement feeding his pride. They soon arrived at the beach parking lot. The moment the doors opened, Hiyu sprinted onto the sand with his arms spread wide, loudly declaring his love for the sea breeze, the ocean, and most of all, the women in bikinis playing in the water. Chu Xian's face darkened. She smacked him on the back of the head without mercy, then grabbed Han Han's arm and announced they were going to change, completely ignoring his protests. Left behind, Hiyu threw an arm around Lin Zikin's shoulder and said they should get changed too, bragging about how eager he was to go diving. As they walked away, a group of guys nearby started whispering. They recognized Lin Zikin, calling him the runner-up of Nanjing Province's Gaokao. Their voices turned nasty as they muttered that he was the one who had joined Tianrun, suggesting he must have been brainwashed or was already defective, sneering that he had ruined his own future. Hiyu heard everything. His expression hardened as he stormed toward them, anger exploding out of him while he demanded to know who they thought they were to judge the provincial runner-up, shouting for them to keep talking if they dared. The group froze, shocked and visibly shaken by his sudden fury. Just as everything was about to explode, Lin Zikin calmly reached out and caught Hiyu's arm, telling him to drop it and not waste his breath on trash like that. Hiyu was still burning with anger, complaining that Lin Zikin's temper was way too good, saying he would have already punched them without hesitation. Lin Zikin replied evenly that he simply didn't care about their opinions. If they had said something he truly cared about, though, he would have thrown a punch without thinking twice. Hiyu asked what that could possibly be. Lin Zikin didn't answer. He only shot him a look and glanced to the side, making the meaning painfully clear. Sometime later, Lin Zikin was back in his room, continuing his training. With muscle tempering complete, he had now stepped into the far more brutal stage of bone tempering. The pain was overwhelming, far worse than anything he had endured before, as he forced his energy deep into his skeletal frame, tempering and reinforcing every single bone. When the excruciating session finally ended, he collapsed onto the bed, drenched in sweat and smeared with strange residue. Even through the exhaustion, a fierce sense of triumph burned in his chest. He had successfully tempered all 206 bones in his body. A system notification appeared, announcing that he had evolved to ordinary creature rank 9, leaving him just one step away from becoming an advanced creature. Still lying there, he opened the blood-tempering art manual and studied it carefully. He understood that the next stage required opening the apertures within his body, but the instructions were frustratingly unclear. After staring at the pages for a long time, he shut the book, his resolve hardening. If the path wasn't laid out for him, then he would carve it himself. The scene shifted to the vast and impressive campus of Shanghai University. Lin Zikin and Han Han stood together at the entrance, having finally arrived to begin their college lives. Behind them, one of their parents called out, announcing that they had arrived. As they walked through the campus with Lin Zikin's parents, Han Han, now dressed in a stylish new outfit, suddenly lit up and pointed ahead, excited that the old ice cream shop was still there. The university town buzzed around them, and Lin Zikin smiled as he confirmed it was the same place they used to sneak off to as kids. His mother, Jiang Wang, laughed softly and suggested they stop for a treat since the day had just started. Han Han eagerly agreed. Inside the shop, Han Han ordered a big bowl of strawberry milk ice cream and ate it happily, praising how good it tasted. With a playful smile, she scooped up a spoonful and held it out to Lin Zikin. He leaned in and took a bite while his parents watched, exchanging warm, knowing smiles at the gentle scene. The calm was broken when loud voices spilled in from a nearby bar, catching Lin Zikin's attention. He glanced out the window and overheard bits of a heated exchange. A man complaining to a woman named Jason that her skirt was too long and inconvenient for him. Inside the bar, Brother Yong leaned back with Gakshin sitting boldly on his lap, her posture shamelessly flirtatious. She laughed and told him he could just slip his hand underneath if it bothered him that much, saying she wouldn't mind at all. At the same table, another man frowned and told Brother Yong to stop messing around and focus on the game. Outside the ice cream shop, two men were lingering nearby, their careless conversation drifting through the air. They were talking about a girl named Huang Jiasen. One of them sneered that she always acted like an untouchable goddess at the art academy, yet now she was openly letting men from the Evolution Academy get close to her. The other laughed and replied that students from the Evolution Academy all had bright futures, which naturally made them attractive to women. Hearing that, Lin Zikin's thoughts shifted to the structure of the university itself. Shanghai University was divided cleanly into two separate worlds. The outer campus belonged to arts and cultural studies, open and bustling with life. The inner campus was something entirely different, reserved for evolution studies, mechanical modification, and martial arts. It was a high-security zone, sealed off from the public, and even outer campus students because of the sensitive nature of gene fusion and mechanical research. Armed guards patrolled nonstop, and surveillance drones hovered overhead without rest. Back at the table, Lin Zikin's mother spoke with gentle seriousness. She reminded both him and Han Han that while university life brought more freedom, it also demanded discipline, warning them not to lose focus or be led astray. Her husband, Lin Yining, smiled and reassured her that the two of them were responsible enough to manage on their own. He then told them it was time to head toward the inner campus, since parents were not allowed beyond the restricted boundary. Before parting, he told his son to take good care of Han Han. Lin Zikin answered without hesitation, promising that he would. At the heavily guarded entrance to the inner campus, a guard stopped them and asked for their admission notices. Lin Zikin handed his over at once. As Han Han was still searching for hers, the guard suddenly raised a hand to stop her. His eyes narrowed, then recognition flickered across his face. Realizing Lin Zikin was the provincial exam top student who had made headlines by joining Tianrun, he waved them through without any further checks. The moment they stepped inside, the atmosphere changed completely. Gene fusers and cyborgs moved openly across the grounds, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. After finishing their registration paperwork, it was time for them to part ways. Han Han smiled, waved, and told Lin Zikin she would see him that evening before heading off toward her dorm in the Evolution Academy. When Lin Zikin reached the Budo Academy, he had barely taken a few steps before being surrounded by a group of lively female upperclassmen. Compliments flew at him from every direction, offers were made to carry his luggage, and several of them eagerly asked for his contact details. Before he could even reply, a confident blonde senior stepped forward, her presence immediately quieting the others. She told him to back off and casually offered to escort Lin Zikin to his dorm herself. After a brief pause, he accepted with a polite nod. As they walked, she casually asked if he wanted to see the school's combat power rankings. She led him to a large display showing two lists. One was the peak ranking, listing the top 500 students across the entire university. The other was the new student ranking, limited to the top 100 freshmen. She explained that the top 3 spots on the peak ranking were all held by powerful fourth-year students from the Evolution and Mechanical Academies. By comparison, only 3 students from the Budo Academy even appeared on the list, and their positions were far lower. As they kept walking, she told him about a former star student from their academy. Like him, that person had once been a top scorer in the entrance exams and had even climbed as high as 6th place on the peak ranking. But because she was a pure-blooded human, her growth eventually hit a ceiling. One by one, gene fusers and cyborgs overtook her. The senior revealed her name was Song Yuyan. She was now an instructor at the academy and a core researcher for Tianrun, serving as an assistant to the dean. Before long, they reached his room. The senior opened the door and led him inside, revealing not a cramped dorm, but a spacious private apartment. She fanned herself dramatically and said with open envy that being the top scorer really did come with amazing benefits. She then complained about how hot it was outside and, with a playful smile, asked if she could use a shower. Lin Zikin completely failed to catch the meaning behind her words. He simply thanked her for guiding him around and offered to buy her a milk tea from a shop nearby instead. The senior froze, stunned for a moment by his answer. After a short pause, she agreed, though confusion flickered in her eyes as she wondered why he hadn't taken the obvious hint. After she left, Lin Zikin stood alone in his new room. He calmly decided that treating her to a drink was enough to repay her for escorting him. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Han Han had sent him a message asking to see photos of his dorm. She had already sent pictures of her own place, and they were shocking, showing an incredibly luxurious apartment with elegant furniture and even a private gym. Comparing her lavish home to his simple single room, Lin Zikin felt a brief twinge of envy, clearly sensing how much richer the Evolution Academy was. Even so, he snapped a few pictures of his modest room and sent them back. When Han Han saw them, she was stunned by how small his place was. Without hesitation, she told him to move in with her instead, adding that her bed was even bigger than the one she had back home. Lin Zicken didn't think twice. He grabbed his suitcase and his phone, saying he was heading over right away. As he left the Budo Academy dorms, Lin Zicken muttered about the ridiculous difference in funding between the academies. The room he had been given, supposedly the best his academy could offer, felt pitiful compared to the housing at the Evolution Academy. Walking along, he let out a quiet sigh, briefly wondering if the dean would really keep his promise of triple benefits. When the elevator doors opened on her floor, Han Han was already waiting, greeting him with a bright smile. She happily pulled him into her apartment, welcoming him into the cool, air-conditioned space. Lin Zicken's eyes swept across the spotless, luxurious interior, and he commented that her master, Yuan Dongji, must care for her deeply to provide accommodations like this. And Han Han nods without hesitation, saying her master treats her incredibly well. She suddenly spreads her arms wide, eyes shining as she happily declares that this is now their little home, a place where they can live freely without their parents watching over them. Lin Zicken blushes faintly and quickly tells her not to let her imagination run too far. Laughing, she says she is sweaty from moving and announces she will shower first. Without thinking much, she starts taking off her clothes right there, letting them fall into a small pile on the floor. Lin Zicken turns away awkwardly, only reminding her not to leave a mess. While she showers, a flustered Lin Zicken gathers her clothes and neatly sets them aside. To distract himself, he opens the new University Campus app he downloaded earlier. Browsing through it, he finds an in-app store where students can spend school credits on gene fusion and mechanical modification resources. He learns that credits can be earned in 3 ways: placing high on the school's power rankings, completing official school tasks, or achieving outstanding results in competitions. It becomes clear to him that for someone like him, earning credits will be far easier than making money outside. His thoughts are interrupted when Han Han calls from the bathroom, asking him to bring her clothes. He walks over and opens the door, only to find her relaxing in a large bathtub. Steam drifts through the air as she looks up at him, cheeks slightly flushed, saying how nice the water feels. With a playful sparkle in her eyes, she invites him to join her. Lin Zicken turns red, hesitates for a moment, then reasons that letting all that hot water go to waste on just one person would be pointless. He agrees and quickly undresses. In the tub, he offers to wash her back. Han Han happily accepts, smiling as she promises it will be her turn to wash him afterward. Warm water and steam fill the room as time quietly slips by. Later, after they finish bathing and eat a simple meal, Lin Zicken sits cross-legged on the bed and enters meditation while Han Han rests quietly beside him. He begins the second stage of skin tempering using the blood tempering art. This time the process is far more brutal. Pain seeps deep into him, slow and unyielding, and it takes him a full 2 hours just to temper his right hand, leaving his breathing heavy. Curious about the result, he asks Han Han for a sewing needle. Though puzzled, she hands it over. He presses the sharp tip against the back of his hand. Her eyes widen when the needle fails to pierce his skin. A system notification appears, confirming that his skin toughness is increasing. When he applies more force, the needle snaps against his hand. Han Han stares in amazement, saying the blood tempering art is so powerful, it almost makes her want to follow the pure blood path herself. Lin Zicken moved on to his next test, announcing heat resistance. Calmly, he held his hand above the burning flame of the stovetop. Another system notification appeared, confirming that his resistance to heat was steadily increasing. He noted that it took more than a full minute before he even felt the faintest hint of burning. With the blood tempering art working together with his system attributes, he concluded that he was steadily closing in on the threshold of a saintly body. Just as he began to relax, his phone vibrated. A new message had arrived from Lu Chuan Wu, the dean of the Budo Academy. The dean asked if he had settled in and invited him to visit the Tianren headquarters to get familiar with the environment and meet the other members. Lin Zicken agreed at once. The dean told him to wait downstairs, saying someone would be sent to pick him up. Since he was not at his own dorm, Lin Zicken sent Han Han's address instead. After receiving confirmation, he let out a quiet breath and prepared to head down. He told Han Han he needed to go out for a while, explaining that the dean had called him to the organization's headquarters. She urged him to go without worry. Outside the building, he stopped beneath a cluster of trees, standing in the shade while he waited. Leaning against one of them, he noticed a young man with spiky orange-brown hair walking toward him. The newcomer greeted him, recognizing him immediately as Lin Zicken, the provincial top scorer who had joined Tianren. Lin Zicken returned the greeting calmly, thinking to himself that he really had become well-known. The young man spoke with open admiration, saying he truly respected Lin Zicken's decision to give up gene fusion and walk the pure blood path instead. He explained that he was also a freshman and had grown up near Kyoto, where a similar institute devoted to pure-blooded human research had once existed. That place had lasted 20 years before being shut down due to a lack of results. With clear passion, he said he hoped Shanghai University would succeed where others had failed. Lin Zicken listened politely, though he found the man a bit too enthusiastic. In the end, the young man gave him a thumbs up, wished him luck, and walked away. Not long after, the deep roar of an engine cut through the air. Lin Zikin turned to see a sleek, red motorcycle pulling up nearby. A woman wearing a helmet swung off the bike and asked if he was Lin Zikin. When he confirmed it, she took off her helmet, revealing sharp features and confident eyes. She introduced herself as Song Yuyin, an instructor from the Budo Academy and a researcher connected to Tianrun, saying she was there to take him to their headquarters. As they shook hands, Lin Zikin remembered the story he had just heard about the former top student who had also chosen the pureblood path. So this was her. He climbed onto the back of the motorcycle, and Song Yuyin laughed lightly, telling him to hold on tight. The engine roared again as they shot forward. Over the rushing wind, she teased him, asking if he was happy that a beautiful senior had come pick him up. He answered calmly that it was an honor. Amused, she then asked why a Budo Academy student had been waiting outside the Evolution Academy's luxury dorms. Lin Zikin replied casually that his girlfriend lived there, and that he had already moved in with her. Song Yuyin clicked her tongue dramatically, complaining that her own love life was miserable and that she had never even lived with a boy before. Before long, they arrived at a large, modern complex. Song Yuyin led him toward one of the buildings, where a sign clearly read Pure Human Research Institute. She motioned for him to follow her inside. As they entered, Lin Zikin asked if it was just a shortened name for the Pure-Blooded Human Research Institute. She didn't deny it. She showed him a shared lounge for researchers and casually told him to grab whatever he wanted from the fully stocked refrigerator. As they walked down a quiet, empty hallway, Lin Zikin noticed how few people were around and asked where everyone was. Song Yuyin sighed and explained that Tianrun was not well regarded by the university, so their funding was tight and they couldn't support a large staff. She revealed that the entire organization consisted of Dean Luchuan Wu, herself, Lin Zikin, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students. Lin Zikin was stunned. In that moment, he finally realized that the imposing group of men in karate uniforms who had stood behind the dean during their first meeting were nothing more than hired actors. A trace of disappointment passed through him, but Lin Zikin quickly told himself that as long as the promised triple benefits were real, nothing else mattered. Just then, Song Yian called out that she had brought Lin Zikin. Dean Luchuan Wu soon appeared, looking completely worn out, dark circles heavy under his eyes. He waved them inside and led them into his small, cluttered office. Lin Zikin couldn't help remarking on how exhausted the dean looked. Luchuan Wu laughed weakly and said he had been stuck in this office for almost half a month, making no progress while researching the aperture opening chapter of the blood tempering art. Even so, he gave Lin Zikin a confident thumbs up, saying his arrival would surely bring a major breakthrough for the pure blood path. His mood lifted as he began boasting, saying Song Yuyin had once been the top scorer in the Kyoto entrance exams, and that his own physical test scores back in his youth had been even more impressive. Song Yuyin rolled her eyes and told him to stop showing off. The dean chuckled, then turned serious. He explained that with Song Yuyin's help, he had finally broken through a decades-long bottleneck and completed his third body tempering. That breakthrough had allowed him, as an ordinary Tier 9 human, to defeat a high-level gene fuser in direct combat. Placing a hand on each of their shoulders, Luchuan Wu fixes his gaze on Lin Zikin and speaks with heavy certainty, declaring that given enough time, Lin Zikin holds the potential to surpass even Yu Yain himself. Without lingering, he shifts the conversation, asking about Lin Zikin's progress in the blood tempering art, whether he has already mastered blood control and stepped into ordinary Tier 4, the minimum threshold required to begin skin tempering. Lin Zikin replies with calm composure that he has already reached it. The answer clearly satisfies the dean. Without delay, Luchuan Wu assigned Song Yuyin as his mentor, explaining that under her guidance, Lin Zikin should be able to complete his first round of skin tempering before the semester ends, adding that Song Yuyin herself achieved the same milestone in only 3 months. Song Yuyin accepts the responsibility without a hint of hesitation. Before the matter can settle, Lin Zikin speaks again, his tone even as he states that a mentor will not be necessary. He explains that he already finished the first round of skin tempering during the summer vacation. The air instantly stiffens. Luchuan Wu and Song Yuyin both go still, staring at him as if unsure whether they misheard what he just said. Song Yuyin refuses to accept it outright. She states flatly that mastering something as delicate and demanding as skin tempering alone in a single summer is simply not believable. Lin Zikin answers casually that the book provided detailed explanations and that he merely studied it for a few days, though inside he knows the truth was far more absurd, barely half an hour of effort. Still doubtful, Dean Luchuan Wu steps forward and asks to examine Lin Zikin's hand himself. Before extending his arm, Lin Zikin quietly activates his natural camouflage. He suppresses his true strength, carefully adjusting his outward biological level to ordinary Tier 5, just enough to match someone who had completed 1 round of skin tempering. Only then does he hold out his arm. The moment Luchuan Wu's fingers make contact, both he and Song Yuyin freeze. The room falls into a heavy silence. After a brief but focused inspection, The dean lifts his head, disbelief written across his face as he confirms that Lin Zikin has indeed completed a full round of skin tempering. Still shaken, Lu Chuanwu asks what his current biological level is. Lin Zikin hesitates on purpose before answering that it is ordinary tier 5. The reaction is explosive. The dean throws his hands into the air, shouting that Lin Zikin is a peerless genius and that the future of the pure blood path is finally secured. Overwhelmed by excitement, he grabs the stunned Lin Zikin and pulls him into a fierce embrace, declaring that with talent like this, breaking beyond the limits of ordinary beings is only a matter of time. Watching the scene unfold, Song Yiyin exhales quietly, reminded once again that there is always someone more gifted. A small smile forms as she admits to herself that having someone even more capable leading their cause is not a bad thing. Filled with renewed energy, she eagerly tells the dean that Lin Zikin's potential should be made public at once to draw on more talent and secure greater funding. Lu Chuanwu's expression hardens in an instant. He shuts the idea down without hesitation, stating firmly that Lin Zikin's abilities must remain hidden for now. Revealing such terrifying progress along the pure blood path would only place him in danger. Their strategy, he explains, must prioritize quality over numbers. Now that they possess a prodigy like Lin Zikin, every resource they can gather should be poured into pushing him past the ordinary biological barrier. When Song Yiyin voices concern about their thin finances, the dean answers in a steady, reassuring tone. He vows to burn through every connection he has to obtain the evolution materials they need. His plan is simple and ruthless. Wait until Lin Zikin's strength becomes impossible to ignore, secure him a powerful patron, and only then begin spreading Tianren's ideals. Song Yiyin nods, impressed by the foresight, and praises his careful planning. Lu Chuanwu accepts it with quiet, contained pride. Lin Zikin listens without reacting, privately amused by how shocked they would be if they knew the truth, that he is already ordinary tier 9, that his flesh and bones have been fully tempered, and that he is already halfway through his second tempering cycle. The thought leaves no trace on his face. Dean Lu Chuanwu then informs him that he no longer needs to attend the basic classes at the Budo Academy. From this point on, he will work directly inside the Research Institute, with Song Yiyin assigned as his assistant. Song Yiyin's brow twitches sharply. Her hand tightens into a fist as she protests that being forced to assist a junior is nothing short of humiliation. The dean cuts her off coldly, stating that pride has no place in research and is the first thing that must be thrown away. The discussion ends there. Changing the subject, Lu Chuanwu announces that the university will hold a freshman trial the following afternoon to crown the new king, the strongest among the first-year students. He looks straight at Lin Zikin and declares that with his ability, the title is all but guaranteed. He urges him to participate for the honor of the Budo Academy, offering tenshi and blood pills as a reward. When Lin Zikin shows no interest, the dean casually adds that the winner will also receive 10 school credits. That single word finally draws Lin Zikin's full attention. Soon, the day of the freshman assembly arrives. The university auditorium fills with a sea of new faces. Lin Zikin sits beside Han Han, and it doesn't take long for whispers to ripple through the surrounding rows. Students recognize him as the provincial top scorer who joined Tianren, while curious gazes slide toward Han Han, wondering what kind of connection their so-called goddess shares with him. Their quiet bubble is broken when a familiar figure walks up. The talkative, spiky-haired freshman from before stops in front of them and asks if Lin Zikin remembers him. Lin Zikin gives a small nod. Grinning broadly, the boy leans closer and bluntly points at the two of them, asking what their relationship is. Without hesitation, Lin Zikin reaches out and takes Han Han's hand. As her face turns crimson, he answers in a calm, steady voice that they are engaged childhood sweethearts who plan to marry after graduation. The smile on the freshman's face freezes for a heartbeat, disappointment flickering through his eyes before he forces an awkward grin and retreats back into the crowd. As the assembly continues, more first-year students stream into the auditorium. Somewhere among them, a girl with dark hair, tipped in purple, and cat-like ears sits in silence. Her head slowly turns, locking onto Lin Zikin with a heavy, unsettling stare. He catches it, a faint sense of unease brushing against him, before he deliberately looks away. Meanwhile, the talkative freshman has already returned to his seat, once again chattering animatedly with those around him. At the front of the hall, a man steps up to the podium, announces the beginning of the ceremony, and calls for the freshman representative to take the stage. To the shock of nearly everyone, the spiky-haired freshman stands up. He strides forward with confidence, disbelief rippling through the hall. Students whisper in confusion, wondering why someone with dyed hair and such a noisy personality was chosen. That position is traditionally reserved for the strongest of the freshmen, and most had assumed it would go to a gene fuser. Hearing the murmurs only makes him smile wider. To Li Moyu, this is exactly the moment he wanted. Gripping the microphone, he asks the crowd if they have ever heard of Lai Jin. Lin Zikin scoffs inwardly. Who in the country hasn't heard of the famous Kyoto genius? Letting the tension stretch, Li Moyu continues, revealing that this celebrated prodigy has an equally talented younger brother. He explains that this brother was the top scorer of the Kyoto entrance exams, possessed a 16% gene fusion compatibility, and achieved the highest national physical test results, tied only with the top scorer from Nanjing province. A confident grin spreads across his face as he delivers the reveal. He is that brother, Li Moyu. He declares that he and his elder sibling swore to dominate the records of Shanghai and Kyoto universities alike. To prove he is not just boasting, he releases his biological pressure without restraint, announcing it as the power of an ordinary Tier 5. A crushing aura surges through the auditorium. Students gasp as the overwhelming gap between themselves and a true genius washes over them. Satisfied, Li Moyu smirks and tells them to remember his name. Back in their seats, Han Han leans closer to Lin Zikin and whispers with a teasing edge that his arrogance is unbearable and that he clearly has no idea Lin Zikin could defeat him with a single finger. Lin Zikin quietly tells her to keep a low profile. She grins and nods, playing along. Once Li Moyu steps down, the announcer calls for the next speaker. Zhou, the president of the student council, walks onto the stage. A young man with dark blue hair, he accepts a script from the announcer and turns to face the crowd. Introducing himself, he says he has 3 important points to make. First, he explains that student discipline throughout the university is handled by the student council, an organization that holds considerable authority. Second, he announces that next semester the student council will recruit 10 new members from the freshman class, with only one requirement: strength. He urges everyone to spend the coming months proving what they are truly capable of. Finally, his voice turns cold as he delivers a blunt warning. The inner campus of Shanghai University, he says, is a brutal world where strength decides everything. Upperclassmen bullying freshmen is common, and mercy is never guaranteed. He tells them without sugarcoating it that once they step inside, no one will protect them, so they had better prepare themselves mentally. After finishing his points, Zhou does not step down. His expression darkens, and the atmosphere shifts. Before leaving the stage, he says he wants everyone to experience firsthand what the power of an advanced being feels like. Without another word, he releases his biological pressure. The change is immediate. An invisible force crashes into the auditorium like a crushing tide. The air turns heavy, as if the space itself is pressing down on them. Freshmen gasp as their lungs struggle to pull in breath. Some cry out as pain surges through their bodies, legs trembling and buckling under the overwhelming weight. The entire hall is forced into silence, swallowed by the sheer, oppressive power pouring out from the stage. Lin Zikin sits beside Han Han as the terrifying pressure from the student council president finally recedes. He notes calmly that although the aura of an advanced being is indeed formidable, from this distance it poses no threat to him at all. Having already reached ordinary Tier 9, he barely felt it. Around them, the other freshmen slowly recover, letting out shaky breaths and whispering that it only lasted 5 seconds. Even so, fear lingers in their eyes as they murmur about how frightening the power of an advanced being truly is. Once Zhou steps off the stage, Yuan Dongji takes over. Her voice rings through the hall as she announces that the freshman trial will begin immediately after the assembly. The rules are simple. At the center of the gym stand a large stage, and the first student who can remain alone on it for more than 1 full minute will be crowned this year's new king. The reward instantly captures everyone's attention. 100 school credits, 10 times higher than last year's prize. In the stands, a few upperclassmen scoff openly, arrogantly claiming that the top 10 spots always belong to the genius classes and that this year will be no different. Their words spread through the crowd, stirring anger among the ordinary class freshmen. Then a special rule is announced. If even a single student outside the genius classes makes it into the top 10, every non-genius freshman will receive 1 school credit. Excitement explodes across the hall. Students begin calculating frantically, realizing that 1 credit is worth 10,000 yuan. The mood shifts as they understand that if they work together, everyone stands to profit. Seizing the moment, Hayu jumps onto the stage and grabs the microphone. He introduces himself loudly, then points out that his classmate, Lin Zikin, is a provincial top scorer and the strongest among the ordinary students. He calls on all ordinary freshmen to unite, to turn their strength against the genius classes and carve out a path so Lin Zikin can claim a place in the top 10. One after another, heads turn toward Lin Zikin. He remains seated, expression steady, neither stirred nor impressed. Moved by the call, the ordinary students rise to their feet, voices surging as they shout their support and swear to clear the road for him. From a distance, several faculty members watch the spectacle, including Lu Chuanwu, Yuan Dongji, and Dean Maney. Lu Chuanwu comments dryly to Zhou that his earlier display was a little too petty. Maney cuts in, asking whether it was really necessary for Lu Chuanwu to vent his frustration on Li Moyu's younger brother, just because Wu Tiancheng defeated him. With thinly veiled sarcasm, he adds that when it comes to pettiness, no one in the university can compare to Lu Chuanwu. Lu Chuanwu replies calmly that his pettiness is reserved only for the person involved and never extended to their family. He then shifts the attack, casually asking if Manhwa heard that his daughter performed exceptionally well in the entrance exams. Manhwa answers without emotion that his daughter ranked 3rd in the Kyoto entrance exams. Zhou, standing beside him, remarks that with such results, she should join the student council, promising to personally nurture her as a future leader. Manhwa nods and asks Zhou to take care of her. Zhou responds smoothly that he treats every student with genius potential the same way. Down in the arena, heated speculation spreads over who will become the new king. Most students place their bets on the 2 brightest stars, Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei. One insists Li Moyu is the obvious favorite, noting that his biological level has already reached ordinary tier 5. Another counters that although Ma Shiwei's scores were slightly lower, she successfully fused with Shadow Cat genes during the summer, meaning her real combat power might not be inferior. A third laughs it off, arguing that her fusion was only partial and the boost should be limited. Their argument is cut short when Lu Chuanwu's voice suddenly echoes across the arena. He declares with confidence that neither Li Mayu nor Ma Shiwei will become the new king. A wave of shock runs through the crowd as everyone turns to look at him. With a grin filled with certainty, Lu Chuanwu announces that the true new king will come from Tianrun, and that person is Lin Zikin. Manhwa erupts instantly, snapping back in anger. He demands to know how such a claim could be possible, pointing out that Lin Zikin's physical test scores did not even place him in the top 10. He sneers at the declaration, accusing Lu Chuanwu of spouting baseless nonsense. Lu Chuanwu remains unshaken, calmly asking if Manhwa truly doubts him before proposing a wager. Ma Jinhee accepts in a burst of fury, shouting that he is not afraid. The wager is set at 100 school credits, and he sharply warns Lu Chuanwu not to back out afterward. Hearing this, Lu Chuanwu turns to the surrounding staff and casually invites anyone else who wishes to join the bet. A powerful-looking gene fuser even asks the senior professor and school director, Chin, if he is willing to stake 1,000 credits. To everyone's astonishment, the director agrees without the slightest hesitation. Watching it all, Ma Jinhee grows more uneasy. He cannot understand how the old man can be so confident. For a moment, he suspects some hidden scheme, perhaps even an attempt to pressure Li Moyu into throwing the match. He quickly rejects the thought, reminding himself that his own daughter is also competing. Still, anger twists his face as he struggles to make sense of Lu Chuanwu's certainty. One deeply disturbing idea slips into his mind. Could Lin Zikin truly become the new king? He immediately crushes the notion as absurd. Just then, a figure clad in a sleek red and black cyborg suit walks up to Dean Ma Jinhee. It is the dean of the Mechanical Academy. She remarks that the provincial top scorer, Lin Zikin, was originally from the Evolution Academy and asks whether Ma Jinhee truly feels nothing about Dean Lu Chuanwu taking him away. Ma Jinhee waves it off, saying his academy produces plenty of talents like that. The cyborg dean gives a faint smile, clearly unconvinced, and adds that she also heard Ma Jinhee quietly claim the only 3 senior students from Tianren for himself, suggesting that his indifference is simply carefully masked retaliation. Meanwhile, on the balcony above, Lu Chuanwu watches the unfolding scene with barely hidden delight. He tallies the bets in his mind, calculating that 9 people wagering 100 credits and 1 betting 1,000 will bring him a massive payout. His spirits rise further as the trial officially begins. In an instant, a sea of ordinary students floods onto the central stage, shouting as they surge toward the genius classes with sheer numbers and momentum. The floor plunges into chaos as bodies crash together and voices roar from every direction. Lin Zikin remains at the rear, calmly watching the disorder. He notes that many of the genius class students rely too heavily on their gene fusion compatibility, lacking solid combat fundamentals. Suddenly, his danger perception attribute activates. His vision sharpens, revealing the power levels across the field. Li Mayu and Ma Shiwei stand out immediately, both at ordinary tier 5. The rest of the genius class members in the top 10 are no lower than ordinary tier 4. After the first wave of clashes, cheers erupt from the ordinary students. Several genius class members are already sprawled on the ground, defeated. Someone shouts triumphantly that the geniuses are not as frightening as they seemed. Fired up by early success, the remaining ordinary students roar and charge again, yelling for the genius class members still sitting in the stands to come down and fight. Their challenge is answered when a towering, muscular student with white hair drops from above. He crashes onto the stage, the impact sending a dull tremor through the floor. With a cold sneer, he tells them to come, promising to show them just how weak they really are. The ordinary students do not hesitate. They rush him in a wave, shouting that if each of them lands even 1 hit, sheer numbers will overwhelm him. The white-haired student answers with a single sweeping kick. The force rips through the crowd like a violent shockwave. Bodies are hurled backward, skidding and tumbling across the stage as the attackers are knocked unconscious in an instant. Standing alone among the fallen, He scoffs that ants will always be ants, and no matter how many gather, they will never wound an elephant. The remaining ordinary students freeze in stunned silence. Rage and humiliation surge through them as they turn toward Lin Zicken, shouting that the man's arrogance is unbearable and urging Lin Zicken to go up and put him down. Hearing their cries, Lin Zicken steps forward without delay. His voice stays calm as he says that since it has come to this, he will take the stage himself. He walks out with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, his expression relaxed, as though the chaos around him means nothing. His opponent drops down in front of him with a heavy crash, the floor cracking under his weight. The man's eyes gleam with excitement as he grins, saying he has been waiting for this, eager to face the top physical test scorer from Nanjing Province. He proudly introduces himself as Lu Qi, the top scorer from Yintian Province. Lu Qi begins listing his achievements like trophies: a 5.69 second 100-meter dash, a 4.52-meter vertical leap, a one-handed lift of 1,150 kilograms. Each number strikes like a hammer, meant to crush confidence before the fight even starts. With a smug tilt of his head, he asks Lin Zicken to state his own results, clearly expecting them to fall short. Lin Zicken answers evenly that there is no need to announce his numbers. Lu Qi will feel the difference soon enough. Before the words can even settle, Lin Zicken moves. A single kick snaps out, clean and lightning fast. The impact sends a massive body flying across the stage. Lu Qi slams into the ground and lies still, defeated in an instant. For a brief moment, the arena is silent. Then the ordinary class students explode with cheers, disbelief turning into wild excitement. On the viewing balcony, the faculty members stare in shock. They had expected a drawn-out exchange, a clash of strength and technique. What they witness instead is pure suppression. The truth unsettles them. Beneath Lin Zicken's calm exterior is a ruthlessness that leaves no room for resistance. Before the noise can die down, another figure leaps onto the stage. He introduces himself loudly as Lu Yongjian, the top scorer from Dang Province. Already starting to list his achievements when he is cut off, Lin Zicken steps in and drives a knee straight into his face. The fight ends before it can even begin. Lu Yongjian collapses without a sound. Standing over him, Lin Zicken lifts his gaze toward the remaining genius class students and speaks evenly, declaring that this victory proves the ordinary class has its own geniuses as well. His words spark an immediate reaction from the stands. Someone shouts an alarm, urging Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei to hurry onto the stage before the title of new king is stolen by an ordinary student. A figure lands lightly in response. A girl with cat-like ears steps forward. The genius class recognizes her instantly and erupts into cheers, shouting for Miss Ma Shiwei to take him down. At the same time, the ordinary students roar back, yelling their support for Lin Zicken and telling him not to go easy on her just because she is beautiful. Facing her, Lin Zicken remains calm. He thinks this is the perfect chance to observe a gene fuser up close. The instant the fight begins, Ma Shiwei bursts forward with blinding speed, her movements sharp and fluid. A high kick snaps toward his head. Lin Zicken simply leans back, letting the strike slice harmlessly through the air. He notes that her agility must come from her shadow gene fusion. Ma Shiwei's eyes widen. She never expected him to evade so easily. In that brief moment, she senses the gap between them. Continuing like this would be pointless. She flips backward with smooth grace, opening distance between them. Fixing him with a steady stare, she asks for half a minute, explaining that she needs time to fully activate her shadow cat genes before they can truly fight. Lin Zicken nods without hesitation, telling her to take her time. To him, this is a rare chance to witness gene activation firsthand. As Ma Shiwei prepares, her body changes dramatically. She drops to all fours as a long, fur-covered tail bursts from her back. Her fingernails stretch into sharp claws, and a powerful aura surges outward, wrapping around her as the shadow cat genes fully awaken. From the stands, the faculty watch with impressed expressions. One of them remarks to Dean Ma Genhee about his daughter's astonishing gene integration, openly praising the depth of her talent. Ma Genhee nods proudly, declaring that her ability surpasses even the top scorers from other provinces. But the pride fades quickly. His expression tightens with worry. Her fusion is still new, and forcing her body this far risks severe backlash. He exhales slowly, admitting to himself that she is as stubborn and reckless as ever. With her transformation complete, Shiwei launches herself at Lin Zicken, shouting that he is far too arrogant for daring to wait. She vows he will pay for it, as she attacks with savage intensity. A powerful kick rips through the air, forcing Lin Zicken to dodge by the narrowest margin. As he slips past her attacks, he calmly evaluates her strength, noting that her power has surged from mid-ordinary tier 5 to just short of ordinary tier 6. Shiwei's shock deepens. Even with that boost, she still cannot touch him. Frustration explodes as she launches a furious storm of claw strikes and rapid kicks, pouring everything she has into the assault. Lin Zicken glides through it all with smooth, effortless steps, avoiding every blow as though he can see them before they happen. After several exchanges, his expression tightens. A faint blue aura gathers around him as he decides he has seen enough. The data he wanted on Shadow Cat gene fusers is complete. He stops retreating. When Shui lunges again, Lin Zikin steps forward and answers with a single punch. It crashes into her face with devastating force. Her body is hurled backward, slamming into the pile of already defeated students. Gasps ripple through the arena as people rush toward her, staring in disbelief and murmuring that her once pretty face is now swollen and bruised from just that one blow. Shui struggles upright, crying as she clutches her face, pain tearing through her. Dean Ma Jenny storms down from the stands and pulls her into his arms. He spins on Lin Zikin with fury blazing in his eyes, demanding what kind of man would strike a girl so hard. Lin Zikin answers calmly, his tone unwavering, that on the path of evolution there is no difference between men and women, only between the strong and the weak. From the crowd, Li Moyu voices his agreement, declaring that only strength matters. Taking advantage of the moment, he leaps dramatically from the stands onto the stage. The impact cracks the floor, and the genius class erupts in cheers, shouting that he is their last hope, the one who will avenge Shiwei. Li Moyu looks at Lin Zikin and admits that he is good at hiding his power, pretending to be ordinary before revealing himself as a provincial champion. Then a sinister smile spreads across his face, as he says Lin Zikin is not the only one who has been holding back. Li Moyu releases his power. His body expands, muscles swelling as his frame grows larger. A violent aura bursts outward, rolling across the stage. On the balcony, the faculty stiffen in shock as the truth becomes clear. Li Moyu is a gene fuser too. The Dean of Mechanical Engineering narrows her eyes and identifies the genes at once. Demon-eyed giant ape, a fusion that requires overwhelming physical strength just to survive. As Li Moyu's transformation stabilizes, his biological pressure continues to climb, surging straight into ordinary tier 6. The aura pouring off his body grows heavier with every passing second. On the balcony, Lu Chuanwu goes rigid. The color drains from his face as the realization hits him like a hammer. If this continues, he is about to lose the bet. 900 school credits. Nearly 19 million yuan. For the first time since the trial began, real fear flashes in his eyes. The scene abruptly shifts. In a quiet corner far from the arena, Wang Shou'er and Lu Gang stand before another student, listening in heavy silence. Their superior gives the order without hesitation. They are to retrieve a high-level demon seed from a nearby park and force Li Moyu to consume it. Lu Gang stiffens, voicing his fear. Targeting someone from the Kyoto Li family is no small matter, and the consequences could be catastrophic. Their superior scoffs, brushing the concern aside. He states that their organization stands far above the Li family and could wipe them out without effort if it wished. The threat leaves no space for argument. When he asks whether they will carry out the mission, silence stretches between them. At last, Wang Shou'er exhales slowly and tells Lu Gang the truth. They have no choice. The clash between the two top freshmen finally begins. Li Moyu speaks with absolute confidence as he fights, explaining his transformation. The demon-eyed giant ape, he boasts, is built to maximize strength and defense. Although the form is naturally slow, the sheer power it grants creates an overwhelming gap. He sneers at Lin Zikin, asking if he can still look so relaxed now that he is facing a real genius. Lin Zikin does not answer. He moves. He surges forward and throws a punch. Li Moyu reacts just in time, forcing Lin Zikin to note that his opponent's reaction speed is decent, enough to handle attacks at ordinary tier 6. That is not enough. Lin Zikin increases his output, testing ordinary tier 7 speed. The change is instant. Li Moyu cannot keep up, and Lin Zikin's fist crashes into his face. Li Moyu staggers back, fury flaring as he shouts that Lin Zikin used a sneak attack. Lin Zikin ignores him, calmly evaluating the result. The defense is real. The demon ape's body is tough, comparable to a high-level ordinary tier 6. Even that blow failed to cause serious damage. Roaring, Li Moyu steadies himself and declares that Lin Zikin's fist will not touch him again. Lin Zikin presses forward, unleashing a relentless flurry. Blow after blow is blocked. As the exchange drags on, he recognizes the problem. His speed is superior, but without enough force behind it, he cannot break through. Li Moyu, slower but massively durable, can afford mistakes. Lin Zikin cannot. One clean hit could end everything. To an outsider, the outcome already seems decided. They clash again. Heavy punches tear through the air as Lin Zikin slips and weaves at close range. The test is finished. He is what he needs. Lin Zikin suddenly jumps back, opening distance. It is time for the final attribute. Li Moyu grins, admitting he underestimated Lin Zikin's speed, then mocks him openly. Speed without strength is meaningless. He declares that Lin Zikin cannot hurt him and announces that it is his turn. Energy surges through his massive arm as he draws back a punch meant to end the fight. The fist descends like a falling mountain. Spectators shriek for Lin Zikin to move, to do anything, yet he stands rooted in place. On the viewing balcony, several deans already grip Lu Chuanwu's shoulders, faces heavy with pity. In their minds, the outcome is sealed. Someone even mutters a reminder not to forget the 100 school credits he bet, as if the fight is already finished. Then the punch comes. A violent boom tears through the arena, shockwaves rolling outward in a savage ring. But the sound is wrong. Instead of the dull thud of flesh on flesh, a sharp, horrifying crack slices through the air the instant Li Moyu's fist hits Lin Zikin's face. Li Moyu's hand explodes. He drops like a stone, screaming in raw agony as he grabs his mangled arm. Bones grind, his body writhes, and his cries echo across the arena, while Lin Zikin remains standing exactly where he was, untouched and unmoved. Silence crashes down. For a heartbeat, no one understands what they are seeing. Then whispers spread like a wave through the crowd, disbelief written on every face. Lin Zikin has won. Not by dodging, not by counterattacking. He won by standing still. The result feels unreal, almost grotesque in its simplicity. Looking down at the broken man, Lin Zikin calmly runs through the truth in his mind. The demon-eyed giant ape fusion gave Li Moyu terrifying power, but his body was never built to endure it. He struck with more force than his own frame could handle. The backlash had nowhere to go except back into his own bones. Li Moyu did not break Lin Zikin. He shattered himself. Lin Zikin turns toward the sidelines and speaks evenly, calling for the medical team. He states that Li Moyu is likely suffering from a comminuted fracture and needs immediate treatment. The stunned medics finally snap awake and rush forward. Before they reach him, a figure drops down from the balcony. Yuan Dongji lands lightly and orders Lin Zikin to step aside. She kneels and inspects Li Moyu's arm, her expression tightening as she confirms the damage. The entire right hand is destroyed. Her gaze flicks briefly toward Lin Zikin as realization dawns. This injury was not caused by being hit. It was recoil. He broke himself by punching Lin Zikin's face. She produces a glowing golden pill and places it into Li Moyu's mouth. As she does, a single thought turns over in her mind. How terrifyingly hard must Lin Zikin's body be to cause this? Suspicion stirs, and Yuan Dongji releases her mental power, probing Lin Zikin directly. The instant that invisible pressure touches him, Lin Zikin reacts. Natural camouflage activates, suppressing his true state. Yuan Dongji examines him with sharp focus. What she sees is an ordinary tier 6. His skin, bones, and muscles are far denser than they should be, but nothing else stands out. No strange energy flows. No hidden fluctuations. She wonders if brute physical toughness is the full extent of his secret. Other faculty members close in, waiting for her judgment. Yuan Dongji straightens and reports calmly that Lin Zikin is an ordinary tier 6 with unusually high physical durability and no other detectable abnormalities. Lin Zikin keeps his face blank, but inside, he releases a quiet breath. His camouflage held. At the same time, the pill finishes its work. Li Moyu suddenly jerks upright, eyes wide with shock. He shouts in amazement, calling the medicine miraculous as he flexes his hand again and again. A grin spreads across his face when he realizes the shattered bones are completely healed. With the fight already decided, Lin Zikin sees no reason for Li Moyu to keep disgracing the stage. He tells him flatly that he can go. Then, without ceremony, a lazy kick snaps out. Li Moyu is launched straight out of the ring. He slams into the floor below, humiliation burning hotter than pain. Glaring up, Li Moyu roars that once his gene fusion advances further, he will come back and crush Lin Zikin. The stands erupt. Ordinary students and genius class students instantly fall into a shouting war. The ordinary class jeers mercilessly, mocking the so-called elites and calling their geniuses nothing but arrogant failures. The genius students shout back that Li Moyu lost to Lin Zikin alone, not to them. Their protests are swallowed as the ordinary class surges louder, claiming Lin Zikin's victory as proof that their entire class stands above the geniuses. On the stage, the timer reaches 0. A clear tone rings out, announcing that a full minute has passed. The announcer raises his voice and proclaims Lin Zikin of Martial Arts Class 1 as this year's new king. The ordinary students explode into celebration, screaming for Brother Chun, basking in the honor he has brought them. Lin Zikin, however, is not done. With first place secured, another idea cuts through his mind. Since he already stepped onto the stage, he might as well take everything. Without warning, he jumps straight off the platform and into the spectator stands. Gasps ripple through the crowd as he lands beside the genius class seats. Before anyone can react, he bends down and lifts Han Han in his arms, holding her in a princess carry. Whispers erupt instantly. Eyes widen in shock as students try to understand why he would suddenly take Han Han. Her face turns bright red as Lin Zikin leaps back toward the arena with her held firmly against him. Her heart races, fear and anticipation crashing together as she wonders if he is about to expose their relationship to the entire school. Lin Zikin lands cleanly and sets her down behind him. With Han Han at his back, he faces the stunned audience and faculty. His voice cuts through the arena as he declares that all remaining ranks, from 2nd place through 10th, now belong to him. The genius class detonates in rage. They howl that Lin Zikin is bullying them, that he's abusing his power, and then surge forward in a wave, determined to crush both him and the so-called traitor, Han Han. The stage erupts into chaos as bodies collide from every direction. Lin Zikin steps into the storm with calm precision. Outnumbered and unshaken, he weaves through their attacks, breaking their charge with clean punches and ruthless kicks. One strike after another sends students flying, their formation shattering almost instantly. No matter how many rush him, none can slow his advance. Then Ma Shiwei drops from above, eyes blazing. She ignores Lin Zikin entirely and dives straight toward Han Han, screaming for her to die for her betrayal. The moment the danger surfaces, Lin Zikin moves. He pivots sharply and meets Ma Shiwei in midair, a ruthless kick driving straight into her body. The impact detonates with a dull boom, and she is blasted off the stage like a broken projectile. From the balcony, Ma Zhenhe releases a hoarse, broken scream as he watches his daughter crash violently onto the floor below. With the genius class completely shattered, Lin Zikin stands alone at the center of the arena. Bodies lie scattered around him, defeat written into every posture. A notification sounds without delay, announcing that Han Han has officially secured 2nd place in the trial. She blinks, stunned, clearly never expecting such a result. Lin Zikin then turns toward the ordinary students and states his decision plainly. The remaining positions, from 3rd through 10th, belong to them. The condition is simple. Every school credit awarded for those ranks goes to him. The response is immediate. Cheers erupt as the ordinary students roar for Brother Chun, ecstatic at the chance to step into the top 10. Shuai quickly calculates the numbers, announcing that the top 10 rankings alone amount to 550 credits. Hayu laughs and adds the participation rewards, pushing the total to 559. On the balcony, Ma Zhenhe is seething. He shouts at Yuan Dongji, accusing Lin Zikin of improper conduct and demanding to know how a newly crowned king can control the entire top 10. His fury is cut short by a calm voice. Lu Chuanwu steps forward and asks one simple question, demanding to know which rule has been broken. He challenges Ma Zhenhe to point out the regulation that forbids such an arrangement. Ma Zhenhe freezes. After a tense pause, he is forced to admit that no such rule exists. Sweat beads on his face as humiliation settles in. All he can do is snarl that Lin Zikin is exploiting a loophole. The accusation sounds weak even to his own ears. Elsewhere, unseen schemes begin to shift. Wang Shuer urgently pulls Lu Gang aside and tells him the plan has changed. Li Moyu is no longer the target. As they watch the celebrating students hoist Lin Zikin into the air, Wang Shuer states their new objective without hesitation. Lin Zikin himself. The goal is now to force him to consume the high-level demon seed and drag him into their organization. When the trial finally ends, Lu Chuanwu rushes toward Lin Zikin with open arms, laughter bursting out in excitement. Lin Zikin sidesteps him coolly and looks straight at the dean, asking one quiet question about whether he has already forgotten the promises he made. Lu Chuanwu stiffens, then reacts at once. He pulls out a small bottle and presses it into Lin Zikin's hand, explaining that it contains 10 qi and blood pills along with the promised triple benefits for the semester. Barely able to contain his excitement, he adds that 300 school credits have already been transferred to Lin Zikin's account, laughing as he notes that Lin Zikin just helped him win another 1,900 credits from the other faculty members. Leaning in closer, Lu Chuanwu lowers his voice and asks the question he's been holding back, wanting to know Lin Zikin's true strength and level. Lin Zikin leans in as well and whispers a carefully measured truth. He says he is at ordinary tier 6 and has completed 1 round of skin tempering, tempered a few facial muscles, and was born with naturally hardened facial bones. The reaction is immediate. Lu Chuanwu jerks back as if struck, shouting in disbelief that Lin Zikin has already mastered muscle tempering. Emotion surges through him. He grabs Lin Zikin's hands, eyes shining as he declares that Lin Zikin will definitely evolve into an advanced creature with a pure human body before graduation. With almost frantic urgency, he urges him to stay on the pure blood path no matter what. Lin Zikin replies calmly, agreeing without the slightest hesitation. Later, alone in his room, Lin Zikin sits on the bed, rolling a small red qi and blood pill between his fingers. Curious, he places it into his mouth to test its effect. Heat spreads through him almost at once, a faint mist rising from his skin as the energy is absorbed. A system notification flashes, showing an increase of only 108 points. He frowns. Compared to his normal training, the effect is laughably small. Realizing the pills are nearly useless to him now, he decides they would be far better spent on Han Han. As that thought settles, the door opens. Han Han steps inside in her athletic clothes, her skin still damp with sweat from training. She asks when he returned, and he answers that it was about half an hour ago. Lin Zicken motions for her to come closer and places one of the red pills into her palm, telling her to eat it. She studies it briefly, then swallows. The effect is instant. Steam bursts from her body as her face flushes crimson. She gasps, saying she feels unbearably hot as her chi and blood surge wildly. Seeing how powerful the pill is for her, Lin Zicken hands her the entire bottle. He explains that the pills no longer do much for him and tells her to take the remaining 8, warning her to use only 1 per day. Han Han beams and agrees without hesitation. The next morning at the Tianren Research Institute, Lin Zicken runs into Song Yuyan. She is in the middle of training and greets him with a grin, teasing him by calling him the new king. As she stretches, she casually asks him to confirm what she heard from the dean, wanting to know if his biological level really is ordinary tier 6, and whether he has already mastered muscle tempering. Lin Zicken answers evenly that what he told the dean is true. The moment he does, Song Yuyan lights up. Excitement floods her as she rushes over, declaring that he is an absolute genius, and that with him, Tianren will shake the entire world. As she closes in, Lin Zicken simply replies that they will work hard together. Days pass with Lin Zicken fully immersed in his studies at the institute. While reviewing the blood-tempering art, he realizes that Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan have completely failed to decipher the aperture opening chapter. With no intention of waiting for them, he turns directly to the original text himself. Guided by his celestial route of wisdom, even material this dense and intricate opens itself to Lin Zicken with effortless clarity. His concentration breaks when Song Yuyan walks in and tells him that people from the student council are waiting outside. She quickly guesses their purpose, saying they must be here to recruit him after his overwhelming performance in the trial. Lin Zicken dismisses it immediately, stating he has no interest. Song Yuyan hesitates, then adds that student council members receive monthly credit subsidies. The effect is instant. Indifference vanishes from Lin Zicken's face, replaced by sharp interest. He steps outside to meet them. Waiting there is Zhou, the president of the student council. Zhou greets him with an extended hand, and they shake. He wastes no time, formally inviting Lin Zicken to join and even offering to groom him as a future president. He speaks at length, laying out the benefits in vivid terms. Exclusive meals, influence over school affairs, elevated status, and above all, generous monthly credit subsidies. Faced with the promise of steady income, Lin Zicken smiles and accepts without hesitation. Zhou raises a hand at once, stopping him. There is one condition, he says. Lin Zicken must abandon the pure-blooded human path and choose gene fusion instead. Lin Zicken pauses, confusion flickering across his eyes as he asks why. Zhou answers with open arrogance. The student council only accepts future elites. In his view, the pure-blood path is a dead end. He dismisses Dean Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan outright, calling them failures clinging to a road that leads nowhere. Zhou warns him bluntly that without gene fusion, even Lin Zicken's talent will eventually sink into mediocrity. Lin Zicken responds calmly, asking if gene fusion is a requirement for joining the student council. When Zhou confirms it, Lin Zicken gives a simple answer. He says he will not be joining. Then he turns and walks away, leaving them staring after him in silence. As he leaves, he weighs the council's benefits against what he already receives from Tianren. The result is obvious. Behind him, the student council members scoff. One mocks him, asking if the new king has something wrong with his head for clinging so stubbornly to the pure blood path. Another sneers that he will regret this sooner or later. Someone mutters that the visit was a waste of time, saying Tianren's brainwashing must be thorough. Zhou waves it off coldly, calling Lin Zicken a genius with no future, trash in his eyes, and tells the others they will simply recruit different talents. Later, back at the Tianren Research Institute, Song Yuyan is visibly furious. She slams her fists onto a desk, venting about the student council's arrogance and narrow-mindedness. Before she can go further, Dean Lu Chuanwu walks in, looking completely worn out. Song Yuyan greets him with biting sarcasm, praising his devotion to the pure-blood cause and mentioning how he works day and night and even sold his body to secure investments. Lu Chuanwu grimaces and asks if she really has to include that last part every time. He suddenly turns serious and fixes his gaze on Lin Zicken, warning him that women are obstacles on the path of evolution and that he should keep his distance from them. Sitting back down, Lu Chuanwu explains that the university offers special housing arrangements for the families of recognized geniuses. He even offers to arrange jobs for Lin Zicken's parents and asks whether he wants to bring them to the city. Lin Zicken replies that he will talk it over with them during the weekend. Before wrapping up, Lu Chuanwu adds one more thing. Lin Zicken has been granted early access to school missions. With his current strength, there is no need to wait until next semester. Song Yuyan adds that she regularly takes off-campus missions every week to earn credits, and suggests that Lin Zicken could join her in the future to build experience. She even offers to bring him along on an aberrant beast extermination mission. Lin Zikin thanks her. Afterward, he opens the school app and starts browsing. The officially listed missions are mostly trivial, each paying only 1 or 2 credits. He switches to student-posted tasks and pauses when he sees a bizarre request for a female gene fuser training partner with beast ears and long legs, offering 5 credits a month. Amused, he skips past it and moves on to the off-campus missions instead. That is where the real rewards are. Plenty of options appear. 30 credits for capturing a group of robbers. 200 credits for hunting a powerful aberrant beast, though it is far from the city. As he scrolls, one mission seizes his attention at once. Capture a Shadow Cat Girl, an out-of-control gene fuser at ordinary tier 6, active in the city's red light district. Multiple male victims. 50 credits. Lin Zikin accepts it immediately. Before he can close the app, someone leans in beside him. Song Yuyin's sudden closeness makes him pause. She asks casually if he just took the Cat Girl mission and offers to join him. Slightly surprised, he asks how she knows. Yuan explains that the mission page shows everyone who has accepted it. Lin Zikin checks again and frowns. 28 people are already listed. 26 seniors. 1 other freshman. Manhwa. That strikes him as odd. At only ordinary tier 5, she should not be taking a mission like this alone. He assumes she must have backup. Not wanting to dwell on it, he tells Yuan that it is getting late. He says he is heading home for lunch and waves goodbye. As he crosses campus, a faint sense of danger stirs. His danger perception activates. Someone is following him. Hostile. Ordinary tier 7. Moments later, a muscular man in a blue tracksuit steps out and calls his name. The man storms over, fury blazing in his eyes, accusing Lin Zikin of deliberately targeting Manhwa. He launches into a stream of grievances without stopping, starting with slapping her during the trial, competing with her for missions. He demands to know whether Dean Lu Chuan Wu put Lin Zikin up to it. The accusations keep spilling out as he challenges him to a fight, openly calling him a bully. Lin Zikin listens, irritation slowly surfacing. He asks calmly if Shi Wei or her father sent him. The man snaps back that he came on his own. When he repeats the challenge, Lin Zikin looks at him and replies flatly, asking what he is supposed to do about it. Realizing he is dealing with a fool, Lin Zikin turns to leave. The man grabs his sleeve and shouts for him to stay. That is enough. Lin Zikin turns back and drives a single punch straight into his face. The impact lands cleanly. The man drops instantly, unconscious before his body even hits the ground. Lin Zikin glances down at him, wondering briefly if that finally satisfied him, then walks away without another look. He is back at the apartment not long after. From the kitchen, Han Han greets him warmly, saying dinner is ready. She also tells him that the 10 pounds of life and death toad meat he ordered have arrived. Lin Zikin takes the bag from the refrigerator, remembering that he had planned to buy even more to unlock the codex, but stopped to avoid attracting attention. He places both hands over the package. A ripple of blue light spreads as the system activates, and a notification appears, confirming that he has devoured a large quantity of the life and death toad's essence. His codex progress jumps cleanly to 10%. Not long after, a confused Han Han walks in and finds him stuffing the remaining meat, now dark and spoiled, into a garbage bag. He tells her calmly that it has gone bad. She frowns, insisting it looked fresh when it arrived. Lin Zikin explains that once he absorbs all the essence, the physical matter decays rapidly. Her shock deepens. She stares at him and asks if that is his special ability. He nods, explaining that he can absorb essence from aberrant beasts and gain fragments of their traits. Understanding hits her all at once. She blurts out that she finally sees why he chose the pure blood path. With an ability like that, gene fusion is unnecessary. During dinner, Lin Zikin brings up Dean Lu Chuan Wu's offer to arrange housing and jobs for their parents. Han Han brightens immediately, clearly thrilled by the idea. They agree to go home over the weekend and talk it through with their families. Midway through the meal, she mentions that a fierce duel between top-ranking students took place at the gym that afternoon. Curious, she suggests they go watch. Lin Zikin agrees. By the time they reach the university gym, it is already packed. Lin Zikin notices that in addition to students and faculty, representatives from the mechanical god group are present as well. Han Han excitedly points toward the VIP area, drawing his eyes to a woman wearing a massive white cyborg suit, the famous mechanical genius they have seen countless times online. At the center of the arena, 2 fighters face off. One is a towering, bull-like gene fuser, muscles swelling with brutal strength. Opposite him stands a sleek, elegant cyborg, polished metal reflecting the arena lights. Han Han leans in and quietly asks which of them he thinks is stronger, the Kyoto genius or the mechanical genius girl. Lin Zikin answers evenly that this battle will decide it. If the 8th-ranked Evolution Academy student wins, then the Kyoto genius stands above the rest. But if the 9th-ranked cyborg takes the match, then the mechanical genius girl holds the advantage. The announcement sounds. The duel begins. In a blink, the cyborg rockets into the air, mechanical wings flaring wide. From above, she unleashes a merciless barrage of missiles, streaks of fire, and steel screaming down toward the bull-like Gene Fuser below. The Gene Fuser is immediately driven into desperation. Explosions tear through the arena as missiles rain down in an unbroken storm, forcing him to crouch under the onslaught while the floor shatters around him. When the barrage finally stops, the cyborg drops from the sky and lands with perfect control. Bruised and cornered, the Gene Fuser roars and charges, trying to drag the fight into close combat. They crash together at frightening speed. The cyborg blocks his punch without strain and answers with a single, devastating blow to his face. The impact sends him flying. He slams into the ground and does not get back up. The cyborg lifts her fist in victory as the crowd erupts. Elsewhere, in a private office, Yuan Dongji receives a video report from a subordinate. The woman informs her that source site number 36 has gone silent for months. They cannot tell whether the enemy has abandoned it or is preparing something far more dangerous. Yuan Dongji asks for an update on Ganshue. The reply is immediate. Ganshue is adapting at an abnormal rate and is close to breaking into advanced tier 2. The assistant hesitates, then cautiously asks about Luo Changshu's origins, noting that her special constitution does not seem human. Yuan Dongji cuts her off coldly, warning her not to ask questions that are not her concern. The assistant apologizes at once. Yuan Dongji dismisses her and switches her monitor feed. The duel finishes playing on the screen. Watching the result, Yuan Dongji's eyes narrow. With such a decisive victory, the mechanical god group is stronger than she expected. Mechanical modification clearly has overwhelming adaptability. Yet a trace of unease remains. She acknowledges the fatal flaw. No matter how powerful cyborgs become, they cannot enter a source site. All machinery and electronics fail there without exception. Turning off the screen, she concludes that in such a place, even the strongest cyborg would become nothing more than useless scrap. Sometime later, Lin Zikin and Han Han return from a weekend with their families. Both households gather for a celebratory dinner, the atmosphere warm and relaxed. They talk through the university's housing and job arrangements, and after some discussion, both families agree happily. With that settled, Lin Zikin turns his focus back to what comes next. The Catgirl mission. Disguised, Lin Zikin moves through the neon-soaked streets of the red light district, merging into the flow of people as he reviews the mission file. The target is an ordinary Tier 6 Gene Fuser with terrifying speed, infamous for luring and killing men. The report also notes her mastery of disguise and her heavy reliance on drugs. As Lin Zikin reads, he understands at once why no one has completed this job. The district is enormous, and the target is patient, intelligent, and cautious. Hunting her will not be easy. To begin, Lin Zikin activates the Eye of the Sky together with his danger perception, sweeping the entire area in a wide, invisible net. A faint golden glow flickers behind his sunglasses as his vision pierces through layers of motion and hidden intent. The crowd around him stiffens. Some people instinctively step away, unsettled by the unnatural light in his eyes. Others whisper that he looks striking, yet carries a gaze that feels disturbingly eerie. Standing out like that draws trouble fast. A large, muscular man steps forward aggressively, demanding to know who Lin Zikin is staring at. Lin Zikin does not answer. He releases a pulse of biological pressure and tells the man to move. The force hits him like a hammer, blasting him backward as the surrounding crowd scatters in shock. Lin Zikin glances at the unconscious body, then withdraws his senses. No targets. The scan finds nothing. He decides to move on. That is when he spots familiar faces nearby. Shiwei is there, flanked by two students he instantly recognizes as ordinary Tier 7 seniors. Backup. Their eyes meet briefly. One of the women notices him first and nudges Shiwei, quietly pointing him out. Shiwei clicks her tongue and looks away in annoyance. The senior murmurs that they should avoid him. Shiwei agrees without hesitation, and the three of them turn and leave. Lin Zikin watches them go, mildly curious about their sudden retreat. Away from him, Shiwei speaks in a low voice. Since Lin Zikin accepted the mission, he must be hunting the Catgirl too. That means they need to act faster. Their male companion scoffs with confidence and tells them to leave it to him. He boasts that his demon dog Gene Fusion grants him an extraordinary sense of smell. Finding the Catgirl before Lin Zikin will be effortless. He closes his eyes and concentrates. A faint pink, scent-like aura spreads as he inhales deeply. Moments later, his eyes snap open. Grinning, he declares that he is locked onto her trail. Pointing across the street, he says the target is inside a bar. Shiwei does not hesitate. Determined to beat Lin Zikin to the prize, she and her companions rush across the road. The female senior smirks, vowing they will capture the target first and make sure everyone knows it. The three of them push into the crowded bar, following a trail only one of them can see. Shiwei scans the room and demands to know where the target is. The demon dog Gene Fuser points toward a woman sitting casually on a couch, wearing glasses. Shiwei frowns, unconvinced. The woman looks no different from an ordinary college student. Her companion shakes his head, insisting the scent is an exact match to what was taken from the cat girl's belongings at the public security department. Shiwei exhales slowly. A master of disguise, just as the report warned. Seeing no reason to wait, the female senior snaps that they should take her now. The three surge forward. At that moment, the woman lifts her head. A twisted smile curls across her lips. In the next instant, she explodes into motion, shattering the glass table and bolting for the exit. Someone screams as the bar erupts into chaos. She's escaping. Shiwei and her team burst out into the street, chasing the fleeing cat girl as she vanishes into the neon maze. The crowd scatters as the pursuit rips through the district. Shiwei's heart sinks. The cat girl is fast. Too fast. She shouts that they might not be able to keep up. The demon dog Jean Fuser laughs it off, telling her to relax. As long as her scent exists, she cannot escape. Sooner or later, the target will have to slow down. Trusting his confidence, they follow the invisible trail until it leads them straight into a dead-end alley. The demon dog stops suddenly and points ahead, confirming the target is right there. He urges them to finish it quickly. The cat girl turns. She smiles. A lazy, mocking grin spreads across her face as she asks if they truly thought she had been running at full speed. A crimson aura bleeds into the air, thick and suffocating. She tells them that the most dangerous hunters are the ones who pretend to be prey. As she speaks, her hands twist and stretch, flesh reshaping into long, razor-edged claws. She asks if they really do not understand something so basic. Then her biological pressure erupts. The alley shudders. Shiwei and the others freeze as the crushing weight slams into them. This is not ordinary Tier 6. Not even close. The pressure is overwhelming. Ordinary Tier 9. The truth cuts into them like a blade. The cat girl had hidden her real power the entire time. Terror floods their faces as disbelief takes hold. The chase reverses in an instant. In the narrow alley, Shiwei, the demon dog, and the female senior turn and run. Shiwei shouts that the mission is impossible and orders an immediate retreat. Behind them, the cat girl watches with a cruel smile, flexing her claws as she asks mockingly if they really think they can get away. She moves. With terrifying agility, she runs straight up the side of a building, overtaking them effortlessly. She drops back down in front of them, landing in the alley and blocking their escape. Calmly, she tells them there is nowhere left to go. Her eyes lock onto the demon dog. Leaning closer, her voice low and dangerous, she says she noticed in the moment he entered the bar. His legs begin to tremble under her gaze. With no other option, Shiwei throws a smoke grenade. It detonates at once, flooding the alley with thick purple smoke. She yells that the smoke will scramble the enemy's senses and orders everyone to run. Riding the sudden chaos, the three of them barely claw their way out alive. They don't slow down until they burst onto a crowded street, chest heaving, legs shaking. The demon dog is the first to break, gasping that the mission was a death trap, that the intelligence was completely wrong and nearly got them all killed. The female senior snaps back immediately, telling Shiwei to contact her father, Dima Genhi, and report everything so the mission data can be fixed before anyone else dies. Still rattled, Shiwei pulls out her phone and nods as she prepares to make the call. Then her fingers stop. A terrifying realization slams into her mind. Lin Zikin accepted the same mission. Cold panic grips her chest. If Lin Zikin walks into that cat girl without knowing the truth, he will be killed. She refuses to accept that. The words spill out as she declares she won't stand by and watch him die. Her fingers fly through her contacts in desperation, only to realize she doesn't even have his number. There is no time to hesitate. The only person she can reach is Han Han. She immediately switches and calls her instead. Back in the alley, the purple smoke thins and drifts away. The cat girl clicks her tongue in irritation, annoyed that her carefully laid trap let its prey escape. She mutters about her terrible luck, then suddenly pauses. Someone is still there. At the far end of the alley, Lin Zikin stands quietly, completely at ease. The instant she sees him, her annoyance disappears. Her eyes light up as she sizes him up, finding him handsome, exactly her type. A smile curls across her lips as she decides this must be fate. If the others slipped away, then he will be her new prey. With claws flashing, she lunges straight at him. Lin Zikin doesn't even blink. He calmly gauges her strength. Ordinary Tier 9. Not bad. As he channels his energy and steps forward to meet her, shock flashes across her face. He's faster than her. The realization barely forms before his fist ignites with a sharp glow and slams straight into her face. The impact is savage. Her body is hurled backward, crashing into the wall at the end of the alley as stone fractures under the force. She collapses to her knees in the rubble, blood on her lips, staring at him in pure disbelief. Her mind screams in confusion. How can a young man with no gene fusion possess power like this? In an instant, she understands the truth. She cannot win. Fighting him is death. She turns and runs. Terror floods her when she realizes he is still beside her, keeping pace without effort. His voice slices through the air as he tells her she can now experience his full power. Lin Zicken leaps and drives his foot down in a crushing kick to her head. The blow sends her flying again, smashing her into another wall, her body buried deep into the stone. He doesn't relent. Lin Zicken steps in and unleashes a merciless barrage of kicks against her pinned form, each strike booming through the alley like thunder. Even then, she refuses to die. Her biological pressure flickers, weakened, but not yet gone. He gets ready to finish it. Bending down, he grabs a chunk of broken rock and lifts it high. Then he stops. A violent wave of crimson energy erupts from her body. Her muscles bulge unnaturally as her frame twists and expands. Lin Zicken's gaze sharpens in alarm. In sheer desperation, she is broken through again. She is evolving, an advanced creature. The transformed cat girl raises her head and locks eyes with him, feral fury blazing in her stare. Inside, she understands exactly what just happened. Activating her shadow cat genes saved her life and made her stronger, but it also dragged her deeper into her beast instincts. The power came a price. Her control is unraveling, and genetic backlash is closing in. Burning with rage, she snarls and demands to know who Lin Zicken really is. Instead of replying, Lin Zicken smiles. Calm and almost careless, he apologizes, saying he must have mistaken her for someone else. Then he turns around and walks away. She freezes, staring at his back in disbelief. Fear creeps through her as her thoughts spiral. His strength is unfathomable. His actions make no sense. He doesn't fight when he should. He doesn't kill her when he easily could. And worse, her body is breaking down. The forced evolution is tearing her apart from the inside. Genetic backlash is inevitable. One more clash would end her. She decides, run. She kicks off the ground and rockets into the air. For a split second, relief sparks in her mind. Then a sharp whistling sound cuts through the night. Startled, she looks down. Too late. A metal pipe blasts straight through her forehead. Blood sprays as the impact slams her body hard against the wall. Her vision shatters. Before a scream can escape her lips, Lin Zicken is already there. He tears a loose pipe from the wreckage and drives it into her chest. He yanks it out and stabs again. And again. Chest. Stomach. No mercy. Her body finally goes limp. The red aura fades. The terrifying biological pressure she once radiated collapses into nothing. Lin Zicken steps back and lets the pipe slip from his hand. It clatters to the ground, slick with blood. He studies her lifeless body for a moment, then turns away, thinking calmly that this time, she is truly dead. With the fight over, Lin Zicken calmly pulls out his phone and takes a photo of the cat girl's corpse. He notes that it's needed as proof to submit the mission through the school app. Once that's done, he contacts the public security department and reports the location so the body can be collected. With the official matters finished, he turns to what actually matters. He places his hand on the corpse. Red energy surges as his system responds, confirming that he has devoured a massive amount of the Shadow Night Cat's life essence. His guidebook progress leaps to 36%. The increase catches him off guard, and he quickly realizes the reason. The genetic backlash she suffered must have compressed and concentrated the beast genes inside her, greatly amplifying the yield. Elsewhere in the city, Shiwei and her companions move through the streets in heavy silence. Shiwei stays on the phone with her father, Dean Ma Jinhee, urgently explaining that the mission data was completely wrong and nearly got them killed. She tells him the target was never an ordinary Tier 6, but an ordinary Tier 9. The news hits him hard. From his office, Ma Jinhee orders her to submit a full report and promises he will personally confront the mission system director over this disaster. Back on the street, the female senior urges them to return to campus immediately to avoid any possible retaliation. Halfway through her warning, she suddenly grabs Shiwei's arm and thrusts the phone toward her face. The mission status has changed. The cat girl has already been captured, completed by Lin Zicken. Shiwei goes numb. She stares at the screen, unable to understand how a freshman could have taken down an ordinary Tier 9 monster by himself. After the weekend passes, Lin Zicken and Han Han walk side by side across the university campus. Lin Zicken checks his phone when a new notification appears. 300 school credits have been added to his account. He assumes it is the reward for the Catgirl mission, then hesitates in confusion. The amount is far more than the original 50. As they walk, he shows Han Han the detailed notice. It explains that due to severe errors in the mission data, the Catgirl was reclassified from ordinary Tier 6 to ordinary Tier 9. The base reward was raised from 50 to 200 credits, with an extra 100 added as compensation. Han Han frowns, complaining that the university's mission system is reckless and unreliable. She says bluntly that if he were not strong enough, he would have died because of their mistake. Lin Zicken agrees, noting that the system is flawed, and says he will be more careful when accepting missions in the future. Then he adds calmly that when suitable missions appear, he will bring her along, so she can slowly adapt to real combat. Han Han lights up, nearly bouncing as she says it's great that she can finally go on missions with him. As they continue walking, Lin Zicken glances at his phone and decides how to use his new credits. He plans to order the 90 gene of life and death toad meat he still needs. Before, he worried about drawing attention with such a large purchase, but now that no longer matters. He also reasons that beast meat is highly nutritious and will help Han Han grow stronger, so buying extra for her makes sense. They reach the apartment. As Han Han opens the door, Lin Zikin casually asks if there's any kind of beast meat she wants. She rushes inside excitedly, telling him she will handle the order herself. He follows her in. She drops onto the couch and starts browsing on her phone. In the kitchen, Lin Zikin ties on an apron while listening as she suggests Tyrant Ash big carb meat, explaining that for just 1 credit they can get 6 gene, enough to last several days. Lin Zikin agrees, appreciating how sensible her choice is. She immediately stops him from placing the order, insisting she will do it herself. Smiling brightly, she reminds him that she still has the 90 credits he gave her from the freshman trial. Lin Zikin, already cooking noodles, lets out a small chuckle and tells her it doesn't matter. They are family, so there's no need to worry about whose credits are being spent. They sit together and enjoy the noodles when the doorbell suddenly rings. Lin Zikin gets up to answer it and comes back carrying a large cardboard box. He is mildly surprised that the beast meat delivery arrived so fast. Opening the box, he pulls out a pack of Tyrant Ash big carb meat and hands it to Han Han, telling her to put it in the fridge. With that taken care of, his attention shifts to the 90 gene of life and death toad meat. He knows the moment has come. He places his hand on the meat. In an instant, powerful blue energy surges out of the box and coils around his body. A system notification appears, confirming that he has devoured a massive amount of the life and death toad's life source, and that its guidebook has reached 100% completion. As the energy settles, a vision pours into his mind. He sees a colossal beetle-like creature as the life and death toad is torn apart, shredded by a gigantic eagle-like beast soaring above it. He then witnesses its terrifying vitality. Even as its body is ripped to pieces, the fragments writhe and regenerate at an absurd speed. Flesh reconnects. Limbs reform. In just moments, the monster becomes whole again. A new system message follows, announcing that the life and death toad guidebook has been fully unlocked and that he has gained a new attribute: rapid self-healing. Back in the apartment, Lin Zikin stares at the description of the ability, stunned. The system explains that his self-healing has been greatly enhanced. As long as he is not killed instantly and has enough energy, even devastating injuries can be restored. He exhales sharply, realizing how broken this power truly is. Invincible. That is the only word that fits. Curiosity pushes him to test it right away. Without hesitation, he bites down hard on his own hand, ripping open a deep, bleeding wound. Blood spills, but he barely flinches. He watches as the flesh rapidly knits back together. Within seconds, the injury seals completely, leaving no trace behind. He washes the blood from his hand, now perfectly unscarred, and his thoughts race. With rapid self-healing, as long as he has energy and avoids instant death, he can keep recovering again and again. In practical terms, it is a form of endless revival. The doorbell rings again, snapping him out of his thoughts. He frowns, wondering who would show up at this hour. He and Han Han walk toward the door together. He asks if she ordered anything else, and she shakes her head, just as confused. They open the door. Both of them freeze. Standing outside is Shiwei. She leans forward slightly and apologizes for coming so late. With Xiao Chun standing at his side, Lin Zichen hears Shiwei ask him directly what she's supposed to do with him, and Shiwei quickly explains that she's only curious about one thing: how he managed to finish that notoriously difficult catgirl mission, and she asks if he'd be willing to share the details. Lin Zichen answers without softening it, telling her it isn't convenient to talk about, and Shiwei accepts that at once, turning to leave, only for Xiao Chun to invite her come in for some tea. An offer Shiwei declines as she says she still has other things to handle and that maybe they can do it another time, and then she's gone. After Shiwei leaves, Xiao Chun tells Lines that she thinks Shiwei is a good person, explaining why by saying Shiwei had been worried enough to send her a message warning him that the mission information was wrong, and Xiao Chun suggests they should interact with her more. Lin Zichen agrees, adding that since Shiwei lives right downstairs, she's welcome to come by any time. Later, at the Tianren Research Institute, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan are in conversation with Lindsay Zichen when Lu Chuanwu says he personally saw Dean Ma Zhenhe confront the director in charge of the mission system, and what started as a heated argument escalated until it became an outright physical fight. SC Yuyan guesses the cause was the Catgirl mission's incorrect information, and Liuan Wu confirms it, explaining that because Ma Zhenhe had accepted that mission too, he was enraged. That the mistaken power level almost got his daughter killed, and Song Yu-yin adds the exact discrepancy. On the mission listing, the Catgirl was marked as Ordinary Tier 6, but in truth her strength was Ordinary Tier 9, before turning to Lin Zichen and asking how, when he was only Ordinary Tier 6, he could possibly have completed it. Luan Wu, sounding playful, asks whether an expert secretly helped him or whether he set some sort of trap, but Lin Zichen denies both and states plainly that he beat her himself, relying on nothing but pure physical strength, And that answer freezes Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan where they stand, both of them stunned with their mouths hanging open as the same thought hits them. Has he been hiding what he really is? While his mentors are still reeling, Lin Zichen covers his face, looking drained, and thinks that after spending the past few days with them, he's come to see them as decent people. So he decides he'll tell them the truth about his abilities because they might be able to help him research the aperture opening technique. With a smile that looks forced, he starts explaining that his true strength has recently reached ordinary tier 9, and before they can even digest that, he adds that he has already finished his first full body tempering and is now in his second skin tempering cycle, which shocks them all over again. As Lu Chuanwu finally processes what he's hearing, emotion overtakes him so hard his whole body trembles. And then, overwhelmed with joy, he breaks down into tears and cries out that his long years of dedication have finally been rewarded. In his mind, he sees himself standing with Lin Zichen on a mountaintop, declaring that with this kind of talent, the pure-blooded human path will surely succeed, and that one day, both of their names will be known across the world. But back in reality, the Dean is simply there, crying, as he explains that he has spent decades researching the pure blood path, a pursuit that drained his family's wealth and even drove his wife and children to leave him. And through all those years, he still made no progress. He's convinced that with a once-in-a-generation genius like Lin Zichen in front of him, the pure blood path will finally rise and thrive, while Lin Zichen, completely caught off guard by the sudden mood swing, can only stare and wonder why the old Dean has started crying and laughing at the same time. Once he manages to pull himself together, Liuan Wu steps in close and rests a hand on Lin Zichen's shoulder, still marveling at Lin Zichen's outrageous talent, and he says that if it weren't for the fact Lin lacks source power, he might have even suspected he was a stranger from the source land. That strange term makes Lin Zichen blink in surprise, so Lu Chuanwu lays out his thinking. In a world where aberrant beasts exist, it's only logical that there are counterparts on the human side too, strangers, or exceptionally gifted individuals. Yet Siyu Yin reacts with open shock, saying she's never even heard of this before. Lin Zichen then cuts straight to what matters and asks what source power actually is, and the Dean explains that it's a special kind of energy unique to beings who come from the source land, comparable in concept to things like ki, blood power, or spiritual power. Still curious, Lin Zichen asks how this power is used, but Lu Chuanwu admits he can't give a clear explanation because in his entire long life he's only ever encountered two such strangers, and Song Yuan immediately scoffs at him, accusing him of bluffing and pointing out that since he's stuck at ordinary tier 9, he can't even enter the source land himself. That pushes Lin Zichen to ask whether there's a biological level requirement to get in at all, and Lu Chuanwu confirms it bluntly. Threshold is a Heil being, and anyone below that who tries would be reduced to ash. Bracing himself against the accusation, Lu Chuanwu adds that he met those strangers here on Earth, not inside the source land. And he begins with the first, a female disciple he accepted decades ago, and as the Dean speaks, Lin Zichen suddenly experiences a vision of Luo Chan Shu battling monsters, which makes the connection snap in a place for him. The mysterious senior sister Xiao Chun mentioned must be one of these terrifyingly powerful strangers. Lu Chuanwu continues without stopping, saying the second stranger was someone he encountered in the ancient ruins where they uncovered the blood-tempering art. And after letting that sink in, he turns stern and warns all of them that this information is never to be revealed. Siu Yan immediately promises, eager and emphatic, that she'll keep her lips sealed, and Lu Chuanwu says he trusts them. But then he fixes Lin Zichen with a sharper warning. Lin's true strength must stay hidden, because dangerous heretics are everywhere, pervasive even inside the university, and if word gets out he'll become a target. To make that easier, he proposes a practical solution. If Lin Zichen wants to accept missions that match what he can really do, then he should take them using Song Yuyan's account. And since she's also ordinary tier 9, Lin can fight at full power without exposing the fact that his growth has been unnaturally fast. Lin Zichen agrees, and with his interest fully hooked now, he asks the Dean whether he knows anything about the source land itself. And Lin Zichen's face immediately turns grave as he explains that everything connected to the source land is top secret, and even he knows very little. He tells Lin Zichen not to worry about it until he evolves into a Heil being, but despite that caution, he says he can share one crucial piece of information. Lin Zichen tells them that for humans, most creatures from the source land are enemies, and those beings are always looking for chances to invade Earth. Then he explains, some powerful individuals believe the creatures want to invade because Earth has something they desire, but right in the middle of that heavy talk, the Dean's phone cuts in with a ridiculously cheerful ringtone, and he answers it with a flirtatious baby before turning back to his students to say an old friend has invited him to dinner, after which he hurries out in a rush, telling them to contact him if they need anything. The moment he's gone, Yuan tosses out a sarcastic remark about how hard the Dean is working, assuming he's headed off to lock down even more investments. And then she pivots to Lin Zichen and asks the real question on her mind, how he's been hiding his biological level and tempering progress so perfectly that even powerful people couldn't see through his disguise. Lin Zichen apologizes and says it isn't convenient for him to explain, and in his own head, he knows exactly why he can't. His system's natural camouflage is his trump card, and there's no way he can reveal it. Yuan immediately puts on a pleading look and tries to coax the secret out of him anyway, even offering to trade a secret of her own in exchange. But Lin Zichen, visibly flustered, insists again that he truly can't tell her, and when she realizes he won't budge, Yuan lets out a sigh and drops it. Yet almost instantly her mood flips, a competitive gleam flashing in her eyes as she cracks her knuckles and suggests that since they're both ordinary tier 9, they should settle it with a sparring match. Lin Zichen's face brightens into a grin as he agrees, thinking that a fight against a peer will be the perfect chance to get a clear read on his own strength, and Yuan snaps into a fighting pose at once, laying out her current progress in detail. She's in her second skin tempering, she's completed her second muscle tempering, and she's already 1/5 of the way through her second bone tempering. Then she tells him to come at her with everything he's got. Inside the Tianren Research Institute, Song Yuan and Lin Zichen square up to spar, and Song Yuan asks if he's ready, telling him to attack first so she can test his power while she defends, as she settles into a defensive stance and openly invites him to strike. Lin Zichen surges forward and whips a powerful high kick into her, and the impact forces her to slide backward, and inside her mind she's stunned. Despite him supposedly only finishing the first skin tempering, he's already strong enough to hurt her, and even with her secondary muscle tempering, she can feel how absurd his strength is, to the point she's afraid he'll surpass her soon. Still, she decides she has to show off her seniority while she's still the stronger one. So even as she coughs from the pain, Suin forces herself to act tough and starts lecturing Lin Zichen, claiming she's dissatisfied with that kick because he didn't aim for a vital point, preaching that real combat is about life and death. And Lin Zichen, seeing she's clearly hurting, plays along with a deadpan face and agrees. Once she regains her composure, Song Yuan declares that the official exchange is starting now, and she challenges him to last 5 minutes against her. As Song Yuan charges in, Lin Zichen accepts the challenge and steps straight into her offense, and the two of them collide in a fierce, high-speed exchange where fists and blows trade back and forth so quickly it becomes a blur. When Lin Zichen starts firing off a dense barrage of punches, Seiyu Yin is pushed into defense, and panic flickers through her thoughts as she realizes that even with her power fully unleashed, he's meeting her blow for blow, so evenly that she starts to fear she might actually lose. The match drags on through that relentless tempo until Li Zichen decides it's time to wrap it up. And when Suyin throws a punch, he chooses to pretend to be defeated so she won't lose face, letting the hit land, then hurling himself backward, as if completely overwhelmed before crashing down onto the floor. Song Yuan immediately helps him up and praises his potential, yet inside she's drenched in nervous sweat, shocked to realize she had to draw on 90% of her strength just to barely win, and terrified that in another year, she won't be able to match him at all. To move past that, Suyin shifts the topic and points out that since he's completed the first stage of skin tempering, he can start trying to open his apertures, and she offers to teach him her newest research method for doing it. They sit down cross-legged as she explains the theory, stating that the human body contains 366 apertures, and that, according to the blood-tempering art, the easiest ones to open are the 4 that surround the heart. And following her instructions, Lin Zichen tries to use his chi and blood to strike those points at a frequency of 10 impacts per second, but almost immediately he snaps his eyes open in frustration when he realizes he can't break through them at all. Seeing how distressed he is, Seiyu Yin comforts him, suggesting that maybe his physical strength still isn't high enough yet, or maybe her method itself still needs further refinement. The scene cuts to a dark basement beneath the Liu family ancestral home, where Liu Chuanwu stands in front of a massive ancient bronze coffin, and with barely contained excitement he reports to the presence inside, calling her pavilion master, that he's found a peerless genius who might finally open his apertures through the pure-blooded human path. Liu Chuanwu promises that once this student succeeds, the master will be able to rely on the student's daily delivery of shay and blood to sustain her life, so she won't have to keep suffering inside that cramped coffin anymore. Yet after a long, heavy pause, only a weak sound finally seeps out from within the coffin, and Liuan Wu's expression tightens with concern as he realizes it took her that long to respond, because she must have burned through an entire day's worth of energy just to make that sound. As he walks away, worry gnawing at him, he thinks the pavilion master is growing weaker by the day, and he can only hope Lin Zichen evolves into a high-level creature before she collapses completely. Lin Zichen returns to their apartment carrying groceries and announces that he's back to cook, but Xiaochen stops him right at the door with a grave expression and says there's something important she needs to talk about. She explains that her master, Yuan Dongji, wants her to undergo gene fusion earlier than expected, and that her master has already chosen the dark blue jellyfish gene, insisting it's suitable for her. And at that, Lindsay takes it in, his mind automatically forming an image of the creature as he processes what she's telling him. He understands that while a standard dark blue jellyfish counts as a low-tier beast, the Jellyfish King variant can grow all the way into a high-level existence, and its biggest edge is a kind of mental strength that completely outclasses other creatures of the same rank. So Lin Zichen tells her it actually sounds like a solid plan, but Xiaochen admits what's really scaring her. Her master isn't using an ordinary gene at all, but the Jellyfish King gene, and she's afraid her frail body won't be able to handle such high genetic material, and might end up mutating. That confession leaves Lin Zichen stunned, because he knows the Jellyfish King gene is absurdly rare and unbelievably expensive, and for a moment he can't help picturing Yuan Dongji casually throwing money around, and be pricking at him before he forces it down. Then, setting that aside, he comforts Shun Qinghans by gently patting her head and reassuring her that jellyfish-type beasts naturally have a high affinity with the human body, and that her astonishing 21% compatibility score means she can fuse with a Heil beast gene without any real risk. Xiao Chun immediately asks about side effects, and Lin Zichen lays out the standard consequences: losing natural reproductive ability and gaining some physical beast characteristics, then reminds her that she's already preserved her eggs, so if they ever want children, they can use those. As they hold hands, he adds that beast traits can usually be concealed as long as the genes are forced into dormancy. And to brighten her mood, he points out that plenty of beast traits, like cat ears or fox tails, are considered attractive anyway, and that reassurance works because her expression lifts, her cheer returning as she looks at him and wonders aloud what kind of traits a Jellyfish King would give her, and whether she'll end up even more beautiful. Excited now, she raises her phone and shows Lin Zichen a picture of the dark blue jellyfish, asking if he thinks it's beautiful, and he leans in so close that she starts blushing, then answers that the jellyfish is indeed pretty, but it's still nowhere near as beautiful as she is. From there, the topic shifts again, as Xiao Chun explains that her master recorded that video by diving thousands of meters into the deep sea without any protective equipment, and Lin Zichen estimates that to survive pressure like that, her master's body must be at least at the rare level. Xiao Chun then wonders if she'll ever evolve to such a high level herself, and Lin Zichen reassures her with confident certainty, saying that with her 21% gene compatibility, reaching the rare level, or even the epic level, is completely within her reach. Xiao Chun stays practical, pushing back that compatibility alone isn't everything, and that she'll still need an enormous amount of evolution resources. And when Lin Zichen hears that worry, he gives her a thumbs up and makes a firm promise, telling her not to stress about resources, because he'll work hard, earn money, and provide whatever she needs. Moved by his generosity, she shifts into a playful, seductive mood, kneeling on the bed and teasing that she needs to properly please her new wealthy patron, then picking up 2 pairs of stockings and, blushing, asking which color he prefers. Lin Zichen answers that he likes both, so to satisfy him she slips on a black stocking on one leg and a white stocking on the other. Watching her, Lin Zichen thinks that even if the black and white mix looks a little strange, he can absolutely enjoy it, and once Xiao Chun leave for her afternoon classes, Lin Zichen decides he'll skip the Pure Human Research Institute and stay home to train instead. While he's pouring water, he scrolls through the latest news on his phone, and one article instantly grabs him. Mysterious unknown plants have appeared all across Shanghai City, and the report even includes a photo of a huge, menacing, flower-like plant bursting out of a building as stunned citizens stare up at it, with a public warning telling everyone stay away. Lin Zichen recognizes the strange flora the moment he sees it, because it looks exactly like the plants from the source site that appeared in a painting of Shun Qinghan's senior sister, Lu Kongshuer, and that resemblance makes his thoughts race. How could something from there show up on Earth? Until he lands on a suspicion that a new plant god cult must be behind it. Annoyance tightens in him at the timing, because they only just dealt with the rat god cult, and now another group of heretics has already surfaced, and that frustration hardens into motivation as he resolves to push his strength higher. He reflects that after his secondary tempering, his body burns through chi and blood far too quickly, so he opens the school's online store and searches for pills that can speed up his recovery, finding blood recovery pills priced at 1 school credit each, and, noting that the description promises extremely fast recovery for his current level, he buys 100 of them on the spot. With recovery supplies handled, his mind shifts to his next evolutionary target, and he tells himself that now he's unlocked the Life and Death Toads Code DX, it's time to open a new one. So he browses the beast meat section until he finds poison chimera meat, 10,000 poison chimera meat, listed at 20 credits per gene, and the description clarifies that the creature itself isn't poisonous at all, but instead survives by devouring poisons, which gives it an insanely high resistance to toxins. Lin Zichen immediately guesses that if he can unlock this creature's code DX, he might gain a precious poison resistance attribute. But when he realizes he has less than 200 credits left, he decides to buy only a single gene for now, just enough to start unlocking the guidebook. After that, his thoughts circle back to his failed attempt at opening his apertures, and he comes to a simple conclusion. His body still isn't strong enough. So, with his purpose sharpened again, he decides to keep pushing his secondary skin tempering. He sits down to meditate, and a fiery aura rolls over his body as he resumes training. And after 2 hours of intense skin tempering that leaves that same fiery aura clinging to him, the session finally ends with him collapsing onto the floor, exhausted and soaked through with sweat, realizing his chi and blood are draining too fast and that he needs to rest. But the moment he tries to recover, extreme hunger and weakness slam into him, and he has to stagger to the refrigerator to look for food, only for the doorbell to ring. Still weak, Lin Zichen goes to open it and finds a delivery girl from the school holding 2 packages, and as he reaches out to take the boxes, a sudden wave of dizziness steals his balance, making him stumble into her and knock the packages from her hands. Yet even as everything drops, Lin Zichen reacts instantly, catching the heavy boxes one-handed before they can crash to the floor, while the delivery girl, startled and worried, asks if he's alright. After he gets the packages inside, Lin Zichen, still feeling unsteady, immediately decides to test the blood recovery pills. He opens the box, tips out one of the golden pills, and pops it into his mouth, and the effect hits so fast it's almost frightening. His dizziness clears as if it was never there, strength floods back into his limbs, and he can't help marveling at how insanely effective these pills are as his chi and blood surge upward, and he flexes an arm, feeling completely restored. With his energy back, Lin Zichen turns to the second package, the 10,000 poison chimera meat, presses his hand onto it, and devours its life essence. And as he does, a rush of blue energy surges around his body. A system notification immediately confirms he has absorbed a trace of the 10,000 poison chimera's life source, and that his guidebook progress has reached 1%. Now that training won't force him into long recovery stretches, Lin Zichen sits down to meditate again, thinking through how much the blood recovery pills have shortened his rest time, and how that means he can train far more efficiently. And he comes to a firm conclusion that spending school credits to accelerate his growth is a worthwhile investment. Later, as the sun sinks toward evening, Lin Zichen is relaxing at home when he hears Xiao Chen's voice announce that she's back. And as he gets up to greet her, she teasingly says she brought a guest and challenges him to guess who it is. He opens the door and freezes in surprise when he sees their friend, Chu Exen, standing beside Xiao Chen. And Chu Exen waves with bright cheerfulness as Li Zichen greets her, still taken aback. Once they step into the luxurious apartment, Chu Exen immediately complains in envy that she has to share a room while they get to live like this. And Lin Zichen warmly offers her his single dorm room at the Budo Academy. But when he offers her water, Chu Exen politely refuses and explains she actually likes having a roommate because it keeps her from feeling lonely. That light tone doesn't last, because her expression hardens in anger as she announces the real reason she came. She's here to complain about how outrageous the other university students have been. Sitting down on the couch, Li Chu Exen explains that while geniuses like them are safe, ordinary students are suffering. And when Lin Zichen and Xiao Chen ask her to explain, Chu Exen recounts exactly what she's seen. A senior borrowed her makeup. Another classmate had his valuable blood, ginseng, stolen. And when they reported it all to the student council, they were brushed off and told the school runs on survival of the fittest, and that if they were unhappy, they should fight back. Li Chu Exen fumes that it's unfair because freshmen obviously can't match seniors in strength, and Lin Zichen and Xiao Chen back her up, telling her that if any seniors bother her again, she should tell them immediately, and they'll figure out a solution together. And Li Chu Exen thanks Lin Zichen with genuine gratitude. Then, without warning, the entire apartment jolts and shakes violently, making all 3 of them spring to their feet, startled and wondering if an earthquake just hit. And as the shaking eases, Lin Zichen's danger perception attribute triggers, giving him a vague but unsettling premonition, even if he notices it isn't especially strong. The scene cuts to a lavishly decorated room where a man wearing a red-horned mask speaks with another man in a plague doctor mask, addressing him as Lord Divine Envoy. The masked man asks for evolution resources so he can break through into a higher biological level. And in recognition of his performance, the Lord Divine Envoy grants him a gift, producing a strange, demonic-looking flower as he explains that it carries an intense aphrodisiac effect, and that the masked man should make sure there's a woman nearby when he consumes it. Grateful, the masked man thanks him, then reports that a gifted genius has appeared among the new students at Shanghai University. And he even brings up a plan to make this genius swallow a high-level demon seed, so they can recruit him. The Divine Envoy dismisses the idea immediately, saying the true geniuses are all on the source site. And the masked man's frustration spikes because he knows he can't reach the geniuses who are inside the source site. But before he can say more, the Divine Envoy cuts him off and reveals he's just received a message from there. They've found a corresponding boundary point and established biological coordinates. And now all that's left is for someone to activate the connection, which he announces he will go do at once. A purple aura engulfs the Divine Envoy's body, and he vanishes. But right before he disappears completely, he delivers one final, chilling order. If they don't make Lin Zichen consume the demon seed within 3 days, the masked man will be replaced. Left alone, the masked man glares down at his watch, face twisted with fury, and swears he'll get it done within that 3-day limit. Back on the university campus, Lin Zichen and Xiao Chun walk together until she tells him her class is in another direction and she has to split off. And just as they're about to part, someone calls out Lin Zichen's name, making both of them turn in surprise. And they see two former high school classmates, Lu Gang and Wang Shuja, hurrying toward them with anxious, distressed looks. Wang Shuja explains that a stronger third-year senior has been bullying them, and Lu Gang adds that since Lin Zichen is the new king of the freshmen, that senior would definitely back down if Lin stepped in. To persuade him, Lu Gang offers a bag stuffed with valuable evolution resources and spirit fruits from his family, and Wang Shuja presses it even harder, pleading with Lin and reminding him that they used to be classmates. Lin Zichen asks what the senior's power level is, and when they tell him the guy is only ordinary tier 6, Lin Zichen immediately realizes it's no threat at all. So he agrees to help, takes the bag, and tells him to meet him at the Pure Human Research Institute at 5:30 that afternoon. Lu Gang and Wang Shuja are so excited they promise they'll help him in the future, thank him repeatedly, and hurry off, saying they'll see him later. After they're gone, Xiao Chun, curiosity written all over her face, urges Lin Zichen to open the bag so they can look at the spirit fruits, admitting she's never even tried one, and Lin Zichen simply holds the bag out toward her and suggests she take one. Xiao Chun picks a small one and studies it, but her expression twists into disgust as she tells Lin Zichen it looks gross and asks if it might be rotten. And when Lin Zichen takes the fruit to inspect it himself, he wonders out loud whether it has already gone bad. As Lin Zichen studies the small, seed-like object more closely, his danger perception ability suddenly flares to life, jolting him with shock. And the instant he understands what that means, he moves without hesitation, rushing ahead of the departing Lu Gang and Wang Shujia, and cutting them off so abruptly that they jump when he shouts for them to stop. At the same time, he turns and urgently tells Xiao Chun to contact her master, Yuan Dongji, and ask her to come immediately, and Xiao Chun agrees at once, sprinting off to make the call. Only a moment later, Yuan Dongji descends gracefully from the sky and asks what happened, and Lin Zichen raises the strange red seed in his hand and explains that Lu Gang and Wang Shuja handed him a bag they claimed was filled with spirit fruits, but he found these suspicious seeds mixed inside and suspects they're tied to the plant god cult, a suspicion that makes the two former classmates start trembling on the spot. Yuan Dongji recognizes the object immediately and explains that it's the seed of a strange tree, one that can control anyone who eats it, adding, "This is a common method the plant god cult uses to recruit members," and Lindsay is horrified as the thought hits him. Were Lu Gang and Wang Shuja already under the cult's control? As Yuan Dongji uses her power to lift the two of them into the air, Lu Gang and Wang Shuja cry out that they were forced to do it, and Yuan Dongji tells Lin Zichen she'll take them away for questioning and will inform him of whatever she finds out. While they're carried off, Lu Gang and Wang Shuja are struck with fresh terror when they realize they can't speak anymore no matter how hard they try, and as Yuan Dongji flies away, she leaves Lin Zichen with a stern warning, telling him heretics are everywhere and that he can't fully trust even his teachers or the school leadership, so he must stay vigilant at all times. Xiao Chen watches her master disappear into the sky with awe, remarking how incredible it is that Yuan Dongji can fly through sheer mental power, and Lin Zichen agrees that being able to do that would be nice. Then Xiao Chen's admiration snaps in anger as she blurts out how disgusting Lu Gang and Wang Shuji are for trying to hurt Lin Zichen, and Lin Zichen agrees they'll have to be more cautious from now on, before tossing the contaminated spirit fruits into a recycling bin. The next day, the investigation confirms that Lu Gang and Wang Shuji are indeed members of the plant god cult, and it turns out they were forced to eat a demon seed by a safety officer during their high school entrance exam. And because of that, both of them are expelled from the university and will face criminal charges that will ruin their lives. Sometime later, Lin Zichen and Xiao Chan are with their parents, who have moved into university housing, and through this period Lin Zichen has been training relentlessly. With the blood recovery pill supporting him, he's completed his second round of skin tempering and has pushed his secondary muscle tempering to 40%, and then the day finally comes for Xiao Chen's gene fusion. So she and Lin Zichen go to Yuan Dongji's office where Xiao Chen, nervous enough to admit out loud, tells Yuan Dongji she asked Lin to come along for support, and Yuan Dongji explains that because the dark blue jellyfish is a water attribute beast, the fusion will go more smoothly the more water Xiao Chen has in her body. Yuan Dongji hands Xiao Chen a large glass of water and tells her to start drinking, and Xiao Chen forces down glass after glass while her master keeps urging her to drink more, until at last, with her stomach swollen and painfully bloated, Xiao Chen complains that she truly can't drink another drop. Yuan Dongji says that's fine, then instructs her to take off her clothes and lie down on the examination bed. Yuan Dongji raises a syringe and explains that it contains the dark blue jellyfish king gene, and that it has to be injected straight into the heart, but she reassures Xiao Chen by promising she'll use her mental power to numb her pain nerves so she won't feel the needle going in. As Xiao Chen lies there, tense and nervous, Yuan Dongji warns her that even so, the gene fusion itself will still be unimaginably painful, and tells her that if she can't endure it, she should scream, and Xiao Chen confirms she understands, after which Yuan Dongji injects the gene into her chest. As Lin Zichen watches the procedure, he notes to himself that gene fusion normally requires extremely precise monitoring instruments. Yet Yuan Dongji's overwhelming mental power makes those tools unnecessary. And once the injection is done, Yuan Dongji tells Xiao Chun that the fusion has begun and that intense pain will arrive soon, warning her to brace herself mentally. And Xiao Chun, blushing from the situation and still anxious, agrees. But 2 minutes pass, and instead of screaming, a baffled Xiao Chun sits up and asks why she doesn't feel anything at all, which makes Lin Zichen turn to Yuan Dongji with concern and ask whether something is wrong, and Dongji is caught completely off guard, openly wondering how that could be possible. Xiao Chun, suddenly frightened, is left in shock as she starts to fear the fusion has failed. Yuan Dongji then explains to the worried Lin Zichen and Xiao Chun that the gene fusion did fail, because Xiao Chun was unable to fuse with the dark blue Jellyfish King gene, yet she immediately adds that it isn't a complete failure either, a contradiction that only confuses them more. Dongji clarifies by laying out the normal process. So long as there's no severe rejection when the beast gene is injected, it counts as a success, because with the help of drugs the host's genes merge with the beast genes and the person gains new abilities. But in Shun Qinghan's case, while there was no rejection, the fusion process simply never started. With a serious expression, Lin Zichen presses for a more specific explanation, and Yuan Dongji describes what she can see with her mental power. It's as if Xiao Chen's own genes have a kind of consciousness, because they've surrounded the invading Jellyfish King genes, locking them in place and restricting their freedom. And she says that when some of the Jellyfish King genes try to force fusion, Shun Qinghan's genes immediately destroyed them, breaking them into fragments and absorbing them as nutrients. Now the remaining Jellyfish King genes are completely imprisoned, and Yuan Dongji admits she has never witnessed a situation like this before. Right then, Xiao Chun suddenly cries out in surprise and points out that her hair is changing, shifting from purple to blue, and that change shocks both Lin Zichen and Yuan Dongji, because Yuan Dongji recognizes it as a trait of the Jellyfish King gene and can't understand how it could be expressing itself if the fusion truly failed. Lin Zichen immediately asks Xiao Chun whether she feels anything different happening inside her body. With her hair now a vivid blue, Xiao Chun closes her eyes and says she can sense a new presence inside her body, one she believes she can control, and Yuan Dongji can only find that baffling, because in her mind, being able to sense and command the genes is essentially the definition of a successful fusion. Thinking she might have overlooked something, she leans in close to Xiao Chun and probes again with her mental power, then tells her plainly that the presence she's feeling is the Jellyfish King gene, and instructs her to use her mental power to seize control of it and force it into a dormant state. Xiao Chun nods, shuts her eyes, and concentrates as she says she'll try, and as her focus tightens, her hair gradually shifts back from blue to its original purple. Yuan Dongji then tells her to try expressing the gene again, and Shun Qinghan agrees, and in the next instant a powerful blue aura erupts around her as her hair turns a brilliant blue once more. Inside, Yuan Dongji is stunned, because she knows that celebrated geniuses like Lai Moyu and Ma Shiwei needed half a month just to master switching their beast genes between dormancy and expression, yet Xiao Chun grasped it in a single moment. Still confused, Lin Zichen steps closer and asks what exactly is happening with Xiao Chun, and Yuan Dongji turns to both of them and says she has good news and bad news, asking which they want to hear first. And, after a brief pause, Xiao Chun chooses the bad news first. Yuan Dongji explains that the bad news is Xiao Chun may never become a geniffuser, a declaration that shocks Xiao Chun immediately. But then Yuan Dongji's expression softens into a confident smile as she delivers the good news. Xiao Chun is something even more advanced and more powerful, because she could do everything a geniffuser can, and do it better, without needing to fuse at all. Dongji explains that Xiao Chen's genes can enslave any beast genes injected into her body, meaning Xiao Chen can use the abilities those genes provide without actually fusing with them, which allows her to avoid genetic backlash entirely while remaining a pure-blooded human. Dongji then reveals that up until now, no pure-blooded human has ever broken through the ordinary biological barrier to evolve, and she believes Xiao Chun has the potential to become the very first pioneer on Earth to achieve it. Stunned by the scale of that claim, Xiao Chun asks if she's truly capable of something so unbelievable, and Yuan Dongji reassures her with absolute certainty, saying that if any pure-blooded human is going to break that barrier, it will be her. Lin Zichen listens to all of Yuan Dongji's praise and can't help feeling a little left out, even wondering if Yuan Dongji is looking down on him. But Yuan Dongji then explains that even though Xiao Chun isn't a true gene fuser, her powers still originate from beast genes, and for that reason Xiao Chun must continue presenting herself to the outside world as a geniffuser. She gives them a stern warning that this is a secret they cannot tell anyone, not even their parents, and then she tells Xiao Chun there's still a great deal to learn about this strange gene enslavement ability, ordering her to come to the office every night at 8 o'clock so they can research it together. Xiao Chun agrees, and half a month later, While Lin Zichen sits in his room meditating with a fiery aura coiling around him, he suddenly hears Xiao Chen call out that she has good news. So he goes into the bathroom and finds her soaking in a bubble bath, smiling as she casually swirls thin streams of water through the air. Then, practically bursting with excitement, she tells him she's learned to control water with her mental power. Lin Zichen perches on the edge of the tub and comments that learning it that fast proves just how astonishing her talent is. But Shin Qinghans lifts her chin and brags that she can do something even more incredible, because she can now remotely control the qi and blood inside another person's body. And as she explains it, she repeats what her master taught her. With only a light touch, she could throw an opponent's internal system into chaos. And with a heavy hand, she could kill instantly by making their blood vessels explode. Lin Zichen is caught off guard by that, and says that if she can manipulate someone else's qi and blood, then she ought to be able to manipulate her own as well, using it to temper her body. Yet Xiao Chen's expression falls, and she looks down, admitting her master already told her the truth. Her physical talent is too weak, her qi and blood strength is too low, and because of that she can't follow the path of a pure-blooded human. Lin Zichen leans in close to Xiao Chen anyway, and tells her she's a special existence just like him, that they can do things ordinary people simply can't, and he pushes her to try tempering her body, promising he'll teach her himself. And with him that close, Xiao Chen flushes and gets flustered, silently wondering if he's confessing his feelings. But then she gathers herself, determination hardening in her eyes as she agrees she really is special, and declares that she will temper her body with her qi and blood. And the moment she says it, a strong blue aura whips in motion around her. After that, for the next while, Lin Zichen patiently teaches Xiao Chen how to control her qi and blood to temper her body. The two of them meditating side by side, while fiery auras continue to burn around them. Until at last, after some time passes, Xiao Chen, sweaty, breathless, and radiant with triumph, blurts out that she's done it and has mastered the blood-tempering art. Lin Zichen watches her stare at her renewed, powerful hands in disbelief, and he smiles, both pleased and genuinely surprised that she pulled it off on her very first try. Then he thinks through just how outrageous that is, because even though her biological level is only ordinary tier 2, she just learned a technique that should demand the strength of someone at ordinary tier 4. So overwhelmed with joy she can't hold back, Xiao Chen throws her arms around Lin Zichen and declares that now they're truly a perfect match, because she can enslave beast genes, and he can devour beast meat to accomplish the same goal. And on top of that, both of them can still walk the path of a pure-blooded human, and Lin Zichen agrees as he holds her close. And in less than half a month of training together, Shun Qinghans finishes her first complete skin tempering, her biological level advancing from ordinary tier 2 to ordinary tier 3, and later, when she's asleep beside him, Lin Zichen lies there awake, thinking that the time has come for her to face real combat, so she can temper her mind as well. So he picks up his phone, scrolls through the school's off-campus missions, and chooses one to capture 21 armed drug dealers, noting the reward, 50 school credits. At 9 o'clock at night, Lin Zichen and Xiao Chen arrive at the Shanghai City Public Security Headquarters, where a friendly officer with a goatee brings them over to the group and introduces them as students from Shanghai University who are here to assist with the case. Then, with obvious enthusiasm, he points directly at Lin Zichen and announces that he's the famous top scorer from Nanjing Province. The other officers immediately recognize the name, greeting Lin Zichen warmly while tossing out compliments about his talent and his good looks. And the goateed officer keeps chatting as if they're already friends, mentioning that his godson is also a freshman in the elite genius class, then telling Lin Zichen that it's a real shame he joined Tianren, because with his talent he would have definitely made it into the genius class alongside that godson. And he even advises Lin Zichen to transfer, only for Lin Zichen to stay silent. Not discouraged, the officer adds that he invited his godson to help with this operation too, saying it would be good for them to have a powerful friend around, someone who could even protect them from seniors back at school. And right as he's saying it, a voice from the doorway announces the godson's arrival. A young man with long blue-green hair steps into view, carrying himself with a confident air as he leans against the doorframe. And the other officers are immediately impressed, murmuring about the officer's luck to have such a remarkable godson, while the officer beams and proudly greets him by name, Xiao Chen, then remarks that he heard Xiao Chen recently evolved to ordinary tier 5. Xiao Chen answers modestly that his progress is normal, and the officer, clearly enjoying the moment, tells him that there are 2 other freshmen on the mission tonight, including a very pretty girl, and offers to introduce them, which instantly hooks the godson's interest because he seems eager for the chance to impress her. So the officer leads him over, but the second Xiao Chen sees Lin Zichen and Xiao Chen standing there, he freezes, his confidence collapsing into pure horror as he realizes his big chance to show off is completely ruined, and the officer, totally unaware of what's happening, starts the introduction anyway, until he notices how pale his godson looks and asks if he's feeling unwell. Inside, Lin Zichen recognizes the young man at once. Lu Yongjian, the top scorer from Dian Province, the one Lin Zichen defeated instantly during the freshman trial, and Lu Yongjin hurriedly stammers that it's nothing, that he was only surprised to run into people he already knows, which makes the officer frown in confusion and ask whether he actually knows them. Lu Yongjin then introduces them himself, identifying Shin Qinghans as the top scorer from Nanjiang and Lin Zichen as the runner-up and the university's new king. And he doesn't stop there, adding that Lin Zichen single-handedly defeated the entire genius class during the trial, calling him the strongest in history, until an embarrassed Lin tells him to keep it low-key, and Lu Yongjin immediately agrees. The officer is left standing there in complete shock, suddenly realizing he's underestimated Lin Zichen by an absurd margin. Later, at 11 o'clock, a convoy of armored vehicles pushes through a dark, wooded stretch of road on the way to the drug dealer's den, and inside one of the vehicles the officer begins handing out bulletproof vests, only for Lin Zichen to politely refuse the gear, while Lu Yongjin refuses as well, boasting that ordinary guns can't hurt him. In his own mind, he decides that even if he isn't the new king, he's still a top scorer, and tonight he's going to show these ordinary officers what the power of a genius student really looks like. Not long after that, the convoy reaches its destination, an abandoned factory. The police team crashes into the building, and the moment they're inside they get spotted by armed men who shout that the police are here and everyone needs to run. But the criminals also know that getting caught is basically a death sentence. So instead of fleeing cleanly, they turn vicious and open fire. Bullets tear through the air, forcing the police and the three students to throw themselves behind wooden crates for cover. And while the firefight rages on, Lin Zichen suddenly pops up and charges straight ahead, frantic because he feels he can't wait any longer, with Lu Yongjin bursting out right after him and sprinting directly into the hail of bullets. A nearby officer can only stare in shock as the rounds smack into Lu Yongjin and simply bounce off his body while he keeps charging. And when Lin Zichen follows, the criminals are stunned too, because their bullets don't affect him either. Lin Zichen closes the distance and starts hammering them with a rapid storm of heavy punches, dropping the criminals one after another, and not even pausing for their desperate pleas to surrender. And when the few left see their comrades getting wrecked, one of them, cornered and crazed, whips out a grenade and swears he'll take Lin Zichen down with him, then throws it. The grenade detonates in a huge blast, smoke and force swallowing the space. Yet Lin Zichen steps out of the haze completely unharmed, and as he spots the last criminals trying to bolt, he decides this is the perfect opening for Xiao Chun to get real practice. So he calls out to her and tells her it's her turn. Xiao Chun walks forward, shuts her eyes, and focuses on controlling the chi and blood inside their bodies. And the criminals who are mid-escape abruptly lock up as if yanked by invisible strings, their bodies twisting as they scream in baffled terror. Until, with Xiao Chun issuing a final command, every remaining criminal drops to the ground unconscious. With the fighting done, one officer reports that they found a box of strange seeds inside the factory, and the lead officer brings Lin Zichen over to look, where Lin Zichen confirms they're demon tree seeds and says they have to be connected to the plant god cult. Then another officer adds what they learned from the criminals, who were also human traffickers, saying that 2 months ago a mysterious masked person paid them a huge amount of money to spread these seeds. Now that the mission is over, Lin Zichen tells the officer that he and his girlfriend are heading out, and the officer offers him a ride back. So they sit in the police car as Lin Zichen thinks to himself that, for safety's sake, it's best not to get tangled up with dangerous heretic cults at all. But then something on the ground snaps his attention into place, because he notices a rat beside a pile of white powder, and the rat is holding one of those red seeds. And the moment Lin Zichen understands what he's seeing, that the rat is actually planting a demon tree seed, he jolts with suspicion and immediately connects it to the rat god cult. He turns to Xiao Chun and urgently tells her to contact her master, Yuan Dongji, because the rat god cult might be working together with the plant god cult to spread these seeds. And Xiao Chun, startled, agrees, while at the same time Lin Zichen calls the lead officer to report what he saw, thinking anything involving heretics is better handled by the public security team. Time moves on, and half a month later, Xiao Qini's out on another mission, this time capturing armed smugglers. 3 days after that, Lin Zichen teams up with Song Yuyan to take on robbers wearing advanced mechanical suits. And, as their first semester at the university rolls to an end, life simply keeps moving forward. Back at their apartment, Lin Zichen sits on the bed and realizes he's already finished the second stage of his body tempering. And right then Xiao Chun, now sporting blue hair, wraps her arms around him from behind, bursting with excitement as she announces that she's completed her first stage of body tempering too, leaving Lin Zichen genuinely surprised that she managed it that quickly. Xiao Chun immediately turns around and praises him, saying her own talent is extraordinary as well. Yet she can't hide her confusion as she asks why she only reached ordinary tier 6, when he previously said she should have been able to reach tier 9, and Lin Zichen thinks it through, and suggests the most likely reason is her weak, innate physical talent. Because even if her ki and blood control is powerful, the boost she can squeeze out in terms of physical enhancement still has a ceiling. That answer hits Xiao Chun hard, and she slumps into dejection and starts crying, terrified that she'll never be able to catch up to him. While Lin Zichen is momentarily thrown off by how seriously she takes it, thinking to himself that it would be bizarre if she actually could catch up when he has a special system like his. Later, at the research institute, both Lin Zichen and Song Yuan are irritated and stuck in their studies, and Lin Zichen blurts out his frustration, wondering how he's supposed to open his body's apertures at all. So say Yuan tries to lighten the mood by sharing some juicy gossip about the university leaders and their messy private lives. After that, Lin Zichen switches gears and asks Song Yuan how many school credits he currently has, and she tells him that by using her account to complete high-level missions, he's already racked up 2,400 credits, which makes a satisfied smile spread across Lin Zichen's face as he quickly calculates that this is enough for what he wants. 99 gene of 10,000 poison chimera meat, the amount required to unlock its guidebook. He tells Song Yuan to help him place the order, and she asks, curious, why he needs that much, but he only replies that it isn't convenient to explain, so she accepts that, and, respecting his privacy, places the order for him anyway. When the meat gets delivered to the research institute, Lin Zichen decides it's safer not to start there, so he carries the huge box back to his apartment to begin absorbing it, then sets his hand on the meat and releases a surge of intense blue energy that whips up around him as his system confirms he has devoured a massive amount of the 10,000 poison chimera's life essence, pushing the guidebook's progress straight to 100%. A ghostly silhouette of the terrifying beast rises behind him, and a system notification declares that he's acquired a new biological attribute, immunity to 100 poisons, which greatly boosts his resistance to all toxins. And to see if it's real, Lin Zichen immediately injects his own arm with a paralyzing neurotoxin. 2 hours later, he calmly flexes his muscle with no effect at all, and he concludes with quiet satisfaction that the immunity completely neutralized the neurotoxin. Not long after that, Lin Zichen accompanies Xiao Chun to a medical building so she can undergo her second gene injection with her master. And inside a sterile room, Xiao Chun lies back on an examination table, while Yuan Dongji explains that before a second gene can be injected, she first needs to examine the current status of the Jellyfish King gene inside her. Then, Yuan Dongji places a hand on Xiao Chen's chest, and her expression instantly turns into absolute shock. Yuan Dongji stares at her in disbelief and demands to know how Xiao Chen's biological level could possibly have jumped that fast, racing from ordinary tier 2 all the way to ordinary tier 6. And Xiao Chun, suddenly shy under her master's gaze, explains that she's been cultivating the blood tempering art and that she finished her first complete full-body tempering just a few days ago. Yuan Dongji is stunned and immediately presses her on how she managed it. So, Xiao Chun tells her she relied on the water control ability from the Jellyfish King gene, using it as support to manipulate her own qi and blood. And Yuan Dongji, practically overflowing with pride, reaches out to stroke Xiao Chen's shoulder as she calls her a true genius and predicts she'll grow into one of humanity's strongest fighters. With that said, Yuan Dongji decides it's time to probe her student's limits, and she raises 5 syringes filled with different aberrant beast genes, explaining that she'll inject all 5 to find out exactly how many genes Xiao Chun can enslave, then adds that these 5 represent the 5 core elements. Dongji tells Xiao Chun she's beginning the injections, and Xiao Chun quietly agrees. The first gene goes in, an earth attribute, the armored earth dragon, and Yuan Dongji watches, startled, as Xiao Chen's own genes instantly pounce on it and annihilate it. Then the next 3 injections follow in sequence, the ones representing fire, wood, and metal, and Yuan Dongji can only watch as each of them suffers the exact same outcome, completely destroyed by Xiao Chen's overwhelmingly dominant genes. By the time she reaches the final syringe, Yuan Dongji has already grasped the pattern, and sure enough, only the last gene, the water attribute life and death toad, manages to survive inside her. Because Xiao Chen's genes don't destroy it, they successfully enslave it instead, and Xiao Chen immediately turns around, thrilled, and demonstrates her brand new ability to Lin Zichen. Yuan Dongji studies the result and proposes a theory. Xiao Chun might only be able to enslave water attribute genes, and to verify it, she injects 3 more genes, each one a different kind of water attribute. Then once the procedure is over, Yuan Dongji asks her student how she feels. Xiao Chun frowns and complains that she feels uncomfortable, like she's eaten far too much, and Yuan Dongji realizes what that means. The 3 new genes didn't take it all. They were destroyed and absorbed. So she concludes that, at least for now, Xiao Chun can only enslave 2 types of aberrant beast genes. As Yuan Dongji supports her and helped her sit up, she explains her reasoning, suggesting that Xiao Chen's physical strength or her mental strength simply isn't high enough yet to enslave more than 2 genes at once. Then reassures her that as her overall strength rises, she'll be able to enslave additional genes without issue. And the moment Xiao Chun hears that, her face brightens with relief and excitement as she declares she'll train even harder. Yuan Dongji then lays out what Xiao Chun gained from the life and death toad gene, explaining that it gives her the ability to secrete a special mucus that has powerful healing effects and is also highly lubricating. And with a pointed, suggestive tone, she adds that if they ever need it in the future, they can make use of it. An offhand remark that instantly makes both Lin Zichen and Xiao Chun flush and blush. Then, steering the conversation back on track, Yuan Dongji delivers an important announcement, telling them that this year's freshman competition has been moved up to the middle of January, and she looks directly at Xiao Chun as she says she's looking forward to her performance and hopes she can place in the top 5, because that ranking would earn her a slot in a special winter training camp. Xiao Chun accepts the challenge on the spot, promising she'll do her very best, and Lin Zichen, who's been quietly listening the whole time, can't hide his surprise at hearing that the freshman competition has been moved up. Later, back in Lin Zichen's apartment, dinner is already laid out on the dining table when Li Chuexan breezes in with a playful grin, announcing that she's come to bother them again, only for Xiao Chun to immediately tell her not to say it like that and to come visit more often, while Lin Shan welcomes her inside. And as they're greeting her, Xiao Chun notices the huge number of shopping bags in Li Chuexan's hands and asks why she's carrying so much. Chuexan explains that her family's clothing store just received a new shipment, and while looking through it, she picked out several couples' outfits that she thought would suit the two of them perfectly, so she brought them over as gifts. Then she hands one bag straight to Lin Zichen and says she's already washed the clothes and that they should go try them on. A moment later, Lin Zichen and Xiao Chun step out wearing the first set, and Chuexan immediately tells them to pose so she can take a picture, cheekily adding that she could even use their photos as model shots for her online store, which makes Linda Shin realize her little scheme and amusement, while Xiao Chun simply smiles for the camera. Then they swap into a second outfit, a cooler black set, and Chuexan beams and blurts out, "This set looks even better," and after they try on a third matching pair, she declares with complete confidence that any couple would want to buy them. Once the impromptu fashion show finally wraps, Linz calls everyone over to the dining table and reminds them to eat before the food gets cold, and the girls happily agree as they sit down. While they're eating, Xiao Chun tells Lin Zichen about what happened on the way back, explaining that she and Li Chuexan ran into a nasty senior who, leaning on her superior strength, tried to snatch their bags and probably only backed off because another student recognized Xiao Chun as Lin Zichen's girlfriend. And Li Chuexan, looking tired just thinking about it, adds, "This is the same senior who had previously borrowed her makeup and never returned it," then clarifies that the senior was really targeting her and that Xiao Chun just got dragged into the mess. Xiao Chun bristles at that, insisting it's outrageous and that they have to go get justice as soon as they finish eating. But Li Chuexan hesitates, warning that the bully is on the student council and that her boyfriend is an official there too, which makes her someone they can't afford to offend. Still, Shun Xinghan doesn't back down, especially when Lin Zichen encourages her and states firmly that he'll go with them. And hearing that, Chuexan can't help thinking about what they even have to fear with him on their side. Since they know the second-year students are having their martial arts class in the gym, the three of them head there together. And the moment Lin Zichen, Xiao Chun, and Chuexan arrive, the crowd's attention snaps onto them, with people recognizing the new king, Lin Zichen, and whispering to each other as they wonder why he's shown up. Xiao Chun quickly points out the bully, a senior with reddish-pink hair, named Li Ziki, and Lin Zichen walks up and asks her directly whether it's true she borrowed makeup from his friend and still hasn't returned it, only for Li Ziki to answer with dismissive laziness that she'll give it back when she's finished using it, then scoff that Li Chuexan is just being petty, and Li Chuexan, anger flaring, fires back that Li Ziki always takes her brand new makeup and only returns it when the products are nearly empty. Li Zi immediately denies it, and one of her friends jumps in to back her up, and as Chuexan grows more and more upset, Lin Zichen steps between them to cut off the argument, pressing Li Ziki on what reason she could possibly have, then turning his head to a nearby teacher and asking for a clear explanation of the school's so-called survival of the fittest rule, because he wants to know whether it really means the strong are allowed to trample the weak. The teacher explains that the university operates on a dual rule system. The weak are allowed to challenge the strong unconditionally, but the strong cannot initiate a fight unless they first obtain the weak student's consent, and he adds that strength is defined either by combat power rankings, or, if a student isn't ranked, then by year level instead. Finally, he lays out the last condition for a formal challenge, saying both sides must wager an equal amount of school credits, with the winner taking everything. And if the two can't come to an agreement on the wager, then the default state becomes 1 credit. That final rule catches Li Ziki off guard, and at the same time a confident smile forms on Lin Zichen's face as he instantly grasps what it means, because he calmly points out that under those rules he can challenge her unconditionally right now. Li Ziki immediately tries to twist it into an accusation, taunting Lin Zichen by asking whether a boy with such an obvious physical advantage is really planning to bully a girl like her. Yet inside she's tense and uneasy, fully aware that her biological level is only ordinary tier 5, and that she'd be completely outclassed against him. And Lin Zichen sees straight through the bluff and turns to Xiao Chun instead, telling her that she will be the one to challenge Li Ziki, which catches Xiao Chun by surprise. But the moment she understands what he's doing, Xiao Chun's face tightens into seriousness and she agrees, while Li Chuexan panics and tries to stop it right away, warning Lin Zichen not to fall for the senior's taunts and begging him not to let Xiao Chun fight, because in her own mind she's spiraling, remembering how Xiao Chun was always down at the bottom of their class with her, and thinking that sending her in now is basically sending her to get beaten up. Xiao Chun, however, simply reaches out and rests a calm, reassuring hand on Li Chuexion's shoulder, telling her not to worry, and with a steady, confident look she declares that she can win, leaving Li Chuexion blushing at her friend's sudden coolness, as she can only stare and shake in admiration. Then Xiao Chun springs forward, landing lightly and gracefully on the dueling floor, and she introduces herself as Xiao Chun from the first-year Genius class, before formally challenging Li Ziki of the second-year Evolution class too, which makes Li Ziki bristle in annoyance, as she wonders where this freshman gets the nerve to believe she can win. Around them, students in the crowd start murmuring about how beautiful and cool Xiao Chun looks, brushing off the idea of her opponent as if she's just a pretty face, and Li Ziki drops onto the dueling floor and suggests raising the stakes, confidently putting forward a wager of 10 school credits. A teacher confirms that both sides have agreed. Xiao Chun accepts and matches the wager with 10 credits of her own, and with that settled, the two fighters set their stances, confirm they're ready, and the teacher officially starts the match. The instant the fight begins, Xiao Chun's hair flashes from purple to a vivid, brilliant blue as she launches forward at incredible speed, and Li Ziki jolts in shock and blurts out at how fast she is, only for Li Ziki to freeze in the next heartbeat, her whole body shaking uncontrollably as confusion floods her mind, and she wonders what is happening. Li Ziki feels dizzy and can't move at all, and Xiao Chun doesn't waste the opening. She steps in and snaps out a single, vicious high kick that slams into Li Ziki's face, and the impact launches the senior backward across the gymnasium until she crashes hard onto the floor. In the stands, Li Chuexion and the surrounding students sit frozen in total shock, with Li Chuexion blurting out in disbelief, wondering when her friend became this strong, while Li Ziki's friend screams her name and rushes over, dropping beside the unconscious Li Ziki and immediately fumbling out her phone to call a man named Jin Mingdu, urgently telling him that his girlfriend just got kicked and might have a concussion and that he needs to get to the gym right now, and the voice on the other end confirms he's already coming. Cradling her defeated friend, the girl lifts her head and glares venomously at Xiao Chun's group, spitting that they're in big trouble now. Elsewhere, inside a high-tech facility, Genius class students train in massive transparent pods filled with energy, and onlookers watch in awe as top students like Lai Moyu and Lu Yongjian put up outstanding performances, with Shiwei also scoring high. Once the session ends, a teacher tells the class the training was intense and they should go rest, but before dismissing them, he drops a new announcement. The freshman competition has been moved up to January 18th, sending a ripple of surprise through the room. The news lights a fire under Li Moyu, who immediately declares he can't wait to finally beat Lin Zichin, boasting with confidence that he's already gone through multiple gene fusions and is now close to ordinary tier 7, and that compared to him, Lin Zichin, who has none, must be far weaker now. Other students nod along and echo the sentiment, saying Lin Zichin, choosing to remain a pure-blooded human, is basically wasting his talent, until Shiwei cuts them off with a stern look and tells them not to judge other people's choices, prompting a quick wave of apologies from the group. Shiwei then glances around and notices something else that feels off. Shun Xinghan, who's usually the model student, isn't here for the first advanced training session, and she finds that strange enough to ask the second-year teacher where Xiao Chun is, only to be told that Shun Han requested leave for an urgent personal matter. Before that explanation can even settle, another student suddenly bursts into the room yelling that Lin Zichin and Xiao Chun are making trouble downstairs, and that Xiao Chun just beat up a popular girl from the second-year Evolution class, and the entire class perks up at once. Intrigued, everyone, including Li Moyu, rushes out to see what's going on. Back down in the gymnasium, a furious girl is holding Li Ziki, who's crying with her face visibly bruised, and Li Ziki is completely distraught as she screams that her face is ruined, while her friend points at Xiao Chun and yells that she's vicious for kicking someone in the face that hard. Standing in front of them, Xiao Chun looks shaken herself and stammers out an apology, explaining that she didn't control her strength properly. But as Xiao Chun tries to apologize, Chuexion takes her hand and tells her not to, insisting it isn't her fault that her opponent was simply less skilled. And when they try to leave anyway, Li Ziki's friend suddenly grabs Xiao Chun by the arm and shouts that they can't just walk away. Lin Zichin instantly steps in and slaps her hand away from Xiao Chun, warning her that if she keeps harassing them, he'll use force. Li Ziki's friend curls her lip and sneers, mocking him for being the so-called new king, then jabs at him with a dare, telling him to go ahead and punch her in the face too, and Lin Zichin doesn't hesitate for even a breath. He drives a fist straight into her face and dryly remarks that he's never heard a request that strange before, while the system immediately notifies him that he's gained 1 school credit. Right after that, a towering, heavily muscled student arrives, Student Council Discipline Officer Jin Mingdu, Li Ziki's boyfriend. And the instant he sees both girls down on the floor, crying with bruised faces, Jin Mingyu's rage detonates as he storms up to Lin Zichin and demands to know whether it was really necessary to hit girls that hard. Lin Zichin answers evenly that, in his eyes, The far more excessive thing is Jin Mingyu's own girlfriend bullying freshmen, but Jin Mingyu weighs it off with contempt and tells him not to accuse people without evidence. And at that moment, Lu Yongjian steps in and tells Jin Mingyu that he's personally witnessed his girlfriend bullying ordinary freshmen many times. Lin Zichen clearly has no patience left for arguing, so he cuts straight to the point and tells Jin Mingyu that if he wants justice, he should challenge him right now, because Lin Zichen doesn't have time to waste on talk, and Jin Mingyu, furious, accepts on the spot. Then Jin Mingyu raises the stakes, proposing a wager of 300 school credits, and pointedly asking whether a mere freshman can even afford that. Yet to everyone's surprise, Lin Zichen answers with total calm that he can. Off to the side, Shiwei stares in disbelief, wondering how Lin Zikainen dares to fight Jin Mingyu, a powerful ordinary tier 7, while Lu Yongjian looks entertained instead, commenting that he's never seen someone choose such a bold way to show off. On the dueling floor at the center of the gym, Lin Zichen and Jin Mingyu square off as the challenge officially begins, and almost immediately Jin Mingyu transforms, his body swelling into a massive, muscular lion-like beast with a wild mane and dagger-sharp claws, the pressure of that transformed state rolling outwards so heavily that even the watching students feel shaken as they whisper to each other, unable to imagine how Lin Zichen could possibly win. With a thunderous roar, the transformed Jin Mingyu charges straight at him, and even while he barrels forward, he declares that since Lin Zichen's girlfriend dared to strike his girlfriend's face, he's going to smash Lin Zichen's face in return. Then he swings and lands a brutal hit directly into Lin Zichen's face, the impact blasting a visible shockwave through the air, only for the outcome to turn instantly, violently, and unbelievably wrong, because Jin Mingyu's hand shatters the moment it meets Lin Zine's face. The beastly senior drops to his knees on the spot, clutching the mangled wreck of his hand as he screams in agony, and Lin Zichen, standing over him like it's nothing, casually announces that the match is over, then follows it with a heavy kick that launches Jin Mingyu's enormous body across the gym and into the empty spectator seats. The entire crowd falls into stunned silence, and Lu Yongjian gives a wry remark that this scene feels ridiculously familiar, while Li Mayu stands there completely mortified, his face burning red. And seeing that kind of crushing power with his own eyes, a furious Li Mayu immediately calls his grandfather and says he needs to fuse with his second beast gene. Then, the very next day, driven by the need to become stronger, Lin Zichen steps up and addresses the entire student body. He announces to everyone that from this point forward he'll accept paid requests to fight on behalf of others, making it clear that he doesn't care whether the client is a freshman or a senior, because as long as they pay him in school credits, he'll help them challenge anyone they want. And the moment Lu Yongjin hears it, his eyes practically light up as he blurts out that Lin Zichen is a true king and that he wants to become Lin Zichen's disciple. Meanwhile, the student council convenes for a meeting, and the members are furious about what happened, loudly complaining that Lin Zichen is arrogant and shows no respect for authority, agreeing among themselves that his behavior is a direct challenge to their power and that he must be punished. One of the women then turns to the president and asks what he thinks about Lin Zichen's new proxy fighting service, and the president, Zhou Hong, answers with a dark expression, remarking that Lin Zichen is like a newborn calf that doesn't yet fear the tiger. Not long after, through Li Chuexen, Lin Zichen lands his first proxy job, and he sits down to discuss it with the client, a pink-haired girl named Hu Yingli, with Xiao Chun and Li Chuexen there as well. Hu Yingli explains that she's being bullied by a senior, Hong Jimin, who's been stealing her expensive clothes and bags, and she says the reason the bully dares to act like that is because her brother, Huang Jiruwei, sits on the student council. They settle the price at 11 school credits, with Li Chuexen getting a 1-credit referral fee, and soon after that Lin Zichen goes to confront Huang Jane, who tries to throw her weight around by bringing up her brother, only for her entire attitude to flip into fear the second she recognizes Lin Zichen, the infamous new king. Later, in a dorm room, a terrified Huang Jiruwei pleads with Lin Zichen not to hurt her, especially not in the face, and Lin Zichen simply turns to Shenninghan and tells her to deal with the bully. Shenninghan cracked her knuckles and says she understands, and as Xiao Chen locks eyes with her and stares her down, Huang Jiruwei panics and yells for her to stop, insisting she can't be hit, then makes one last desperate threat, crying that if she loses even a single hair, her brother will make Xiao Chen pay for it. Right then a booming voice cuts through the room, demanding to know who dares to touch his sister, and Huang Jiruwei, ordinary tier 7, storms in with 2 other students, while Huang Jane scrambles to his side and immediately starts sobbing, lying that she did nothing and that Lin Zichen came to bully her for no reason. Huang Jiruwei rounds on Lin Zichen in anger and accuses him of going too far, yet instead of launching into a fight, he tries to shut the whole thing down, saying they'll let it slide this time, but warning Lin Zichen not to cross them again. And Lin Zichen says nothing at all. Huang Jiruwei's friends don't understand why he's suddenly being so reasonable, and they mutter in confusion, assuming he must be scared of the new king, and they sound disappointed as they realize there probably won't be a fight, except Lin Zichen has no intention of leaving. With a cold look, he gives Xiao Chun a single order to continue, and Xiao Chun answers immediately, then charges straight toward Huang Jiawei. Huang Jiawei panics and tries to bolt, shrieking for her brother to save her. But the instant she moves, Xiao Chun's hair shifts to blue and a watery aura wraps around her. And with that power, she stops Huang dead in her tracks, leaving the bully shaking, frozen, and unable to move. Seeing his sister rendered helpless, a furious Huang Jiawei roars that they're courting death and lunges at Xiao Chun. Yet before he can even get close, Lin Zichen releases a terrifying wave of power without taking a single step, and the floor around him splinters and shatters from the force alone as that crushing biopressure slams into Hang Ji and the two friends with him, halting them instantly. They go rigid in shock, Hang Ji trembling in sheer fear as he wonders if he's staring down some high-level being, and the pressure only intensifies until it drives all three of them straight to the ground, pinned there and unable to rise. Forced to endure it, Huang Jiawei arrives at his own conclusion that Lin Zichen must have a powerful master secretly backing him. With Huang Jiawei and his friends held down, Xiao Chun springs up, flips into the air, and brings down a heavy kick that strikes Huang Jiawei and sends her crashing to the floor defeated. Later, inside the student council office, Huang Jiawei reports what happened to the president, Zhou Hong, explaining that they all felt an overwhelming bias that they believe came from a high-level expert, and from that they decide Lindsay acts so arrogant only because he has powerful support behind him. After hearing the report, Zhou Hong tells the council members that since they don't know who this mysterious backer is, the smartest move is to avoid Lindsay for now and simply watch him. And he adds a strict instruction. If they absolutely can't avoid conflict, then they should limit themselves to a verbal warning and avoid any physical fight. In another office, Dean Ma complains to Yuan Dongji that the campus has fallen into chaos, blaming the disruption on Lin Zichen's proxy fighting service and demanding to know if it was her idea, and Yuan Dongji calmly answers that it wasn't. However, she also says she actually approves of what Lin Zichen is doing, because in her view the student council has oppressed other students for far too long, damaging the school's long-term growth. And while Dean Ma grows more frustrated and even starts trembling, Yuan Dongji states flatly that it's time for this stagnant situation to be broken. Deep underground, 20,000 meters beneath Shanghai City, Lord Rat God, the Divine Envoy, and a giant green monster stand facing a pulsating purple rift, and the Divine Envoy explains that the biological passage to Source Site number 36 has stabilized at last, meaning they can begin transporting aberrant beasts from the other side. He immediately adds the limitation, though, warning that for now, they can only bring through creatures below the Heil tier, because the newly opened passage still isn't fully reinforced, and trying to transport more powerful beings would make it collapse. The Divine Envoy summons a staff and orders the others to focus. Then, as the transport is about to begin, he launches into a ritual, using the staff to sketch glowing purple runes in the air and drive them toward the portal, channeling his strength as he shouts for the rift to open. And the instant he does, the passage surges, swelling with immense, dark purple energy. From the depths of the opening, grotesque monsters start pouring out in waves, among them multi-headed dragons and gigantic ape-like beasts, until an entire force, 200,000 aberrant beasts, has been transported and stands there in formation. The Divine Envoy, watching the numbers swell, asks whether the transfer should continue, but as that army finishes assembling, the purple portal suddenly shudders, rumbles, and begins to cave in on itself, prompting the envoy to announce that the passage has turned unstable and must be sealed at once. And with a sharp motion of both hands, he commands the rift to close. Yet at the very instant the tear is about to stitch itself shut, a clawed hand shoots out and violently rips it open again, catching everyone off guard, and the giant green monster along with the Lord Rat God immediately demand to know what is happening. As a white-haired figure starts to push through the reopened gap, the Divine Envoy's expression hardens, and he warns that they have to brace themselves for a brutal fight. And then, stepping out of the portal, a stunning woman with fox ears and 9 long, flowing white tails drops lightly to the ground, landing with effortless grace. Identified as the 9-tailed demon fox, who scans her surroundings with open curiosity and wonders aloud whether this is the legendary planet Earth. In the wake of everything that's happened, Lin Zichen's proxy fighting business explodes in popularity, and with the attention from his earlier bouts fueling the hype, he suddenly finds himself receiving more than 10 requests a day. In just half a month, he and Xiao Chun clear over 200 jobs and rake in more than 3,000 school credits, and the campus quickly splits over what to make of him, with some students hailing him as a hero scrubbing the school clean of its bullying culture, some even dropping to their knees in gratitude, while others wave it off and call him nothing but a merchant chasing credits, though Lin Zichen pays none of it any mind, keeping his eyes fixed on one thing only, the massive pile of credits he's stacking. Later, inside a classroom, Xiao Chun freezes when she sees her classmate Lu Yongjin walk in with his face battered, bruised, and swollen, and with Shiwei there as well. She explains what happened. Lu Yongjin, in his own foolishness, try to launch a proxy fighting service of his own, only to be beaten down by the student council. Lu Yongjian, burning with anger, curls his hand into a tight fist and swears he'll have his revenge once he's grown strong enough. But Shiwei steps in to cool him off, warning that his talent isn't necessarily above the student council members he's challenging. And her words visibly sink in, draining him until he's left looking dejected. Without wasting time, Shiwei starts applying medicine to the bruises on his face, telling him to stop spiraling and concentrate on healing, because the upcoming freshman competition is what matters now. And as she works, Lu Yongjian hisses and complains that the medicine stings. When the day of the freshman competition arrives, the stadium is packed to the brim with a roaring crowd, and Lin Zichen and Xiao Chun carve through the early rounds with ease, pushing cleanly into the top 8. Up in the stands, the school's deans, including Ma Zhenhe and Yuan Dongji, observe the matches, and the dean of mechanical engineering remarks on Shun Qinghan's astonishing improvement, while Ma Zhenhe agrees that her growth is nearly unbelievable, only to add that it's unfortunate timing, because she's about to face his daughter, Shiwei, and likely won't reach the semifinals. Down on the arena floor, the match between Xiao Chun and Shiwei finally begins. The moment the match starts, both girls transform at once, with Shiwei sprouting cat ears and razor-sharp claws while Xiao Chun is swallowed up in a surging blue aura, and Shiwei immediately bursts forward at terrifying speed. Instead of evading, Xiao Chun calmly lifts a hand and releases her technique, control of chi and blood, causing Shiwei to seize up mid-charge as her whole body shakes uncontrollably, and she stares up in horror, stunned to feel the energy inside her own body thrown into chaos by an outside force, unable to comprehend how Xiao Chun can possibly do something like this. Xiao Chun doesn't waste the opening, stepping in with a single high kick that slams into Shiwei's side and sends her skidding and flying across the arena, ending the fight on the spot as Shiwei is knocked out. In the stands, Dean Ma shoots to his feet in disbelief and screams his daughter's name, while Lu Chuan-Wu can only mutter in amazement about how two childhood friends from such ordinary backgrounds could carry talent this outrageous. And down on the floor, Sheng Han herself is practically buzzing, thrilled, and barely able to accept that she brought down the powerful Ma Shiwei so effortlessly. 10 minutes later, the semifinals begin, and the first bout is Lin Zichen versus Xiao Chun, with Xiao Chun noting as they square off that this is the first time the two of them have ever truly competed against each other, and Lin Zichen agrees as they both settle in a fighting stance. Xiao Chun launches first with a kick, only for Lin Zhen to block it cleanly, and even as he stops the strike, he critiques her choice, telling her she should have thrown a punch instead, so she immediately switches and fires a punch, which he slipped aside while pointing out that the angle she chose leaves her wide open to a counter. From there, the match turns into something that feels like a training demonstration in front of the entire school, with Lin Zichen effortlessly catching, parrying, and neutralizing every attack Xiao Chun throws while calmly instructing her through the exchange, until spectators start whispering about how jealous they are that Shin Qinghan has a boyfriend who spars with her like this. Before long, Shining Han is breathing hard and running on fumes, and she finally gives in, admitting defeat, after which Lin Zichen is announced as the winner. The final match comes against Li Moyu, and before they begin, Li Moyu calls out to Lin Zichen, admitting he may not be as strong, but making it clear he won't go down easily, because he intends to fight with everything he's got, and in the next instant Li Moyu transforms into a towering, massively muscled ape-like monster. Even with that overwhelming form looming over him, Lin Zichen charges straight in anyway, and snaps out one brutal kick, and the entire audience explodes in shock as they witness yet another one-hit knockout, stunned by the sheer force behind it, as the transformed Li Moyu is blasted out of the ring and left defeated. With that, Lin Zichen is declared champion of the freshman competition, and afterward Yuan Dongji steps up to address the crowd and formally close the event, announcing that in addition to the school credits awarded to the top 8, the top 5 finishers will also receive invitations to a special winter training camp. News that catches Lin Zichen, Xiao Chun, Li Moyu, Shiwei, and Lu Yongjian completely by surprise. Yuan Dongji then explains that the camp will be held at the military headquarters in Nanjiang Province, the very district tasked with guarding source site number 36, and she tells them it begins in 10 days, adding that she will personally drive them there. Lin Zichen turns the announcement over in his head, lingering on one detail in particular: the winter camp being held at a military headquarters that also happens to guard a source site, while, elsewhere, on a rooftop that overlooks the city, the nine-tailed demon fox stands with the divine envoy and speaks to him directly, saying that since his plant god cult has already taken root on Earth, they should surely know where to find Handsome Man. And then she lays it out without hesitation. The real reason she came to Earth was to find herself a partner. The divine envoy answers with measured respect, telling her he does know a young man who matches what she wants perfectly, emphasizing that the man isn't only good-looking, but also has a physical body so powerful it borders on unbelievable. And as he says this, he pulls out his phone and shows her a photo of Lin Zichen. The instant she sees the picture, A tempting, satisfied smile curls across the nine-tailed demon fox's face, and she orders the divine envoy to tell her everything about him. Not long after that, the day of the special training arrives, and Yuan Dongji takes the 5 students by helicopter to the military headquarters in Nanjing province, where, as they descend and touch down, they spot several people already waiting in advanced mechanical suits. They're told this special training is a major joint event, bringing together not only the top 5 freshmen from Shanghai University, but also the top 5 from Kyoto University, along with elite young members from both the military and an organization called the Meta God Group. On the ground, Liu Yongjin can barely contain himself as he points out a gigantic red mech, excitedly telling everyone that its combat power is rumored to rival a rare-level expert, and that these machines were built by the Mana God Group. But before the group can linger on it, a voice suddenly calls out to Lin Zichen and Xiao Chun, making both of them turn around in surprise. A young man in a streamlined black mechanical suit walks up, introducing himself as Zhang Kai, and he asks if they're the representatives from Shanghai University, which Lin Zichen confirms. Zhang Kai's eyes immediately go to Xiao Chun, and he openly admits how shocked he is to see her here, recalling that back in middle school she used to get winded after only a few laps, and saying he can't believe she's now one of the top 5 freshmen. Lin Zichen explains that Xiao Chun has extremely high compatibility for gene fusion, and that after undergoing the procedure she became far stronger, even taking the top score in the province, and Zhang Kai, clearly impressed, comments on just how powerful she's become. Xiao Chun returns the compliment, saying that if Zhang Kai is representing the formidable Metagod group, then he must have improved drastically as well. Zhang Kai agrees, explaining that his own compatibility with mechanical modification is unusually high, which has allowed him to undergo multiple experiments that boosted his strength enormously, and as proof he shows off a mechanical gauntlet that glows with energy. Then he tells them he has other matters to handle, saying he'll see them tomorrow at the training ground, and he leaves. With the evening getting late, Liu Yongjin proposes that they head to the cafeteria for dinner, and once they're inside the roomy dining hall, Xiao Chun can't stop talking about how good the food is, far better than what they get at their school cafeteria. Before she picks up a bite, holds it out to Lin Zichen, and urges him to taste it. He takes the bite she offers and admits it really does taste good, and while Lim Yu and Liu Yongjin sit there watching that open display of affection with visible annoyance and try to wedge themselves into the moment, Lim Yu decides to make a show of it too, turning with a playful grin and asking Shiwei to feed him a piece of tofu, only for Shiwei to shut him down instantly with a blunt order to get lost. Before Lim Yu can fire back, a voice calls his name, and he turns with an already irritated look that shifts in his surprise when he sees who's come over, because 2 young men are now standing at their table. The blonde one smirks and greets Lim Yu like a traitor from Kyoto, while the purple-haired one piles on by sneering that Lim Yu is still the trash he used to beat with ease, and Liu snaps, rising to his feet and shooting back that things aren't the same anymore. The blonde guy waves that off, saying it doesn't matter, because the moment Lim Yu chose Shanghai University, his strength was guaranteed to be overtaken by him, and by someone else named Qin Chuan, and with that he openly challenges Lim Yu to step outside and fight. Liu answers with a grin and accepts on the spot, and the tension spreads fast through the cafeteria as everyone stops eating, surges to their feet, and rushes out, thrilled at the thought of seeing a genius from Kyoto University clash with a genius from Shanghai University. Out in the open, Lim Yu faces the pair and tells them to come at him together, insisting it would be a waste of time to beat them one at a time. But the blonde young man, Gao Mu Mu, fires back that it won't be necessary, because he alone is more than enough to crush Lim Yu, and he springs forward, landing squarely in front of him. Lim Yu snorts, ridiculing Gao Mu as a constant loser, and without hesitation he shifts in his white ape form, and inside his own mind his confidence surges as he remembers fusing with a Shadow Night Cat gene just last week, convinced that it has finally fixed his old weakness in speed, and that there's no chance Gao Mu can beat him now. Gao Mu responds by transforming as well, his body sheathing itself in rigid purple, feather-like armor. From within the crowd, Lin Zichen watches closely and reads the change immediately, recognizing that Gao Mu has fused with an armored Earth Dragon gene, an Earth attribute beast infamous for absurd defensive strength, and he thinks through the implications, noting that even an ordinary Tier 9 armored Earth Dragon is so durable it can tank a full power punch from a high-level Tier 1 demonic giant ape. The fight kicks off with Lim Yu swinging a huge punch, only for Gao Mu to stop it cold with his armored forearm, the collision blasting out a shockwave, and Lim Yu immediately follows with a raging flurry, hammering him again and again. But Gao Mu doesn't budge an inch, his defense swallowing every hit as if the blows mean nothing at all. As the seconds pass, Lim Yu's frustration twists into alarm, because he can feel it clearly now. His opponent is monstrously tough, and his attacks aren't making any difference. Watching the deadlock from the crowd, Xiao Chun leans toward Lin Zichen and says it looks like neither side can hurt the other, so the match will probably drag into a draw, but Lin Zichen doesn't agree. He says it with absolute certainty. This won't end in a draw. Gao Mu is going to win, because Gao Mu is still suppressing his real strength, and Lin explains that there's another beast gene inside him that he hasn't even activated yet, almost as if he's answering that analysis out loud. Gao Mu flashes a confident grin, fully aware that while he's still conserving energy, Li Moyu is already fighting flat out with everything he has, and Li Moyu, enraged and still unable to crack that iron-hard defense, clamps his jaw tight in frustration before shouting that Gao Mu is nothing but a coward, hiding in his shell like a turtle just to drag the fight into a boring draw. At that, Gao Mu's expression twists into a sharp-toothed, sinister smile, and he decides he's finished playing, announcing that it's time to show Li Moyu his true, complete power. As he speaks, the air around him seems to hum and tremble, and then his body swells as muscle piles on muscle, his clothes splitting as he pushes into a deeper transformation, taking on the terrifying, heavily muscled traits of a demonic eye-giant ape. The crowd falls into stunned silence as the realization hits all at once. Gao Mu has fused with the exact same beast gene Li Moyu uses, and Li Moyu goes rigid, face draining pale as he shouts that it can't be possible, his thoughts spinning wildly as he tries to understand how someone like Gao Mu, with such ordinary talent, could fuse two different high-level beast genes in such a short time without dying. Gao Mu, savoring every second of the fear on his rival's face, admits that yes, his innate talent might be inferior to Li Moyu's, but then he lifts his chin and boasts that Kyoto University's gene fusion technology is vastly beyond anything Shanghai University can offer. Before Li Moyu can even fully absorb that, Gao Mu surges forward and drives a crushing punch packed with enormous force, and when their fists slam together, the impact detonates with a thunderous boom, cracking and shattering the stone beneath their feet as dust erupts and whips through the air. They immediately trade heavy strikes, and amid the pounding exchange, Gao Mu jeers at him, yelling that abandoning Kyoto University to come to a place like Shanghai was the biggest mistake Li Moyu ever made. They plunge into a savage, high-speed barrage, fists blurring as their raw strength rattles the entire arena. But the onlookers start to see the decisive difference. Even if they're equal in brute power, Gao Mu also carries the layered defense of the armored Earth Dragon gene, and that means Li Moyu has no path to victory in a straight brawl. And just as the crowd anticipates, it ends decisively, with Li Moyu sprawled across the shattered ground, beaten, bloodied, and completely unconscious, while Gao Mu stands above him and delivers one last vicious humiliation, leaning in to ask the unresponsive Li Moyu whether he knows why his own family only backs his brother, Li Yi-jin, and then answering for him with a sneer, because Li Moyu is, and always has been, utterly useless. Even then, Gao Mu doesn't let up, continuing to ridicule the fallen body, calling him trash for having been so easily beaten earlier by nothing more than a local freshman named Lin Zichen. Gao Mu stops looking down at his defeated opponent and turns his gaze toward the Shanghai University group, then shouts over, demanding to know which one of them is Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen steps out immediately without the slightest hesitation, calmly stating that it's him, and Gao Mu gives him a slow once-over before throwing down a challenge, saying he's heard Lin Zichen has been dominating Li Moyu lately, so he wants to fight right now, and if Lin Zichen can win, he'll pay a hefty prize, 10 high-grade chi and blood pills. The moment the reward is mentioned, Lin Zichen's mouth curls into a confident, almost predatory smile, and he accepts without another word. As Lin Zichen moves to step out, Lu Yongjian grabs his shoulder, concern written all over his face as he tries to offer one last warning, telling him Gao Mu is extremely dangerous because that gene combination gives him frightening offensive power and rock-hard defense, though it does come with a weakness, very low speed. So Lu Yongjian urges him not to clash head-on, insisting he should use his superior speed to grind Gao Mu down because that monstrous form can't last forever. Lin Zichen only nods, saying nothing as he walks into the fighting area, and Gao Mu immediately starts running his mouth, sneering at him, and asking why anyone would choose to stay a pure-blooded human in this era, calling it a tragic waste of potential. Inside, Gao Mu grins to himself, convinced that if he crushes Lin Zichen here, he'll make Liu see the truly unbridgeable gap between their levels. Lin Zichen looks utterly unimpressed by any of it, and with flat impatience he tells Gao Mu to shut up and get on with it, and then Gao Mu answers with a savage roar and charges, armored body, surging forward, and sharp claws poised to tear his opponent apart. But Lin Zichen ignores Lu Yongjian's advice completely. He doesn't back away, and he doesn't dodge, because instead he detonates forward with blistering speed, moving so fast multiple afterimages trail behind him as he drives straight in to meet the oncoming monster head-on. As the distance vanishes, Lin Zichen draws his fist back and fires a single catastrophic punch, the strike blazing with intense fiery red energy, and it slams into Gao Mu's guard so violently the armored Earth Dragon plating explodes apart as if it were glass. The force doesn't stop there, punching straight through what was left of the defense, and crashing squarely into Gao Mu's face, and blood sprays as the massive fighter is hurled backward by the impact, smashing down on the ground and skidding until he finally slides to a stop. Then he lies there without moving. Gao Mu has been dropped in a single instant, and for a heartbeat the entire arena goes dead quiet, until the Shanghai University students suddenly explode with noise. Xiao Chen cheers with pure excitement, while Lu Yongjian and Shiwei just stand there slack-jawed in stunned disbelief, and Lu Yongjin blurts out that Lin Zichen is outright unbelievable, because he took a fight that should have been brutally difficult and ended it with one move. Out in the crowd, Gao Mu's Kyoto companion is shaking with fear as he stares at the scene, thinking to himself that his own strength isn't really much higher than Gao Mu's, and that if he had to face a monster like Lin Zichen, he probably wouldn't survive more than 2 punches. Right then, a new figure suddenly vaults over the heads of the spectators, instantly dragging everyone's attention upward, and it's a soldier who speaks as he moves, saying he had expected this year's training competition to come down to a battle between the military and the Mecha God Group, but that he's genuinely surprised a genius like Lin Zichen has appeared out of Shanghai University. He lands lightly in the arena, then introduces himself as Zhao Yuanzhong, a 19-year-old representing the military, and with a stern, serious look, he issues a formal challenge to Lin Zichen for a match. Lin Zichen answers Zhao Yuanzhong's sudden provocation with calm indifference, giving the soldier a measured once-over before stating that although he does not mind a spar, he refuses to spend his time and stamina without something worthwhile at stake. Zhao Yuanzhong understands immediately and produces a spirit fruit, explaining it is valued at 1.5 million and is highly effective for strengthening qi and blood. The price alone catches Lin Zichen's attention, and he inwardly brushes his opponent aside, noting Zhao is merely at ordinary rank 8, someone he could put down with a single precise kick. Seeing easy gain, he lets a faint smile surface and agrees. Just as the air tightens and the match is about to begin, a military officer cuts in sharply, declaring that while sparring is allowed, betting material rewards violates district rules. The moment Lin Zichen hears that, his interest collapses. He waves it off, says to forget it, turns, and walks away, leaving Zhao Yuanzhong standing there, frustrated and without an opponent. Later, after slipping away from the crowd, Lin Zichen finds Jiao Mu, who is already beaten down, bruised, and pitiful, and asks when the promised 10 advanced vitality pills will be handed over. Jiao Mu, battered and shirtless, flinches at the question and hurriedly stammers that he will return to his dorm to fetch them immediately, clearly afraid of being struck again. That night in his single dorm room within the military base, Lin Zichen devotes himself entirely to cultivation, unwilling to let even a day's progress slip. Seated cross-legged on his bed, his body emits a faint red glow from the heat and strain of body tempering as a system notification appears, informing him that his 4th round of skin tempering has begun and has already reached 12%. He exhales, thinking the pace feels slower than during the 3rd cycle, but his concentration is broken when Shin Qingan, wrapped only in a towel, peeks through the doorway and asks if she may enter. She steps inside and sits at the edge of his bed, explaining that there are no hair dryers in the dorms and asking him to use his control over qi and blood to generate heat and dry her damp hair. Lin Zichen smiles and tells her timing is perfect because he has something for her. As he helps dry her hair, he hands over his small jar containing the 10 advanced vitality pills he collected earlier from Jiao Mu, explaining they are no longer very useful at his current level and that he wants her to have them instead. Shin Qingan is visibly surprised by the value of the gift, but Lin Zichen quickly cuts off any hesitation, telling her not to feel indebted because they are family and that her safety and well-being matter most to him. She rests her fingers against the jar, smiles softly, and accepts. Right after, a blush rises on her face as she leans over him while he lies back on the bed, telling him that now it is her turn. Positioning herself above him, she begins to massage his chest and softly whispers that she will let him thank her properly. The following morning, sunlight spreads across the base as all participants assemble outside, where Zhao Yuanzhong quickly notices Lin Zichen and greets him with an easy smile. No longer bothered by the cancelled spa, Lin Zichen returns the greeting, and as they stand together, he asks whether the rumors are true that the younger generation from Zhao Yuanzhong's military district has already entered the source land for training. Zhao Yuanzhong shakes his head, saying it hardly counts as truly entering, which leaves Lin Zichen confused, prompting Zhao to explain that the military has constructed fortified cities just inside the source land, where young soldiers at the ordinary creature level are confined to handling trivial tasks and are strictly prohibited from venturing into the real wilderness, a place dominated by dangerous and primitive competition. He continues, saying that genuine exploration is impossible until one's biological level reaches the advanced stage, then adds that just as exotic beasts are repelled by Earth's world power when they attempt to cross over, humans experience a similar rejection upon entering the source land, an invisible force that pushes them out and mainly affects those below the advanced level. However, Zhao Yuanzhong clarifies that this repulsion is far stronger for beasts invading Earth, to the point that their strength is significantly suppressed by the planet's world power. Hearing this, Lin Zichen arrives at a sudden realization, finally understanding why gene fuses on Earth are capable of defeating the very creatures their abilities originate from. The beasts are fighting while weakened. Their discussion is abruptly cut short when a powerful figure drops from the sky and slams into the ground before them with such force that the pavement fractures. The man immediately calls out, asking if everyone has gathered, and Zhao Yuanzhong snaps to attention, reporting that all participants are present. The newcomer, a heavily built instructor dressed in tactical gear, introduces himself as Liu, the head instructor for this special training, and bluntly states that he will not waste time on lengthy speeches since they are here to improve, not listen. As Lin Ziking observes him, he silently evaluates the man's strength, noting that Liu's biological level has reached advanced rank 6, a level high enough to qualify as a dean at either of the two major universities. Without delay, Instructor Liu announces that participants will now be divided into temporary teams, forming 4 groups in total, and explains that an entrance assessment will begin immediately, with the real training only starting after this test is cleared. The teams are organized swiftly, and Lin Ziking feels a measure of relief when he sees that he has been placed in the same group as Xin Gan. Alongside them are Zhao Yuanzhong, a student named Zhong Kai, and a tall, well-built girl from Capital University named Shangguan Yuying. Xin Gan comments cheerfully on their good fortune at not being separated during the grouping. Instructor Liu then leads all 4 teams to a large, imposing 3-story building and begins outlining the rules. Each floor contains multiple checkpoints, and to pass, every team must clear them all and reach the rooftop within 3 hours. He points out that the first floor has 4 walls, each with a single door at its center, and that each team will enter through a different door to begin. After wishing them luck, Instructor Liu bends his knees and leaps effortlessly onto the roof in one motion, then calls down from above for the assessment to start. Without hesitation, Lin Ziking and his team step forward and pass through their assigned entrance, disappearing into the dark interior of the building, prepared to face whatever trials lie ahead. As the special training assessment begins, Lin Zichen leads Group D through the first stage, pushing past gunfire and obstacles with steady efficiency until they clear it without much trouble. Yet the moment they check the progress display, shock hits them. Groups A, B, and C have already advanced to the 3rd level while they have only just completed the first. They move on to the 2nd stage, where the trial shifts into a deceptive intelligence test, a rock-paper-scissors match against an AI, with every loss causing the door ahead to slide shut a little further while a painful electric shock strikes the entire team, forcing them to endure repeated failures until Lin Zichen devises a solution. Recognizing the AI follows no readable pattern, he takes a shard of glass and uses it as a mirror to glimpse the AI's hand before committing to his own move, allowing him to repeatedly force draws. And with each stalemate, the door inches open bit by bit until, at last, there is just enough space for them to squeeze through. Reaching the lounge on the 3rd floor, they are met with an even more alarming sight on the progress screen. All 3 other teams, B and C, have been completely eliminated, prompting Lin Zichen to conclude that whatever defeated so many strong students in such a short time must be extremely dangerous. So he immediately activates his danger perception ability to scan the area ahead and discovers the floor is split into 4 separate rooms, each containing a powerful robotic guard. The bloodstains and wreckage scattered everywhere make it unmistakably clear that these machines possess overwhelming offensive and defensive capabilities and are responsible for wiping out the other teams. Even with that realization, Lin Zichen leads his group straight into one of the rooms, where the 5 of them stand together and face the massive robot acting as the stage guardian. And just as they prepare themselves, the machine's single red eye flickers to life before it suddenly opens fire without warning, unleashing a barrage of bullets from the cannons mounted on its arms. Everyone, be careful, Zhao Yuanzhong shouts, warning them that the rounds are armor-piercing and capable of easily shattering their bones. The team scatters for cover as Zhong Kai suggests they hold out until the robot runs out of ammunition. But that hope is quickly crushed when the machine maintains its relentless barrage, tearing apart their surroundings without pause, leading Lin Zichen and Xin Qinghan to realize it carries far too much ammo for that plan to work, and that if they do not strike soon, they will be left completely exposed. The overwhelming display of Fu sends Shangguan Yuying into panic, and she proposes that they forfeit, convinced that since every other team has already been eliminated, they have no chance of success, but Zhao Yuanzhong refuses outright, telling her that no matter how hopeless the situation looks, they cannot quit or they will face the instructor's punishment for cowardice, while Xin Qinghan supports him, stating she fully believes that with Lin Zichen leading them, they can clear this stage. With their resolve restored, Zhao Yuanzhong quickly outlines a new strategy, declaring that since he and Lin Zichen are in the best physical condition, the 2 of them will take the lead and confront the robot head-on. Meanwhile, Zhong Kai, Xin Qinghan, and Shangguan Yuying take up positions at a distance to support, and with the plan in place, Zhao Yuanzhong and Lin Zichen explode out from cover, rushing the robot from opposite directions even as its guns continue firing, while Zhong Kai throws 2 thermal sensing smoke grenades to buy them time and tells them to stay within the purple haze, which will block the robot's thermal sensors and conceal their positions. At the same moment, Shen Qinghan activates her ability and declares, "I'll slow it down," then uses a mental power to manipulate the fluids within the robot's systems, causing malfunctions and reducing its reaction speed. With both its sensing and responsiveness disrupted, Shangguan Yuying steps forward as a decoy, weaving through the incoming fire to draw its attention. And as an opening appears, Zhao Yuanzhong transforms his arm, encasing it in jagged, stone-like armor before lunging in and driving his fist straight into the robot's head. Yet the machine's defense proves astonishing, forcing Zhao Yuanzhong to stagger back in shock and pain as cracks spread across his armored fist and he feels the bones in his arm break from the impact. Immediately afterward, Lin Zichen follows through with his own strike, leaping into the air and delivering a heavy kick to the robot's torso while noting that its power level seems to sit at the peak of ordinary rank 8. But just like Zhao's punch, the attack barely affects the heavily armored body, prompting a battered Zhao Yuanzhong to shout in frustration that its defenses are too strong for them to break, and insist they must fall back and recover before attempting anything else. However, just as they prepare to retreat, the robot unveils a new weapon as a glowing blue energy blade extends from its arm, startling Zhao Yuanzhong, who immediately yells for everyone to run. And as its thermal sensors recover and pierce through the smoke, the machine lunges forward, locking onto an unprepared Shen Qinghan and raising its massive energy sword high, ready to strike while her teammates scream for her to watch out. In that instant, Lin Zichen intervenes, grabbing Shining Hand and leaping clear just as the blade crashes down into the ground where she stood, but the overwhelming strength of their opponent shatters the team's morale, causing Shangguan Yuying to collapse in tears, convinced victory is impossible, while the robot continues advancing, pursuing Lin Zichen as he carries Shen Qinghan away from danger. After setting her down safely, Lin Zichen calmly evaluates the situation and thinks to himself that everyone has already reached their physical limit and that Shen Qinghan's practice is over, revealing that he had treated this deadly battle as a training exercise for her. And having decided that is enough, he states it is time to clear the stage before charging forward with complete confidence to face the robot's next attack, prepared to finish the fight on his own. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the training building, the students from the first 3 teams sit as their injuries are treated, grumbling among themselves about how absurdly powerful the third-level robot was and questioning how anyone could possibly clear it, with one student even suggesting the test was intentionally impossible, designed only to let the instructors display their strength. Nearby, Abata Jeomu, Li Moyu, Shi Wei, and Lu Yongjian discuss the situation, and Jiao Mu wonders what is happening with Group D since they have yet to appear, only for the others to dismiss the idea outright, pointing out that Lin Zichen's team was already the weakest and furthest behind, so they have no chance of succeeding. Without warning, a massive explosion rocks the rooftop, sending everyone into panic as they question whether an earthquake has struck, while Instructor Liu and the others stare in complete shock at the source of the disturbance, because embedded in the center of the roof is the severed, sparking head of the very same robot that defeated them all. Inside a private observation room, Mo Dongji and a high-ranking female officer watch the test through a monitor, as Mo Dongji criticizes the setup, arguing that placing a robot with peak ordinary rank 8 power against the students makes the trial inherently unwinnable, while the officer, Commander Yao Helang of the Nanjing Province Military District, calmly sips her tea and explains that the students are young and arrogant, and that crushing their confidence early is necessary so they will accept the special training that follows. As the footage continues, Yao Helang points out a handsome young man practicing the blood-tempering art, but Mo Dongji dismisses him as nothing more than a naive kid who is easily misled. Their discussion abruptly halts when they witness Lin Zichen unleash a single explosive punch that completely destroys the robot, leaving both women frozen in stunned silence. And shortly afterward, the headless body of the machine crashes down from the ceiling into the testing room below. Ma Dongji and Commander Yao Heling descend to confront Lin Zichen and his team, and the commander immediately questions him, demanding to know how he managed to release power equivalent to an ordinary rank 9 when his biological level should only be ordinary rank 8, to which Lin Zichen responds with a partial truth, explaining that his natural strength combined with the explosive output of the blood-tempering art allowed him to reach that level. Internally, Mo Dongji doubts that the technique alone could grant such a massive boost, so she decides to probe him with a mental power to uncover the truth. But sensing her intent, Lin Zichen activates his natural camouflage ability to conceal his real strength while also choosing to test her by probing back, only for Mo Dongji's scan to prove overwhelming as she quickly uncovers the reality. Lin Zichen's entire body has already completed its first tempering, and his true biological level is actually a full ordinary rank 9, meaning he is lying. When Commander Yao Helang asks what she has discovered, Mo Dongji makes a swift decision to keep his secret hidden. She informs the commander that his biological level is indeed only ordinary rank 8, yet his physical body is extraordinarily strong, comparable to that of an A-stage ordinary rank 9 gene fuser. And upon hearing this, the commander reacts with visible excitement, throwing her hands up as she declares that the path of pure-blooded human physical enhancement appears invincible, and that if Lin Zichen can truly break through the biological barrier, his future will be limitless. After the test concludes, the students are gathered inside a spacious armory where Commander Yahello explains that every weapon present is forged from B-grade alloy, durable enough to cut through iron and withstand bullets, before instructing each of them to select a weapon for a combat exercise scheduled in 10 days. As the others begin choosing, Lin Zichen remains off to the side without taking anything, reasoning that his own body, having undergone 3 tempering cycles, is far superior to B-grade alloy and that using a weapon would only hold him back. Sometime later, Commander Yahello approaches a group that includes Shin Qinghan and Lai Moyu, confirming that they have made their selections, but when she notices Lin Zichen standing empty-handed, she confronts him directly, only for Lin Zichen's to calmly reply that he is accustomed to fighting unarmed and has no need for a weapon, which secretly irritates the commander as she concludes that this genius has grown overly arrogant and needs to be taught a lesson. Acting on that thought, she announces that the best way for them to familiarize themselves with their weapons is through sparring. Then with a faint smirk singles out Lin Zichen, stating she is curious about his barehanded combat style and suggesting he be the first to demonstrate his strength, to which Lin Zichen simply agrees without hesitation. Immediately, Zhao Yuanzhong steps forward, wielding a large futuristic halberd, and volunteers for the match, while Lin Zichen coolly signals for him to begin, prompting Zhao Yuanzhong to rush forward and swing his massive weapon in a powerful downward strike. Yet to everyone's shock, Lin Zichen does not attempt to dodge and instead raises his bare hand to catch the halberd's blade, stopping it instantly. With a slight tightening of his grip, cracks begin spreading across the B-grade alloy as Xiao Yuanzhong watches in disbelief while his weapon is crushed within Lin Zichen's hand before shattering into fragments. Standing over the broken remains, Lin Zichen calmly asks, "Who is next?" leaving the surrounding students completely stunned as they struggle to comprehend how someone could crush B-grade alloy using nothing but their bare hands. Following this astonishing display, a new challenger appears, a girl from the Meta God group named Zhu Shusha, who descends while hovering in a powerful white mechanical suit using jet boots, then issues a challenge by asking whether he dares to face an enhanced armor-piercing bullet, prompting a concerned Zhong Kai to immediately warn Lin Zichen not to accept, explaining that the challenge is far too dangerous since such bullets can easily pierce through 10 centimeters of solid steel from a distance of 10 meters. Yet despite the severity of the warning, Lin Zichen remains completely unfazed and calmly accepts. For safety, Zhu Shusha clarifies that she will not aim at any vital areas and proposes that he simply catch the bullet with his open palm. Lin Zichen agrees, and as Zhu Shusha powers up her arm cannon, she asks if he is ready, while Lin Zichen simply extends his hand and tells her to go ahead. She fires at point-blank range, releasing a powerful energy blast that detonates in a massive explosion, leaving the onlookers wondering whether Lin Zichen's hand has been pierced. Yet as the smoke clears, the outcome is revealed. Zhu Shusha's mechanical arm is completely shattered. In that moment, everyone realizes in shock that Lin Zichen's palm is so durable that the armor-piercing round could not penetrate it, and instead, the block projectile detonated inside her weapon, destroying it from within and leaving Zhu Shusha utterly stunned. While the surrounding students stare in awe at this overwhelming display, some even voicing the thought that pure-blooded humans like him might represent the true future of humanity. Commander Yahello breaks into a wide, satisfied grin, thinking to herself that Lin Zichen is not merely a top-tier genius, but one who surpasses all others, and following this demonstration, the instructors stop interfering with his personal training altogether. While the rest of the students focus on mastering their newly selected weapons, he uses the time to concentrate on the blood-tempering art, beginning his 4th cycle of body refinement. The camp then moves into its next phase, where the students train inside advanced futuristic pods designed to enhance chi, blood, and spiritual power. And when Shin Qinghan emerges from her session, she is exhausted yet has achieved remarkable progress, with her chi and blood able to endure level 6 intensity and her mental strength reaching an astonishing level 7, a result that amazes everyone present. When it is his turn, Lin Zichen enters one of the pods and carefully calculates his limits, estimating that his body could withstand a level 11 setting, equivalent to an advanced rank 2 expert, but in order to avoid drawing suspicion, he deliberately sets the machine to level 8 instead. And even while holding back, his performance shocks both instructors and students, who can hardly believe he endured a level 8 mental training session. Privately, Lin Zichen reflects that concealing his true strength was the correct decision, then forms a plan to return to the training room later that night with Shin Qinghan to test his real limits, hoping it will also give him a clearer understanding of his current biological level. Meanwhile, at the Pure Human Research Institute of Shanghai University, Su Yang sits alone in the library surrounded by piles of books, complaining to herself that with both Lin Zichen and Din Liuchuan Wu away, all the work has fallen onto her shoulders, but her thoughts are suddenly interrupted when a voice greets her from behind, causing her to turn in surprise and come face to face with a nine-tailed demon fox, which wraps an arm around Song Yuan and, with a sly smile, asks if she knows where to find Lin Zichen. The nine-tailed demon fox abruptly grabs Yuan by the face, pulling her in close as it demands Lin's location. And under the creature's overwhelming power, Yuan's eyes glow a vivid purple as she falls completely under its control, becoming fully hypnotized and mechanically revealing that he is at the military headquarters. Later that night, within the massive and heavily fortified military base, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan quietly approach a secured door. And although Shin Qinghan hesitantly questions whether breaking in is a bad idea, Lin Zichen confidently overrides the electronic password lock, assuring her that something this simple cannot stop him. And as the heavy doors slide open, they reveal the advanced training pods inside. Lin Zichen explains that he only intends to secretly use the machines to test his true limits, brushing aside any concern about being discovered, before Lin Zichen steps into one of the pods and begins pushing his physical body to the extreme, his form glowing with intense, fiery energy as Shin Qinghan watches anxiously from outside. He endures a level 12 intensity for half a minute, demonstrating that his physical strength has reached an incredibly high level, nearly touching the third stage of a Heil being, after which he shifts to testing his mental endurance, withstanding severe mental assaults inside the pod while sweat pours from him under the strain, ultimately determining that his mental strength caps at level 10. When he finally emerges, Lin Zichen is visibly exhausted yet satisfied, reflecting that his mental strength has already reached the first stage of a Heil being and noting to himself that this kind of power is far more valuable and significantly harder to improve than raw physical strength. Sometime later, a military vehicle moves along a winding coastal road lined with lush green mountains as the day of real combat training arrives, and Lin Zichen is appointed team captain for a mission to eliminate a local branch of the plant god cult. Inside the vehicle, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan review the mission details on a phone, learning that the branch leader is a dangerous opponent who has undergone 2 gene fusions, and as they read further, they discover that the target has fused with the genes of a shadow night cat and a giant shark, making them a peak ordinary Tier 9 fighter who is just one step away from evolving into a high-level creature. Upon reaching their destination, the team exits the vehicle into a dense forest where Shin Qinghan observes that the trees are unnaturally tall, even larger than those found in tropical rainforests, while Li Moyu and Shi Wei remark that this abnormal overgrowth confirms they have located the correct place, identifying it as the hideout of the plant god cult. To proceed cautiously, Zhu Shusha deploys a surveillance drone to scout ahead, and Lin Zichen directs the team to follow behind it, while Zhu Shusha monitors the live feed on a tablet, and soon identifies a massive bamboo structure covered in vines roughly 300 meters away, confirming it as the enemy's main base. Stepping fully into his role as captain, Lin Zichen begins issuing precise tactical orders, first instructing Zhao Yuanzhong and Jiao Mu to activate their armored beast genes and take the lead as the vanguard to clear a path forward, then assigning Yu Shusha and Zhong Kai to provide long-range fire support, relying on their advanced equipment to eliminate threats from a distance. With the plan decided, Lin Zichen orders the remaining members to advance, and the team surges forward as one, sprinting deeper into the forest while Xiao Yuanzhong reminds everyone not to worry about taking enemies alive, stressing that their own safety comes first, a stance Lin Zichen firmly supports. Without warning, a man in a black suit wearing a mask with glowing red eyes leaps out from the shadows, attempting an ambush while shouting a warning to his allies. Yet Yu Shusha reacts instantly, raising her mechanical arm and firing a precise energy blast that drops the guard before he can interfere. The team presses on and quickly reaches the enormous bamboo structure, and without breaking stride, Lin Zichen launches himself forward, using his overwhelming strength to crash straight through the heavy front doors and reduce them to fragments. The instant he enters, another masked attacker armed with a knife lunges at him, but Lin Zichen effortlessly counters, delivering a powerful high kick to the man's face that sends him flying backward. After disabling the guard, Lin Zichen places his hand on the unconscious man's head as a stream of blue energy flows into his palm, and his system confirms that he has devoured a trace of life essence, increasing his Code EX progress, which leaves him slightly surprised as he realizes that absorbing the essence of someone who has already activated a Beast Code EX can enhance his own corresponding biological attributes. Making note of how useful this ability is, drawing on his strength, Lin Zichen then propels himself upward with explosive force, the launch shattering the floor beneath him in a burst of golden energy as he lands smoothly on an upper level overgrown with thick vines, catching 3 masked guards stationed there completely off guard. Recovering quickly, they draw their knives and rush at Lin Zichen while shouting for his death, but Lin Zichen remains unmoved as he releases a terrifying glare, his eyes blazing with fiery energy while a powerful aura erupts from his body, and the sheer pressure of that invisible force crushes the surroundings, forming a massive crater in the floor and instantly neutralizing all 3 attackers. Standing victorious as blue energy swirls around him, Lin Zichen sees his system display increased progress across multiple Beast Code EXs, and feeling satisfied that this section has been cleared, he decides to check on the rest of his team. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the base, Lu Moyu, fully transformed into a giant white ape, struggles against a massive, muscular opponent with gray hair and glowing red eyes, and unable to keep him at bay. Lu Moyu calls out desperately for support, prompting Ma 11 Wei to rush in and assist. At that moment, Lin Zichen's danger perception ability suddenly triggers, and he reacts with surprise as he senses an approaching threat, while Shi Wei and Li Moyu, working together, manage to land a coordinated strike that sends the massive enemy crashing violently through a stone wall. Yet from below, Lu Yongjian shouts for them to press the attack with a finishing blow, warning that the enemy is still alive. Elsewhere, Zhang Kai, Zhu Shusha, and another man clad in Cheyenne armor deliver heavy long-range support, unleashing a massive explosion that engulfs several enemy fighters in a roaring inferno. But in the next instant, Lin Zichen senses something wrong as the entire bamboo structure begins to shake violently around them, forcing him to leap aside just as the enormous vines and roots forming the building start writhing and collapsing. Shen Qinghan shouts in panic for everyone to dodge as the environment shifts uncontrollably, and within moments, the moving vines twist together and rapidly interlock, trapping Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and the rest of the team inside a gigantic wooden cage with no apparent escape, making it clear they have fallen directly into a carefully prepared trap. Noticing a group of masked cultists trapped inside the cage along with them, Lin Zichen immediately jumps down toward them, deciding to extract information, and after overwhelming the enemies with a barrage of powerful strikes, he grabs one by the collar and demands to know what the vine cage is, promising to spare his life if he explains. The terrified cultist begins to stammer out an answer, but before he can finish, a thick vine suddenly bursts out from his mouth. The man lets out a scream of unbearable agony as more vines erupt from his face and body, tearing him apart from within, and Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Lai Moyu, and Lu Yongjian can only watch in horrified silence as the vines consume and drain him completely, leaving behind nothing but a shriveled corpse, prompting Lin Zichen to grimly realize that this horrifying parasitic method is how the plant god cult maintains control over its followers. A slow clap echoes throughout the cage, drawing their attention upward where two figures stand atop the vines. A man wearing a red-horned mask with a terrifying biological level of high-level Tier 6, accompanied by a woman in a spiked red mask at peak ordinary Tier 9. And the masked man praises Lin Zichen as a peerless genius before inviting him to join the plant god cult and reach a higher stage of evolution. Looking up at them with a tense, sweat-covered expression, Lin Zichen comes to a grim realization that these two powerful enemies, along with the entire trap, were arranged specifically to target him. Staring up at the two imposing figures standing on the vines, Instructor Lu breaks into a cold sweat as he recognizes the overwhelming strength of the masked man and understands that their situation has become extremely dangerous, so he quickly turns to the group and orders an immediate evacuation, declaring that he will remain behind to hold off the enemies. Taking charge, Lin Zichen shouts for everyone to follow him, and the team bolts in unison, desperately attempting to escape the trap, but the man with the red-horned mask watches their retreat with a mocking smile, and with a simple flick of his finger, he summons massive dark purple thorny vines that surge outward from the surrounding structure, rapidly chasing after the fleeing students and closing in on them from every direction. Before she can react, Shangguan Yuying is suddenly seized by the thick vines, lifted upside down, and cries out for help as they coil tightly around her. And within moments, Ma 11 Wei and Lu Yongjian are also ensnared by the thorny growths, both shouting desperately for the instructor to save them as they are dragged up into the air. Standing below, Instructor Lu looks up at the massive vines restraining his students and quickly realizes they are trapped in a hopeless defensive situation, concluding that the only way to free everyone is to eliminate the one controlling the trap, and with that decision, he undergoes a powerful transformation, his body expanding into a massive, muscular tiger beast as he unleashes his enhanced strength. Using that power, Instructor Lu leaps high into the air, climbing aggressively along the thorny vines as he charges straight toward the man in the red-horned mask. Yet despite the ferocity of the assault, the masked man merely smiles coldly and raises his hand to counter with ease, mockingly remarking that the instructor's strength is insignificant against him on his own ground. In his transformed tiger state, Instructor Lu clashes violently against the dense mass of dark thorny vines, growing increasingly frustrated as he struggles to break through the overwhelming trap, but refusing to yield. He fully activates his beast genes, causing a blazing, fiery aura to erupt from his body and drastically amplify his raw strength. And with this surge of power, he tears through the barrier, shredding the thick vines apart as he descends toward the masked enemy below. At the same time, Shen Qinghan looks up in shock as she watches Lu Yongjian and the others being overwhelmed by the thorns, urgently shouting for everyone to retreat immediately, and acting to cover their escape. Lin Zichen leaps into the air and drives a powerful punch forward, smashing apart a wave of incoming vines. Amid the chaos, Ma 11 Wei becomes tightly bound by the sharp thorns and cries out desperately for Lin Zichen to save her, prompting Lin Moyu to immediately declare that he is coming to help as he swings a heavy wooden club with full force against the restraining vines. Yet he soon begins to sweat in frustration when he realizes that even his strength cannot break the incredibly tough thorns. In the next instant, Lin Zichen rushes past him and slices through the stubborn vines effortlessly with a single swift motion of his bare hand, then moves across the battlefield at incredible speed, leaving after-images as he cuts through the thick bindings one after another, freeing Ma 11 Wei, Liu Yongjian, Jiao Mu, and the rest of the trapped teammates while loudly repeating Shin Qinghan's command for everyone to fall back and retreat at once. However, just as he ensures their escape, Lin Zichen is suddenly caught off guard when a strange glowing pink mist drifts into his nose, and intrigued by its distinct floral scent, he immediately rushes forward into the forest, following the swirling trail to uncover its mysterious source. As Lin Zichen charges into the strange pink mist, his system immediately warns him that he is being exposed to a coma-inducing flower poison. Yet his innate poison resistance continuously neutralizes it without any difficulty, and as he follows the scent deeper, he comes across several unconscious students lying on the ground before noticing a shadowy figure standing nearby. Realizing this must be the branch leader of the plant god cult, the mysterious woman reacts with surprise upon seeing that Lin Zichen is completely unaffected by her poison and was even able to sense her presence, remarking that it now makes sense why the higher-ups were willing to go to such lengths with an elaborate ambush just to capture someone possessing his level of strength. Without engaging in further conversation, Lin Zichen suddenly bursts forward at incredible speed, catching the masked woman entirely off guard, and before she can respond, he drives a devastating punch straight into her face, instantly defeating her. Then as he stands over her fallen body, Lin Zichen absorbs her life essence, and his system confirms that he has devoured a significant amount of life source from both the Shadow Knight Cat and the Ghost Giant Shark, with their spectral forms, manifesting behind him as his Codex progress rises sharply. Meanwhile, back at the main battlefield, Instructor Liu Tianrang decides to push himself beyond his limits in order to defeat his powerful opponent, roaring in fury as he forcefully overactivates both his four-armed demon ape and saber-toothed tiger genes, causing his body to surge with an explosive, fiery aura as he launches himself at the man with a red-horned mask, who hastily raises a defensive barrier while calling the instructor a madman for risking his sanity by overusing his beast genes. Undeterred, Instructor Liu smashes through the barrier and lands a brutal, blood-splattering punch directly into the masked man's chest, sending him flying through the air with tremendous force until he crashes violently into a rocky wall. And as the battered, bleeding figure collapses to the ground clutching his chest, he realizes just how close he came to death, noting that he only survived because of his prior fusion with the resilient life-and-death toad gene. Furious after taking such a devastating hit, the man resorts to drastic action, pulling out a mysterious dark red seed while blood streams down his face, placing it into his mouth before dropping to one knee and commanding his enemy to die as dark energy begins to surge around him. And in response, a colossal wave of massive dark purple thorny vines erupts from the earth and hurtles toward Instructor Liu Tianrang at incredible speed. Unable to evade the overwhelming assault, Instructor Liu Tianrang's tiger form is brutally pierced by multiple thick thorns, and a large spray of blood bursts into the air as he is skewed mid-air. Meanwhile, away from the central battle, Lin Zichen regroups with Shin Qinghan, Shi Wei, Liu Moyu, and the rest of the students, and Lin Zichen feels a brief sense of relief as he notes that the military students carried antidotes which allowed everyone to recover from the coma-inducing flower poison, meaning they are now able to evacuate quickly. Suddenly, Lin Zichen's sense of danger erupts with a violent warning. Cold sweat breaking across his body as shock and alarm flood his face, because he can clearly feel the terrifying aura of a high-level Tier 6 enemy rushing straight toward them at incredible speed. In the next instant, a figure bursts out of the forest like a projectile, the man in the red-horned mask charging directly at the group while dark, razor-sharp vines extend from his back like living weapons. The moment Lin Zichen sees that furious advance, a wave of dread crashes over him as he realizes with certainty that Instructor Liu Qian has already been defeated. Lin Zichen quickly turns to the teammates he just saved and tells them that he can already sense the masked man who controls those vines closing in fast, and since Instructor Liu is nowhere in sight, there is no doubt the instructor has fallen. He then makes it clear that the enemy's target is him alone, so he intends to act as bait, drawing the pursuer away to give everyone else a chance to escape, firmly ordering them not to look back or worry about him, stressing that staying would only turn them into dead weight. Without giving them time to argue, Lin Zichen suddenly bursts forward, sprinting alone into the dense forest tangled with massive vines. And as he disappears, Shin Qinghan calls out desperately, begging him to come back alive, while Lin Zichen shouts his agreement over his shoulder as he speeds away. Left behind, Shin Qinghan stands beside Shi Wei and the others, hands clenched tightly against her chest, her thoughts turning bitter as she faces her own weakness, fully aware that at her current level she cannot help him at all in a fight, and the only thing she can do is stay away so she does not hold him back, even as she wishes with all her heart that she was stronger. Meanwhile, leaping rapidly across enormous roots and twisting vines, Lin Zichen glances back and confirms that the masked man is indeed chasing him, which means Shin Qinghan and the rest are finally out of danger. Yet as he continues observing his pursuit, a subtle unease creeps in because something feels wrong. The enemy speed is far too slow for a high-level Tier 6 expert. The man in the red-horned mask is still relentlessly closing the distance, but his clothes are badly torn and his body is covered in blood from earlier injuries. Watching closely, Lin Zichen analyzes the situation and concludes that the enemy's severe wounds have drastically reduced his strength, bringing his combat power down to around high-level Tier 4, which places him only one tier above Lin Zichen. The moment this realization settles in, Lin Zichen forms a daring plan, deciding to use this unexpected weakness to reverse the situation and eliminate his pursuer. As Lin Zichen climbs over the massive roots, the red-horned masked man stops below and looks up at him with a mocking expression, assuming his prey has finally run out of stamina and given up on fleeing, and without hesitation, he launches a rapid barrage of sharp, dark vines straight toward Linden. Lin Zichen reacts instantly, weaving through the attacks with swift evasive movements, and while dodging, he continues to assess the threat, quickly realizing that the vine's attack power is much lower than expected, which leads him to understand that the masked man is deliberately holding back because he intends to capture him alive. Recognizing the opening created by his opponent's intent to capture him alive, Lin Zichen chooses to exploit it, deliberately letting one of the thick vines slam hard into his back, the force launching him through the air before he crashes violently into a massive root formation and leaves behind a deep crater. Slumping against the tangled roots, he quietly activates his natural camouflage, concealing his true state while making himself look completely incapacitated. The masked man closes in on his fallen target, cursing him under his breath yet grudgingly admitting how fast he managed to run, convinced that such speed must have come from some newly developed military stimulant that pushed him far beyond his natural limits. Standing over Lin Zichen, he angrily brings up the woman with the spiked mask whom Lin Zichen defeated earlier, revealing that she had been just one step away from evolving into a high-level creature and had served as his personal subordinate, and he vents his frustration that Linsa killed her after he spent 5 years training her, still insisting that Lin Zichen only managed to win because of external enhancement. Lying still with his eyes shut, maintaining the act of a defeated opponent, Lin Zichen silently connects the details, realizing the woman being described was the peak ordinary Tier 9 branch leader of the cult. The masked man's attention then drifts to Shin Qinghan, and with a twisted grin, he remarks that the blue-haired girl accompanying Lin Zichen is extraordinarily beautiful, surpassing even movie stars, before declaring his intention to capture her and force her into becoming his new servant once he is recovered from his injuries. With a confident smirk, the masked man extends his large hand toward Lin Zichen, stating that for now he will simply take him back to complete his mission, completely unaware that his target is waiting for this exact moment. As the enemy moves within perfect range, Lin Zichen quietly readies himself, recognizing that the opportunity for a decisive counterattack has finally arrived. The instant the masked man reaches out, Lin Zichen's eyes snap open, and he explodes into motion, driving a vicious, full-force punch straight into the masked man's groin. The man's eyes bulge behind the mask as blood vessels flare, and he lets out a sharp cry of unbearable pain from the sudden strike. Staggering backward, he realizes he's in shock that his opponent had been pretending all along, while Lin Zichen rises calmly to his feet without any sign of injury. Not giving him a moment to recover, Lin Zichen charges forward again, drawing back his fist for another heavy blow, forcing the panicked masked man to hastily try to guard himself. Yet at the last second, Lin Zichen shifts his attack path and drives a brutal upward kick into the same spot, striking the masked man's groin once more, triggering a scream of pure agony as blood sprays outward. Left reeling and overwhelmed, the masked man is consumed by disbelief, unable to understand how Lin Zichen can still unleash such overwhelming power, and he desperately concludes that the effects of that supposed military stimulant must still be in effect. Seizing every bit of advantage from his opponent's weakened state, Lin Zichen launches into a relentless, high-speed barrage of punches, his fist striking in rapid succession as the masked man struggles to steady himself against the overwhelming assault, clinging to the hope that if he can endure long enough, Lin Zichen will tire out and his strength will eventually decline. Yet as the blows keep coming, that hope quickly turns into fear, because instead of weakening, Lin Zichen's power continues to rise, the force behind his chi and blood growing heavier with each strike. Blood spilling from his mouth, the masked man cries out in shock, demanding to know how someone barely 20 years old, still at the ordinary biological level, can maintain the destructive output of a high-level T4 expert without faltering. Lin Zichen offers no response, ignoring the question entirely as he drives a crushing punch straight into the man's face. Pushed to the edge of death and utterly unable to withstand the assault any longer, the masked man finally breaks and screams for the ninth elder to save him. Recognizing that his opponent has reached his limit, Lin Zichen gathers his strength, drawing a massive surge of swirling energy into his fist in preparation for a final, decisive blow. With explosive force, Lin Zichen releases the attack, sending the masked man flying helplessly into the air before he crashes violently back down onto the ground, the impact shattering the red-horned mask into fragments. Now lying motionless, his face battered and soaked in blood, the defeated man can do nothing as Lindsay stands over him and delivers a final sequence of merciless punches straight into his face, intent on ending his life and sending him to join the subordinate he lost. At that moment, a system prompt appears, asking whether he wishes to devour the enemy's essence. Breathing heavily, his knuckles bruised and smeared with blood, Lin Zichen exhales in relief, satisfied that the brutal fight has finally ended and that his enemy is dead, then activates the system's devour function, extending his hand to absorb the glowing blue life essence drifting from the corpse. The system confirms the acquisition of 2 new codexes, granting him abilities that allow him to manipulate nearby plants with his mind while also greatly enhancing his mental strength. Looking down at the lifeless body, Lin Zichen understands that his opponent's abilities were entirely centered on mental power, essentially making him a mage with a weak physical form, which clearly explains how Lin Zichen managed to exploit that flaw and defeat someone of a much higher biological tier. Just then, the quiet is broken by the slow sound of clapping, and Lin Zichen turns sharply in surprise as an unfamiliar voice commends him for accomplishing the impossible, defeating a high-level Tier 6 expert while only at ordinary Tier 9. Raising his gaze, Lin Zichen spots a figure in a plague doctor mask standing high above on a thick vine, the imposing man remarking that their elaborate plan was worthwhile to uncover a genius like him, leaving Lin Zichen tense as he wonders if this person is the mysterious ninth elder the masked man had called for moments earlier. Standing high above the battlefield, the divine envoy openly expresses his surprise at finding someone with talent as extraordinary as Lin Zichen's on Earth, and as he speaks, he casually lifts his hand, instantly triggering a violent eruption of dark, razor-thorn vines that surge upward from the ground and coil tightly around Lin Zichen. Bound completely, Lin is seized by overwhelming dread, fully aware that there is no way he can break free and that the one before him is a truly dangerous rare-level expert. Yet in the very next moment, the situation shifts without warning as a barrage of sharp, brightly glowing projectiles tears through the air past him, slicing the thick vines apart with precision and freeing him instantly, leaving him stunned by the sudden intervention. The source of the attack soon becomes clear. Mo Dongji, floating gracefully in mid-air as she summons a vast, swirling storm of icy projectiles around her, her striking presence catching even the arrogant masked man off guard. Suspended calmly within the storm of her own power, Mo Dongji explains with confidence that she had already anticipated the plant god cult would target Lin Zichen after his exceptional performance, and so she remained hidden nearby, waiting patiently for them to act. The masked man responds with a light chuckle, amused by her foresight, yet entirely unshaken as he arrogantly claims that handling her alone will be no problem. His words immediately provoke Mo Dongji, who snaps back that she is no longer the weak opponent she once was, and without any further warning, she unleashes a massive wave of glowing projectiles straight at him. In response, the plague Dr. Maskman reacts just as quickly, commanding his own dark abilities as an enormous surge of writhing vines bursts forth and collides head-on with her overwhelming storm of freezing ice. Realizing the terrifying magnitude of the clash unfolding before him, Lin Zichen wastes no time, turning and sprinting away from the collapsing battlefield, thinking urgently that he must escape at once or risk being caught helplessly in the destructive crossfire between 2 rare-level experts. As Lin Zichen pushes through the dense forest, trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and the chaos behind him, he suddenly senses something unusual nearby, forcing him to stop and cautiously investigate, unease creeping in as he wonders what could be hiding there. To his shock, he finds Instructor Lu still in his massive tiger beast form, completely ensnared and tightly bound by thick, thorny vines. The trapped instructor quickly notices Lin Zichen and urgently calls out, asking for immediate help. Seeing his formidable instructor reduced to such a helpless state, Lin Zichen decides this is the perfect moment to test the biological attributes he has just gained. His eyes flare with intensity as he concentrates, channeling his mental energy to activate his newfound ability to control plants. To the instructor's complete astonishment, the vines binding him begin to loosen on their own, retracting back into the ground as if obeying an unseen command, leaving him utterly confused as he silently questions how such a deadly trap could suddenly unravel by itself. Now fully released from the suffocating vines and standing safely beside Lin Zichen, Instructor Lu and Rang listens as Lin Zichen explains how everything unfolded, with Lin Zichen deliberately stating that he managed to eliminate the masked man through a swift sneak attack while the enemy was already severely injured, adding that once the magic user died, divine ability naturally shut down. Accepting this reasoning without suspicion, the pragmatic instructor immediately points out that they cannot afford to linger, urging that they regroup with the others and evacuate the area as quickly as possible, a plan Lin Zichen agrees with without hesitation. After a short but tense stretch of time, they reach a wide clearing where the team's heavy military vehicles sit parked among enormous roots, with the rest of the rescued students gathered nearby. The moment someone in the anxious crowd notices Lin Zichen approaching, they call out his name in relief, and Shin Ching Han, who had been visibly worried, breaks away from the group and runs straight toward him. Overcome with emotion, she tearfully exclaims how grateful she is that he made it back alive, then immediately throws her shaking arms around Lin Zichen in a tight embrace, crying as she admits how terrified she was of losing him and never seeing him again, pleading that they must not be separated anymore, while Lin Zichen gently holds her in return and promises that they will remain together from now on. Not long after the emotional reunion, Ma 11 Wei steps forward to carefully examine Lin Zichen's condition, sincerely asking whether he suffered any injuries during his escape, and she offers him a valuable healing pill. Lin Zichen politely refuses, assuring her with confidence that he is completely fine and has no need for it, but Shi Wei refuses to take no for an answer, firmly pressing the pill into his hand and telling him to keep it in case he needs it later, a small but meaningful act that leaves Lin Zichen visibly surprised. Refocusing on the urgency of their situation, Lindsay turns to address the entire group, announcing that since everyone is now present, they must immediately board the armored vehicles and leave the area, warning them in no uncertain terms that staying any longer is extremely dangerous, as a powerful rare-level expert from the plant god cult is currently locked in battle with Mo Dongji nearby, putting them all at risk of being caught in the aftermath. Following his command, the group quickly climbs into the armored military vehicles, which then speed off through the dense, overgrown forest. Inside the moving trucks, the shaken students openly express their shock at everything that has happened, struggling to process the presence of both a rare-level enemy and Mo Dongji, while also questioning why the Central Military District has not yet sent reinforcement despite the severity of the situation. As the roaring convoy pushes forward in a desperate attempt to escape, a mysterious Bayfoot figure suddenly drops from the sky, descending at high speed before landing directly in their path in a burst of radiant pink energy. The sudden appearance draws immediate attention, and someone inside the vehicle calls out hopefully, wondering if it might be another instructor, but that brief hope vanishes the instant the driver gets a clear look through the windshield and, eyes wide with fear, shouts a frantic warning. Standing calmly in the middle of the road, completely blocking their way without the slightest effort, is the legendary nine-tailed demon fox. Inside the speeding military truck, Instructor Lu tightens his grip on the wheel and urgently tells the students to stay seated, fully aware that anyone capable of appearing so silently in such a dangerous zone cannot possibly have good intentions. The heavy vehicle continues forward at full speed, engine roaring as it charges straight toward the fox across the uneven terrain. Yet just before impact, she disappears in a sudden flash of pink light, vanishing without a trace and prompting a shocked cry from inside the cabin. The students are left utterly confused, glancing around nervously and questioning where the fox-eared girl could have gone. Lin Zishan, however, immediately breaks into a cold sweat, his expression tightening as he focuses his senses to track her aura, only to realize with alarm that he cannot detect her presence at all. The fact that even Instructor Lu, an advanced rank 6 expert, is unable to sense her makes the situation far worse, leading Lin Zichen to the chilling conclusion that her strength must exceed advanced rank 6, a realization that weighs heavily on him. Without warning, the nine-tailed demon fox suddenly reappears inside the cramped vehicle, floating effortlessly in mid-air above the stunned students as if untouched by gravity, casually asking if they were searching for her. Instructor Lu reacts instantly, demanding her identity as his body rapidly transforms into a massive tiger beast, roaring as he launches a direct charge at her from the driver's seat. She does not move to dodge, remaining completely composed as she meets his attack with a calm gaze, her red eyes glowing brightly as she activates a hypnotic power. In an instant, Instructor Lu's eyes shift to the same crimson glow, his fierce charge halting abruptly as his entire body freezes, falling under her control without resistance. Now seated comfortably among the terrified students as though the space belongs to her, the nine-tailed demon fox casually instructs everyone to exit the vehicle. Lu Yongjian watches in shock as the controlled instructor silently obeys, stepping out of the truck without hesitation. Maintaining her poised, commanding presence, she makes it clear that she has no interest in anyone else and that her only target is Lin Zichen, ordering the remaining students to leave at once. Recognizing that even their powerful instructor was subdued in mere seconds, the students quickly come to the same conclusion. They must escape now and think of a solution later, though a few hesitate, clearly unwilling to leave Lin Zichen behind. Stepping forward, Lin Zichen raises his hand decisively, shielding his teammates as he signals for them to retreat and orders everyone to get out of the vehicle, fully aware that he alone is the target. Through the front windshield, he watches Zhao Yuanzhong safely climb out, calling back for him to take care. But before the moment can settle, Shen Qinghan suddenly grabs Lin Zichen's arm, tears in her eyes as she refuses to leave, declaring with trembling resolve that she will not let him face danger alone again. Lin Zichen responds softly, urging her to go first and trying to reassure her despite the obvious threat surrounding them. But the emotional exchange clearly irritates the nine-tailed demon fox, who raises her hand and releases a pulse of glowing pink energy that instantly lifts Shen Qinghan into the air. Lin Zichen shouts her name in alarm, but before he can react further, the fox flicks her hand and violently hurls her out of the vehicle, sending her crashing straight through the glass windows as his voice follows in panic. Rushing to the shattered opening, Lin Zichen looks outside and quickly finds Ma 11 Wei and Shangguan Yuying helping Shen Qinghan back onto her feet among the surrounding trees, and seeing that she is standing and appears unharmed aside from torn clothing, he finally lets out a breath of relief. With the others no longer in immediate danger, the nine-tailed demon fox slowly steps closer to Lin Zichen, her gaze fixed on him as she declares that it is finally time for them to talk, addressing him with a teasing tone as her little servant. She explains that both his powerful physique and his appearance meet her standards perfectly, adding that the life energy contained within such a body must be especially rich, which is precisely why he qualifies to become her personal servant, someone she can keep close and draw energy from continuously. Remaining cautious despite his curiosity, Lindsay asks whether she is a genetic fusion user, an exotic beast, or some kind of inhuman entity, and she calmly denies all three, explaining instead that she originates from the origin land and is only half-earthling. She reveals that her mother came from the origin land, while her father was an earthling she despises for deceiving her mother, a man she has never even met. Then, raising a collar radiating pink energy, she states coldly that men, in her view, exist only to serve her, and presenting the collar to Lin Zichen, she asks whether he is willing to wear it and become her personal servant, emphasizing that she has been completely honest with him. Lin Zichen calmly asks what will happen if he refuses, and she responds without hesitation that he has neither a reason nor the right to refuse. Rather than answering directly, Lin Zichen says he needs time to think, though internally he is deliberately stalling, hoping that the military district or President Yuan will arrive in time to pull him out of this situation. Attempting to sway him further, she tells him to appreciate her beauty and flawless figure, mentioning that countless beings in the origin land desire her, then asks again if he is truly certain he does not wish to become her servant. Yet Lin Zichen remains firm, repeating that he still needs time. At that, her patience finally snaps, and with a cold, threatening look, she questions whether his hesitation is because of the little sister waiting outside the vehicle, and before Lin Zichen can react, she vanishes and reappears outside in an instant, moving faster than sight, grabbing a terrified Shen Qinghan by the face as she coldly declares that she will kill her instead. The moment the nine-tailed demon fox threatens Shen Qinghan's life, Lin Zichen explodes into motion, charging straight at her and delivering a powerful punch to her head, immediately sensing that something about her feels like a false body. In the next instant, reality snaps back into place. Lin Zichen is on the ground, his fist having cut through empty air, stopping just short of a bewildered Shen Qinghan, who asks what he is doing. Still shaken, he says he was trying to save her, while the others stare in confusion, and Li Moyu questions why he suddenly jumped out of the vehicle only to swing at nothing as if battling an invisible enemy. A chill runs through Lin Zichen as he realizes how brutal that misplaced strike had been, cold sweat forming as the truth sets in. From her relaxed position sitting on the shattered window frame of the armored truck, the nine-tailed demon fox mocks him, stating that her physical body is only at ordinary rank 9 and would never have withstood such a blow. With that confirmation, Lin Zichen understands that his attack had been directed entirely at an illusion, and he concludes grimly that her ability to manipulate perception so effortlessly, even with a fraction of her spiritual power, makes her an extremely dangerous opponent. Dropping lightly from the truck, she declares that she has finished playing games, then summons a swarm of glowing pink clones that rush forward, openly stating her intent to kill his sweetheart for real this time. Surrounded on all sides by the charging figures, Lin Zichen realizes that brute force is useless if his mental strength falls short, so he closes his eyes and decides to take a risk on an untested ability. Activating his advanced spirit, Lin Zichen's eyes ignite with a vivid blue glow, and in that moment, he clearly perceives that the approaching foxes are nothing more than illusions. With his heightened awareness, the threatening figures turn translucent and dissolve, leaving only Shen Qinghan standing alone and unharmed at the center of it all. Shifting his focus back toward the armored truck, Lin Zichen notices the nine-tailed demon fox sitting there casually, and wonders if he has finally identified her true body, prompting him to lunge forward without hesitation and strike, only for his fist to pass straight through her form. confirming with frustration that it is yet another illusion. Realizing her true target is Shin Qinghan, Lin Zichen immediately retreats and positions himself protectively in front of her, while the fox calmly praises Lin Zichen for instantly elevating his spiritual power enough to break through her prized illusion technique, a remark that catches him off guard. In the next instant, the nine-tailed demon fox appears directly before him, leaning in close as she remarks that he continues to impress her, triggering a surge of unease as Lin Zichen questions whether she has disguised herself as Shin Qinghan or if he remains trapped within another layer of illusion. Suddenly, he feels a hand grasp his arm from behind, and when he turns, he sees Shin Qinghan calling out to him anxiously. Carefully taking her hand, he notes her warmth and physical presence, reassuring himself that this is the real Qinghan, even as she asks what is wrong. Holding the genuine Shin Qinghan securely, Lin Zichen quickly evaluates the situation and concludes that his newly awakened advanced spirit can significantly shorten the duration of her mental interference, and given that her physical body is far weaker than his, there is no need to confront her directly, making escape the most practical option. Without delay, he dashes away at full speed through the eerie, red-lit forest, yet her voice echoes all around them, warning that escape is impossible. At that moment, a massive glowing red eye manifests in the sky above, and the fox's voice rings out from above as she challenges Lin Zichen to see whether he can break through this enormous illusion, leaving him shaken. Elsewhere in the forest, a violent explosion erupts, signaling the continuation of the battle between the two rare-level experts, as Mo Dongji hovers high in the air and unleashes a relentless barrage of razor-sharp ice crystals at incredible speed. On the ground below, the plagued Dr. Masked Divine Envoy calmly lifts his hand, summoning a thick, towering barrier of thorn-covered vines that absorbs the full force of the icy assault. Completely unfazed, he mocks Mo Dongji, pointing out that her strength will drop sharply once her water supply runs out, and with another motion, he causes enormous spiked vines to burst upward toward her, declaring confidently that she has no chance of victory within this heavily overgrown forest, which serves as his domain. Forced into defense, Mo Dongji conjures a swirling wall of water to block the incoming spikes, then counters by releasing high-pressure streams that slice cleanly through the massive vines, cutting them apart with precision. Even as his attacks are torn to pieces, the Divine Envoy continues boasting, proclaiming that the Divine Plant Cult commands immense strength within the Source Land, supported by the endless supply of spiritual plants found throughout the southern region. The Masked Divine Envoy responds by summoning yet another massive surge of thick, writhing vines toward Mo Dongji, and while maintaining the assault, he attempts to recruit her, stating that with her extraordinary talent, she would gain access to an endless supply of rare spiritual resources if she joined the Divine Plant Cult. Mo Dongji rejects him without hesitation, struggling to sustain her water barrier under the crushing force as she coldly declares that, unlike an inhuman traitor like him, she would never align herself with a heretical cult that persecutes humanity. Perched atop his vines, the envoy casually challenges her beliefs, arguing that human nature is fundamentally selfish and insisting that the real inhumanity lies within modern society and the suffocating rules imposed on people. Mo Dongji refuses to entertain his words, accusing him of twisting the truth, and strikes back by forming massive, razor-sharp ice crystals that pierce through and shatter the vines pressing in around her barrier. Unmoved by her resistance, the envoy scoffs and warns that she is fighting a battle she cannot win, immediately unleashing an even greater eruption of dense, spiked vines from every direction. He reveals the key advantage behind his power. His demonic plants can absorb the very water she relies on, ensuring that her defenses will eventually collapse. Overwhelmed by both the sheer volume and the draining nature of the attack, Mo Dongji's barrier finally gives way, and the thick vines surge forward, wrapping tightly around her limbs and torso, suspending her helplessly in mid-air. Certain of his victory, the envoy mocks her as she struggles within the bindings, then prepares to leave her behind and pursue Lin Zichen. But the battle does not end there. Refusing to let him take the young genius, Mo Dongji's eyes blaze with intense energy as she resolves to unleash her full strength, even at the risk of triggering a dangerous mutation. In the next instant, a thunderous rushing sound tears through the night, sending flocks of birds scattering from the treetops, and the Divine Envoy turns in confusion just in time to witness an enormous glowing blue tsunami crashing over the forest. High above, an immense mass of water gathers and coils into the shape of a colossal dragon, and Mo Dongji, now completely free from the vines, stands amidst the surging waves as she calls out to him, directly answering his earlier claim about the forest being his domain. With a decisive gesture, the gigantic water dragon forms behind her, and she declares that she will simply flood the entire region and make it her own territory instead. The surroundings dim as Lin Zichen supports a dazed Shin Qinghan, and without warning, the environment shifts into an illusion filled with swirling blue currents and fish gliding through the air. Lin Zichen immediately recognizes the strength of the technique and realizes that the demon's power has deeply clouded Shin Qinghan's mind. But upon activating his advanced spirit attribute, he feels a sense of relief knowing his own consciousness is protected and that the illusion will not hold him for long. As expected, the watery mirage soon dissipates, revealing the nine-tailed demon fox standing once again within the vine-covered forest. She is visibly surprised that Lin Zichen endured her technique and questions whether his biological level is truly only ordinary tier 9, marveling that a resource-poor planet like Earth could produce someone with such talent, and remarking that had he been born in her homeworld, the origin land, he would already be at the rare level. Convinced that remaining on Earth wastes his potential, she once again invites him to return with her as her personal servant, proposing an exchange where she would use his life essence to grant him evolutionary resources so they could grow stronger together. While holding Xinqing hand, Lin Zichen notices the darkness around them beginning to fade and quickly concludes that maintaining such a large-scale illusion has drained the fox's mental energy, leaving her strained. Recognizing the opportunity, Lin Zichen's expression turns resolute as he activates his plant control ability, Lord of the Forest, causing thorn-covered vines to creep and coil across the ground. The fox warns Lin Zichen that her patience is wearing thin, but he counters by pointing out that she is still relying on illusions rather than revealing her true body. In response, she smiles slyly and teases her little servant, asking if he has considered that she might already be in her real form. Determined to test that claim, Lin Zichen states that there's only one way to know, and at his command, several thick, barbed vines burst upward from the ground around her, quickly wrapping around her limbs and suspending her in place. She cries out in shock, clearly startled that Lin Zichen can manipulate vines, and convinced he has captured her true body. Lin Zichen immediately seizes the moment and rushes forward, driving a full-force punch into her head with explosive impact. Yet when the dust settles, Lin Zichen is left stunned, because the fox has disappeared without leaving even a trace of blood, and in her place remains only a large, fluffy white tail. Realizing what happened, he concludes that she must have severed her tail to escape. Picking it up, he receives a system prompt asking whether he wishes to devour it, prompting him to wonder if it is even possible to absorb the essence of a detached body part. At the same time, far away in the origin land, within a grand chamber, the true nine-tailed demon fox lounges on a bed surrounded by soft pink energy, clearly amused by the outcome. With a wicked smile, she acknowledges that Lindsay managed to break through her high-level Tier 3 illusion and destroy her clone, and impressed by his ability, she declares him to be the perfect cultivation vessel, vowing to claim him for herself. Her thoughts are interrupted as two fox-eared maids enter and report that the Night King's youngest son, a rare-level prodigy, has volunteered to serve her, suggesting that under her guidance he could evolve into a legendary being. To their surprise, she shows no interest, and as the maids kneel, she arrogantly states that she would not accept even the Night King himself at this point. Reclining comfortably, she orders them to reject all future offers, confidently declaring that she has already found the ideal candidate on Earth. Back in the forest, Lin Zichen chooses to devour the tail, absorbing a trace of the fox's life essence and unlocking 10% of a codex, yet the power he senses feels unexpectedly ordinary, leading him to suspect that what he faced was only a clone. With the fox gone, the illusion collapses completely, and Lin Zichen drops back onto the grass alongside Xinqing as Lai Moyu and the others gradually regain their senses, breaking free from the mental control and looking around in confusion while asking where the fox girl disappeared to. Approaching his disoriented teammates and instructor Liu Tianrang, Lin Zichen calmly states that he managed to drive the enemy away, prompting a stunned reaction from the instructor, who immediately asks how he accomplished it. Lin Zichen offers a carefully crafted half-truth, explaining that the fox's physical body was weak and that maintaining such large-scale illusions drained her mental strength, leaving her vulnerable enough for him to repel her. Finding the reasoning sound, Instructor Liu accepts the explanation and thanks him for protecting the team, while Lin Zichen quietly exhales in relief, satisfied that his story has concealed the extent of his real abilities. That brief calm is abruptly shattered by a deafening roar echoing across the forest, sending massive flocks of birds scattering in panic as the team looks around anxiously, unsure of what is happening. Sensing imminent danger, Lin Zichen activates his Eye of the Sky perception, peering beyond the towering trees toward the source of the disturbance, and his expression immediately changes as he spots an enormous wall of water rising on the horizon. Without hesitation, he shouts a warning that a massive tsunami is heading straight toward them. Acting instantly, Lin Zichen orders everyone to move to higher ground, pointing toward a towering tree over 100 meters tall, then scoops Xinqing into his arms as the group quickly ascends into the massive branches to escape the incoming flood. From their high perch, they watch in horror as the sky itself seems to fill with water, and seeing the sheer height of the waves, some begin to question whether even the giant tree will be enough to keep them safe. As the raging waters close in, Instructor Liu shouts for everyone to brace themselves and hold on tightly. The tsunami crashes into the forest with overwhelming force, surging violently around the colossal trunks and transforming the entire area into a churning ocean. Once the first wave passes, Luo Yongjian and Li Moyu let out relieved breaths, with Luo Yongjian expressing amazement that the tree managed to withstand the impact, while an exhausted Li Moyu admits the experience nearly terrified him to death. At that moment, a system notification appears before Lin Zichen, informing him that he has survived an extreme disaster, and to his surprise, he unlocks a new attribute called Survival of the Fittest, noting that its strict activation conditions have not been met in over a year. As the group regains composure, Shi Wei questions how a tsunami could possibly occur so far inland, and Lin Zichen explains that it must be the work of Principal Mo Dongji, elaborating that she is currently engaged in a fierce battle against the divine envoy of the plant god cult to protect them, though he cannot help but worry about how the fight is unfolding. Li Moyu, however, smiles reassuringly and tells everyone not to be concerned, pointing out that the principal is a powerful rare-level expert who possesses the Flood Dragon gene, making her nearly unbeatable in an environment filled with water. Without warning, Lin Zichen's danger perception erupts in a violent alert, sending him into a panic as he feels a horrifying presence rushing straight toward them, and he immediately shouts to his teammates that the enemy is coming. Focusing through his heightened senses, Linsa lifts his gaze and catches sight of the masked divine envoy vaulting from treetop to treetop, moving effortlessly above the flooded forest. And as that overwhelming figure rapidly closes the distance, Lin Zichen breaks into a cold sweat, struck by a chilling realization that if this envoy is pursuing them, then Principal Mo Dongji must already have been defeated. 10 minutes earlier, the clash between Principal Mo Dongji and the masked divine envoy reaches its peak as Mo Dongji stands atop a surging wave and commands her enormous, radiant blue water dragon to launch a fierce assault, the massive creature crashing into the envoy with a devastating claw strike that sends him hurtling backward. Badly injured, the masked man reacts in shock, realizing that Moon-ji has recklessly burned her own life essence blood to unleash such overwhelming power, and as the towering water dragon moves in to finish him, the cornered envoy understands he has no choice but to take extreme action as well. In an instant, a violent eruption of thick, dark red vines bursts upward from beneath the churning waters, catching Mo Dongji completely off guard. And though Mo Dongji immediately attempts to evade the dense barrage of thorn-covered tendrils, the counterattack closes in too quickly. Hovering safely above the flood, the envoy reveals that he too can sacrifice his essence blood for strength, and under his control, the empowered crimson vines twist and coil together at high speed until they fully enclose Mo Dongji within a tightly packed, spiked spherical cage. With his opponent trapped, the masked envoy taunts the principal and then withdraws from the battle, leaving the area as Mo Dongji strikes the thick vines from within, throwing heavy punches in an effort to break free. Having secured her containment, the divine envoy immediately leaps away across the submerged canopy, heading directly toward his true objective. Back in the present, Lin Zichen informs his anxious teammates that the principal has been defeated, and as he senses the cult's envoy drawing closer, he explains that he himself is the enemy's real target before volunteering to act as a decoy to lure the threat away. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zichen dives headfirst from the towering branch into the deep floodwaters below, while Shen Qinghan calls out his name in alarm, confirming that he too can feel the overwhelming presence approaching. At that moment, the injured instructor Lu Tianrang takes control of the situation and orders all students to evacuate immediately in the exact opposite direction of Lin Zichen to maximize their chances of survival. Beneath the surface, Lin Zichen plunges deeper into the water and observes the masked divine envoy continuing the pursuit from above the treetops. And once he confirms his diversion has worked and his teammates are no longer in danger, he understands he no longer needs to remain near the surface. Diving further down, Lin Zichen activates the newly acquired water affinity attribute granted by his system, fully aware that relying on this ability is his only hope of escaping alive. And as he navigates through the submerged forest, Lin Zichen reasons that since the envoy did not appear critically injured, the confrontation with Principal Mo Dongji was not a fight to the death, leading him to conclude that she is most likely still alive but trapped. With that in mind, he redirects his path toward the source of the tsunami to rescue her. But just as he commits to this course, his danger perception suddenly flares again, warning him of a rapid attack surging up from below. With a sharp twist of his body, he barely avoids a gigantic spiked red vine that rockets through the water past him. While above the surface, the divine envoy stands atop a towering mass of demonic crimson vines and stares in shock at the speed this ordinary human displays underwater. Deciding he can no longer afford to underestimate the boy, the envoy resolves to end the pursuit immediately and, with a forceful gesture, drives the enormous cluster of red vines plunging deep beneath the surface, sending them surging after Lin Zichen as he desperately dives further down. Even so, the overwhelming scale of the attack proves impossible to fully evade. And as Lin Zichen recognizes the vast gap in their power, The thorn-covered vines rapidly catch up and coil tightly around his limbs and torso, locking him in place without any room to move. Feeling the capture is secure, the divine envoy clenches his fist in triumph and declares that his prey has finally been caught, yet just as he prepares to pull Lin Zichen in, his confidence abruptly falters when the tension in the vines suddenly disappears. Far below, Lin Zichen moves freely through the water, while the confused envoy cannot understand how his magically controlled vines have lost their hold, completely unaware that Lin Zichen is secretly countering the trap using his newly obtained plant-controlling ability. Unwilling to accept what he is seeing, the irritated envoy assumes his technique malfunctioned and, determined not to let his target escape, unleashes an even larger and denser swarm of red vines to ensure the capture. The immense thicket of spiked vines tears through the water and quickly engulfs Lin Zichen once again, wrapping around him with crushing force as the envoy confidently declares that escape is now impossible. But in response, Lin Zichen calmly activates his Lord of the Forest attribute, and to the envoy's utter disbelief, a faint glow surrounds Lin Zichen as the magical vines instantly slacken, losing their ability to restrain him. Realizing that Lin Zichen possesses some hidden means of bypassing the cult's plant-based techniques, the envoy's greed is ignited, and he decides that he must capture the boy with his own hands, knowing such a prize would be a tremendous accomplishment. So he dives straight into the floodwaters to continue the hunt personally. Meanwhile, as he swims past the submerged tree root, Lin Zichen calculates that he has delayed his opponent long enough and hopes that Shin Qinghan and the others have already made it to safety, deciding that now is the moment to completely shake off his pursuit. As the envoy closes in, Lin Zichen activates his natural camouflage ability, blending seamlessly into the underwater surroundings and remaining perfectly concealed while the envoy passes by without noticing him. Confused, the envoy stops and abandons his forward chase after losing track of his target, shocked that he cannot sense Lin Zichen at all, even with his advanced spiritual perception, and after a brief pause to think, the masked man forms a new conclusion, reasoning that since Lin Zichen acted as a decoy to buy time, he must have circled back to regroup with his companions once he escaped. Fully convinced by this logic, the envoy immediately changes direction and rushes toward the fleeing students to intercept them. While from his completely hidden position, a calm Lin Zichen watches in silence as his enemy takes the bait and swims away. With his pursuer no longer on his trail, Lin Zichen immediately turns and heads in the opposite direction, fully aware that if everyone is to survive, rescuing the trap principal must take priority. Elsewhere, the masked divine envoy abruptly stops his sweep through the flooded forest, sensing that his earlier assumption was wrong and realizing he has been deceived. Deep beneath the surface, Lin Zichen finally locates the spherical cage formed by dark red vines, recognizing it as the prison confining Principal Mo Dongyi, and he moves closer with the intent to secretly activate his Lord of the Forest ability to loosen her restraints. But before Lin Zichen can act, Principal Mo Dongyi explosively breaks the dense cage apart from within. Standing amid the torn remnants of the vines, she remarks on how resilient the prison was and immediately decides to find Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan as quickly as possible. When Lin Zichen suddenly surfaces nearby to meet her, surprised, Mo Dongyi asks how he ended up there, and he explains that while being pursued by the cult's envoy, he happened to come across her location during his escape. Their brief reunion is interrupted as sharp red vines spear violently down through the water from above. And realizing the masked envoy has already caught up, Lin Zichen shouts a warning before both of them dive back into the depths to avoid the deadly assault. Moving swiftly through the submerged branches, Mo Dongyi takes the lead and pulls Lin Zichen along at astonishing speed, leaving him amazed by her rare agility and noting that within this aquatic terrain, even the envoy cannot rival her movement. After breaking free from the envoy's attack range, the pair surge out of the water and leap high above the canopy. But the moment they emerge, their expressions shift to shock as they spot something enormous waiting for them, only to then feel relief upon recognizing the heavily armed reinforcements from the Central Military District, complete with transport helicopters, airborne soldiers, and a massive red mechanical suit. From inside the giant red mech, a leading official addresses the principal and apologizes for the delayed arrival, explaining that their base had been thrown into temporary chaos by an undercover cultist spy, yet just as a sense of safety begins to settle in, a piercing alarm suddenly blazed through the air, causing both Ma Dongyi and Lin Zichen Shiqin to react in shock as Ma Dongyi immediately suspects that the arrogant envoy actually intends to attack despite the overwhelming military presence. Thinking quickly, Ma Dongyi concludes that the cult's undercover agents are not elsewhere, but instead hidden among the supposed rescue forces themselves. Standing together with Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan, Mo Dongyi is struck by a sudden realization that a spy is concealed within the reinforcements, and without hesitation, she grabs both students and leaps from the massive tree, diving straight toward the turbulent waters below in a desperate attempt to evade the dark armored figures stationed above. However, those armored figures immediately plunge into the water in relentless pursuit, And as they close in, Mo Dongji is shocked to discover that every one of these supposed rescuers is actually an infiltrator. Observing the dangerous chase from the surface, Instructor Liu begins to suspect that the entire reinforcement unit may in fact belong to the sinister plant god cult. Recognizing the severity of the situation, he urgently warns Ma 11 and Lu Moyu that they must evacuate at once to avoid being caught in the coming crossfire. But just as the tension reaches its peak, a massive column of water suddenly erupts violently from the floodwaters nearby. Mo Dongji bursts up from the water's surface, carrying Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan safely enclosed within durable spheres of water, yet the relentless dark-armored figures rise alongside them. And now suspended in mid-air while completely surrounded by these armored cultists, Mo Dongji grimly understands that escape is no longer possible as the ominous plague Dr. Masked Man steps forward to confront her. In a calm tone, he remarks that reaching such a rare evolutionary level is no easy feat and suggests they avoid destroying each other, offering to spare both her and the students if she simply hands over Lin Zichen. But Mo Dongji responds with fury, outright rejecting his arrogant demand as she fully transforms into her formidable half-dragon form, preparing for battle, while the plague Dr. Masked Man coldly mocks her, claiming she is insane for burning her life essence blood and ruining her own future just to protect two outsiders. Ignoring his words, Mo Dongji summons several enormous water dragons from the surrounding floodwaters, and with a thunderous roar, the massive constructs surge forward and violently crash into the hovering dark-armored cultists, creating chaos in the air. Seizing that moment, Mo Dongji generates a powerful current that forcefully sends Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan away from the battlefield, urgently ordering them to flee. As they are rapidly carried off by the rushing water, Lin Zichen grabs hold of Shen Qinghan and tells her they must escape immediately so they do not become a deadly burden to their courageous teacher. While behind them, seeing his targets slipping away, the plagued Dr. Masked Man angrily summons his massive red vines and lunges forward in pursuit, determined to stop them. Just before he can close the distance, one of Mo Dongji's giant water dragons intercepts him with precision, clamping down on him within its immense watery jaws. Although the masked man barely manages to break free from the crushing bite, the sheer force of the attack leaves him clearly wounded and bleeding. Yet even so, Mo Dongji, still hovering above the raging waters, relentlessly commands her colossal water dragon to continue its fierce assault as it charges after the fleeing plague. Dr. Masked Man. Without warning, Moon Jae is completely caught off guard when the massive red mech from the supposedly allied reinforcement team suddenly unleashes a barrage of missiles in a treacherous sneak attack, the heavy projectile slamming directly into her summoned water dragon and instantly destroying the enormous construct in a fiery explosion. From within the towering machine, the traitorous lead official declares his intent to kill her as the mech fires a colossal, highly concentrated energy beam straight from its chest. The devastating beam tears effortlessly through another of Mo Dongji's giant water dragons, obliterating it in a blinding burst. Yet as Moon Jae steadies herself defensively within the surging currents controlled by her remaining dragons, the stunned lead official realizes that despite the overwhelming force of his attacks, his resilient opponent has suffered only minor injuries. Still trapped within the crushing grip of Mo Dongji's massive water dragon, the Divine Envoy turns his threat toward the lead official, ordering him to trigger the mecha's backup energy self-destruction to eliminate her or face the execution of his entire family. And though the lead official clenches his teeth in visible fury and distress, he is left with no choice but to comply, knowing his family is being held hostage by the cult. In her half-dragon state, Mo Dongji surges forward through the churning waters with ferocious intent, closing in on her enemies, while the lead official, apologizing to his superiors, activates the self-destruction of his towering red mech at the exact moment Mo Dongji lunges to strike, causing the colossal machine to erupt in a catastrophic explosion of fire and energy that rips across the flooded battlefield. When the blast subsides, Mo Dongji floats on the water's surface, her half-dragon body scorched and smoking from the point-blank detonation, and she curses inwardly in frustration as she realizes her regenerative healing is far too slow to restore her strength. Wounded and with no time left to act, she can only watch as the distant silhouette of the Divine Envoy leaps away across the canopy, now free to continue his pursuit. Deep below, Lin Zichen swims through the water with Shen Qinghan in his arms, but a growing sense of dread sets in as he realizes the powerful pursuer is closing the distance once again. And he quickly notes that while his camouflage conceals him, it leaves Shen Qinghan completely exposed. Deciding they cannot remain together under such risk, Lin Zichen tells Shen Qinghan they must separate, explaining that he will deactivate his camouflage and act as bait, deliberately drawing the cult Elder's attack so she can escape, a dangerous plan she silently accepts. Hovering above the surface, the Divine Envoy immediately sees through Lin Zichen's ploy, recognizing that the boy is once again trying to act as a decoy to let his companion flee, and refusing to fall for it. He ignores Lin Zichen entirely and instead drives his thick, dark red vines down into the floodwaters to target the escaping girl. Underwater, the thorn-covered vines rapidly catch up to Shin Qinghan and suddenly coil around her limbs, leaving her shocked by the abrupt ambush as they violently drag her out of the water and suspend her high in the air. Yet despite the danger she faces, Shin Qinghan disregards her own safety and desperately shouts for Lin Zichen to run away. With Shin Qinghan restrained and a sharp vine drawn tightly across her mouth, the masked envoy takes her hostage and issues a cold ultimatum, ordering the hidden Lin Zichen to reveal himself at once or watch her be executed, prompting Lin Zichen to burst upward from the water and leap into the night sky, where he firmly demands that the envoy release Shining Hand. Facing the enemy mid-air, Lin Zichen ceases all resistance and chooses to surrender, offering to go with the cultist willingly in exchange for his teammate's safety. And satisfied with this outcome, the envoy binds Lin Zichen tightly using his thorny red vines, smugly assuring him that he will one day be grateful for this capture once he witnesses the immense power of the gods of the Divine Plant Cult's headquarters. Keeping his word, the envoy releases Shin Qinghan and allows her to fall back into the flooded forest below. And as she drops, she frantically screams Lin Zichen's name, forced to watch helplessly as the masked man carries him away. Rising into the night sky, the envoy departs with the bound Lin Zichen in tow, leaving the devastated girl behind. Left alone, Shin Qinghan floats in the water, heartbroken as she cries out for Lin Zichen. But then, from deep beneath the surface, a dark and ominous presence begins to form, accompanied by a low, chilling murmur about divine punishment for those who offend the gods, while far above, the masked divine envoy continues flying away with his captive. As Lin Zichen is carried through the air, a sudden and overwhelming surge of water erupts directly beneath them, exploding upward with such that it shocks Lin Zichen, who realizes in that instant that his danger perception failed to warn him of the incoming threat. The violent torrent rapidly twists into a massive whirlpool that engulfs both the envoy and his captive, dragging them deep below the surface. Pulled underwater, Lin Zichen remains bound within the crushing hold of the thorny red vines. Yet as he sinks further, he suddenly feels an unseen force lifting him upward, effortlessly breaking apart the restraints and freeing him. And driven by this mysterious power, Lin Zichen bursts back through the surface of the turbulent water. To his astonishment, Shin Qinghan comes rushing toward him, sprinting across the chaotic waves, and overcome with relief, she throws herself into his arms, embracing him tearfully as she rejoices that he is still alive. While holding her close, Lin quickly realizes that the unknown aquatic force that saved him was not Mo Dongji's intervention, but is somehow directly connected to Shin Qinghan's own power. At that moment, the masked divine envoy rises out of the water once again, and filled with fury, he hovers in the air as he unleashes a massive barrage of thick, thorn-covered red vines, shouting angrily that his opponent has forced him to such extremes. Stepping protectively in front of Lin Zichen, Shin Qinghan manipulates the glowing water around her and firmly declares that she will never allow the envoy to take him away. In response, the envoy's body undergoes a grotesque mutation as dark, fleshy wings tear out from his back, and he immediately dive-bombs towards Shin Qinghan. But towering columns of water surge upward from the raging sea and form into gigantic hands that intercept his descent, and those immense watery hands slam into him and crush him with overwhelming force. Pinned in place and bleeding heavily from the devastating blow, the defeated envoy desperately pleads for his life, mistakenly believing he is facing Principal Yuan, and offers to reveal the hidden truth behind the deaths of that principal's children in exchange for mercy, leaving Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan both stunned by the sudden confession, as Lin Zichen internally questions what this secret truth could be. However, the glowing water infused with intense blue energy continues to surge without pause, and as the envoy stares at it, his eyes widen in terror when he finally realizes that he is not facing Principal Yuan at all. Yet before he can expose the true identity behind the power attacking him, the massive watery construct crashes down once more and completely obliterates him. Standing safely while holding Shin Qinghan, Lin Zichen looks down in shock at the mutated corpse of the high-ranking cultist floating lifelessly on the waves, and as he processes the abrupt death of such a powerful enemy, his system prompts him, asking whether he wishes to devour the body. As Lin Zichen reaches out and touches the envoy's remains, the system instantly absorbs the vast life essence within, significantly enhancing his plant control and spiritual attributes. He cannot help but marvel at how a rare-level expert of such terrifying strength was eliminated so effortlessly, without even the chance to resist, all because of the mysterious power Shin Qinghan possesses. Not long after, a fully recovered Principal Mo Dongji arrives in her half-dragon form and immediately asks about the whereabouts of the cultist elder. But choosing to protect Shin Qinghan's secret, Lin Zichen lies and claims he never saw the masked man, and Mo Dongji accepts his answer, without pressing further. Before long, the military district's heavily armed rescue fleet finally arrives, filling the sky with aircraft and armored soldiers as they safely extract both students and instructors, and later, inside a military facility, Officer Yahello discusses the chaotic incident with Mo Dongji, noting that fox demons typically remain neutral within their own realms and rarely appear on Earth, leading her to deduce that they specifically came in search of a cultivation vessel and deliberately targeted Lin Zichen. Leaning back in her chair, Yahello admits her confusion, pointing out that although Lin Zichen is undeniably talented, the origin land contains many individuals with even greater potential, making it strange that such a highly sought-after fox demon would single him out. Setting aside the matter of the fox girl for now, Mo Dongji leans forward with a serious expression and asks Yahello for an update regarding the internal crisis within the military district. Remaining calm as she takes a sip of tea, Yahello reveals that the undercover cultist uprising has been completely suppressed, then adds with clear satisfaction that they successfully exposed and eliminated 4 to 7 deeply embedded cultists, effectively purging the entire base in what she considers a decisive tactical victory. But as her tone sharpens, Mo Dongji fixes her with a fierce glare and angrily demands to know whether the military deliberately used the students' outdoor training exam as bait in a calculated operation to draw out the hidden spies. With a composed smile, Officer Yahello presents a wooden box, and inside rests a futuristic syringe containing a newly developed and highly potent anti-mutation reagent designed to treat severe after-effects from intense combat. Yet Principal Mo Dongji, still bearing her dragon horns and blue facial markings from the recent battle, politely declines immediate use, stating that she feels fine and will administer it later. Following the chaos of the ambush, the outdoor training exam is officially terminated early, and Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan are later seen returning safely to school while pulling their suitcases, and sometime afterward, Mo Dongji sits quietly at her office desk with the medical supplies arranged before her, ultimately deciding to put away the special reagent given by Yahello for the time being. Adopting a more serious tone, Mo Dongji addresses Lin Zichen, explaining that she had already anticipated that the plant god cult's undercover agents would target him after he demonstrated such overwhelming talent during the camp assessment, and standing beside Shin Qinghan in the office, Lin Zichen takes the chance to ask about the true nature of the plant god cult while also inquiring about the exact biological level of the masked cultist elder they encountered. Calmly lifting her tea, Mo Dongji prepares to reveal a shocking piece of history. The plant god cult, Mo Dongji explains, is the oldest known heretical organization, existing even before exotic beasts ever appeared on Earth. And shockingly, they are the very force responsible for bringing those beasts to the planet, a revelation that leaves both Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan visibly stunned, while she further adds that the cult also operates from the shadows, secretly controlling numerous smaller factions such as the Rat God cult. Thinking back to her own desperate battle against the cultist's massive thorn-covered vines, Mo Dongji clarifies that the true biological rank of a high-level expert is a closely guarded secret, something that can usually only be determined through direct confrontation. But to give Lin Zichen a point of reference, she reveals that her own level stands at Rare Tier 3, and as Lin Zichen processes this terrifying scale of power, he breaks into a cold sweat, internally realizing just how fortunate he was that the formidable cultist intended to capture him rather than kill him outright. Shifting the focus of their conversation, Mo Dongji's expression sharpens as she drops a startling revelation, stating that she witnessed the entire battle where Lin Zichen single-handedly defeated the advanced rank 6 cultist, effortlessly overcoming the vast difference in their power levels, and caught completely off guard. Lin Zichen begins to sweat nervously as he hurriedly tries to downplay the feat, making up an excuse that the masked man had already been severely injured and was fighting far below his actual strength. Clearly exasperated by his constant attempts to deflect, Mo Dongji rubs her forehead and lightly scolds him for being overly cautious, pointing out his consistent habit of hiding his true abilities from others, and explaining that while concealing one's strength may be a wise strategy for established experts, doing so as a student will ultimately work against him by limiting access to valuable evolutionary resources and slowing his overall development. Rising from her desk, she adds in a more understanding tone that she recognizes his excessive secrecy comes from a lack of security and a reasonable fear of being targeted by dangerous individuals. And as she walks over to stand beside him, Mo Dongji warns that his outstanding performance during the training camp, combined with the fact that the plant god cult specifically singled him out, will inevitably attract the attention of high-ranking national officials who are always seeking to support promising talents. Placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, she firmly advises that the smartest decision he can make now is to openly display his abilities and secure the backing of a powerful supporter for protection. And although Lin Zichen nods in agreement, he internally settles on a compromise, deciding that he will only reveal his physical and spiritual strength to the public while keeping his more heaven-defying system attributes strictly hidden. Later, he arrives at his family's apartment building and calls out to announce that he is back. And as he steps through the front door with his luggage, he is greeted by his surprised parents, Lin Yang and Zheng Wangxin. with his father immediately asking why a month-long training program ended in just 2 weeks, to which Lin Zichen casually replies that the camp was cut short, and overjoyed to see him return safely. His mother eagerly offers to cook all of his favorite dishes. Later, as the family gathers around the dining table to enjoy a hearty meal, Jin Wang calls out to get his attention and share some good news, and with Lin Yang gently placing a hand over his wife's stomach, the couple happily reveals that Lin Zichen is going to have a younger sibling. An announcement so sudden and unexpected that Lin Zichen is completely caught off guard, left staring blankly while holding a bowl of rice. Gradually recovering from the shock, he asks if his mother is truly pregnant with a second child, and she joyfully confirms it, explaining that they only discovered it a few days ago while expressing her hope that it will be a sweet baby girl, prompting his father, slightly embarrassed, to explain their reasoning by admitting that ever since Lindsay Chen and Shen Qinghan left for university, the house has felt far too quiet and empty, and since they had no idea how long they would have to wait for grandchildren, they decided to have another baby to keep them company. Seeing the genuine happiness and affection between his parents, Lin Zichen responds with a warm smile and gives them his full support, reassuring them that it is a wonderful decision as long as it makes them happy, while also pointing out that their financial situation is stable enough to support as many children as they wish. Later, lying on his bed while browsing a school exchange app on his phone, Lin Zichen reflects on his recent battles and comes to the realization that relying solely on physical strength is a serious weakness, recognizing that he must also strengthen his mental capabilities so he will not be defenseless against spiritual-type opponents. And with that in mind, he decides to further enhance his advanced spirit attribute by spending 800 school credits to purchase a large quantity of 9-tone soul wine meat for mental improvement. As he continues scrolling through the shop, one particular item catches his attention: dimensional rat meat, and he is immediately taken aback by its steep cost of 100 credits per pound. But upon reading the description, Lin Zichen learns that the dimensional rat is a muscular, squirrel-like exotic beast with a unique biological trait that allows an adult to store items up to 100 times its own body volume within its cheeks, causing his eyes to widen with excitement as he realizes the incredible potential of consuming it, hoping that by absorbing its essence, he might gain a highly sought-after spatial storage ability. This thrilling possibility instantly reminds him of the 9-tailed demon fox he encountered in the forest, and recalling how she effortlessly produced a glowing collar out of thin air, he deduces that she must possess a similar spatial storage ability or item. While Lin Zichen sits on his bed looking at his phone, Shen Qinghan enters his room and calls out to him, appearing both surprised and excited as she brings up the shocking news about his mother being pregnant with a second child, and Lynette calmly acknowledges it, joking that his parents were so eager for a grandchild that they decided to have another baby themselves. Shen Qinghan then slowly climbs onto the bed beside him, her face flushed as she quietly hopes for a more romantic moment, only to be caught off guard when Lin Zichen suddenly states that there is something far more important they need to focus on right now. Confused by his serious tone, she asks what he means, and holding a pen and a sheet of paper, a focused Lin Zichen explains that they need to investigate the mysterious power she displayed during their recent battle, leaving Shen Qinghan visibly disappointed by his complete lack of awareness. Recalling the intense moment when she used her water abilities to shield him from a flood, Lin Zichen points out that the glowing blue droplets surrounding her had formed distinct shapes, and as he begins sketching, he explains that those shapes resembled some kind of writing or symbols. Once finished, Lin Zichen holds up the drawing and clarifies that he recreated the symbols from memory so they can try to determine their meaning. Impressed, Shen Qinghan claps happily at his sharp memory and quick thinking, while Lin Zichen takes a photo of the drawing with his phone, intending to search online for any matches or useful information. And as he considers his next step, he scrolls through his contact before pausing on Yuan and Lu Chuanwu, reasoning that since they specialize in researching ancient texts, they might be able to recognize the strange symbols. At the same time, Shen Qinghan eagerly pulls out her phone and suggests sending the image to her master, confident that her master's vast experience and knowledge will easily uncover the meaning. But her excitement quickly fades into disappointment as she stares blankly at her screen, realizing that even her highly respected master has no idea what the characters represent. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen checks his own phone with a tense expression, only to find that both Yuan and Yu Chuanwu have responded with confused meme stickers, making it clear that they are just as clueless about the drawing. And just as it seems they have reached a dead end, Lin Zichen receives a new notification and quickly taps on a short voice message sent by Liu Chuanwu. As they listen closely, Lu Chuanwu says that the symbols do seem somewhat familiar, although he cannot recall exactly where he has seen them before, and he asks Lin Zichen where the drawing came from, before adding that after thinking it over, he believes he might have encountered similar markings carved onto ancient artifacts stored at his research institute. Despite sounding composed and professional in the message, Lu Chuanwu is in reality lounging shirtless on a luxurious sofa, surrounded by 3 women dressed in revealing outfits, casually drinking wine as he promises to check the institute's records first thing in the morning and report back if he finds anything. while one of the intoxicated women leans in close to him, playfully cheering and urging him to keep drinking with them until they are completely drunk. As the voice message continues playing, filled with loud flirting and shameless bragging about outrageously expensive alcohol, an irritated Lin Zichen stares at his phone and mutters under his breath that Lin Zichen should at least finish his partying before sending work-related messages. At the same time, news of Lin Zichen's recent and highly public battle during the training camp begins spreading rapidly, and across the country, several major powerhouses, including the Kyoto Li family, the Nanjing Yuan family, the Machine God Group, and the Kyushu military region headquarters, receive detailed reports of his performance, prompting each faction to independently order their subordinates to closely monitor this rising talent. This sudden surge of attention even reaches the criminal underworld, where inside a dimly lit traditional building, the great elder of the sinister plant god cult stands hidden in the shadows with a cane in hand, and with the eyes of his mask glowing an ominous red, he remarks with dark amusement that Lin Zichen is becoming a very interesting individual. As Lin Zichen lies in bed, a loud ringing sound suddenly irritates him, and turning his head, he realizes it is his phone, while Shen Qinghan continues sleeping peacefully beside him. Quickly throwing on his jacket, Lin Zichen answers the call and is informed that the items he ordered from the campus mall have arrived. After receiving the package containing the 9-10 soul worm meat and the dimensional rat meat, Lin Zichen immediately uses his devouring ability on them, successfully unlocking progress for the dimensional rat codex. And later, as Lin Zichen checks his phone while visualizing the mysterious glowing symbols in his mind, he notes that he still has not received any new information regarding them. Turning to the now-awake Shen Qinghan, he tells her that he plans to visit the research institute himself to search for the ancient item mentioned by Liu Chuanwu, and she eagerly volunteers to accompany him, prompting Lin Zichen to call Liu Chuanwu and ask for permission to visit the institute with Shen Qinghan while also inquiring whether the ancient item has been found. On the other end, an exhausted Liu Chuanwu is sprawled on a bed marked with lipstick stains, surrounded by sleeping women, and he tells Lin Zichen that the item might be located in the storage room, instructing him to look for a pearl and shell bracelet alongside his senior sister. But just as he speaks, the women beside him wake up and playfully drag him back down, insisting he continue partying, forcing a flustered Liu Chuanwu to hurriedly tell Lin Zichen that he is busy before abruptly ending the call. Hearing the sudden disconnect, both Lin Zichen and Shining Hen exchange awkward looks, silently realizing that Liu Chuanwu's wild night is somehow still ongoing. And sometime later, the pair arrives outside the Pure Human Research Institute, where Shen Qinghan excitedly comments that she has always wanted to visit, only for Lin Zichen to dryly caution her not to expect too much. However, the moment they step inside the institute, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are met with a shocking sight, as the entire workspace is in complete disarray, cluttered with empty bottles, scattered equipment, and piles of junk strewn everywhere. They comment that the chaotic environment feels less like a proper school facility and more like an abandoned ruin, prompting him to kindly offer that she could return in her free time to help clean the place, only for Lin Zichen to quickly discourage the idea, joking that cleaning it up would ruin the institute's unique character. As they move into the lounge area, they are surprised to find Yuan in the middle of an intricate yoga stretch on a mat, and upon noticing them, she cheerfully greets the pair without even breaking her pose before suddenly springing up to welcome them, enthusiastically pulling a flustered Shen Qinghan into a busty bear hug while wrapping her other arm around Lin Zichen. With a playful grin, Yuan teases them about being a perfect couple, causing an awkward Lin Zichen to ask her to stop teasing his embarrassed girlfriend, but she ignores him completely and continues affectionately smothering Shen Qinghan, insisting they need to properly get acquainted since it is their first meeting while also complimenting how much prettier she looks in person. Crossing his arms, Lin Zichen firmly steers the conversation back on track, reminding Yuan that they came for something important, and standing in the heavily cluttered storage room, Lin Zichen asks if she has ever seen the pearl and shell bracelet mentioned by Liu Chuanwu, but Yuan shakes her head and admits that in her 10 years at the Institute, she has never come across such an item, leading Shen Qinghan to conclude that they will have to search through the massive piles of junk themselves. However, Yuan confidently winks and pats her chest, assuring them that thanks to her familiarity with the chaotic layout of the storage room, she can narrow down the search area significantly and guarantee they will locate it quickly. Yet 3 hours later, an exhausted Yuan collapses onto the floor among scattered boxes, questioning whether the bracelet even exists and joking that Director Liu Chuanwu might simply be getting old and misremembering things. Holding a box filled with random junk, a weary Lin Zichen rubs his forehead and sighs, concluding that they may have no choice but to give up for now and wait until the director returns so they can ask him directly. But at that moment, Shen Qinghan tugs on Lin Zichen's sleeve to get his attention and points toward a large, seemingly abandoned fish tank across the room, suggesting that the bracelet might be hidden within the date inside it. The three gather around the massive tank filled with dark gravel, And when Lin Zichen asks why she believes the bracelet would be there, Shin Qinghan admits that she has no logical explanation and only noticed the tank because of a sudden, strong, and inexplicable gut feeling. Without hesitation, Yuan grabs a shovel and eagerly declares that there is no point in overthinking it and they should just start digging to find out. Before long, all three of them are left staring in complete shock at what they uncover, as Yuan expresses her amazement that Shin Qinghan's random intuition turned out to be perfectly accurate, revealing that they have successfully dug up a beautiful bracelet made of pearls and colorful shells from beneath the gravel. Holding the newly uncovered bracelet, Lin Zichen studies the carvings etched into the shells with careful attention and quickly realizes that the patterns match perfectly with the style of the mysterious glowing water symbols that Shin Qinghan had produced earlier. At that moment, a tired and slightly disheveled Liu Chuanwu finally arrives at the institute and notices that they have already found the item, prompting Lin Zichen to immediately question him about the bracelet's origin. And after wiping a bit of sweat, Liu Chuanwu explains that the answer goes back 20 years to a deep-sea expedition. He recounts that during an exploration of the ocean floor near Double Sun Bay in Shanghai City, he accidentally discovered an entrance to a set of ancient submerged ruins, and upon entering a cave within those ruins, he came across a massive mural carved into the stone, depicting a central goddess-like figure emerging from a shell while being surrounded by dragons and mermaids. He then reveals that the pearl and shell bracelet was found resting on a stone directly beside that very mural. As Yuan and Lin Zichen stare at a frozen laptop screen showing the recorded footage, Yuan questions why that is all he has and asks why the rest of the discovery was not captured, leading Liu Chuanwu to close the laptop and explain that his equipment had inexplicably malfunctioned, causing over an hour of footage to fail to record, something he only realized after returning home, and when he attempted to revisit the site the following day. Both the cave entrance and the surrounding coral reef had completely vanished, making the entire experience feel like a surreal dream. Hearing this, Lin Zichen questions how something so strange could even happen, while beside him, Shin Qinghan remains completely silent, her full attention fixed on the bracelet, and noticing her focus, Lin Zichen hands it to her and suggests she examine it more closely. The moment she holds it in her hands, the bracelet suddenly emits a bright magical glow, and as Shin Qinghan stares at it, she becomes entranced, overwhelmed by an intense and unfamiliar urge to claim it as her own, until she abruptly snaps out of the trance and shakes her head, deeply unsettled by the strange, possessive thoughts and unable to understand why she feels such a strong and inexplicable connection to the object. Observing her fascination, Liu Chuanwu casually offers to let her keep the bracelet, mentioning that it had simply been lying around as forgotten clutter anyway. And surprised by the offer, she asks if he is truly fine with giving it away before gratefully thanking the director for the gift. Just then, Lin Zichen is interrupted by a sudden phone call and glances at his screen, wondering who is contacting him. And after answering, he informs the caller that he is currently at the Pure Human Research Institute, listening quietly before calmly acknowledging what he hears. And as he lowers his phone, a knowing smile appears on his face as he internally notes that the major opportunity or event he had been waiting for has finally arrived. Liu Chuanwu points at Lin Zichen's phone and reads out the call duration, asking who just contacted him, while Yuan catches the shift in his demeanor and notes how his expression has abruptly turned serious. Staying composed, Lin Zichen reveals the caller was Principal Yuan, then immediately drops shocking news. The deputy governor of the Origin Land stronghold is on his way to the institute to meet him and will arrive in roughly half an hour. At this, Liu Chuanwu and Yu Yin are left completely stunned, their faces draining of color as they cry out in disbelief, because the deputy governor is a legendary-level powerhouse standing at the absolute peak of Earth's combat strength, second only to a single individual. Ignoring their reactions, Lin Zichen instructs Director Liu Chuanwu to quickly compile and organize all their research on the pure human path so they can present a complete report upon the deputy governor's arrival. Overwhelmed, both Liu Chuanwu and Yuan begin shedding tears of joy, with Yuan expressing heartfelt gratitude, saying that having a genius like Lin Zichen join them is an immense blessing that has finally drawn the attention of such an important figure to their long-neglected research, while Liu Chuanwu echoes her sentiment, feeling that their years of effort are at last bearing fruit. Suddenly energized, Liu Chuanwu calls out to Yuan, and the two rush down the corridor to sort through years of accumulated data before the VIP arrives. Not long after, Yu Yin, Liu Chuanwu, Lin Zichen, and Shin Qinghan stand together in the institute courtyard, looking up as Liu Chuanwu announces the guest's arrival. Above them, a massive military transport aircraft hovers, whipping up clouds of dust as three figures emerge. Principal Mu Dongji leads a distinguished, white-haired man dressed in a heavy fur-colored coat, the Kaishu State Deputy Governor Yi Yongxing, accompanied by his military aide, Secretary Zhang. With a stern expression, Deputy Governor Yi Yongxing addresses the group, stating his strong interest in their pure human path research and instructing everyone to move inside for further discussion. And once they enter a comfortable lounge, he takes his seat on a sofa. With utmost respect, Lu Chuanwu carefully presents a folder containing the Institute's pure human path research results for review, and as Deputy Governor Yi Yongxing flips through it, he remarks that he once briefly explored this path when it first emerged but ultimately dismissed it as a dead end after watching every genius who pursued it fall into mediocrity. He admits his surprise that even now, after so many years, there are still people stubbornly devoted to studying it. After returning the documents to Secretary Zhang, Yi Yongxing turns his gaze toward Lin Zichen, Lu Chuanwu, and Yu Yian, acknowledging that they have indeed achieved tangible results, then brings up Lin Zichen's case specifically, pointing out that despite his outstanding performance in the military zone and the massive bounty placed on him by the plant god cult, his official biological level is still recorded as ordinary tier 9. Fixing his eyes on Lin Zichen, the deputy governor reveals that he can clearly see the young man possesses the physical vitality and spiritual strength of an advanced tier 2 expert, and realizing his secret has been exposed, Lin Zichen notes internally that his natural camouflage ability is completely ineffective against someone of Yi Yongxing's level. Meanwhile, Lu Chuanwu and Yu Yian stare at him in total shock, stunned to learn that his true strength has already reached advanced tier 2. Breaking into a nervous sweat, Lin Zichen realizes he has both overestimated his concealment skills and severely underestimated the perception of a legendary-level power haze, while Yi Yongxing firmly instructs him to stop hiding his abilities and, from this point on, to display his full strength as a pure human while challenging the top geniuses of the genetic fusion and mechanical paths, because he wants to personally witness the true upper limit of pure human potential. In response, Lin Zichen respectfully explains his hesitation, saying he concealed his real power out of fear that standing out too much would draw relentless attack from cultists and endanger his family. But Yi Yongxing assures him that since this is a direct order, he will guarantee the absolute safety of Lin Zichen and his family. Having obtained the exact assurance he needed, Lin Zichen accepts the terms and promises to demonstrate the peak capabilities of a pure human. Clearly satisfied with the agreement, Yi Yongxing leans back and instructs Secretary Zhang to obtain Lin Zichen's contact information and send over a specific list, and Secretary Zhang immediately complies, pulling up the data on his tablet and acting without delay. Moments later, Lin Zichen checks his phone and receives a file titled Rare Level Genius List, leaving him wondering what exactly it contains, while Yi Yongxing explains that it is a compiled roster of the nation's absolute top young talents, strictly limited to individuals under the age of 30. As Lin Zichen scrolls through the document, he sees names, ages, and astonishing combat records attached to each prodigy, including a 19-year-old named Luo Qianshui, and the deputy governor adds that every person listed is a once-in-a-century talent with the potential to ascend to the legendary level, forming Earth's primary fighting force against the origin land. Recognizing the name Lu Chuanwu, Lin Zichen questions whether she might be Shen Qinghan's senior martial sister, while Yi Yongxing continues by pointing out that nearly all of these geniuses were sent to the origin land for rigorous elite training before even reaching school age, placing them in an entirely different league compared to someone like Lin Zichen, who was raised through the standard education system. Lin Zichen pictures an armored man effortlessly raising a gigantic metal block while a mechanical genius girl clad in white armor stands beside him, and after witnessing that overwhelming display, he turns to Deputy Governor Yi Yongxing and asks how the prodigies he already knows compare to the elites listed in the document he was just shown. Calmly taking a sip of tea, Yi Yongxing answers without hesitation that there is no comparison at all because the two sides exist on completely different levels. He explains that the people Lin Zichen currently views as geniuses would amount to nothing more than slightly larger ants when compared to the true powerhouses of the origin land. Then further clarifies that the reason he shared the list was to teach Lin Zichen an important lesson, that there will always be someone stronger, and he should never allow his vision to remain limited to Earth alone. Lin Zichen listens in complete silence, fully absorbing the weight behind every word. The deputy governor admits that Lin Zichen's current talent is indeed remarkable, yet he warns him that future success will depend entirely on whether he can consistently maintain his performance from now onward. Rising to his feet with both arms spread wide, Yi Yongxing passionately declares that anyone capable of earning a place on the elite list will gain access to astonishing evolutionary resources powerful enough to forcibly raise an ordinary level being into a rare-level powerhouse. Hearing this, Lin Zichen becomes filled with determination and confidently promises that he will work hard enough to meet those expectations. Satisfied by that answer, Yi Yongxing places a reassuring hand on Lin Zichen's shoulder and says he is looking forward to seeing how far the young man will grow in the future. Soon after, the deputy governor shifts his attention toward the nearby purple-haired girl and remarks that there is another matter he finds especially intriguing about Shen Qinghan. Yi Yongxing points out the strange contradiction within her body, explaining that although she possesses exotic beast genes, she is not fused with them at all, and instead is deliberately suppressing those genes while cultivating blood-quenching techniques in pursuit of becoming a pure-blooded human. Responding to his curiosity, Lin Zichen explains that even though Shen Qinghan possesses extraordinary talent that could easily place her near the top of the elite list, the psychological scars left behind by childhood bullying caused her to become extremely timid. After hearing the explanation, Yi Yongxing Sung expresses disappointment with her current strength, noting that despite already completing body quenching, she still remains only at ordinary tier 6, something he considers far below what her potential should allow. Even so, he encourages her to continue working hard and aim for a place on the elite list together with Lin Zichen. Lu Chuanwu and Yi Yongxing are completely stunned after learning that Shen Qinghan is actually following the incredibly difficult path of a pure-blooded human and has already succeeded in body quenching. At that moment, Principal Mo Dongji steps forward and respectfully offers to escort the deputy governor out. Accompanied by Mo Dongji and Secretary Zhang, Yi Yongxing turns around and walks down the hallway as he leaves the facility. After the deputy governor's departure, Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Mu Dongji, Lu Chuanwu, and Yi Yongxing gather together inside the lounge. And once they are finally in a private setting, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan reveal the hidden truth regarding the full extent of their real strength to everyone else. Thrilled after hearing this confirmation, Lu Chuanwu excitedly walks over to Shen Qinghan and rubs his hand together before suggesting that since she has already chosen the path of a pure-blooded human, she should officially join the Heavenly Human Pavilion. Before Shen Qinghan even has time to react to the invitation, an overwhelming dark aura suddenly appears behind Lu Chuanwu, causing cold sweat to pour down his face as Mo Dongji stands over him with glowing red eyes and demands to know why he is trying to recruit her student. Trying to defend himself, Lu Chuanwu argues that Shen Qinghan's chosen cultivation path makes her perfectly suited for their organization, but Mo Dongji immediately reminds him in a sharp tone that Shen Qinghan is her personal disciple. Refusing to back down, Lu Chuanwu counters by asking whether joining the pavilion would somehow stop her from remaining a student. And when Mo Dongji insists he should have asked permission first, the stubborn Lu Chuanwu brazenly asks for permission on the spot. Infuriated by his shamelessness, Mu Dongji grabs Lu Chuanwu by the collar and forcibly drags the terrified director out of the room while completely ignoring his frantic cries that he does not hit women. Watching the entire scene unfold, Yuan, Linda Chen, and Shen Qinghan can only sweat drop in disbelief, while Yuan marvels at how a mere director could dare behave so arrogantly in front of such a powerful principal. Not long afterward, Lu Chuanwu finally returns to the room looking heavily bruised and battered, yet despite his miserable condition, he enthusiastically grabs Shen Qinghan's hands and officially welcomes her into the Heavenly Human Pavilion. Yuan is left shocked that he both survived the encounter and somehow obtained Mu Dongji's permission, but Lu Chuanwu casually brushes the matter aside and tells her that children should not involve themselves in adult affairs. In truth, Mu Dongji only agreed to allow Shen Qinghan to join under a single condition, that Lu Chuanwu must attend a formal dinner at the Yuan family residence. Although Lu Chuanwu accepted the arrangement in order to save himself, he secretly fears the dinner is nothing less than a deadly trap. Turning to a more important subject, Lin Zichen asks Lu Chuanwu about the powerful backer he previously promised to find, saying he wants to know how strong she truly is and whether she can compare to a legendary figure like Deputy Governor Yi Yongxing. Immediately breaking into nervous sweat, Lu Chuanwu awkwardly admits that he honestly has no idea. Irritated by such an unreliable answer, Lin Zichen questions whether the director is making fun of him, causing Lu Chuanwu to frantically wave both hands while explaining that this mysterious backer has remained dormant inside a sealed ancient coffin the entire time, meaning he has never personally witnessed her abilities. Even so, he confidently assures Lin Zichen that since she is the real pavilion master, there is no way her strength could possibly be weak. Hearing this leaves Lin Zichen confused because he had always assumed Lu Chuanwu himself was the leader of the organization. Looking embarrassed, Lu Chuanwu explains that he is actually nothing more than an archaeologist who excavated the true pavilion master from ancient ruins, which immediately prompts Lin Zichen to demand a proper explanation. Lu Chuanwu then reveals that the real pavilion master is a supreme expert from an era long forgotten by history, and also a legendary philanthropist, before finally disclosing that her name is Qi Qingmo, the woman famously known throughout history as the Great Love Immortal Master. Lu Chuanwu explains that the blood-quenching technique they currently cultivate was originally discovered within the ancient ruins, adding that the method itself belongs to an evolutionary system passed down from a long-forgotten era. He further explains that wherever a cultivation technique of that level exists, a sect devoted to practicing it will naturally emerge as well. And in this particular case, that sect was the Heavenly Human Pavilion, an immensely powerful organization from the ancient age led by a woman named Qi Qingmo. According to Lu, while the supreme beings of the so-called Age of Gods treated ordinary mortals as insignificant insects, Pavilion Master Qi Qingmo viewed humanity as her own family. He goes on to recount her legendary actions, explaining that she would personally deliver food to starving villages, stop devastating floods, and repeatedly step in whenever other gods attempted to oppress mankind. because she genuinely wished to help weak mortals walk the path toward immortality. She eventually researched and created the blood-quenching technique, a cultivation method capable of allowing even the most ordinary people to gradually evolve into gods themselves. However, Lu's expression soon darkens as he reveals the tragic conclusion to the story. When he finally excavated the ancient ruins, he discovered the Pavilion Master in an extremely weakened state, unconscious inside an ancient coffin and barely capable of speaking. According to him, she only had enough strength left to teach him the basics of the blood-quenching method before immediately falling back into a deep sleep. Becoming excited once again, Lu shares the most important detail with Lin Zichin, explaining that before losing consciousness, Qi Qingmo told him that if someone could successfully evolve into a high-level being through the pure-blooded human path, that person would gain the ability to unseal the coffin and awaken her by transferring vitality and blood power into her body. A heavy silence settles over Lin Zichin as he fully realizes the burden tied to this revelation. While Lu calmly states that among everyone currently alive, he believes Lin Zichin is the most promising candidate capable of reaching the required level and reviving the Pavilion Master. Still uneasy, Lin Zichin voices his concerns and nervously asks what would happen if this ancient expert were to awaken only to drain all of his vitality away. Bursting into loud laughter, Liu reassures him that the Pavilion Master is renowned for her kindness and would never commit such an act, then even promises that when the time finally comes to unseal her, he will bring several top-tier experts along as protection in order to calm Lin Zichin's fears. Completely ignoring Lin Zichin's lingering hesitation, the excited Liu immediately pulls out his phone, tells the speechless student not to think too deeply about it, and sends him every file and piece of information related to the ancient bronze coffin and the ruins so he can properly study them himself. As winter break gradually approaches its end, Lin Zichin and Xin Qinghan both experience explosive improvements in their cultivation efficiency, and this rapid progress is entirely thanks to the overwhelming support provided by Principal Mo Dongji and Director Liu, who continuously supply them with rare treasures, precious ginseng, and medicinal wines to accelerate their training. Exhausted after enduring another intense cultivation session, Lin Zichin reflects on just how much he has improved and realizes that he has successfully completed his fourth major body quenching stage. Although his official biological rank still remains at ordinary Tier 9, Lin Zichin can clearly feel that his true vitality and blood strength have risen dramatically, to the point where his actual combat power now rivals that of an advanced Tier 3 expert. While he is still reflecting on this massive improvement, his thoughts are suddenly interrupted when Xin Qinghan runs over and tightly hugs him. Filled with excitement, she happily announces that she has also achieved a breakthrough, successfully completing her second body quenching and advancing to ordinary 2-8 just before the start of the new school term. After completing their training, Lin Zichin accompanies Xin Qinghan to Principal Mo's facility so she can take the next important step in her evolutionary path. Inside the medical room, Xin Qinghan lies nervously on an examination bed while Principal Mo prepares a special syringe nearby. Mo explains that the syringe contains an incredibly valuable gene reagent extracted from a creature called a water butterfly, then firmly warns Xin that once the new genetic power enters her body, she must do everything possible to keep it under control. Standing nearby and carefully observing the procedure, Lin Zichin recalled from his studies that water butterflies are extremely rare aquatic beasts known for possessing spiritual strength far beyond other creatures of the same tier, a unique quality that allows them to unleash powerful illusion-based attacks. Once the injection is finished, Principal Mo informs Xin Qinghan that the procedure has been completed and immediately tells her to report any discomfort instead of enduring it silently, something Xin obediently agrees to do. Using her spiritual power, Mo carefully inspects the integration process taking place inside her student's body before finally smiling and announcing that the operation was a complete success. She further explains that after Xin becomes accustomed to controlling the water butterfly's genetic abilities, she will eventually gain the power to perform illusion-based attacks herself. Sometime later, as Xin Qinghan stands up and stretches her body, Lin Zichin takes the opportunity to ask Principal Mo about the senior disciple currently living in the Origin Land, openly admitting that he is extremely curious about her. Calmly taking a sip of her drink, Mo asks whether this sudden curiosity began after he saw the girl's astonishing battle records on the elite prodigy list, and Lin Zichin straightforwardly confirms that it did. Hearing this, Mo begins explaining the girl's past, revealing that she first found her 11 years earlier on a snowy mountain located within the Origin Land. According to her, the girl was only 8 years old at the time, completely alone and already close to death. Feeling pity for the child, Mo rescued her and eventually accepted her as a personal disciple. She continues by explaining that when her own time in the Origin Land came to an end and she was forced to return to Earth, she carefully arranged for the girl to remain safely within one of the Origin Land's bases, allowing her apprentice to live there permanently while she herself continued visiting from time to time. As for the girl's real origins and family background, Mo admits that everything remains a mystery because the girl suffers from severe amnesia and cannot remember anything about her own past. Intrigued after hearing this explanation, Lin Zichen asks Principal Mo whether her senior disciple is actually an alien mutant. Mo's expression immediately turns serious as she confirms that the girl is indeed a mutant, then firmly clarifies that because of this, it would be absolutely impossible for the disciple to be someone Lin Zichen knew during childhood. She goes on to explain the harsh reality of their world, stating that under no circumstances would the military ever permit a mutant to cross over into Earth from the origin land. Lin Zichen quietly reflects on the strange coincidences surrounding Mu Dongyi's senior disciple Lu Qianshui and his own childhood acquaintance Bai Shui. The timing feels far too suspicious to ignore, because Lu Qianshui appeared right when Bai Shui disappeared, and with both of them being the same age, he begins wondering whether some hidden method exists that allows travel between the origin land and Earth. Before he can continue thinking about it, Shen Qinghan walks over in casual clothes and announces that she has already packed everything and is ready to leave. Soon afterward, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan approach Principal Mo Dongyi together and respectfully inform her that they are departing. At the same time, elsewhere inside the school, Li Yu and Xiao Chen are violently thrown out through a doorway after suffering a complete defeat. Standing guard at the entrance to a training facility is a tough-looking student named Guo Haidong, the deputy head of the Student Council's External Liaison Department, who coldly warns that any student daring to enter the training room without the council's permission will face severe consequences. From the doorway, Guo Haidong looks down at the beaten students and declares that their loss should serve as a warning to everyone else who dares challenge the authority of the Student Council. Sometime later, the bruised Li Yu and Xiao Chen find Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, desperately begging Lin Zichen to stand up for the new students. They explain that a group of senior students led by Guo Haidong has completely occupied the second-floor training room and has been beating every freshman who attempts to use it. In an attempt to motivate him, Liu Yu promises to transfer 10 million directly into Lin Zichen's account if he can force the bully to spit blood. The mention of money instantly catches Lin Zichen's attention, and he confidently assures the battered Liu that he will provide a satisfying outcome before immediately handing over his bank account number, which Liu Yu readily accepts. With Lin Zichen now backing them, Li Yu and Xiao Chen boldly return to the training room and loudly call for Guo Haidong to come out, arrogantly declaring that they have returned to beat him this time. From inside the room, Guo Haidong looks down at the group with complete disdain and mocks them, saying he originally thought they had found someone powerful, only to discover they merely brought along the new student king from their class. Activating his danger perception ability, Lin Zichen carefully analyzes his opponent and determines that Guo Haidong is at the peak of ordinary rank 8 while also possessing the fused genes of a Chi blood-type demon eye giant ape and a spiritual-type magic shadow bat. Seeing this as the perfect opportunity for training, Lin Zichen casually tells Shen Qinghan that he will leave the fight to her, then cheekily reminds her to make their opponent spit blood because his mind is still focused on the 10 million reward. Shen Qinghan calmly accepts the task without hesitation. The moment she steps forward, Guo Haidong immediately takes offense and angrily demands to know whether they are mocking him by sending a woman to fight in his place. Unwilling to dirty his own hands, Guo Haidong casually orders a purple-haired woman from his group to handle the situation instead, and the woman confidently agrees before arrogantly declaring that she will teach her junior the proper way to respect senior students. However, before the senior can even react, Shen Qinghan suddenly delivers a powerful kick that sends her flying straight across the room. The surrounding crowd is instantly stunned by the unexpected outcome, and whispers of disbelief spread everywhere as the onlookers struggle to understand how a freshman could defeat a senior student with a single attack. After effortlessly dealing with a lackey, Shen Qinghan slowly turns her cold gaze toward the shocked Guo Haidong and calmly informs him that it is now his turn. Realizing at last that he is facing a genuine threat, Guo Haidong immediately activates his genes and transforms into a gigantic muscular beast resembling a monstrous rat. Even so, he still arrogantly claims that he merely underestimated her and boasts that a kick of that level could never truly injure him. Wanting to test the abilities she recently obtained, Shen Qinghan suddenly leaps into the air and activates her water butterfly illusion technique, causing a swarm of glowing blue butterflies to flutter toward her enormous opponent. The moment the butterflies surround him, Guo Haidong is horrified to realize that the young girl is capable of manipulating his blood ki while simultaneously launching powerful spiritual attacks against him. Immediately after unleashing the illusion technique, Shen Qinghan drops down with a fierce high kick, but Guo Haidong manages to defend himself by blocking the strike with his monstrous arm. Rebounding from the collision, Shen Qinghan quickly understands that his physical defense is far beyond her own, as both his body and biological rank greatly surpass Hei's in raw strength. Realizing ordinary physical attacks will not be enough to bring him down, she decides to focus all of her power into blood ki and spiritual assaults instead. The glowing swarm of blue butterflies rapidly multiplies and continues bombarding Guo Haidong without pause, causing him to scream in agony while clutching his head as the relentless mental attack overwhelms him completely. The nearby students watch in panic as the deputy head's defenses collapse under the pressure of the spiritual assault. Taking advantage of the opening, Shin Qinghan instantly rushes forward and delivers a devastating kick directly to the back of his head. The tremendous impact knocks him unconscious on the spot, forcing him to revert back into human form before crashing face-first onto the floor in total defeat. Wiping sweat from her forehead, the exhausted yet proud Shin Qinghan realizes that she now possesses the ability to defeat opponents stronger than herself just like a partner does. At the same time, the surrounding crowd murmurs in complete disbelief that a May freshman managed to defeat the student council's deputy head so effortlessly. Lin Zichen then confidently walks to Shin Qinghan's side, grabs her hand, and raises it high in victory before boldly announcing to the stunned audience that from this day onward, the two of them will represent the pure-blooded humans and formally issue an open challenge to the entire student council. After making his shocking declaration, Lin Zichen kneels beside Shin Qinghan to check on her condition while the crowd erupts into chaos, whispering that he must have completely lost his mind for daring to challenge an organization filled with high-level experts. Almost immediately after those fearful whispers spread, three imposing figures suddenly step forward. The figure leading the group, a tall woman with white hair and horns, is immediately recognized by the crowd as one of the vice presidents of the student council. Looking directly at Shin Qinghan, she calmly accepts the challenge and proposes exchanging a few moves. Without wasting any time, the horned vice president activates her genetic abilities, causing enormous feathered wings to burst from her back. Completely unfazed by the intimidating transformation, Shin Qinghan rushes straight toward her opponent and prepares to attack. However, the vice president instantly demonstrates the overwhelming difference in strength between them by unleashing a high-speed barrage of blade-like feathers from her giant wings, sending them raining down like countless arrows. The attack is so fast and densely packed that Shin Qinghan is caught entirely off guard. Before she can properly defend herself, the razor-sharp feathers shred through her defenses, piercing her body and carving deep bleeding wounds across her while she remains suspended in mid-air. Unable to endure the merciless assault, the severely injured Shin Qinghan crashes heavily onto the ground and is defeated almost instantly. A look of genuine concern immediately appears on Lin Zichen's face as he rushes straight to her side. Lin Zichen carefully lifts the wounded Shin Qinghan into his arms and quickly feeds her a medicinal pill to treat her injuries. Sitting weakly among the scattered feathers, she quietly remarks that it is unfortunate to lose so quickly while acknowledging the terrifying power possessed by the strongest senior students. Hearing this, Lin Zichen gently comforts her and tells her there is nothing shameful about the defeat because she already performed far beyond what he originally expected from her. After saying that, he softly carries her in his arms and promises that he will handle the rest himself. Stepping forward to replace her, Lin Zichen faces the winged vice president, Tanwani. She casually remarks that she has already heard rumors about his actions within the military zone and admits she is curious about what exactly made him so valued by the plant god cult. Wanting to personally test his abilities, Tanwani immediately launches another fierce storm of razor-sharp feathers and sends them speeding directly toward him. Yet Lin Zichen remains completely calm. Standing firmly in place, he activates his spiritual power and instantly freezes the entire deadly barrage in mid-air only inches away from his face. Then, with a single commanding wave of his hand, he forcefully seizes control of the suspended feathers and sends them flying straight back toward Tanwani, whose confident expression immediately twists into utter shock after realizing her own attack has been turned against her. Her eyes widen in disbelief as her devastating storm of razor-sharp feathers suddenly stops in mid-air and hangs ominously around her. Before she can even understand what is happening, the suspended projectiles violently reverse direction and slam toward her, firmly pinning the stunned her against the wall. The surrounding spectators quickly realize that Lin Zichen is using overwhelming spiritual power to telekinetically take control of her attack and redirect it back at her. Watching this sudden reversal unfold, Student Council President Zhou Hong stares intently at the battlefield while the nearby students remain completely shocked that a May freshman possesses telekinetic abilities at such an advanced level. After observing the display, Zhou Hong concludes that if Lin Zichen's spiritual power is already this terrifying, then his physical chi and blood strength must be even more monstrous, possibly reaching Advanced Tier 1 or perhaps even Advanced Tier 2. Deciding to step in before the conflict escalates any further, Zhou Hong slowly walks forward to confront the young prodigy. Although he openly acknowledges Lin Zichen's extraordinary talent, he coldly declares that as a senior student, it is his responsibility to teach the arrogant freshman a proper lesson in humility. Deep down, he has already resolved to crush Lin Zichen now before the boy grows into a true threat in the future. Warning Lin Zichen that unchecked arrogance will eventually cause him to die at the hands of someone stronger, Zhou Hong releases his overwhelming aura, and behind him appear massive spiritual projections of a gigantic venomous snake and a terrifying scorpion, fully displaying the frightening power of his dual beast genes. Completely unfazed by the intimidating pressure, Lin Zichen casually cracks his knuckles and observes that both of Zhou Hong's beast genes possess highly poisonous attributes, making this the perfect chance to test his invulnerability to poison ability. He calmly explains that until now he deliberately concealed his real strength for his own safety, but since he finally has a powerful backer supporting him, he no longer needs to hold back during battle. Realizing further conversation is pointless, Zhou Hong completely activates his genetic transformation. Dark, heavily armored chitin rapidly covers his body while enormous scorpion claws emerge from his arms and a deadly stinger-tipped tail grows behind him. As the battle atmosphere intensifies, the gathered students, including Mei Wei and Xiao Chen, stare in amazement after seeing Zhou Hong immediately enter his fully mutated state. Excited whispers spread through the crowd as they recall how this exact transformation nearly poisoned a top-tier genius from a rival university the previous year, leaving many unable to imagine how Lin Zichen could possibly survive the incoming toxic assault. Facing the monstrous student council president, Lin Zichen confidently proposes a high-stakes wager. If he wins, he will take the position of student council president for himself, but if he loses, he promises to avoid all student council members from that point onward. Zhou Hong quickly accepts the terms, and with the conditions settled, the battle officially begins. Zhou Hong immediately attacks in fury, swinging his massive stinger tail toward Lin Zichen with blinding speed. As the deadly strike closes in, Zhou Hong sneers arrogantly and claims he must have overestimated the freshman because Lin Zichen apparently cannot even dodge a direct attack. The poisonous stinger lands successfully, instantly engulfing Lin Zichen in a cloud of toxic purple energy. Yet at that exact moment, a system notification confirms that his invulnerability to poison attribute has activated, automatically strengthening his chi, blood, and spiritual power. Completely unaffected, Lin Zichen smirks and remarks that the supposedly deadly venom caused nothing more than a brief moment of dizziness, proving just how powerful his biological defenses truly are. Preparing his counterattack, Lin Zichen calmly asks the stunned Zhou Hong whether that was really the strongest poison he could produce. Zhou Hong's eyes widen in total disbelief after realizing that his ultimate attack failed to produce any effect whatsoever. At the same time, Lin Zichen's fist begins gathering power while another system prompt announces that his pack animal attribute has activated, dramatically amplifying his combat strength. Lin Zichen then coldly states that he is finished being polite. In the next instant, Lin Zichen vanishes forward in a blur and drives a devastating punch directly into Zhou Hong's face. The sheer force behind the blow sends the heavily armored president flying violently across the room before he smashes into the reinforced wall hard enough to leave a massive crater in the solid stone. As the dust and debris finally settle, Zhou Hong remains collapsed inside the enormous crater, his body battered, bleeding, and utterly defeated. The surrounding students immediately explode into chaos, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief at what they just witnessed. A female student wearing a sleek mechanical suit hurriedly rushes toward the fallen president in panic, anxiously calling out to him while the crowd whispers among themselves in complete astonishment, questioning what Lin Zichen's true power level actually is and marveling at the terrifying potential hidden within the pure-blooded human path, which now appears far more extraordinary than any of them had ever imagined. Standing calmly in front of the shattered wall, Lin Zichen casually rubs the back of his head and awkwardly apologizes for accidentally using too much force. Ma Wei and the surrounding students can do nothing except stare silently at the overwhelming destruction created by a single punch. Completely shaken by the frightening power displayed by a pure-blooded human, Ma Wei immediately pulls out her phone and contacts her father. With determination written across her face, she firmly declares that she intends to purge the exotic beast genes from her own body and follow the pure-blooded human path as well. Inside a conference room, Deputy Governor Yi Yongxing and several high-ranking officials carefully review footage showing Lin Zichen delivering the devastating punch that defeated Zhou Hong. The officials openly question how a student still classified within the ordinary tier could overpower an advanced tier expert so completely, while some begin wondering whether the pure-blooded human path may truly represent the future of humanity itself. Meanwhile, back inside the training hall, medical personnel rush toward the unconscious Zhou Hong, who still lies embedded within the giant crater in the wall. The gathered students continue staring at Lin Zichen in complete disbelief, unable to process the fact that their student council president was defeated with a single strike. With the battle finally over, Lin Zichen gently lifts the battered and bleeding Shen Qinghan into his arms and softly tells her that it is time for them to leave. After returning to the privacy of their room, Shen Qinghan begins removing her clothes while Lin Zichen observes that her genetic healing abilities are functioning exceptionally well. In less than half an hour, all of her severe injuries completely heal, leaving behind smooth, flawless skin without even a trace of scarring. Lin Zichen then joins her inside the bathtub and carefully helps clean the remaining bloodstains from her body. As the two quietly relax together, Shin Qinghan praises the incredible performance he displayed during the fight, recalling how he shocked the entire audience by sending the president flying with one punch. Lin Zichen smiles and returns the compliment by reminding her that she also defeated the student council's deputy head with overwhelming ease. Feeling pleased by the praise, she teasingly asks whether the two of them should now be considered the university's unmatched duo, and Lin Zichen immediately agrees with an enthusiastic smile. Later on, the pair returns to the cluttered Heavenly Human Pavilion, where director Lu Chuanwu and Yi Yongxing immediately greet them upon arrival. The two researchers eagerly spend a long time questioning them in detail about the battle against Zhou Hong, before eventually shifting their attention back toward research. Once everyone settles down, the group begins summarizing the discoveries and results gathered over the past 6 months, discussing fresh theories and eventually concluding that unlocking the body's acupoints may require powerful impacts generated through spiritual force. Eager to test their new theory, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan return to the living room together. After changing into more comfortable clothes, the two sit cross-legged on the floor and immediately begin meditating, carefully attempting to use spiritual energy to forcibly open their acupoints. While concentrating on the process, Shin Qinghan suddenly gasps in surprise. Lin Zichen quickly asks what happened, and she excitedly explains that she just felt one of her acupoints tremble slightly and begin loosening. Hearing this, Lin Zichen becomes instantly amazed by her sudden progress and eagerly asks how she managed to do it. Shin Xiangshan explains that she accidentally discovered the correct method for loosening the body's sealed acupoints. Following her guidance, the two continue meditating while applying the technique she uncovered, gently striking the acupoint 9 consecutive times using spiritual power before releasing a single explosive burst of blood qi afterward. Sweat begins forming on Lin Zichen's forehead from the intense concentration, but after some time, he slowly looks down at his hand with a satisfied smile, clearly feeling his own acupoint finally begin to loosen as well. At that moment, he realizes that completely opening it has become only a matter of time. Meanwhile, inside a highly advanced military facility filled with massive containment tubes, an elite squad of 5 young experts gathers together while discussing the rewards earned from their latest mission. A muscular man carrying an enormous sword proudly boasts that he gained 150 contribution points after hunting 3 thundercloud beasts, while another team member receives praise for successfully killing a powerful half-step rare-level centipede through sheer luck. When the squad leader asks where Luo Chenwu is, one of the female members dismissively tells him not to bother with her, arguing that since Lu Chenwu is an alien mutant rather than a true Oathling, they should avoid interacting with her entirely. A man dressed in blue immediately agrees, firmly stating that non-Oathlings cannot be trusted and that everyone should keep their distance from the white-haired girl. Their discussion is abruptly interrupted when Deputy Governor Yi Yongxing arrives, causing the entire elite team to immediately stand at attention and respectfully greet him. Yi Yongxing then addresses the group and announces that their elite squad will soon gain 2 additional members, specifically revealing that the newcomers are freshman boy and girl from Shanghai University. The elite prodigies are instantly left confused by the announcement, struggling to understand how 18-year-old university freshmen could possibly qualify to join their ranks. They point out that the geniuses normally recruited into their team are usually discovered before reaching the age of 10, and begin wondering whether these 2 newcomers are simply extraordinary late bloomers. Inside a dark cavern sprawling with enormous twisting vines, a subordinate reports to his leader while expressing amazement that Lin Zichen managed to defeat the student council president with a single punch, proving that his strength is terrifying despite his young age. The masked subordinate respectfully asks the great elder of the plant god cult how they should proceed next, wondering whether action should be taken now that Lin Zichen has publicly claimed to possess a powerful backer. The great elder dismisses the concern without hesitation and states that their current priority is transporting high-level creatures from the origin land through their tunnel, deciding to temporarily put the matter of Lin Zichen aside. As he speaks, a gigantic dark-horned beast slowly emerges from the shadows behind him while countless glowing red eyes appear throughout the tangled vines surrounding the cavern. The great elder then reveals his larger plan, explaining that they will spend the next 3 months gathering a sufficiently large army of these high-level creatures before launching an assault on Shanghai City and establishing a permanent stronghold connected to the origin land. Purple energy surges through the air as he causes the massive beast to levitate, and he calmly adds that once the invasion is fully secured, they can simply send someone to capture Lin Zichen afterward. Meanwhile, back at the university, Lin Zichen confidently walks into a brightly lit meeting room where the student council members stand arranged in 2 orderly rows, respectfully greeting him as their newly appointed president. Taking a seat at the head of the long conference table, Lin Zichen immediately gets to the point and announces that he only intends to establish a single rule. He firmly orders every council member that from this day forward, they are forbidden from bullying, exploiting, or violating the rights of the freshmen the way they previously did. After laying down his sole condition, He instantly hands off all actual responsibilities, instructing everyone to bring future matters to the vice president instead of bothering him personally. The female cyborg council member quietly nods in acknowledgement. Having already said everything he needed to say, Lin Zichen abruptly dismisses the meeting and rises from his seat. While walking out of the room, he reflects that the only reason he accepted the student council president position in the first place was to obtain the additional school credits attached to it. Since he assumes the senior students would never truly enjoy being ordered around by a freshman anyway, he decides to leave all the troublesome daily management work to the existing council members. Later, back inside the research institute, Yuan and Lu Chuanwu are left utterly stunned. A shocked Lu Chuanwu loudly exclaims that Shen Qinghan, who only recently joined them, somehow managed to solve the acupoint unlocking method that had left him stuck for years. Smiling modestly, Shen Qinghan explains that she merely stumbled upon the proper impact rhythm by coincidence and points out that the theory of using spiritual power to strike the acupoints was something they had already been researching together beforehand. Leaning forward eagerly, Lu Chuanwu then asks Lin Zichen how long he believes it will take before he can completely open his acupoints and evolve into a high-level being through the pure-blooded human path. Lin's calmly estimates that as long as nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to fully accomplish it before the current semester ends, a bold prediction that leaves Lu Chuanwu visibly stunned. Almost immediately afterward, Lu Chuanwu suddenly spins around and frantically sprints down the hallway at full speed. Confused, Yuan shouts after him and asks where he is rushing off to, only for him to yell back that he needs to search for rare natural treasures capable of forcibly increasing his spiritual strength so he can use the acupoint unlocking method himself. The moment she hears that, Yuan immediately chases after him in frustration, angrily demanding to know why he never mentioned such an important idea earlier, while he desperately shouts back that she never bothered asking him in the first place. Standing behind the two bickering researchers, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan can only sweat drop helplessly at the chaotic and childish behavior displayed by their seniors. Their attention is suddenly interrupted when Lin Zichen's phone begins ringing. Looking down at the screen, he notices that the call is coming from an unfamiliar number. After answering, he hears the voice of Secretary Zhang, the military assistant who previously accompanied Deputy Governor Yi Yongxingxin during his earlier visit. Lin Zichen politely greets him in return. Secretary Zhang explains that Deputy Governor Ya recently reviewed the surveillance footage from Lin Zichen's battle against the Student Council, and based on the overwhelming performance shown during that fight, the Deputy Governor has officially concluded that both Lin Zichen and his girlfriend Shen Qinghan now meet the qualifications required to join the elite genius roster. Hearing this, Lin Zichen smiles with satisfaction at finally receiving such recognition. However, Secretary Zhang quickly adds an additional condition, explaining that the Deputy Governor wants the two of them to first focus entirely on developing the pure-blooded human path before arranging for their eventual entry into the origin land. The moment he hears about the unexpected delay, Lin Zichen's expression instantly turns into an annoyed deadpan stare.